just so you know. And Aristides has picked up, I believe. He's joined the call. So we are live. Just want you to know that. Going to go over to the live stream now and see if it connected. And we have made connection. And okay then. With all of that being done, we will ask our listeners to tell us if they can hear us, and we'll take it from there. And with all of that, let's see if we can ask our dear Mr. Moon to pick up the hyperlink. Yeah, the share button. Press the share button on the video.
I will do that. I'm almost dead on Facebook. I have almost no interaction. I might have private messages here and there, but I'm basically dead. On Facebook, and I guess it just doesn't really do anything for me. It's good for personal communications.
Okay, T-Tank Berry says, Brother Douglas Clare, let us know if you could hear Peter Moon and what he was just saying about Facebook. And he says, Peter Moon Crystal, excellent. So bless you, T-Tank Berry. You're one of the good men out there, and God knows we need them. And of course, this is very important, just so people understand with everything that's happened recently. Very important to emphasize that T-Tank Berry is very, very white, as is Mr. Mark H., who is saying all loud and clear, Douglas and Peter. So both of these gentlemen are very Caucasoid, very European white in their descent, and as is, of course, Peter and Aristides. And T-Tank Berry says, all quiet on the Western Front. Perhaps for you. That's it's been just a hell of a day. I don't know if I'm going to make it through the night. I don't know if I'm going to make it through tomorrow. We are going to do our best. It's at this point, we're going to, of course, fundraise just for the sake of fundraising. I believe I have enough to make rent. I calculated it before, and it seemed like it was in that direction, but I really don't know. So we just want to
put a plug in for your fundraising.
Yeah.
Let me just say, to start it off, donate to Douglas Dietrich if you can at douglasdietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner, the yellow donation button. Donate what you can, if you can, because we are his only source of support outside of his meager disability, which he receives.
Thank you.
Which is to keep him, it's enough to keep him permanently disabled.
Yeah, I am not quite sure if that was meant ironically or...
Well, this is the problem. It's like, if you're on disability, you're on disability. Why should people on disability not get enough to live on? I mean, you see, you have to orchestrate your whole life so that you can figure out how to make it work.
Of course.
That's the thing. It requires some effort, either on the part of the disabled person or his relatives or loved ones to, look after him in such a way that he will be looked after and not ignored. It doesn't make any sense. Nevertheless, this is the way life works. So
understood. And what Peter Moon is alluding to is, and by the way, Aristides, could we check your sound first before?
Yeah. This is Aristides. Hope everybody can hear me.
Thank you, sir.
I can hear you. I can hear you good.
Very good.
Excellent. And from our listeners, please acknowledge whether or not you just heard that. I'm sure you did. We have 10 upvotes already, so we're wealthy in the upvotes department. I want to thank everybody for that. I will remind, before I get to what Peter Moon was alluding to, because it is important based on the current context of the situation, I will give you all a situational report because I am obligated per circumstances right now. El Nemo says...
We're also interested.
Thank you. El
Tell
Nemo,
us what's going on with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. El Nemo says, can hear Aristides. Mark H. says, Aristides sounds great. Thank you. I bet you don't get that often, Aristides. People may say that they can hear you. I don't know how many people say you actually sound great.
Not too many.
T-Tank Barry says Aristides clear, and Todd McDonald, God bless him, says here 3 of you. Okay, most excellent. So I do want to remind everybody before I get into what Peter Moon is alluding to, which segues directly into situational report status report. I want everyone to understand that we are, of course, on YouTube, which is basically the only venue of public communication and discourse that I have left. Facebook is no longer an option as far as I'm concerned. It's always an option, but there's no point in investing or expending any particular energy in it per my judgment, certainly not at this point in time, if ever again, simply because probably in a number of years it's just going to be obviated by circumstance or whatever would be how I would intuit the situation. But when it comes to where we're at on YouTube, they are operating on a popularity aggregate, which is incredibly stupid, which means that the more popular you are, or the more well-known you are, the more distribution you get. So this is like taking the old saying of everyone loves a winner and taking it to a pathological extreme. The only way that the enemy really hits us at the start of every program effectively is they remove us from searches by hitting us with a lot of automated downvotes. These are actually bots, and YouTube actually filters them out. Unfortunately, it takes them a good hour or two to do so. And by that time, the enemy succeeded in their intent, which is to keep us off searches from the beginning of the transmission. So we rely on you to immediately hit as many upvotes as possible with as many IP addresses as you've got, because the enemy fights very dirty, and if you don't fight dirty, the enemy will win. You've got to be as dirty as they are, because it's war. And unfortunately, the enemy has all the advantages. And when it comes to whatever advantage we have, well, the only advantage we've got is you. So it's your war. You've got to fight it if you want a world in which nice guys have a chance instead of always finishing last. Well, then right now you've got to hit an upvote from your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, everything that's got a different IP address that you've got. You hit an upvote, and that'll help us, because God knows we need all the help we can get. All right, that brings us to what Peter Moon was alluding to. When Peter Moon is alluding to, of course, disability keeping a person disabled, it requires some clarifications, which segues directly back into situational status report. First off, I do want everyone to understand that I am not on disability per se. Basically, what I'm on is Social Security disability insurance, which means you are not paying for this. You are not paying for me. In disambiguation from, say, for instance, one of my primary gang stalkers. And my gang stalkers are very active. Just got a report from Brendan Zągit, and who apparently has been trying to call me about this. And I will call him, later on, whenever Peter Moon retreats into the gentle night, around midnight Eastern Daylight Time, or somewhere in the hour thereafter, is when I call a bunch of other people to join Aristides in basically a roundtable that theoretically holds me until I get to the point of monologue. So I will be calling Brendan Zągit, and he's always welcome to speak to me about certain specifics privately, but publicly when I call him, probably the subject will be inescapable. But apparently videos are still being produced about me by Salman Sheikh and Daniel Arola. It's something that, I can actually say that without any real concern of giving them a plug, because nobody's going to find their channels. It's just that the channels are that obscure. If you really enter their name, you're going to get other people. It's the same with El Nemo actually tried to link one of these scuzzbuckets in the last episode, and he linked another dude. By the way, Douglas Marks says, God bless you, Douglas, and everyone on Team Dietrich. Deeply appreciate it. And I want to thank some wonderful people who have contributed $100 each. Honestly, without people like yourselves, I literally would be lost. So I do want people to know these people are out there. I don't remember their names offhand. I'm going to, of course, give them credit, around the time that Peter Moon retreats into the gentle night. I'll probably also just log into PayPal and get their names while Peter Moon is here, because he should know about these people as well, just so, we can all publicly thank them. And
did they just contribute, or was it yesterday or a while ago?
It was basically in the last 24 hours. It was, but it's thanks to your plug from the last episode, of course. You need to be given credit in that. I'm certain that played a hand. Last episode was effectively just yesterday. So I do want to make certain whether or not these people wish to remain anonymous or not. So I'm going to check to see if that is the case. And if I don't see any request for anonymity, you will be credited. Just a forewarning there. So Todd McDonald says, I'm being careful with my savings until I rejoin the workforce, hopefully sooner than November. Your work always helps me question my perspectives. Thank you. And he contributed 100 United States dollars. God bless him. Yeah, and certainly your grace under the pressure that you're under right now with seeking employment is profound and will not be forgotten. We have this wonderful lady who is not requesting anonymity, so hopefully she does not mind. This is Laura Shields of all places. I can't resist but mention Sedona, Arizona. I mean, the heart of the New Age movement, sent 100 United States dollars. She said, thank you. I love you. I love you too, honey. And Goddess bless.
It's very nice.
Yeah, and so I want all of these people to understand that you are not forgotten metaphysically, even if I forget your names, and I will remember them with time, of course. And as always, I want people to understand that while all of you people are helping, I do my best to survive, and one of the ways that I had to ultimately do that is to apply for Social Security when my lungs collapsed several times due to the Gulf War, and because I was dishonorably discharged, I could not qualify for veterans benefits. So, again, this is part of the insanity of the enemy position in constantly assassinating my character and trying to discredit me, is that if I had qualified for veterans benefits, then I wouldn't be on the disability that I'm on through the insurance that I paid for. And unlike these people who do get veterans benefits, like Richard K. Cole Jr., one of the primary gang stalkers, these are people that you are paying for. He gets all the veterans benefits. This is a person who did not even serve in the Marine Corps for longer than literally a few years. When he got off because of psychological disqualification, he was disappointed that they would not fund his sex change. Then he became morose, depressed, could no longer serve, and they put him on disability on your tax dollar, your dime, for the rest of his life. So you pay for him to sit down all day and gang stalk Douglas Dietrich, which is all this individual does from the moment he wakes up to the moment that he dies. And he does this by networking with Salman Sheikh and Daniel Arola. And he considers these people nothing but niggers. But these two niggers suck his balls, his cock, his ass. He opens his ass cheeks and he drops a turd and they swallow it whole. Because they are niggers. And so they've just produced a video with Daniel Arola's refrigerator art, and they're continuing their endless attack on myself. And like I said, I can even name them without fear that people are going to rush over to the channel, because, as I've said, their channels are so obscure you literally cannot find them by using their names. So when it comes to all of this, I can't understand why Brendan Zogin is reporting this to me. Now, Brendan Zogin has just tried to call me again, by the way, and apparently nobody remembers what time I'm on that knows me personally. It's bizarre. So like I said, I'll call him later and we'll see what he has to say, if he answers at all at that time. But if he doesn't, the question still lingers as to people who know me by now, and you run across this shit on the internet, you'd better have a goddamn reason to tell me about it, because I don't need to know this. I don't need to know that they're producing videos about me. I almost blocked at the time that I was on Facebook, I almost blocked our man George Knight completely. The only person who convinced me not to do it was Judith Ager, because he was running to me with his shit, you know, which had no relevance whatsoever. To add to the eeriness of the situation at that time, Lena Shea / Lena Crane was appalled at the insipidity or the acidity of his actions, because when she analyzed what he was conveying to me about Richard K. Cole's latest bullshit, even she said, this has no relevance whatsoever. Why is he acting as Richard K. Cole's errand boy? And, you know, it made me strongly suspect that he was the enemy, because there's no reason for somebody to be bothering me with this. It's the same thing Derek Tolley would do. Just try and get this through your fucking heads, people. If you're supposed to be a friend of mine, why are you conveying to me everything the enemy says? It's like, hey, this man says you're a piece of shit. I don't need to know that. Okay, now all of that is just venting and catharting in light of what I have to deal with every day. Every day, there's an assault. It never ends. It's ceaseless. So what happened with the latest bullshit is, of course, there is the disability. Let's get back to that, because it's important. It segues back into the status report. So again, understand that I suffered mechanical injuries due to serving in the Gulf War, something which the enemy claims I never did. Now, when it comes to our latest episode before tonight's, I went on at great length explaining just how useless governmental records are. I went into the Burrell system. All of this is hard copy. All of this begins to converge, how all the records conflate. I brought up the example of one individual whose records I had to deal with because I had to collate them to ultimately send them to the VA and get them out of the Department of Defense record system. And the problem is, I don't understand what the VA would even do with them. And the example was a guy who was in the Army in World War I, and yet he had Coast Guard fingerprints for the Merchant Marine, which is considered a paramilitary service. And the Coast Guard's considered a full-blown military service / police service. So the guy served in World War I, Coast Guard fingerprints, which meant he joined the Coast Guard, somehow served in the Merchant Marine, had some service documents that definitely evidenced he was in the World War II as a naval serviceman, meaning somehow he went from World War I in the Merchant Marine to the Navy in World War II. It stood out to me, and this was why it had to be sent to the VA for final disposal. It stood out why his records were in the Department of Defense, for the reasons I brought up about dishonorable discharges before. A dishonorable discharge has extreme security provisions because it's nothing casual. It's not like, we don't like you, or you don't want to serve. Think about what I just said about Richard K. Cole Jr., who acted morose, refused to do work, never participated in combat, all because the United States Marine Corps would not fund a sex change. But they said, okay, you get a psychological discharge and you're on benefits and disability, which means you're paid to stalk Douglas Dietrich for the rest of your life. Whereas a dishonorable discharge is political. Whenever a dishonorable discharge takes place, it is so sensitive, there's so much politics involved, that it has extreme security provisions. It is called a blue sheet discharge because it's literally typed in dark blue ink. It has to be dark blue ribbon ink in the old days. And it's typed on blue paper. Light blue paper, sky blue paper, dark blue ink on a blue ribbon that's used in the old typewriters. That's how historically it was done. You might say that's antiquated, but that's how my discharge was typed out. And then it's under lock and key and heavy security for the rest of eternity, unless it's being accessed by military high command the president, or someone of like responsibility. Understand that whenever these gang stalkers, as I articulated in the last episode, say that they've brought you Freedom of Information Act info on myself, FOIA, they always scream, they never bring up the fact that there is a Privacy Act. So every time somebody requests something with FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, it has to be reviewed by not only a Freedom of Information Act officer, but a Privacy Act officer. And this rule does not apply to you. No, not to you. It applies to me. Because it applies only to federal employees. So any false and unprivileged communications cannot be released through the Freedom of Information Act. So therefore, any dishonorable discharge information can never be released. It's that simple. Now, because I had a federal judge review my case for Social Security disability insurance, which you never paid for, I paid for all my life through my taxes. And I've paid more taxes than any of you. No exaggeration. I paid more taxes than anybody on earth. I paid more taxes than the president. I paid more taxes than any CEO. And this is because, as I've said before, when my parents were alive and I was their care provider, I was getting paid for 24-hour-a-day care provision for both of them, meaning I was getting paid for 48 hours a day. Nobody could replace me because the union that I was forcibly a member of and therefore had to pay dues to was the local 250 SEIU, a very large healthcare providers union in California that I perforce had to become a member of to be recognized as a care provider. And the only reason I became their care provider was because the state recognized me as such to prevent them from going into a state nursing home, which meant that the state would be paying for all their expenses. This saved the state their expenses. However, in my case, I could never be relieved for any vacation, any time off, because anybody who did that as part of the union would perforce have to pay all my dues, meaning they'd have to pay my share of cost, which was 100%. Meaning that the only reason the state agreed to my parents getting my care provision was not only because the state benefited by not having to put them in a state home, but because they got 100% of my pay. I agreed to that and agreed to sacrifice my Social Security, which was something you paid for, so that they could get medical care, because they were deprived of medical care because my father was a veteran who was supposed to get free medical care all of his life, but was denied that medical care when I had the Presidio military base closed down. I had it closed down by the evidence I presented concerning human child trafficking, concerning the attempt to assassinate a presidential candidate, William Jefferson Clinton, organized on the base, presenting other scandals which led to the closure of the second most important base in the United States next to the Pentagon. And when that base closed, my parents, who were getting all their medical care at Letterman Army Medical Center, the most important hospital next to Bethesda Naval Hospital, because all of your military doctors, at least 25% of them, were trained there on site Letterman. Once that closed, my parents had no medical care. The closest military base is the Travis Air Force Base, which is hours and hours away. And the only other thing I could do was get my dad on the VA, but because my mother was over 65, by the time I got him transferred into VA service, which is not military, it's civilian welfare service, then my mother was too old to be enrolled into that. So I had to get her onto civilian care, which meant I had to get her recognized by Medicare and Medi-Cal, which was illegal for a woman who was a military dependent. And the only way to get her those benefits was to have her divorce dad, and they refused to divorce. So therefore I had to go through an entire series of trials through the Supreme Court of California to finally get them to recognize me as a care provider. But in return, the state of California got 100% share of costs, which meant that they got to recover all the pay that they paid me. But on paper, I was paid for 48 hours a day, every day. And that meant I made more than the president. And I was taxed on all of that. So when my parents died, I was facing like $50,000 in taxes. Basically $100,000, $200,000, something like that. I don't even remember. Because I had to pay so much to a Jewish tax attorney to get me out of jail. And so when this Jewish tax attorney arranged for what's called an offer in compromise, I still had to pay half the taxes to the U.S. government for money I never got, and then I had to pay him his cut, which meant I had to pay the full amount anyway. So I wound up paying $200,000, $100,000 to him, $100,000 to the U.S. government, but I got to stay out of jail, which I was destined to be sentenced to for the rest of my life for tax evasion. So I've paid more taxes than any of you on earth. Any of you. I don't care who you are. And all of that was part of my paying into SSDI, which is just me paying myself now with the disability that I get. Now, before I was on Social Security, because my injuries were undeniable. They were mechanical injuries. They're medically there. So I have all these chest tube sites up and down my body that when they reinflated my lungs, which collapsed due to exposure to cyclosorine nerve gas in the Gulf War. So that was why I originally was on Social Security, which you did pay for, but I sacrificed that so I could become care provider for my parents because I couldn't get Social Security if I was recognized as being fully employed. But because I was fully employed for over a decade, 11 years, when they died, then I got SSDI, which I had paid into all that time. And so I don't care if I live to be 100, I will never get the amount back that I paid the U.S. government and my Jewish tax attorney, who got me out of federal prison. So altogether now, I am on disability, and it needs to be emphasized, it's not the disability you're thinking of. You're not paying for it, I am. It's disability insurance. So aside from that, I try to get what benefits I can, like getting on the Affordable Connectivity Program, which then enables me to get an enormous discount on my internet. Now, recently what had happened was that when it came to the internet, I've got an email now about somebody asking about the individual's records again, the dishonorable discharge. You know, it's relevant. It is relevant, so I will answer that. Understand that when I'm talking about this individual who was in World War I, the Coast Guard, the Merchant Marine, the Navy, all on the same service document, issued by the St. Louis National Archives, which came to the attention of the Department of Defense because it was a dishonorable discharge. And then, get this shit, during the Cold War, he was laterally transferred to the Marine Corps, which is a branch of the Navy. So this man was in various naval services, or sea services, Coast Guard, Merchant Marine, Navy, Marine Corps, the Naval Infantry branch, really, all on the same service document, as I said, issued by no one less than the St. Louis National Archives, which is as official as you can get. All of this was a conflation of different men. John Walter Johnson, John Wesley Johnson, John W. Johnsons. These were just at least 3 different individuals, certainly more, all because of the similarity of the names, converged into a single document over the years. You have no idea how common this is. The overwhelming majority of service documents are Frankensteinian conflations like this. They make no sense. Even if you were to get these released to the public, you would get records that made no sense. Half the time people serve in places that are never recorded, and then they're given credit for places they've never been to. So all of it is, in the end, worthless information that your government keeps because it's misinformation. This is why there's got to be a Privacy Act officer to review it, because if a Privacy Officer Act were to review this, the first thing they would say if somebody asked for it with the Freedom of Information Act would be, they would say, we can't discharge this information because the man was dishonorably discharged. So it's a national security issue. So therefore, no one can get my information from a Freedom of Information Act. If you get any information on Douglas Dietrich, it's not going to be this Douglas Dietrich, and there are thousands of Douglas Dietrichs. Believe me, you can give it a try, and you're going to get hundreds of Douglas Dietrichs from any branch of service. Together, there's going to be thousands from all 5, 6 recognized branches of service, and none of them will be me. Then, when it comes to the Privacy Act officer, he would review this and he would say, we can't release it because it's false information, because he would recognize it's a converged document. Say, for instance, in the case of this John Walter Johnson, John Wesley Johnson, John W. Johnsons. So we were explaining elements of this in the latest episode The theme will continue tonight simply because of the situational status report that I'm giving to everybody. I find it interesting that Salman Sheikh and Daniel Orolo released an attack video simultaneous to what happened. Now, whether or not this is connected by conspiracy, it is metaphysically connected. There's just been too much going on lately for it not to be. But what had happened was that when it came to the Affordable Connectivity Program, which took me years to get on, and of course, once I got on it, you can't transfer to a different user because I'm using Comcast, or Comcast will revoke the privilege of affordable connectivity. They'll revoke the credit, the discount that I get. Now, though, it was already problematic because Comcast had given me $350, actually close to $400, $375, $380 credit towards returning my dead father's modem and his Flexbox. And the credit, which they were going to charge me for my dead father's equipment, but when I returned it and got the credit for it, the credits only applied to my dead father's account. So in other words, I can get charged, but I can't be credited. So there was already problems with Comcast. So I have every right to change the service, but I wouldn't want to because pretty much I'm getting the service that I need. And I can't really think of any reason to change to another service with all of the equipment already installed by Comcast. So it's something I would never do. But they have these programs where they try and give you extra backup equipment, etc., which is what I thought was going on. Basically, I think it was the day before yesterday by now. And so what had happened was V had told me she had sent me something, got locked in my brain that it would arrive. And of course, what I have to program myself to do from this point forward is simply never answer the door again. And this is one of those things where it's very similar to what had happened. I can think of several parallel situations. One of them was the nightmare. This is the problem. I have a very odd schedule. I truly sleep in the daytime. I'm truly alert at night. And everything else, of course, works in the daytime. And so the problem was, say, for instance, the other day, a few months ago, when I had a problem before the show, like a day or two beforehand, where Skype kept updating, and it kept updating, and it kept updating to the point where even Brendan Zogit noticed it because it kept updating for him to the point where he got rid of Skype. He actually got the Skype off his phone because it kept janking up his phone when he had the Skype on it. And I don't blame him. So he had to reinstall it recently just to appear on the show. But I myself live off Skype, more so now than ever. And then what happened was that when it came to, and then Brendan sends me this note right now saying, oh, this video is over a year old, as he says in his message. You know, which then begs the question as to why he's trying to tell me about it. But that aside, he can explain that later, privately or publicly. In terms of the whole thing with affordable connectivity, everything else I'm dealing with, what I was dealing with last time with Skype, when the Skype finally really janked on me, when it shut down completely because it kept updating, and at one point, in pressing the yes button for its update, the inevitable happened and it glitched. And I called Microsoft. Then I got connected. You know, I couldn't believe I would ever reach Microsoft anyway, unlike Comcast, which I've been dealing with for years. I got connected with some Pakistani criminal group that was supposedly stationed in Texas and had no choice but to acquiesce to their demands and give them $300, at which point they stole that and did not fix my Skype. Now, this was officially, quote-unquote, Microsoft, but it's a Microsoft-like de-evolution of responsibilities where they sublet out to these Pakistani criminal organizations. And there's no other word for them. And people have told me that, well, you've got to ask for your $300 back, but it's not that simple. The point is, if I ask PayPal for the $300 back, they're going to presume that my account's been compromised. And they're going to have to shut down the account and issue a new card, which means that anything anybody contributes to me won't be accessible to me until a new card reaches me. So it's not that simple. And I'll see if there's alternatives to that. I'll be calling PayPal tomorrow because tomorrow I'm committed at this point. I'm obligated to conduct a telethon. That's in disambiguation from a telethon. A telethon means a battery of phone calls you have to commit to. And this is what I have to do tomorrow. The other part is that being a prelude. So I answered the doorbell when it rang the other day while I was asleep. And Filipino son of a bitch at the door. That's what he said he was. I'm not making this up. I'm not assuming here. It's not baseline racism. Guy's name is Calvin with a K, Noboha. So Calvin Noboha shows up at my door. And by the way, just so people understand, when I was working with the criminals with that Pakistani criminal organization, the guy running that, or part of it, was James Wilson. I know that guy was not born with that name. That's like an assumed name he took up whenever he changed it after coming to America, because supposedly they were operating out of Texas. I try to get as much information on these people as possible, and usually my attitude has been, look, I've been involved in crime all my life. I've killed people in criminal jobs, roles. When I deal with other criminals, I usually blame myself if they rip me off. I usually say it's on me. That's how I felt about Lori and Ann Fenton. That's how I felt about various other people. At this point, I'll probably have to backtrack and try to reclaim what I can from these louts. When this guy showed up at my door, by the way, it's not like I'm unsavvy either. It's not like I haven't been all my life involved with crime. It's not like I don't normally recognize crime. It's incredible that criminals can rip each other off because you'd think the other criminal would be too savvy to recognize, to allow himself to be victimized. But believe me, you'd be surprised. We're only human after all. And when it came to the latest crime, what had happened was that PG&E, for instance, will send out notifications. PG&E agents will never ask for money. We will never ask for money. Or the IRS will send out notifications. We will never send you phone calls asking, telling you that you need to pay the IRS something, because that's not how they work. Now, I've gotten those calls all my life of Pakistanis and Asian Indians who call and say they're the IRS and they demand hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, having been through what I've been through with the IRS, the real IRS, I know immediately these people are criminals. And I'll laugh and taunt them. I won't invest much time. I've always made the joke that people need to send them bacon burgers. That way, if they're Asian Indian, they'll be insulted by the hamburger. And if they're Pakistani, they'll be insulted by the pork because they're Muslim. But I wouldn't invest in actually doing that myself. But it's an idea that everybody should do that en masse. But when it comes to, say, for instance, my savviness there, didn't help me here. So when the guy fucking shows up and says he's involved with True Connectivity, and he's got a uniform and everything, he says, we need to see if you can qualify for the extra tablet and the extra cell phone. And I got the idea this was a backup to everything I already had. And so when he said, several times, of course, I was on high security mode. The first thing I said is, are you selling something? And he said, no. And so I thought this was all part of the Lifeline program, which he said it was. So he actually misrepresented himself. So this was all supposedly part of the California Lifeline program, without which any of these programs aren't possible. So then he said, okay, I need your Medi-Cal number, your, last four of your social. Now, this was what was interesting. Just the last four of your social. So if he doesn't have the whole social, and then I gave him the last four of the social, and it matched what was on his records, that means he has it all anyway. So that made it look like he was state level. And so he already had my social security number when I gave him the last four. He said, you're on the record with the Affordable Connectivity Program. And so he already knew all this. And he said he was like going up and down the street ringing the doorbells, so as if this were like something PG&E would do to connect to see if you're on the smart meters. It was all extraordinarily official. And then when I gave him the Medi-Cal number and the rest, then he said the last thing he said that should have been suspect was suspect, but by that time, it all seemed so compellingly official that I just rolled with it, was when he asked for the $40 for the startup, which is not the problem. I could throw away $40 to a beggar if I had to. It's not something I would normally do, but he said cash or the different types of payment available. And all I had was the cash, so I gave him $40 in cash, two $20 bills. Which, by the way, how do you even monitor that? Or how do you even... So it must have been, at that point, I should have thought this is completely criminal. But by that time it was too late. And I even went so far as to walk outside after he had left several minutes later to see if he was ringing other doorbells, and he was. So this was an individual who, if this were all false, he was carrying it out to an extreme where he even went to that point in case I walked out to look at him. And this was like several minutes later. So he was definitely doing that. But what happened was I didn't sign anything. The few times I was also suspect was when he asked for the Medi-Cal card and these are just like cards like with and the ID, which was a state ID. It's I don't have a driver's license. I have a state ID because I don't drive. So when I showed him the back and front of both, he was photographing both of them, which means conceivably he could use them to forge. But, after I found out he already had my social security number, for all intents and purposes, he's got everything anyway. So if he's going to do anything with these, it's going to be, obviously falsified. I really wasn't worried about that. Still, I'm not worried about that. The identity theft is a moot point because he already had everything in his record. So when he said, yeah, you're on the Affordable Connectivity Program, that's in the system already, then, like I said, it all seemed so official. Anyhow, what happened was I lost my Affordable Connectivity Program. He wound up basically, without my signing anything, signing me out of it. And that's what I have to call Comcast tomorrow about and get back on. I couldn't call them until fucking tomorrow because that's when they're back in business. So basically all of this happened during a period of time when I was asleep. I went back to sleep. And then by the time that I had to go to the Estates, because it's Axis Foundation Day, the 83rd Foundation Day of the Axis of Nations, when Germany, Japan, and Italy got together in self-defense. And I was teaching the Blood Boys about that throughout the day and then came back now. So I'm decompressing from the Estates back to the hell house on Haunted Hill that I live on in Russian Hill. Then I'm dealing with the repercussions of getting the notification from Comcast that, you've been taken out of the Affordable Connectivity Program. Now, what made this, again, all so confusing was that none of the service ever stopped. All of the service continued all this time. It's simply that now I no longer get the discount. So I have to call them, see if I could get back onto it, just maintain me in thought and prayer concerning that. But of course, people are recommending I call the police. I will call the San Francisco Police Department, but I can tell you exactly what they're going to say. Everything that this Calvin Noboa is doing is legal by all definition. He's supposedly providing a service for true connectivity. In other words, there is such a company, but what they're doing is they're going around and taking people like me off the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is indirectly how the state gets people off the program. This is something like what happened with the SSDI, which I'm familiar with, to the point where I avoided their attempts to do this. Just to give you some tragic examples, when the SSDI, what it does is it tries to get as many people off the program as possible, so they'll send people extraordinarily misleading official documents. But it's all official and from the federal government. And they'll say, do you want to get on to a kind of part-time employment program? And these people will say, okay, and they sign on to that, and they lose their SSDI. Now, I don't personally know these two suicides, but V did. So V knew two people, one a woman who had moved to Thailand, the other was a man who was in the United States. And it still blows my mind that people can go to different countries and collect their SSDI or Social Security checks one of these people who was on this program several times, Nancy Toulouse, was in Australia on Social Security, and she got her checks there for years. I don't know how the United States tolerates that. But anyhow, the point is that both these people got suckered by SSDI into, this kind of work program that they thought would be kind of like giving them extra money. And they wound up signing their SSDI away to the federal government. And because they lost all their benefits, they killed themselves. This is how serious this can get. Now, I, on the other hand, know better because of my work with the government for years. And that's why I got into a 250% working disabled program. So that means I'm required to work and earn up to at least $2,000 a month just to survive. But I still get my SSDI. Even if I win the state lottery, I still get my SSDI. But if I won the state lottery while on Social Security, because you pay for that, as opposed to my paying for SSDI, I would have to give the Social Security up, or I'd be committing federal fraud, at which point I would go to prison and lose all the lottery and all the winnings and all the federal benefits as well. This has actually happened to multiple lottery winners who, for whatever reason, are so greedy, so petty, so venal, so mean that they wouldn't give their Social Security up and continue to receive the lottery winnings until they were caught. I, however, don't have that problem if that ever happens. Just to show you the moral and fiscal ambiguity of all of this. But when it comes to what has happened now, I got suckered, and now I'm going to have to pull my way out of that. It's monstrous. It's just every day there's another assault. And, of course, the only lesson to be learned here is I can never answer the door again. Now, again, this is like one of the reasons why I got to marry some young lady to act as an adult, because I honestly am not a competent adult in many ways, despite being competent or even excelling at certain skills. Cross-dressed assassination, etc., certain types of criminality, certain types of geopolitics. There's still weaknesses we all have. So it's just the insanity of the world that we live in. That basically is a situational status report as it is. At the worst, I never get the ACP back, and I'm stuck paying Comcast full bills all over again. And it's like, plus I lost $40 to the Filipino guy. Interestingly enough, because it took a while for him to process me, he was saying, I'm a social worker. I work with an NGO, non-governmental organization. I work in the Tenderloin. I mean, there was another suspect thing that happened with that. And I said, yeah, I grew up in the Tenderloin. Because he was like trying to tell me, you got it lucky when, because I live here. And I was like saying, dude, I don't even have potable water because of the cadavers under the building. I've got cadaver water that's so tainted I can't even filter it. I have to live off bottled water. And he's saying, well, at least you're not like the people in the Tenderloin where I work the social work. And I said, dude, I grew up in the Tenderloin. And I pointed to him, I was there throughout my entire childhood. And I can tell you for a fact, in all the war zones I ever served in, all over the world, there's never been a place on earth I've ever seen worse than the Tenderloin. And he didn't seem to respond to that with, like, anybody who truly worked in the Tenderloin, they would have said, yeah. And for anybody out there who doesn't believe me, I don't care where you live. Go to the fucking Tenderloin. I don't care. You can go to the Tenderloin and then go to Beirut or Manila in the Philippines, whatever you think is a hellhole. And you'll acquiesce. There's no place on earth worse than the Tenderloin. No place. It's hell on earth. So, all I can say is that that's the status report. El Nemo says, I didn't try to link him, copied and passed his name, and a link came up with shit talking him. He's talking about Salman Sheikh and, the latest attack. Okay, so that's, we've now spent, 45 minutes with a situational status update. Hopefully everybody understands the insanity that I'm dealing with. It's just not a moment's rest. I do want people to appreciate this is the 83rd Axis of Nations Foundation Day, when Rome, Berlin, and Tokyo signed an agreement in 1940 to defend themselves from capitalism and communism. Aside from that, our numbers are way up, and here we turn it over to Peter Moon, and by all means, dominate the stage from this point forward, dear Peter, and whatever solace you can give me, of course, is always appreciated.
Thank you for informing us. it appears to me that this was more than someone just taking advantage. It appears to me that it was a deliberate setup.
Thank you.
That caught you off guard.
Yeah.
And it just seems very obvious to me. Nevertheless, it is what it is, and thank you for informing us. One more reason for those of you who can contribute to contribute to Douglas Dietrich at douglasdietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner, yellow button. If you can, please do. And thank you for those of you who have been doing so. And with that, I will get into tonight's program.
Yes.
Now, I sent out an email saying that I would discuss at least 3 things. And that's just sort of a prelude. Although when all that stuff was going on, it seemed like something really positive. I did speak to Stephanie South today for the first time since I've returned, and that conversation was just wonderful and delightful.
Wonderful.
You know, it was, because we talk on a certain frequency. But okay, I had this is what, yeah, and she got shivers when I said this. I had a dream about David Anderson last night, and the dream was basically I was with him. We were in a room, sort of a building that was school-like, and it seemed that we were going to talk about something, and he had some board, not a game board, but a board like might have had something to interpret on it. It wasn't necessarily scientific. I don't know what it was, but whatever the dream was, I couldn't remember, except that I was trying to connect with him in the dream. As I tried to restructure the dream in my waking state, I tried to go back because I was trying to remember it. A message came through. It was clear and concise. And the message was, any experiences in time or time travel, because we know a lot of people have fractured experiences, you know, that they claim, oh, I time traveled here, I time traveled there. And these experiences are not necessarily untrue by any stretch of the imagination. But the message I got, and it applies to him, it applies to anybody, is all of these experiences have to be integrated through the heart. And this kind of is a solvent for everything. The heart. I mean, there's tons of theories and experiences and clinical work that shows the heart is the senior brain, or certainly a formidable one. And that what happens is when people start talking and they don't integrate the experience through the heart, it's a non-integrated experience. It's like, you know, there's a bunch of Bigfoot out here on the Upper Peninsula, and they're all, you know, waving banners. You know, they're veering towards the Democratic side. Well, you know, whatever. You know, now they're Republican. It's just, you know, it's like, okay, no, here's no more. Here's more paranormal shows for you. We're all paranormal investigators now. This is, but it's important, and you know, she got shivers when I said that. So there's a lot to be said for all of that, and I wanted to share that experience. Now, the first thing, let me see, what did I said I was going to comment on Trump and on the New Testament and something else. But first I'll comment on Donald Trump. Now, I was watching CNN last night. And when I say I watch CNN, I might turn on the TV while I'm eating. And CNN announced that a New York a judge from the Southern District of the state of New York, which means all of Long Island, New York City, and maybe the Southern District goes up a little ways up to Orange County, or we have an Orange County in New York, so somewhere up there. I don't know how far it goes up. But that judge issued a summary judgment canceling Donald Trump's right to do business in New York State.
Wow.
This means that and now this is not even a trial. He is being prosecuted by the prosecuting attorney, I think it's the district attorney who vowed to get Trump, this guy. He vowed to get Trump. And what this means is that not only can Trump no longer do business, that all of his, and the reason for this is not a trial, because he reviewed the data that the prosecution sent in and says it's evident that there is severe fraud in all of the business he's done in New York. These are ill-gotten gains. And because these are ill-gotten gains, they're illegal, and he needs to be punished. So he's going to be speculated, his former attorney, Michael Cohen, he's going to be fined for $250 million cash, which he can't pay. There'll be penalties and interest. So this will effectively break him in New York State. But because he has every business is a different LLC, he will have limited exposure to New York State, which means his assets outside of New York State would remain intact until the next lawsuit from respective states would go after him. Now, this was a stunning announcement, and I couldn't believe it because I then switched to Fox News, and they didn't breathe a word of it. There was no mention of it.
Oh, wow.
Which astounded me. They should at least be shooting holes in it, but they weren't touching it, which I thought was extremely curious, and I just didn't understand why they would take that position. I thought they would be saying how outrageous they do this. Now, CNN, to their credit, explained that, like, well, what does this really mean? They said that, first off, that Trump wouldn't be able to pay the bill, and that, but they said there was no victim in this crime. This is what they said. It's a victimless crime because he wasn't owing any money to these banks that he supposedly defrauded. In other words, that he inflated his net worth by presenting financial statements saying, you know, okay, say Trump Tower, let's say it's worth, I have no idea what it's worth, but let's say it's worth 200 million, 250 million. And then he inflated the cost to be 10 times that, or way more than it actually was. They said, this is defrauding the banks. It's criminal intent, and the banks have been defrauded, and he has to be punished for this because he obtained this through criminal intent. And because it's criminal intent, he's going to be, you know, we're going to sell his assets and pay off who? Pay off the state, I guess, because he's a criminal. Now,
that in itself is state-sponsored theft on the state's part, isn't it?
well, exactly, because there's no victim, and even the CNN people who are anti-Trump are saying there's no victim. This is rather unprecedented. There's no victim. So then I heard that Donald Trump's son, he's also, you know, mentioned in the prosecution. And they're squawking and Trump's squawking. And then I looked at a statement today from Donald Trump, and I was shocked even more than what I just said. Trump presented, according to the information he reported, and I don't know why he would report it false, when he presented these documents, and he shows the quotes, if not the documents themselves, he says, this statement includes the value of Donald Trump as a brand. So these statements may not be accurate. You need to do the homework yourself to determine the accuracy of the statements. These are what he presented to the banks. And in other words, he was telling them that, these statements are, I'm including my brand, which is brand. How can you determine his brand? That's subjective, it's nebulous. Therefore, the prosecution is completely ignoring this, and they're not stating this. So how can you be guilty of fraud if you said, look, these statements are not exactly typical statements. You have to evaluate them because I'm including my brand. In other words, he's not lying. He's certainly just presenting his case. And so to me, this is an incredible defense he has, but there's no mention. Now, when CNN reported this, they didn't have the information that Trump put out the next day because it was breaking news. So what I'm going to say is that whether you like Donald Trump or not, this is not really an issue about Donald Trump. This is an issue about outrageous prosecution, because when you prosecute like this, the way he has been prosecuted, if all this information I've just said is accurate, which I believe it is, it's an idiotic prosecution. It's completely idiotic because it cannot stand up to scrutiny. It's a harassment and an attack. And it's amazing to see how people get on board with this. And of course, it's just astounding, because if you're going to prosecute this way, you're basically making a fool out of yourself as a prosecutor. And it's not going to stick on this particular, if these things that I've reported are indeed accurate. And if Trump presented himself this way, how can you say it's fraud? Because you've said, I'm including my brand, and that could be worth anything, and you have to check this out. So this is, like, I would never sign my name to such a prosecution. It's dumb, dumb, dumb. If he did present these things, they should have mentioned it. They should have said it. So they're setting themselves up to make themselves look like fools, in my opinion. So, but meanwhile, they have successfully suspended his license to do business in New York State. Now, he is appealing everything, and in the meantime, while he appeals it, a judge will have to decide whether this can be, whether they can do that. So this is the just idiotic prosecution, not a good way to go. And that's what I wanted to say about Donald Trump and the prosecution of Donald Trump. You should prosecute him for crimes that will stick. Any comments from the Dietrich gallery?
I would say that in this case, it's simply going to be the peanut gallery. I think you've said it all. I obviously it's outrageous, and I can relate in some ways based on obviously my recent experience. I mean, the state is not always, and by the state, I'm speaking of this in the in the high sense of not just the state of New York, but the state, as in the overall encompassing matrix in which we live societally, vis-a-vis the social contract, where we try to honor the rule of law, theoretically, and then the state in turn is supposed to provide us a kind of a legal matrix in which to thrive and prosper. So it's obviously it's not that black and white, and things are much more complicated and downright dangerous for many individuals. I did receive some more questions by email about my own personal interaction with this individual. I do want people to understand that when he asked for my state ID and my Medicare card, that I did not give them to him physically. I wouldn't let them go. But that was another thing that was odd, this Kaleo Naboha. And one other thing was that everything he wrote about the phone number of the tablet and the cell phone he left me with, it was written in ink that literally was an invisible ink pen. All the ink smeared into, without my even touching it, just literally melted away to the point where whatever phone number it is invisible now. And the tablet, of course, has no recharger, so it's definitely criminal. But it's a brand new tablet and a brand new cell phone, very unusual. Sorry to personalize that. Back to Trump, of course. The situation is something that it's really beyond my kind of experience, and it's beyond most people's experience. We're talking about an individual whose life, of course, is as exceptional as mine, in a very different sense. He excelled in real estate and the art of the deal in New York. He's always been ahead of his creditors, is mostly what his great skill is always leaping ahead of his creditors. At this point, what's happening is everybody's kicking him when he's down. And so while he's down, then they decided that they'll, it's salt on the wound. It's insult to injury. It's actually the oldest kind of situation in the book. It's what happens to people who, when you're in a position of power and people dislike you, then they'll do anything they can to strike at you when they feel you're in a vulnerable position. I mean, I'm not even in a position of power, and people do that. So
there's no question of this, and what strikes me is it's very irresponsible prosecution, and I don't really follow the cases. But this was astounding when I heard they were taking all his assets, and it's just a lot of rhetoric. And I'm going to get more into rhetoric when we get into the New Testament. Yeah, it's like, okay, so where's this going to end up? And I read that Hunter Biden is suing Giuliani. As everybody else is suing Giuliani, a man who deserves to go down.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. And I mean, all the way from groping aides to, and now Hunter Biden's suing him because he allegedly hacked into Hunter's account, and this is how Hunter got in trouble. He's hacking into my account. So, he's finding my illegal actions the wrong way. And of course, there was very, they hated them. Now I saw I had the YouTube on, and this video came on. I must have fallen asleep, and I didn't know who this guy was talking. I heard him talking. I didn't recognize him. It was Steve Bannon. And it was an interview he did several years ago. And I've never really paid any attention to Steve Bannon. He was at one time the chief of staff of Donald Trump. He was the president of Breitbart News. And he's talking, and all of a sudden, I thought he looked a little bit like Michael Douglas, because I haven't seen Michael Douglas a little bit. He doesn't look that much like Michael Douglas. But I said, who is this guy? I finally figured out who it was.
He does have that. Kind of, I think. I never thought about it.
And then he started talking about how before he got into this election with Trump, because he's the one who got Trump elected. To hear him talk, nobody got him more elected than he did.
Yeah.
Of course, he had an electable candidate. but he was going into detail historically, a few years ago, what happened. He was talking about the elites that run this government. And he said the elites just don't care about the middle class, and they want a slow erosion of the middle class. And of course, that doesn't apply to just the middle class. This applies to people who are aspiring to be middle class. And they are profiting more while the middle class goes down. So they're not worried about health care. They're not worried about education because that's all covered for them. They just ho, ho, ho. So, and he says they really don't care. And he says this is astounding. So between search engine optimization and what he was doing, he was able to collect a populist heartstrings of people. And Trump, and he sort of, had discussions with Trump and basically identified Trump as a populist candidate between the two of them. So Trump is like all of a sudden talking to the little guy. And this makes him very appealing to people who are struggling, as we all know, with the lower oil prices and all of that sort of thing, and which included fracking, which is not a positive thing at all. Although Joe Biden said he would continue the fracking as part of his election promise because it was political expedient for him to do so. However, he didn't continue it. So what? So what if a politician lies? It's to be expected. So, and it wasn't just the fracking that reduced it. He, cut off the oil pipelines and all that. So we're all delightfully paying more for the oil, but and people are starting to, I didn't know he was going to screw us, meaning Biden. So anyway, to listen to him talk, and he started talking about the elites. And the elites would be sitting there in a debate with Trump, and they didn't take Trump seriously. They thought he was a big joke. He said even the people who donated to Trump didn't take him seriously. And then when I think it was the first Republican debate, and the elites are sitting there watching him, and they're just like mortified at the amount of adulation and support he got. They were shocked. And I think we all know this. And then he talked about the Bill Clinton. Oh, and then when they announced the incident with this woman, where he talked about grabbing the crotch of women,
right,
bragging about it, and it was like this was a really testy point where they thought he might just have to bow out of the race. This was right before the debate with Hillary, and what he just, according to Bannon, he just said, no, just go with it. Just say this doesn't, you're just here to reach the little guy, and Bill Clinton did this, and so what he arranged for Paula Jones and all these women who had been violated by Bill Clinton to be in the audience, and he had to fight to get them in the audience because he caught whoever it was, Fox or whoever, said no, you can't have these people in the audience. And he caught them in their own lies, so he was able to have them. And he talked about the elites, and he says they just hate Trump. They hate him. So it makes sense that they could completely use all their resources to counter him. So what I said to one of my friends, I just said it's going to be very interesting just from a spectator viewpoint to see how all of this plays out in the coming, year. It's going to be very interesting because there's no way to predict anything. Like right now, it looks like Trump might go to jail. Biden could end up going to jail. Maybe, it's hard to think any of them will end up behind bars. Any of them.
Right.
It's like Napoleon. Why didn't they put Napoleon behind bars? I mean, he was a heavy-duty enemy. He was a heavy-duty enemy. but they didn't. They just sent him to an island, let him escape, and then he went to they put him on another island which he couldn't escape. And I even had a reader who wrote to me years ago saying that Napoleon escaped to Long Island, Amagansett, just near Montauk. He once read it in a magazine. I went to the library out there. I could find nothing on Napoleon and Amagansett. They knew nothing about that. And then when the British found out about it, they were pissed as hell, and they had to bring him back to St. Helens, where he died, where he's poisoned.
Right. There's been I've encountered rumors myself along the lines that he had escaped from St. Helena, and that it was a double, someone who took his place, that was given benefits for the rest of his life, or rather his family was, for his doing this, that died, was ultimately suffered the British poisoning. I mean, there's always going to be things out there that are different from
my question would be, if that's the case with Napoleon, where did he end up? In a retreat in Bolivia, waiting to greet Hitler.
Well, they made a movie about it, which was, of course, just notional, or kind of like a nice fantasy. Though I like what you say better, personally. But
it's got more entertainment value.
Yeah, but in the case of the film, that I have to find it. I could probably provide you a link of a review, but it was fairly, I'd say maybe in the last few decades the film came out, and it was like maybe 20 years old at the most, probably. But just that he had gone back to France, and at that point the problem was he was old, and that he was just kind of just past his prime, and wound up just settling down. So it was kind of like this nice little fantasy that he just finally surrendered to being a normal guy. He found some woman who loved him, but loved him better as just being a normal Joe than as Napoleon. And they went so far as, because the science of psychology, or rather some kind of therapeutic precursor to it, pre-Freud, was already developing. They were certainly institutionalizing people already at that time. There's this scene where he was, this common woman, fairly common, maybe middle class would be a better word for it for those days. It's hard to, it would be a more nebulous economic zone, but she had a friend who was who happened to be a doctor, and then he took him to basically an insane asylum where all these other men were claiming to be Napoleon, and the real Napoleon was terrified, horrified at this, and it helped to just kind of just disabuse him that he should go back to pursuing conquest. It's one of these factors in the film. All of this, of course, is just more of a character development study than anything else. But back to Peter.
I guess it's compelling, especially with the insane asylum. But I think it's hard. I don't find that very credible. But
of course not. No, but
it's a good story.
Yeah, it's a good story.
It's a good story. But also I have a book, and it's only got one interesting story in it. I think it's the title. I forget what the title is, but it might be about Napoleon's hemorrhoids. And at the Battle of Waterloo, where he had escaped from Elba, and he was defeated by Wellington, who had I think a larger force, but Napoleon had a superior fighting force. And the only reason he lost, according to this chapter in the book, is that he had a severe case of hemorrhoids, and he could not make decisions because he was too busy tending to his discomfort, and it just screwed him up. It was a very interesting historical comment, and because he couldn't fix his hemorrhoids, and he couldn't lead the battle.
Oh yeah, just so that everybody knows, that book is absolutely correct to a degree, and the title is actually Napoleon's Hemorrhoids, and the subtitle is "And Other Small Events That Changed the World." Now, of course, the offensive thing about it is that that's not what happened in what was bringing Napoleon down. Just so everybody knows, Napoleon indisputably had hemorrhoids, And this was because he had basically gone to Egypt, and the Nile was full of these parasites that, and he would take a sitz bath regularly for the hemorrhoids that would develop from so much horseback riding on the saddle. And this is inevitably, it's like truck drivers will get the piles. And for those of you who don't know, the piles are simply an extreme version of hemorrhoids that are something so bad in terms of hemorrhoidal development that it's like either you got to get surgery for it, and sometimes they can't even do anything, and it can ultimately kill you. So the piles are something you'd have to look up. I'm not an expert in this, but for what it's worth, because of saddle riding or sitting in a truck and other activities like this where the human ass is constantly exposed to something no other animal ass is, humans are the only animals in the world that get hemorrhoids. But Napoleon had hemorrhoids. We know this because he was treating them with a sitz bath using water from the Nile that they had taken for him in Egypt. And this infected his hemorrhoids with parasites that ultimately turned them into something very similar to the piles in terms of their magnitude. But that's not what did him in. What did him in was, and I know this because I did, as people know, I have the credit equivalent of 2 master's degrees. One of them is in medical journalism, and the other one is in library science. Now, I never got the master's degrees because I never turned in the master's degree theses. The thesis for the master's degree in library science would have gone to San Jose State University. And this is an important point because my detractors claim that Douglas Dietrich says he got his Library of Science degree from University of San Francisco or some crazy thing like that. That's what Stephen Outram claims. But the only one in California that gives it a degree is the University of San Jose, which I always said. But I never turned in the master's degree for that because I ultimately left the Department of Defense. There was no point in my pursuing it. As for the medical journalism, I was 11 years at UCSF in attending those courses through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute in Extended Adult Education, which again, people have attacked me claiming, oh, only senior citizens are allowed to take that course, people in retirement. And I said, no, they made an exception for care providers. And I was legally a care provider. So they're always attacking something. It's just never ending. But when it comes to the my master's degree thesis that I did not turn in, it was on Napoleon's cancer. So just so people understand this, Napoleon had a pronounced gut. And this was not because he was somebody who ate a lot. He actually also was much taller than your average European. All this stuff about him being short was British propaganda. He was actually quite tall, for those of you who don't know, far taller than your average European. And so because nobody would see a person or seldom ever see them in those days, there was no television, people could make up anything they wanted. It's just like during World War II, everybody was claiming Adolf Hitler had one testicle. Well, no one's ever seen his balls, so the British could make that claim all they wanted because no one would ever get a picture of Hitler's nuts. As for what it's worth, my mother, who sucked Hitler's cock off and spit out the sperm, told me that he had one full testicle and a bit of a vestigial testicle on the other side. Just so everybody knows, when she asked him about it, he said that he had actually lost the other testicle, or the majority of it, in World War I, which she took to be truth because it looked like it had been stitched at some point. Bit of history there that nobody knows. So, other than that, with Napoleon's case, what he had contracted and had all the symptoms of was serious intestinal cancer. As a matter of fact, when he was interred at St. Helena, the second internment was, what was the first internment for 100 days was on the Elba. Yeah. And at St. Helena was the second time where he died. The British actually extended his lifespan with all the cyanide poisoning because it acted as a form of chemotherapy. And if they hadn't kept pumping him full of that, he probably, his cancer would have advanced much quicker and killed him much sooner. So what he was suffering from was various forms of malaise via the cancer. that was completely destroying his ability to perform at optimum by the time of Waterloo. At that point, what he was already excelling in was basically politics. When he had returned during that brief time after he had escaped from the Elbe, he accomplished an extraordinary amount in that small period of time before he was taken out by Waterloo. Indeed, if the British had simply left him alone, he probably would have simply died in France, and everyone could have resumed to a normal state after that without Waterloo ever having taken place. And he would have been remembered as, like Gandhi, one of these like great peacemakers in history that had brought France to new levels of liberal progress. Really. But all that aside, I do want people to understand that what's so offensive about the book Napoleon's Hemorrhoids is that it's a sheer ignorance. It's actually supposedly kind of like a series of medical stories or medical things that changed history, or maybe that's the only medical thing they mention, but...
it's a sensational title.
Yeah.
It works. The first chapter is interesting. After that, the book's not worth reading.
Thank you. Thank you. But what's offensive about it is because it's so misleading. This is what I would call a critical omission. See, this is a terrible critical omission. It's kind of like, the incomplete things they say about me. That's why I find it so offensive. People who will say, when they say something about Napoleon's hemorrhoids, it degrades the man. It degrades the history. It degrades everything. It's like when they say Hitler's balls or his testicles without bringing up the fact that he lost them in World War I, lost one of them in World War I, or the majority of one, and then try to claim it as a birth defect. All these critical omissions lead to attempts to basically make someone less than they are. And they're character assassination. In the end, they're a form of... Yeah.
Assassinating Hitler's character is a national pastime.
Thank you. But I believe that Napoleon's Hemorrhoids is of that ilk. You understand what I'm saying. It's of that, it's definitely along those lines.
You're the only person I've ever met who's ever read the book. I'm the only one, other one. I'm the only other one. And I just read the first chapter. I couldn't take the rest of the book.
Oh, Phil Mason. The author was Phil Mason. Yes, he deserves a credit only as a character assassin. Taking, again, it's a critical omission. He'll take one fact and ignore the rest. Now, granted, when I wrote my thesis for the medical journalism course, the master's degree thesis, there's very few other people who knew about this. But in the medical community, it's not unknown. So it's something that, for whatever reason, they don't talk about. By the way, just so people understand, there's certain cultural taboos that would explain it. In Japan, for instance, it's only been very, very recently, we're talking like maybe the last few years at the longest, that Japan has decided to treat cancer. Until literally like the year before last or something like that, if you were diagnosed with cancer, the Japanese medical industrial complex just wrote you off. They would just say, and they didn't care what kind of cancer it was. It's just any cancer. If you got any cancer, you would not be treated for the cancer. So they just said, we'll treat anything else except cancer. And it's only in the last few years they decided to, okay, we'll treat cancer. And this was because there was a Japanese taboo concerning cancer, and they just, culturally, it was simply felt that if you contracted it, that it was kind of like karma or something, and that basically you had done something to deserve it, and that you had to come to grips with that karma and face it yourself, and that this was now a personal issue that was yours, and anything else would be treated except that. And it's only in the past few years they changed that. So in France, that there seems to be kind of a cultural thing about Napoleon that if they admit he had cancer, that somehow it would be diminishing to him, that somehow it would make him seem like vulnerable or less than he was, which strikes me as absurd, but that's kind of like a French attitude. And so there's a few French historians and medical doctors that know it, but no one ever writes about it or talks about it. And that's why you have some idiot and whoever doubts this and thinks that, that couldn't happen in the age of transatlantic communication, just remember that Jules Verne, half the book of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was censored when it was translated into English, because half the book was about the fact that Captain Nemo, which simply means no man, was an Asian Indian prince who had developed a submarine using Vedic technology that he had gotten from the ancient Vedic records, and was attacking the British Empire and sinking British ships. And because the British translated it into English, they said, oh, we can't have this French ideal of a Asian Indian resistance fighter fighting our great Raj. So they censored all that out. So when they translate it into English, Nemo looks like a madman with no motivation who's going around randomly sinking ships, which is what you get by the time it's put into a Disney film. And nobody knows the guy's Asian Indian at all. So it's only like in the last literally like 10, 20 years that Americans got any TV specials that even presented Nemo as an Asian Indian, or in horrible cinematic atrocities like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which then went so far as to change the fact that in the book, Jules Verne presented him as a Christian, an Asian Indian who had converted to Christianity from the days of St. Bartholomew and shit, going back to the original guys who had gone back to India, the original missionaries. And instead, when they present him as Asian Indian, the Americans couldn't have him as Christian. They made him a Kali cultist and a worshiper of the goddess of death. So it's like, you can't get a break. It's okay, back to Peter.
Yeah, I mean, they're very, very critical. Or it's like that book I read about, what was it? The one about the Secret Service, and the book about the Cho by Robert W. Chambers.
Yes.
What was that about? The slaves of, you know the book I'm talking about. I reported on it.
Oh,
I read
of course. The fuck, now I'm forgetting. Well, we're talking about W. Chambers and the fuck. What was it? He was talking about the Yazidi. Mostly, it was a character assassination of an entire race. And good God, what was it? Chambers Yazidi. We'll look it up. Chambers.
I'm going to look it up right now because it's slaves. Slaves.
Oh gosh, what am I getting here? Well, I'm getting some good news. Germany has recognized this year the Yazidi massacre by ISIS as a genocide.
Slayer of Souls.
Slayer of Souls, thank you.
Slayer of Souls. Book has interesting content, but as they say, other than the character assassination, it's poorly written, in my opinion.
Yes.
But so be it. It entertained me and informed me. Informed me in not necessarily in a way the author intended. But
there we are. Despite itself. It informed you despite itself. Yes.
Yes. But, okay, so that's what I was saying about Donald Trump, and just that this is, astrologically, this is the wheels of politics, as Pluto is in Capricorn. I think it's going to go into Aquarius a bit and then go back into Capricorn. It won't leave Capricorn until 2025 next year, or I think. So by that time, you're going to have a lot of screws twisted on politicians. You see this guy from New Jersey who's been all this $500,000, $600,000 has been found on his property. He didn't know how to hide it, so he's being asked to be removed from the Senate, to resign from the Senate, and he says, "No, I'm innocent, so I'm not going to resign," and nobody believes him. It's hard to believe him because he has all these assets that he claims that he withdrew from his savings. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Nevertheless, that's a small example of what we can expect on the world stage with politicians. As Pluto goes through its last degree of Capricorn, this is when all the finality. We're also moving into eclipse season on the 14th and 28th of October. These eclipses in with the South Node in Libra and the North Node in Aries is a time when relationships can end. Somebody just called me today with a ending of a relationship, which I had warned them about, to expect something, not necessarily a relationship, but and it surprised me because they had said everything worked out fine. Yeah, but then 48 hours, it's over. So that's the glory of the eclipse, which is, of course, but all of these changes, these are endings coming. It may not be a relationship, it may be something partnership related, but in any case, this is something that, and when these eclipses go down, I take them very seriously because, as I say, I watched my daughter move in and out of my house on eclipses. It happened several times. Oh, I'm going over to mom's now. Oh no, I'm going here. I'm going to Australia. Oh, boop, boop. Oh no, I got to come back. Okay.
Have you ever discussed this with her so that she would at least contextualize that what she's doing might be something that's motivated by forces greater than herself? Or
I didn't really ever talk to her about it because I didn't really notice it till after it was all over.
Right.
Then I talked to her about it, and she kind of laughed and commented on, she was accepting, but it wasn't something I recognized when as it was happening, because I just, maybe I noticed it once, but then it happened with such regularity that I said, this is the eclipse going on.
Right.
So be it. I mean, they weren't. It wasn't like a negative situation. It was just doing what was best for her, or what she wanted to do. And we were both able to accommodate her. So it was, it just was what it was. But these eclipses, stuff happens with them, and sometimes it can happen within a month. So even though it's a couple weeks away from the eclipse, a little more, these things can happen a month away, sometimes even more than that, but the eclipse is like boom, boom, boom. So I mentioned Trump. Now what I want to do is I'm going to go, I was talking about rhetoric, and I discovered something very interesting, something I'd never heard of. And this has to do with the New Testament. Mm-hmm. And what I'm going to relay here, I can't tell you that any of it's true because I haven't done the scholarship. And I'm relaying it secondhand. Although I would encourage people who are interested to look up a man by the name of Dennis MacDonald. Dr. Dennis MacDonald, who was a divinity student. I think he eventually studied at Harvard, but he was somebody who, was a Christian, I think fundamentalist, if I'm not mistaken, and he went into study. Now, I've noticed that people who are fundamentalists, or just very strong Christians, they study the hell out of the Bible. They study it as if it was the literal word of God. It is the word, and they have done exhaustive studies, even studying the Greek, which is what he did. He studied the Latin. He had an acumen for Latin in school, parlayed it into an interest in Greek, and he began to read the original text. Something I have not done because I don't understand Greek. And just so people understand, there's a famous line in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar where Caesar makes the comment about something. He says, "It is Greek to me," meaning that Caesar didn't understand Greek. Now, if that comment is at all reflective of Julius Caesar, and I don't know that he actually said it. I know Shakespeare studied the history of Julius Caesar and based his play upon history. But that indicates that the people of Rome didn't, by and large, understand Greek. There would have, of course, been some, but they inherited the culture of the Greeks, and they had their own flavor to it. So, but what this guy is saying, and I was watching a YouTube of him, he was talking about, if you read the New Testament, and he was particularly pointing at Mark, the Gospel of Mark, not all of them, but he said that if you study it, and then you study all of the Greek classics and some of the other literature of that time, he says it's all this stuff in that gospel and the other gospels are coming right out of history. In other words, there's nothing new in the New Testament. Nothing new at all. Apparently, he's changed his position on Jesus because he's being taken to task. He gets in a lot of attacks, but he's somebody who's done an incredible amount of scholarship. And he's talking to somebody else, and there's all sorts of people who've done scholarship. And what's relevant here is not the opinions they draw. Those are somewhat relevant, but the scholarship they have done. And in the video I saw, he did not lay out the exact parallels, although he's published books on them, showing, well, you know, when Christ is abandoned by God, he's saying it's just like Hector in the Iliad is abandoned from his god Apollo, and then Priam is like Joseph of Arimathea. He goes and retrieves his body. If you've seen the Brad Pitt version of the Iliad with Brad Pitt playing Achilles, you'll see this. But he's showing how all these instances, he will also show how the Gospel of Mark is all laid out according to astrology. And I've heard this sort of allusions before with regard to the New Testament, Manly P. Hall. But how many of us study Greek? We don't. We don't have time to study Greek. It's not very useful to learn Greek unless you're going to be a scholar. And then you're going to be in some library university with your thumb up your ass. But you'll, be knowledgeable, and you can stimulate your kundalini at the same time, and have awareness. But but not that there's not value, but for most of us, there's no value in that. Now, but what he is representative of is an egregore, an aggregate of energy of people in this time of information, the what do we call this, the information age?
Yes.
Where they're just churning all of this Greek literature and churning it against the New Testament and giving one who is a seminary student ontological shock because they study the New Testament, they believe in the New Testament, but they have tunnel vision. When they see the whole picture of where it comes from, it's like, well, what I believe isn't true, and they have ontological shock. And he said there's a big difference between facts and truth, because he says the facts don't line up. He said these are not facts, these are, now this is where it gets into the rhetoric, which is very interesting and very relevant. He says in those days, writing what we would call scholarship today, but the writing was totally different than it is today. Like, what is writing today? We have journalism, which is very prejudiced, very nasty, very myopic. journalism has always been myopic because they only cover what they want to cover. All the news that's fit to print, saying of the New York Times. So journalism is not accurate. Historians are often funded by the CIA or similar institutions. So what can we say about the writing of those times? But writing was a different sport. It was more like a sport. And this is what he's saying, because all they were writing was based upon old stories. And the writers obviously knew Greek, were familiar with it, because they were supposedly written in Greek, or the synoptic gospels were written Gospels were written in,
a bit of a Freudian slip there. Yes.
Syriac, yeah. But whatever. It's like there's this whole tradition of Greek literature. Now, what he's saying is people would take the myths of yesteryear and take the circumstances, the social circumstances of the day, and say, I'm going to write a better story. I'm going to write a better story than you because I'm going to do it. And I'm going to integrate this myth. And he was even talking about a story with Hermes or Mercury and a pair of golden slippers where he walks on the water. And he, I guess, terrifies the public, which is what it's like. They compare this. Now, I haven't studied his work. I'm just relaying this, but what he's saying about all these different writers competing to who could write the best story and who could tell the best story, it became expedient for the times for them to write the New Testament the way they did, and it became even more expedient for Constantine to disallow certain manuscripts and only leave the 4 Gospels, which we know today. So this is a problem. And he alludes to a Q document. Now, you can correct me on this, but I believe a Q document isn't that which kind of explains everything?
I think so. Yes, that's how I understood it originally.
This is like the Q document of Christianity. I meant to look it up before I went on. And okay. The Q source is a hypothetical written collection of primarily Jesus' saying. Q is part of the common material found in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke, but not in the Gospel of Mark. According to this hypothesis, this material was drawn from the early church's oral gospel traditions. Now, this guy, Dennis MacDonald, I don't know really quite, because basically he's saying, he reads all this stuff and he says, first he reads the Gospels and he believes in it in a conventional way, and then he reads all the scholarship and he has a completely different view. Now, apparently, they said he was an atheist. I don't know if he's an atheist, because the way he talked, he said that when I read this, it's reflective of the truth. And now he's saying, I think Jesus was a historical person, but they've mythologized him. And they've aligned him with all this stuff. So I don't really, and there's people are saying, well, he said he didn't exist, now he says he exists. But I think it would be, he even likens the whole story to like Santa Claus, where a kid believes in Santa Claus, and then when he gets a little older, he realizes there is no Santa Claus, and then when he gets older, he has Santa Claus for his kid. So, now, what I would say is Santa Claus, and there's, I won't go into it, I've gone into it before, there's a whole identification of Santa Claus with Romania and time, god of time. And that's Saturn, is when Christmas occurs when we go into Capricorn. Chronos, ruled by Saturn, time, the end of the year,
beginning of the year. So, but the Christmas spirit, which was Saturnalia in Rome, is a giving of gifts. And the giving of gifts is the new year. And Saturn is a giver of gifts in terms of karma, reaping what one sowed in one's life. You're getting your gifts. And when you turn about 59 is your second Saturn return. This is when you reap what you've sowed, whether it be good or whether it be bad. I've had some interesting gifts since I turned 59. Mm-hmm. And one of them is Qigong. One of them was my beautiful marriage to Paula, and various and other things. So there are many more gifts to be had. Douglas is also a gift to me.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, for sure, and all that I'm learning. So,
by the way, just to clarify, if you started Tai Chi at the age of 59, that means that you started Tai Chi when you were older than I am now. It's incredible.
Yeah, well, it was 2007. I was 54 when I started.
Okay. I
was 54. And as my teacher said after I was there a few years, he says, when Peter first came here, he was done. He was done. And I can't disagree with him. I mean, you know, he might know better than me. I mean, I would have continued. I'd still be alive, but, you know, I was I was on the cusp of old age.
Interesting.
Which I don't feel, although I am experiencing old age, I don't feel it.
Of course.
In the conventional, typical way. But that's what I want to talk about. Qigong. Oh yeah, I've got some good stuff to talk about there today. But so anyway, this Q document is the sayings of Jesus. And from what I learned from Dennis Adams when I was in Shasta last year, he saw actual handwritten charcoal from Jesus. So there might be a lot that the Vatican is holding on to for God knows what reason. And can't be a good reason. So they're on the suspect list. So in any case, because there's probably a lot of scholarship that shows arguments, and if people could evaluate those arguments and all the Apocrypha. But basically, my book, The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing, is a very informative book because it talks about the alchemy of writing, the synthesis of the two sides of the brain, which is the ultimate reflection of the Christic energy, because you're integrating the two sides of the brain, which is integrated theoretically through the corpus callosum, which is represented as the shin, the middle letter of the name Yeshua, which is the secret of Freemasonry, so on and so forth. But I have a chapter on editing. And editing is an edict. You make an edict when you're composing a paper, when you're composing a resume, when you're composing a short paragraph describing who you are. This is an edict. It's an edict. When they do all this bull crap on the news and they say things, they're putting an edict, and it's solid. They make edicts on COVID. They make edicts on vaccines. They make edicts on political candidates. They make edicts on what you should think, on what you should read. Oprah and her book club. But I mean, these are edicts, and these edicts have X amount of power, if only to. So you have an edict in your own life when you write something, when you write a letter, and it's good not to put negativity in the letter. It's good not to do that. And if you're going to accuse somebody, you better say it in such a way that it's going to be as gentle as possible, but get the effect you want. If you have to, and not to use threats. But edicts are very common to life. So you had in the 4th century with the Council of Nicaea, they made an edict about Christianity and what was heretical and what was non-heretical. And of course, this got abused to all sorts of weird proportions. The bottom line is you had human authorities determining enforcing what was Christianity, what was heretical. And this steered life for the next millennia. And we're still not done with it yet. Not quite. But when you have all of this, when I mentioned humans, there's also a hidden hand here. We don't know who the hidden hand is, and this scholar doesn't know who the hidden hand is either. Like, who is making these decisions? You can say it's Constantine, but there's more to it than that, because did he really read everything? Was he really that much of a scholar? He was a political animal.
No.
So he was certainly listening to people, and what did he intend versus what was later done. So, and the Gospels, as we know them today, they talk about a common source, a Q source. But this is kind of like Q from Star Trek. It's like, okay, well, really, sometimes things just kind of happen the way they happen. We like this, we don't like this. We want to make Jesus fit into certain patterns so that we can, control the population. But what I would say, what's very significant about this, as I listen to him talk, he's saying something very similar to Robert Graves, the author of The White Goddess, which is about Druids and the language of the Druids, which is all about trees. Trees are an important part of Qigong, but the Druids expressed themselves in a language called Ogham, and it was an ancient way of speaking that was not exclusive to the Druids, although it's credited to them, because Mark Roberts, who I knew, would see Ogham. He could read Ogham. He could read it around the world. But scholars would get upset if there's no Ogham in the United States.
But by the way, just so you know, I'm going to go mute for just a few minutes. I'll be back in just a few minutes, but keep talking, please. Go on.
Okay. So what Robert Graves, and he was actually a student of Robert Graves. He didn't just read his books. And in The White Goddess, Robert Graves says that the way they would determine the king in ancient culture was who could tell the best story. Now, by telling the best story, I don't necessarily mean the most entertaining one. It would have had to have been entertaining to some level, but it would have been the story that was the most expositive in terms of explaining the conditions of life. The best explainer, the one who understood the most and could explain what's going on. When there's a crisis, like say 9/11, the president comes out and gives his official report on what's happening, and the news does. Of course, it's all contoured and controlled, but that becomes the wisdom of the nation. Now, of course, we live in a time now where people question the wisdom of the nation, But there were times when leaders had more credibility. And the ones who had the most credibility were regarded as wise and worthy of leadership. When you get into control in politics, the wise one might not have the strength or the power. But if he was really wise, as Buddha was portrayed, he could explain all these things away and maintain his position because he had the support of, the wise person would have the support. And part of his wisdom would include the purging of negativity. So this is what this scholar, Dennis MacDonald, is basically saying something very similar to what Robert Graves said, although he's not expressing it the same way, that these writers were competing with different rhetoric. We said, well, this guy says this, well, I'm going to say this because this is a better story than that story. So you would have these, it was a rivalry. Rhetoric, literature was a rivalry and a competition. And today, I don't think writers write competitively. I don't think Anne Rice was ever trying to compete with Stephen King. They have an audience and they write and they write and they write. There might be some competition, but they're at a level where they don't need to compete. So where you see competition is in political rhetoric or intelligence rhetoric, where they will write to brainwash you or convince you that World War II happened in a certain way that it did not. So that's I think there was much more blatant manipulation of the truth today than there was then.
Yes.
But
yes.
Basically they're okay, and we've got this character who's this incredible character that we know as Jesus in the West, or Yeshua, who was this incredible character and who was leading a revolt against a very repressive priesthood, and saying that all of these rules you're following are killing the public, killing the people. So there's all these, and he brings up all these instances. So what's interesting is this is the age of information where all of this stuff may be put in context. Now,
hopefully in the future they'll look back on this as the age of misinformation, but go on.
Well, precisely. And say, I don't know that this guy writes about the Brett Landau book. Was it called Star of the Magi?
Yeah, the Revelation of the Magi, yes.
Revelation of the Magi?
Yes.
Which, puts even a different spin on things.
Yes.
Because here you have but what I would say is I've certainly heard and I've certainly read that that the New Testament is generally based upon old stories, but this guy's apparently crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's on it, to the point where he says when they expose this to his followers are people who study in the seminary, and as they get smarter and read more, they begin to question the myopic pedestrian interpretation of the Gospels.
Yes.
He said the people who interpret it that way are horrified because it changes their worldview, and they have no teddy bear to rely on. Right. They lose their teddy bear, and it's like, they can't handle it because their brain shuts off. So they're myopic, they're blind.
By the way, breaking news, just got an alert that China has sent 13 military aircraft and 5 naval ships around Taiwan again. From the Ministry of National Defense on Taiwan, they're tracking 13 Chinese military aircraft and 5 naval vessels around their country again right now.
Last time they sent 18. Last time they sent 18. So
yeah, it's always when you and I are on.
Yeah, we want you to know. We want you to know we're circling the wagons. We're not going to attack, but we're circling the wagons. We're dangerous.
Oh my God! Yeah, whenever Peter and I come on, I swear to fucking God, I get an alert from the Ministry of National Defense in Taiwan. Holy shit. Okay, please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I do want people to know that what Peter is talking about when it comes to seminary, do understand that people who go to seminary, they're not going there so they can sing hallelujah and reinforce each other's faith. Quite the opposite. If you're truly going to an academic seminary, then the entire idea is to question your faith and to actually do a exhaustive investigation into everything behind your faith. This would usually leave most people broken in terms of their faith completely. That's the paradox of a true academic seminarian approach to theology. So while I'll go on a bit about this, as a matter of fact, I want people to understand that one way to view Christ was that he was a member of the Davidian bloodline. Now, we know this for a fact because Herod, the man who had every firstborn child killed in the land to avoid the legitimate heir to the throne from taking his place, knew that Christ was of the Davidian bloodline. The horror is that today's Israeli, generally, how do I phrase this? Because, of course, there is the Israeli people, and they're almost in a state of civil war now. Something like close to 50% of them are at least threatening emigration if this shutdown of the courts, this mutation of the courts, or perversion of the courts, is allowed by Netanyahu, or he triumphs in his objective there. So you can't say Israelis or you can't say Jews in this generic sense, but there's a large lobby in Israel that is trying to rehabilitate Herod. This is the Edomite element that Netanyahu represents. But one way of looking at it was that because of his bloodline, basically what Jesus was saying was, give me back that old-time religion, that he was coming in and confronting the Herodian, perverted priesthood in Israel and demanding a return to the true Judaism. And now, Peter, I want to emphasize something else before I turn it back to you. What I've certainly come out of over the years with my own kind of, as I said, got a medical education the wrong way by, of course, being a care provider for my parents, and I got a theological education the wrong way by being a liaison to Michael Aquino. But my impression was that one of the things that Christ was so angry about, chasing the moneylenders out of the temple, was that he saw they were setting up the world's first stock exchange. Basically what was going on there was Jerusalem was becoming the Wall Street of the Roman Empire. With that, I turn it back to Peter Moon.
Selling cattle futures and sheep futures.
And slave futures. Don't forget the slaves. Big fucking industry back then that the Jews were trading in, no less. So there we have it.
It would even be curious to know if Jesus's family had slaves. I mean, I'm talking about Joseph.
Extended. Yeah. I doubt
his family.
I don't think his immediate family did. No. There's investigation, though. Yeah, I can't say that definitively, but there's certainly not the impression we get historically. But obviously, historically, his lineage must have had them. As
it would have been scrubbed
Yeah.
if his family, if there was any mention of that, it would have been scrubbed for sure. Because, but whatever, it's like there's so many omissions. and there's so much we don't know. But as this Dennis McDonald is saying, is there's a difference between facts and truth. He says people don't write facts. He says all these facts that look like facts in the Bible, he says they're all lifted from other sources. So the writer writes a narrative. He writes his truth, and there's essentially nothing wrong with that, but you just have to recognize it for what it is. And this is very interesting because one of the things that made the Montauk Project successful, because it had the aspects of being the best story out there. Mm-hmm. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, it could have been told a lot better. We could have had a lot more details. Right. But all I reported was what Preston would tell me at the time. That's it. And it was just a great story. It was like, where did this come off of? Okay, all of a sudden we're getting deeper tales about time. It took the Philadelphia experiment deeper. We were getting a look at the kernel of time manipulation. Mm-hmm. And it's a story that had the markings of the greatest story ever told. Now, I can't say, as I say it, there's a lot left to be desired, but it was like, wow. So it commanded X amount of attention. It's not a complete story, but it had aspects of being this incredible story that nobody knew anything about. It's like puts everybody on alert. So for that, it had great potential.
How did you resist the temptation to embellish?
Because I remember when my first wife read the book, when I finished it, she goes, all meat and no potatoes. Wow. All meat. I wrote what Preston told me. And I had an editor who coached me, professional editor, and she says, just do it this way. Now, I never thought for a minute that I was going to, in fact, one of my people I had read it initially says, well, you didn't put all this fluff in here. Like, in other words, telling this, I just wrote the story. I just wrote it. It was very matter of fact. Maybe because I'm Capricorn. This is the facts, man. This is the facts. Here it is. Here's the story.
Wow.
And of course, people who were familiar with the story, who'd heard it like I had, they enjoyed it because it put it all together for them. Mm-hmm. But it was, it was just telling the story. I put a little bit into it. I buttered it up a little bit, but not much. Not much. Right. Very, very little. Tiny. Just to kind of give it a little more coherency, but not much at all. That's mostly Preston and clarifying Preston. It's his book. Mm-hmm. Then, where I add to it is my own experiences with synchronicity and discovering pyramids and the pharaohs, and it's just so I was able to make I don't want to say a mountain out of a molehill, make a hydrogen bomb out of an atom bomb or something.
I like it.
And I made it, because I'm connecting much more dots, even to the point where we get in David Anderson and Gate and all this stuff. But then what's the greatest story? The story is not completely told. It's just like I'm getting a grappling hook on the greatest story. And that grappling hook takes me to David Anderson. It takes me to Romania, where I become actively involved in Romania. And I got a story to tell about Romania in a second. And then it takes me to you. Mm-hmm. So you are part of this greatest story. So it's a saga.
Thank you.
So if we were to turn, and there was even talk of doing this, I don't know if I want to do it. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it anyway, of making a whole making me the central character in the story. If this happens, this Montauk thing, like telling it through my eyes. But it's Preston's story, but telling it through my eyes, or having, this was the idea of the producer. Now, the writer's strike is now coming to a settlement, which bodes well for Montauk. But now I hear the actors are going on strike.
Oh, Jesus.
But the writers is one thing. The actors, you can always get new actors. Actors are a lot easier to get than writers.
Yes.
But in any case, that's coming to, as they say, the eclipse.
Yes.
That is happening. So I expect something to happen on that. But nevertheless, what that would be is a very long, involved story that could go on and on and on. Like it could be dragged out. I think he said, to drag out, Montauk could be dragged out for a year or two, just the Montauk project itself, before we get into further adventures beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Just the drama of that in storytelling. Nevertheless, what I was saying is this story is much bigger. Now, there's a movie called The Greatest Story Ever Told.
Right.
And it's a story about Jesus. And I never watched the movie. I've seen bits and parts. The only part I wanted to see is because when I was talking about my friend the other day, his older brother was imitating, I guess he saw the movie and he was imitating John Wayne, was dressed as a centurion at the crucifixion of Christ. And I think John Wayne says, "He is truly the Son of God." I wanted to see that he is truly the Son of God.
It's hard to do John Wayne.
Actually, I do him pretty good.
Yes, well enough. Yes.
He is truly the Son of God. But it's not. I used to wake up people with John Wayne in the Sea Org.
Ah.
I would go over the loudspeaker.
Wow.
Now, time to get up, rabbly. Time to wake up. And if anybody else would try that, they get, not necessarily John Wayne, they get lambasted.
Oh, wow.
I could do it and nobody would say a thing.
Interesting.
Because, you're not, and I guess I said it, it just, I wasn't acting, I wasn't overacting.
Right.
But everybody come up and laugh at me, because they thought it was funny.
Right.
But anybody else tried to do that, they I could sometimes get away with things.
Yeah.
And remain undetected.
There we
But,
are.
it was just, I just knew how to say it and when to say it and not push myself too far. But anyway, so much for John Wayne saying he is truly the Son of God. But that's the greatest story ever told. It's an incomplete story at best, because it just ends. Okay, suckers, you're stuck here. Now you're going to the Colosseum with all the other Romans. You're going to be persecuted.
With all the other Christians, you mean? But
yeah, you got to be. They didn't feed him to the lions, but they did other things with him. They did persecute him. So today we have, I guess, I don't know who we persecute today. We have gay people that are persecuted. We have billionaires who are persecuted. And back then they had Christians who were persecuted, and other sects. But what I'm saying is, this story that I'm telling between Radu Sinamar, David Anderson, and Douglas Dietrich aspires to be the greatest story ever told. I mean, I'm just working the what could I say, the process. I wouldn't say what's much of more concern to me of how great the story is being able to tell the story that I've gotten thus far and getting enough people interested and to respect it, to listen to it, and to learn it. Yes. is much more important than actually, because the greatest story you can tell is never going to be completely told. It goes on. As Joseph Matheny taught me, he says a book is a living book. You've got to make it it's living. It's okay. We're going to get as much activity out of this as we can. I think if you had a really great organization, like what happens with these organizations that are successful, whether it be the Bill Clinton campaign or the George Bush campaign or the Donald Trump campaign or a successful sports team, they all have a beginning, a life, and an end. They all end. There might be fragments of it. Obama might still be influencing things behind the scene, but you have a team that, all organizations are going to end. But basically, the ideal organization would be one that would morph into not just a political party, but a humanitarian party where it's actually doing humanitarian work. Now, say Jimmy Carter got a lot of press for building houses for the poor.
Right.
But it was like he might as well been pissing in a bucket as far as solving any major problems with the poor, because we have more poor than we ever did. And that's not to discredit his supposed good intentions to help. But what if the party said, okay, we're going to take on homelessness, and really took it on? Whether it be a sports team, a UN group, or a political party, and said, we're going to really take it on. So the greatest story that could ever be told would be the story of Kuan Yin saving, every last soul.
Yes.
That's so anyway, you just try to get as much, I guess what you'd say, action as you can. L. Ron Hubbard told a fantastic story, like, and he enthralled his followers with a crusade, life or death struggle to clear the planet, which basically meant to salvage the life force on this planet, which is, and people get enthused by it. They get enthused by it. So he had, the best story for the people who thought it was the best story. And it was certainly a powerful story. And then we have, Christianity, but with the Vox Arca, we have something that relates directly to the apocalypse, which is the end of time. Blah, yes. Blah, blah. All of this stuff. Now, one of the things this Dennis MacDonald character said, that it sounded like he said he became an atheist. It's hard to say, because then he said, well, I started reading this, but I believed in the spirit and moralist. And then he started talking about the environment. This is what I really care about, the environment. And I thought, okay, now not speaking of him, but the environment is a religion for people. But it's a very phony religion. Oh, the environment is so important. The environment is so important. And somebody pointed out that you can't use plastic bags in grocery stores, yet everything in the grocery store is packaged in plastic. So, and somebody told me that, they divide all this garbage up, and then they just throw it out into the same place. You recycle, but it doesn't end up in the recycling. This is what somebody told me about, or maybe, it's this toxic stuff, and it's just thrown out. They make a big to-do about where to put the toxic stuff, but it's disingenuous. So you think you're recycling, and maybe you're not.
It's all this feel-good bullshit.
So the environment, if you really want to clean up the environment, the first thing you have to do is to deal with China. Yes. And China's formidable to deal with.
Yes.
But if you really want to deal with China, you have to understand Douglas Dietrich and the Art Elect.
Thank you.
And this is what we're dealing with, and all of this stuff is tied together, and it'll be clear in the book.
Yes.
The book.
Thank you. Yes.
So, this is. I was very interested to see this. It's kind of ends up as a takedown on Christianity as we know it. It does not destroy Christianity. It just destroys misconceptions about Christianity. It doesn't destroy Christ as a concept, as an energy, because as I've always observed it, everything is repetitive in this world. The Kabbalah is a framework, imperfect but expository, for the flow of life. And the flow of life flows in myriad patterns, but it flows according to certain patterns. And these patterns express themselves in the orbits of the planets and the planets themselves. It's all a dance of repeating energies that form in different ways. It's just like if you took your class of a high school class and you had them meet at the beach, you had them meet in the mountains at a ski resort, you had them meet at the movies, you had them meet at a skating rink, at a toga party, at a opera. All of these are the same characters, but they're going to be interacting differently, very differently. Yet you're going to see, the student body president is still the student body president. He's going to act a certain way. The jock is going to act a certain way. The hottest girl is going to act a certain way, but they're all going to be interacting differently because they're in different environments. So one of the repeating patterns in the pattern of mankind's evolution is the messianic principle, which is defined in the tree of life, and it manifests from time to time throughout humanity. And in the case of the story of Christ, it's commanded an awful lot of attention. And as Aleister Crowley said, the book of Revelation is the most potent, magical document ever written. And he says, not because it's true, but because of the amount of attention and influence it has. That doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's not true. He's judging it by its influence. And what is the influence? And we know from our experience that what is dominant and influential is not necessarily true. Stalin was dominating and influential. Yet, so I mean, I'm just saying it's influential and it's powerful. That doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's not true. Nevertheless, it commands people's attention. So that's my comments on something that I was exposed to today and didn't necessarily intend to talk about it until I said, wow, this is really interesting. And it'll all come out in the wash. What we believe is not really as important as what we actually experience. And belief is not, belief is something you entertain at your own risk.
Yes.
And where do you distinguish belief from actual knowledge based upon experience? If I go over and I flip the light switch on, well, I have a reasonable expectation that the light's going to come on. But it might not come on because the electricity might be out or the bulb might be out. Now, I was going to tell a story about Romania, lest I forget. So I talked to Stephanie today, and she told me that when her friends got back who were with me, we called ourselves the executive committee, when they got back to their home and they were talking to Stephanie about the trip, very specifically about the energy of the trip, a huge lightning bolt came, thunder,
Wow.
and blitzed this palm tree and set it on fire.
Whoa.
And it was unmistakable. And I said, you know, they felt that this was a significant thing. And I said, well, that's the energy of the Solaminari telling you that, you know, you're right. They're acknowledging the experience with what was said.
Yes.
The Solaminari speak in lightning, thunder. I experienced it myself when Paula's stepmother, Tamarinda, was doing an initiation on this woman. And as soon as we finished the initiation, we walked down, huge thunder. At the exact moment we were done, thunder like you wouldn't believe, and it started to rain heavily. We got in the car, and the rain, it's so good that it ended at that time, because the car was just, we would have been soaked. So I've seen that spoke. I had that experience when I felt the two earthquakes, and I dreamed about the earthquakes. One after the earthquake and another dream before the next earthquake. So these are signals that our dreams were registering with this energy. This is this. It was an amazing that she told me that. So I was so glad to hear that, and I have not spoken to them since my return.
Okay.
I've thought of speaking to them, and I told, you know, Stephanie, my next, you know, I told her, you know, my perceptions on the trip, and that I was hoping, you know, we could connect her up to the World Genesis Foundation, which was very positive, you know. But I said I have got to let it happen naturally. I'm not going to be trying to force meetings with people or push it. Just, you know, I didn't reach out to call her. I sent her something, and she asked to call me, and I said sure. So this is the first time we've spoken. As I say, I've only spoken to one of the other, well, maybe a couple other people we're with, but it was very short conversations. So it was a lot we accomplished. Now I want to move to Qigong, because I had a great experience today. About a month ago, one of my, I can call him a friend, but I don't know him very well, just that I know him. A guy from Detroit asked me, you know, if he'd like to come and, you know, have me check out his circle walking and what with a Qigong, and because he used to fly into New York to come to my teacher's seminars because I had introduced him. And I told him, I said, I really don't have the time, but I recommended he see my friend Jadiel and attend his class in Brooklyn. And I, you know, because I'm not trying to find students. That's not what I'm doing right now. In fact, I have a very interesting story. So Jadiel called me today. I haven't spoken to him a long time. And when we talk for over an hour. Sometimes I'd have these discussions with my teacher, and it's like a whole lesson, because
I'm learning like crazy when he talks to me. It's very inspirational. Because he's studied a lot longer than me. He's a lot more experienced than me. He's even a lot younger than I am. But we get along very well. And as I say, during the final years, it would just seems like it was mostly just me and him out there with the teacher. It was just us two, and then the driver, who was also a student, but he would keep to himself, doing his own thing. And so and I would drive him back to the subway so he could get home, and we formed a good friendship, and he's a wealth of knowledge. So he's going to be teaching a seminar this Saturday, and if anybody's in the town of wants to come to Fort Greene Park in Brooklyn at about 10 or 10:30, there's going to be a seminar that's going to last until about 3:30. It's $125. I don't know if I'm going to go because I don't know what my schedule is for Saturday. But if anybody's interested, they can write to me at petermoon333@gmail.com. And you don't want to go unannounced, but I'd put you in touch with him if anybody wants to go. And it's going to be a very strong introduction to Qigong. Very, very capable. Now, I wanted to say something, because we got to talking about, I guess what you would call non-responsive students. I told him what I'd done in Romania, and just saying how fantastic it was, because I don't have an opportunity to work with people very often, because it's, as I say, I'm not setting myself up as a Qigong teacher. I'm basically a writer and a publisher. And it's not that I don't like to do it. It's not what I'm doing. But I have the capacity, and I do help people all the time with it. But anyway, I was talking about how people would nod like they know what I'm talking about. And yeah, like suppose I'm talking to somebody who's never heard of Douglas Dietrich. And I start saying, well, I'm working with this guy, Douglas Dietrich, and he has this device called the Artilect, which he stole from the Defense Department. It can make sounds and iterate grimoire that the human voice is not capable of. And they're nodding at me like, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Now, that's blatant. But they'll start acting like they know what you mean, and they don't know what you mean. It's as if they're humoring you, but what's really taking place with their mind is their monkey mind is rejecting you.
Yes.
They're rejecting the energy and help that would turn around their messed up condition.
Yes.
Now, he told me that he has this one student who will say he was helping him with his vision. And he'd say, well, do this. And the guy says, oh, my teacher taught me that. Meaning his other teacher. My teacher taught me that. And he's thinking, well, if the teacher taught him that, he's full of shit, because he's not doing it, and his vision would improve. And so anyway, so then what he started doing, he started making up stuff. He started telling the student, he just make up stuff like, yeah, if you look at the ace of spades, you're going to get better. Now, he didn't say the ace of spades, right? But he just started making up outrageous things. And the student would say, yeah, my teacher taught me that. My teacher taught me that. So he'd make up. So the student was just lying. Yeah, my teacher taught me that. It's like, if, what you need to do get better is go next door and lick your neighbor's ass. I
my teacher taught me that. Yeah. It's just like, this is the ludicrousness of what students can do. Like they're undermining. This is like a complete inversion of, why aren't they? They might as well. They're cussing you out, but they're not cussing you out. They're lying to you. And this is now when I go back in time and think of my teacher, and I said something to him. I don't remember what the circumstances were, but I saw him very upset. And I said, what are you upset? What could make you so upset? And he looked at me and goes, students.
There you go.
And then when he had told me to do something for 7 days for a half an hour, and I came back to him, and he slaps me on the, what do you call that part of your arm, and he goes, yeah, you've been doing it. And I said, how do you know? Well, yeah, of course I've been doing it. He says, because if you hadn't been doing it, that would have hurt like hell.
Ah.
And he says, so I know you've been doing it. I said, I'd have to be pretty fucking dumb to tell you I'd done this and not done it. He says, well, you should see some of my students. They're pretty fucking dumb.
There you go. That would be the majority, is what I would guess.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there are some students he really liked, and then Jadiel told me that when I asked how so-and-so, and he says, well, he called me up the other day, and he sounded like he's on drugs. So there's, I don't know. It's like, people are, as they say, my teacher taught me to beware of fellow students. It's not that all of them were that way, because I learn. If I go to the ones I know and respect, I will learn tremendous amount just by having a discussion with them. That's what happens when I'm with Rudy. Rudy Curry, I just, we drive out to Montauk. It's like, wow, God, a whole lesson. So he gave me a lot of enthusiasm for increasing my own strength, building up my own strength. And because you can maintain a certain amount of minimum. I mean, I'm fighting against old age. There's no question about that. But so I have to measure myself. I'm not like in a position where I want to, he was telling me about doing something for X amount of hours. I said, no, I have to measure myself, because if I exert myself for 20 minutes hard, there's a price to pay. It's not a horrible price. It means might have to, sleep my ass off. But there's also a way to combat that. It's not like I'm, 13, 18, or even 26 and can just stay out all day and just push. You have a different energy level, a different metabolism. But you can condition it yourself to do a lot more and to build more strength than you have. And that's a really wonderful thing. So if anybody's in the New York area and they're interested in coming to this Qigong seminar by Jadiel Williams, you might not find him on the internet, but maybe that's a good thing, because he's very, very adept, and I recommend him. I recommended my friend Thomas to him because, and as I say, it would be well worth my own, for me to go and attend as well. I wouldn't. It just requires a lot I'd have to see what else I'm doing. So anybody, petermoon333@gmail.com, and you can, if you want to participate and learn. So let me see, how are we doing here? We've got a few minutes left. That we didn't go into any of the usual subjects tonight. But anything we should address? I will have a question for you, but is there anything you want to address?
Oh, nothing comes to my mind. Feel free to ask what you were going to.
Yeah, there was a few episodes ago, and you were talking to these guys, I believe were from Germany.
Yeah.
I thought it was my friend Christian from Sweden.
Interesting. He would sound like that, yes.
As I listened to the discussion, they were these two guys from Germany. Who were they? What are they about? I didn't hear the intro.
Right. Let me open up the Skype here, and I can give you. It's Andrei Nemezhevsky, and he is this Ukrainian guy whose family moved to Germany before the Second World War, or directly. It was just before the Second World War. And he himself, therefore, grew up as a second generation German. Really, he's completely Germanized, but he feels that he's still treated like a Slavic emigre, and that that feeling has been exacerbated by the recent influx of Ukrainian immigrants from today's war. So that was the unique position that he has. Also, that he's gay. And he's in East Germany, so he's got this young gay, well, essentially his wife, and they at this point are like lifetime partners. So that's his situation in Germany, and his basic stance vis-a-vis myself is that I prefer to use the term Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the new united Germany. But he, of course, his experience, and that of many other Germans, is that Germany has never culturally united since the fall of the wall. Both East and West Germany are still very much divided. It's a cultural division, or a division of the mind, that has yet to be overcome. The other gentleman was Dan van der Meulen, I believe. Let me see if I can find our man Dan here on the list, so I could give you a more... Dan van der Meulen, yeah, I got it right the first time. He's from Nederland, or the Netherlands in English, which, as far as I'm concerned, is Germany. But he, of course, his interesting story is that he's a homeopathic specialist, or his degree is in homeopathy. But he's a nurse. He's a nurse who serves in a care facility for the aged in Nederland. And of course, the history of Nederland is such that after World War II, they had their own Vietnam, which almost nobody in the English-speaking world knows anything about. The British, of course, had their own Vietnam, which most Americans know nothing about already, and they speak English, and that was Malaya, whereas the Dutch fought in Indonesia. And so in terms of the people he cares for at the care facility, a number of them are veterans of that war, and more so than World War II, because World War II, they've all died off, generally speaking. And but his history was that he had relations who had been in Germany during the war, etc., and ultimately made their way back to Netherlands. Several family stories, but his own interesting situation is that he's married to a black woman of African descent from Suriname.
Oh, wait, I got lost. This guy was gay and he had a...
Oh, no. Different person now. Different person now. Yeah. So just to disambiguate again, because it's hard. It's hard because they both sound very much alike. And my joke was that it was like the movie Universal Soldier, starring Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme. And Jean-Claude Van Damme is known as the Muscles from Brussels. So he's a Belgian, and whereas Dolph Lundgren is Swedish, and both of them were just learning to talk back then, so to speak. And when they made that movie, all you see is grunts, and they're just all running around because none of them could really hold the dialogue. So these two guys are both speaking in English, and they're both speaking very slow because it's a second language. And so people were, contacting me, what the hell is going on? And they thought I was just had a Ouija board out and was just channeling Hitler and Himmler or something, because most people couldn't understand what either of these guys were saying and where they were coming.
I can understand what the guys were saying pretty clearly.
Okay, good.
I just didn't know. I heard a lot of what they were saying. I just didn't understand who they were or where they were.
Okay, so to disambiguate, German guy, André Numerzyski, he is the gay guy. He's the gay guy. Dutch guy from Nederland, also known as Holland. Everybody thinks they all wear wooden shoes and shit.
I can tell you about the wooden shoes.
By the way,
it's not a myth.
Yeah, I asked him, and it was funny as hell. It's a pity people couldn't see he was on camera, and just his physical gesture was priceless. I had asked him about black pea, which, of course, in the Dutch language is more like Schwarze Pie, Schwarz Pie, Schwarz means black.
Black pea.
Yeah, black pea. And just because around every Christmas time, the Dutch, you might as well just say the Dutch as a generic in this case. For all intents and purposes, the Dutch, they all put on blackface and they all go into the streets and they all hold this big festival. And it's about Black Pete, who's this cultural icon or character that goes back, I don't know, thousands of years maybe, generations, hundreds of years at least, at least 1,000 years. And so, anyhow, so when I asked her about the controversy, because there's all kinds of blacks in the West or the African diaspora who are very offended by this cultural tradition. So when I brought it up, what about Schwarz Pete? And he just put his, how when one makes a gesture of dismissal with both their arms when they're like, just that dismissal. He just did that. He did it so with such so emphatically that it was priceless, and I just burst out laughing. I don't think many people got exactly how what that whole sequence of events was and why we were behaving that way, but he pointed out he had his own Schwarz Pete costume, and he every year gets dressed in the blackface and does this, and this has gone on forever. But to add a dimension to it, so he's the guy with the black wife. He's the guy with the black wife, and he so that adds to, of course, his feeling that people judging this as racist is absurd. But and his wife is this beautiful statuesque model-looking character. I only seen her in photographs. She was not there physically. Whereas with the Ukrainian in Germany, or the German citizen of Ukrainian descent, André Numezyski, I did finally get to see his wife, his boyfriend, his child bride. The lad appeared on camera a few times, and and I told him, oh, he's more than you deserve, and he says, yeah, if he didn't marry me, he'd probably be involved in the porn industry, and I guess he feels he saved him from that. So you have that couple in Germany, whereas the Dutch guy, he's married to a black woman from Suriname, and as I explained to my listeners so that they could get a better grasp of the cultural significance of this, just as the British took all of their black slaves and just dumped them into Sierra Leone as a biological landfill. And the Americans had their biological landfill sited next door in what became Liberia. And all the blacks in Sierra Leone speak the King's English, whereas all the blacks in Liberia speak the President's English. And both these places have were left to fend for themselves. The American place went to hell in a handbasket beyond recognition. It was stable for a very long time. Then the Americans dispatched a bunch of American blacks. I mean, like literal modern black Americans who were not slaves, that had no experience in the near past of slavery themselves. They sent some black American U.S. Army sergeant named Taylor or something to take over the place. And anyhow, they started a lab to produce Ebola using monkeys in Liberia. And the end result was, after they unleashed them and unleashed a plague in Liberia of Ebola and all this other evil shit, Liberia is now ruled by, get this, transvestite cannibal warlords. I'm not making this up. People can look this up themselves. This is what Americans do, just because they're fucking evil. And compared to those two places, the Dutch, I guess you could say, had somewhat of a better history with Suriname, but can't be too much better. Basically, they dumped all their blacks in Suriname, which is next to French Guiana, which, for those of you who don't know, is considered part of France. In other words, France has French Guiana as literally, that's like part of France, just the way Alaska is part of the United States. And right next door to that is Suriname, where the Dutch dumped all their black slaves. So it's totally African black. And because they had no real developmental model, then the Asian Indians moved in and took over the fucking economy. So it's like all the black slaves live in the ghettos, and they're totally dependent on these fucking Asian Indians to sell everything to them, and the Asian Indians constitute the middle class. So it's just a horror story. But out of that, obviously some people will marry a Dutchman and move to the Nederland. So his wife says she's never experienced any racism whatsoever, and, well, she's married to a guy, as he himself said, Dan van der Meulen, who gave her his last name. So everybody thinks she's white until she shows up. Then the moment she shows up and they see this tall, statuesque black woman, and then they all say, well, we got a quota to fill anyway, and she fills in 2 blanks. She's black and she's female, so she's hired. So that's basically how her life has worked out so well. It's kind of like me with private security contracts. Everybody thought I was black because my first 2 names, Douglas and Dwayne. Everybody thinks I'm black as the ace of spades. And, you know, whenever I show up for a security contract, where's the black guy? And I said, no, I'm Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. My parents had a D thing. They were poor. They couldn't afford other letters of the alphabet. And then they'll say, oh, okay. And then I'm hired. So, it just works out for different people, different ways. But with Dan van der Meulen, he's got that, and he's got, the homeopathic education, works as a nurse, and has kind of like this background with Suriname, where he has these, like, African fetishes, totemic fetishes, like little statues. I don't know if you ever saw Karen Black in the movie Trilogy of Terror, where you've got the little black voodoo doll that's trying to kill her. Have you ever seen that? He's got those.
I think I've seen pieces of it.
Yeah. I mean, Chucky from the what do they call it, Child's Play series, got nothing on that doll. That was so intense, I actually made a sequel of that Trilogy of Terror based on that story alone, where they showed only the black voodoo doll coming back. So he's got these kind of black fetish totemic voodoo dolls around his house that, are fierce looking and kind of dressed in these tribal jewelry regalia that you hang on such things. And so they have occult significance. And he was explaining that one of them might be for fertility or something, another one for, I guess that he sends after people to kill them in their sleep or something. And so he's got that going, and that's the Dutch guy, and the other one's the German guy, but they both speak each other's languages. The German guy, the gay guy, actually worked in Nederland for a while, and the Dutch guy has a family history with Germany, so they both speak each other's languages, and the Dutch guy is intent on visiting Wewelsburg Castle. He told me, actually, when
I remember hearing him talk about that. It was interesting.
Yes. Yeah. He actually, you might have heard him say also when he first tuned into me, he didn't like my energy at all. But both of them have actually contributed. Certainly the Ukrainian guy in Germany has contributed financially in the past. The Dutch guy has as well. So they're both financial contributors. They both have a history of financial contribution. And I do hope to have them on again. I do want people to be patient with their English. It is a second language.
I didn't find their English poor. Of course, I'm used to speaking to Europeans.
Yes.
So it might not, I might not be I guess what you call
Let's just put it this way. You and I are both cosmopolitan, and we're able to process people through their accents much better than most. Because, most Americans, it's just like, if you're not, jiving with, American English, they just tune out. You and I have more patience than that because, you know, we're worldly and we appreciate other cultures. But I appreciate what you're saying. And any other, so was there anything they brought up that you had questions about? Say, for instance,
I remember them talking about Wiebelsberg, and if they didn't like your energy, what is their interest in you other than they just appreciate what you're doing?
Oh, well, the Dutch guy said at first he didn't like my energy. He said at first. Then he got over that, and then he became a financial contributor. As for the Ukrainian guy who's basically German acculturated, Andrei Nemezhizhsky, he just appreciated what I'm doing to a degree. It's neither one of them, I would say, is necessarily politically attracted to myself, but they do know I'm the son of Hitler, and so I think that they both just are intrigued to a degree. But they both know that they would like people to understand more about Europe than people do, and I think that most people, of course, don't understand Europe. Certainly, most Americans, I mean to say. And so I was hoping to certainly amend some of that by having these gentlemen on, and I'm so glad that I was able to get them, I was able to give each one their contact information of the other, and I hope they followed up on that, and that, our friend the Dutchman meets up with Andre, and they continue to, proceed to ultimately make that visit to Wiebelsberg happen. And hopefully all this is put in context now. And so anything else before?
Yeah, because I want to point something out. I was I had a new friend who I had met on the internet, and I was very intrigued by her. Fatima, can't remember her last. Can't pronounce her last name, but she's from the Netherlands. And she just on the trip. She didn't go to Choclavina because she had a gig. She's a singer, and she joined us at Atlanticron, and then she went to the Sphinx with us. And she's, as many Dutch people are, very friendly. And she's got Berber in her. She's lived in Morocco. We talked about going to Morocco together sometime, because she understands the culture. But she's from the Netherlands. So the discussion came something about the wooden shoes. And I said, people when you talk to people about, my experience has been in the past, when you talk to people from Holland, I've even seen them on TV. What do they do? This wooden shoes. This is crazy. What, everybody thinks we wear wooden shoes. Told me they do wear wooden shoes. And she explained them to me in detail. It's like they're very comfortable. Yeah. She went into the whole iteration of it. I don't remember what she said. I was shocked. I would have said, this is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Because, when you're a kid in school, you read this story about in Holland, they wear wooden shoes in Holland. Well,
I always knew it to be true. I always knew it to be true. I never understood why so many Dutch found it offensive that, that the rest of the world perceived them that way. I guess they find it offensive that people think that they wear them all the time.
Well, it stereotypes them. And it's a stereotype. Yeah, but it's like, it's just, but that's what people know them as if they've,
well, these days people don't trip off that anymore. These days people trip off Schwartz Beat, the Black P. That's what everyone's tripping off these days.
I never heard of that.
Oh God! If you look it up, there's black people wearing signs, delete Black P, and all this stuff. Just boycott Holland. It's like they want to do to Holland what they did to South Africa with apartheid, with protest it until this stops. Like they got apartheid to be overturned.
I can't speak for any of this because I'm completely unfamiliar, but I do know that Europe in general has severe racial prejudice, and the Dutch were notorious slave traders.
They were.
So I wouldn't give them a free pass at first glance. I would have to know more to make a more astute comment on it, but so be it. But no, it's just horrible what has been done to in the name of slavery by Europeans in general. So, as I say, I wouldn't give Holland a free pass.
Yes. Though in context, we must always contextualize. Don't forget, Holland was never alone, and it does take. The reason slavery thrived was because there was an economy in which all of these power blocks, the British and the Americans, they were all trading with each other, and of course, Peter's not in any way avoiding that or diminishing that. He knows that. He's painfully aware of all of that. It's something else. You're just left with the human story is a horror story. The human story is a horror story.
Yeah, and it's amazing what comforts and joy we can extract out of this world.
Yes.
To the degree we can have them.
Yes.
It's really amazing. Only other thing I would maybe just get a little fast input from you. Last transmission I talked about going to Target. Mm-hmm. Well, and having to have the woman open the case just to get some body wash. Well, they shut down 10 Target stores today from San Francisco to New York, two in Oakland, one in San Francisco, and about 10 stores in total because they're losing big money from these stores that are getting raided. Now, the city of Philadelphia was raided today.
Oh my God.
Just really raided. And it seems like it has to be organized. And that who this benefits more than anybody, in my opinion, is Amazon.
Yeah.
Because the stores are no longer safe. It seems relatively peaceful in Long Island where I live, but this will, and I've been buying a lot of stuff from Amazon lately for furniture and whatnot, and Amazon's a great company to buy stuff, but what happens when there's nobody but Amazon? That becomes a big problem.
Yeah, it's called a monopoly.
That can be a big problem because they'll, now all of a sudden they'll not only own what they can charge you, they're going to tell the customers what people who are their suppliers, what they're going to buy with the price they can charge.
Yeah.
This becomes very
ominous. It's ominous.
Yeah. In other words, how far is this going to go? And we talk about artificial intelligence or expert systems. Well, Jeff Bezos, his success is based upon a very cleverly put together expert system. It's incredibly intelligent.
Yeah.
And this is why he's successful, because he studied computer science. He was selling books, and that went very well.
Yeah.
And then he started selling everything else. And I said, I don't know if this is going to work. He actually surfaced his competition to me, selling books.
That's right.
And
tell people about that with Sky Books and the experience there, if you wish.
Well, it wasn't so much. He didn't hurt my business like the bookstores, like Borders.
Right. He destroyed them. Yeah, he destroyed Borders and others. Yes.
Yeah, in fact, that actually helped me.
Right.
Because Borders would Borders shut down the independent bookstore. Mm-hmm. Borders and Barnes and Noble, more Borders, because they would sell the book at a discount, and kind of took people away from those stores. So the independent stores couldn't maintain their clientele. And I sold a lot more through independent bookstores than I did through the chains. I still sold enough through the chains, but let me say, those independent bookstores boomed my business because it was all word of mouth. And the owners would tell their customers to read this book. It's fantastic. And then if it goes into Borders, it sits there on a shelf. And what happens in a Borders bookstore, which doesn't exist anymore,
Right.
or
So sad.
or Barnes and Noble,
Right. So sad there too.
it doesn't take somebody coming in once a day or calling on the phone and say, I like the Montauk Project. I want to buy the Montauk Project. Well, they'll look it up. Well, we'll make a special order for you, but they're not carrying the book. It takes 10 or more people a day calling before they'll order the book.
Yeah.
That's how challenging it was to get into those stores. Not that I ever saw it. I get 16 orders, checks, double checks, whatever, for full price of the book, because I wouldn't sell a book at a discount unless they'd order 5. So they'd order 16 at full price. Until they figured out they were ordering so many books, they started putting it through their discount system. Because they say, you can order the book, but you're going to pay full price unless you order 5. And you're going to pay in advance. So that's how they took me on. You know, they said, okay, instead of sending you 10 checks for $15.95, which is the price of the book at the time, we'll now put you in our ordering system and, you know, discount it 55 or 60% off, whatever it is. It was intelligent for them to do it that way. But it took a lot of, you know, just raw ordering of books. But Jeff Bezos, so when he came along, all as he was doing was competing with my catalog, which didn't really matter. That was an ancillary business. But he was doing it in such a way that he was very effective. And then he started selling other things. And as I say, he had a computer model that he studied and knew what he was doing. He did know what he was doing. And I think he's a lot more intelligent than, what is it?
The Musk man.
Well, Musk or the other guy.
Oh God, this.
Zucker,
thank you.
The guys that going in the ring together.
Yes.
Going in the ring. He doesn't need to.
Which is Zuckerberg and Musk, yes.
No, I think Bezos went into space, I think, but he's, you know, he just seems a lot smarter, and he actually did something. I don't know that much about him.
Right. With this, most people don't. I mean, it's but go. Before I forget, our man in the text box here in Skype, he sent it to me privately on his account in Skype, 6:58 a.m. this morning. The melody, HAL, H-A-L, of course, the computer from 2001, plays at the end of the movie is an old German song called Hähnchenklein, which means as much as small hands. It is about a boy going out into the wide world. In the contents of the movie scene, it is played to "It is more than sarcastic humor from Hal." No, okay, this is some secondary English here. Anyhow, his other sentence says, "In one of the last broadcasts, you talked about the movie with Peter, and I listened to it, but was not able to interject." So I gave him a heart and a thumbs up for that. So there we are. So now we know that much. Yes. And I don't know.
Yes, thank him.
Yeah.
Thank him for that.
Of course, yes. And we appreciate his input. So there, Peter. Yeah, thank you for that background. It was, Barnes and Noble and Borders books, they were all a big part of my life. I even took my parents to them while I was their care provider. They even had places to eat. I could sit my parents down and give them something to eat while I went around booking like a slut. And they just, to have those places closed down is like losing, a part of my life, memories. It was all part of this kind of social evolution towards this monopoly that will be held by Amazon if this doesn't stop. Now, these raids, they could be even financed by Jeff Bezos. He may be smart in the most sinister sense, or they could simply be something.
He is left-wing. He doesn't seem as passionate politically as people like Bill Gates and George Soros, but I really don't know. As I say, he's more low key. He's not. I mean, he owns the Washington Post, and that's so he's had some influence over that. But as they say, he's not like Zuckerberg is a compelling media character as is Musk. Bezos isn't. He's not a compelling character, which is probably to his own credit and advantage.
Well, he could be. He just doesn't pursue it. He could.
He doesn't make himself a spectacle to the degree that these people do, and he doesn't seem to be as guilty because I say he's actually done something. Zuckerberg's known for, ripping people off, as is Bill Gates.
Yes.
And Musk is, got his own ne'er-do-well qualities, but Bezos is actually sounds like he actually was effective and knew what he was doing. I mean, I don't want to compliment him too much, but certainly he knew what he was doing.
Yes.
Clever.
Yeah.
Clever. So, and then what would you do with all that money and power?
Oh, God. Anything but what those idiots do. As far as I'm concerned, they're not doing anything. But I certainly...
They're very active. And I know I guess he got divorced and his wife got half of his fortune. So.
Jesus, they got to gigolo her then. I mean, let's just put it this way. I don't feel they're doing anything constructive. They might be active, but I don't feel they're doing anything for humanity at all. Even though they think they're futurists and shit. But everything they're doing is all show, no blow. It's all just...
It's very tempting and easy to assume that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just who the hell knows what goes on?
I mean, your point's well taken. We don't know what they're doing that we don't see, obviously. But still, it's with egos like that, it's hard to believe that they wouldn't be open about everything they're doing. But then again, it's something like Bill Gates. There's quite a bit that's hidden, but most of it's just chicken shit stuff. We're talking about like laundering money through his charities and crap. And for people who are asking me questions in these incoming emails about the image embedded in thumbnail of live stream, about my son's hair being white as well, did he also get possessed by the peacock angel? I mean, this is the shit I get. No, he dyed his hair in sympathy with myself. It's called simpatico, you idiot. And you notice that when you dye your hair white, it's just not the same as the real thing. My hair, you can see, I'm the one holding him up in case you didn't guess, is truly fucking white. His, of course, has this more silvery color to it. So, at any rate, so we love you dearly, Peter. You're the man, and look forward to working with you more on the book. I'm sure that when you're ready, you'll send me some updates and whatnot. But everything seems to be going fine, and your life's very busy. I'm just glad that you can spare us into your schedule.
Yeah, it's busier, getting busier, but everything is well for the moment. And thank you all. And remember to donate to Douglas. Thank you again to those who have. DouglasDietrich.com. yellow button, upper right-hand corner. So with that, I'll say good night. Maybe I'll join you in the morning. Maybe I won't. But good night for now.
Yeah, if you do, you're always welcome. Before you go, I will answer one question another person asked while you're still with us. They're asking about the snow. In case anyone didn't know, air quality in California, certainly the greater Bay Area Metroplex region, has been very, very poor because of various wildfires, and that is actually ash, you idiot. So there we are with that. Just wanted to let you part with that so that you knew what was going on, dear Peter. I mean, I don't know if you've been keeping up with California's wildfires lately, but
I will tell you something. Yeah. And this friend I was talking about when we went up to Calistoga. He said, "So, we read about the news in New York or something." He was alluding to something. What do you hear about in California? Do you hear about what do people think about the brush fires? And me and my wife looked at him and said, they don't. Yeah. They don't care. They don't care what's going on in California. Yeah. And he was kind of offended by that, but it's the truth. Yeah. People in New York are very New York centric.
Yeah.
They don't share interest. They're very, very New York centric.
Yeah. That's the world to them.
Yeah. It's not that I don't care because I'm from California. I care, but you don't hear much about it. And what I'd say about it's very interesting being in Europe. You hear news if you turn on. Well, maybe it's because they have the same station here. I don't know. But there's only a few stations you can watch in a hotel room in Romania that are English. So you turn them on and you hear people in a British accent or a Euro accent, and they're talking about what's going on in Africa, what's going on in the Mideast. And my driver said, he says, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Well, we don't hear any of this. I don't hear any of it. You hear news what's going on in other parts of the world. Because they're not going to be telling you what's going on in Tennessee or Chicago, unless it's a huge story. So it's interesting to hear what's going on in other parts of the world. So be it. So no, I haven't heard any of this stuff. I think the only thing they'll show with California, they'll show the streets of San Francisco. They'll show you some of that stuff. Yeah. Which is, scary and horrendous.
It is. Oh my God. Yes.
But now New York's starting to hold its own with that.
Yeah.
Because, New York is becoming like San Francisco.
Oh my God. Sorry to hear that.
It really is. And it's, I'm very, uninterested in going into the city.
Wow.
I would. Do I think it's personally dangerous for me to go into the city? Not really. But one is certainly tempting fate a little bit.
Yes.
Because, city's unpredictable.
Yes. True.
So, with that, I will say goodnight. And
we did get a donation, $10 from our man in Australia, and blessings to him. That, of course, is Nemo Albano. And with that, have a blessed night, sweet dreams.
Okay, thank you, Nemo, and good night. Bye-bye.
Bye for now, dear Peter. Skybooks.usa.com. And thank you all. We're going to bring on some other people now. Let's see who can join us. We will check to see the availability of everyone. And we'll start with greetings to Aristides. Check on his...
Hello.
Yes! You sound good, my dear man. And of course, we'll see who's available. I do want you to know certain people have received blessings lately, and I think we know the source, and so we will. And with that, of course, if they thank you, it will. Well, I mean, we'll move right along. See how things manifest with whoever is available. We're going to contact the usual people that we do, see if they are able to come on. Remind me, of course, to hit our dear young lady who was with us just the other night, and that, of course, would be Victoria Lauren Hobbs. Andre says do not disturb, and that's fine. Amanda Yu, we'll give her a try. Mark H, we'll give a try. Let's try Amy Como and Como, as well as Viviana Sanchez. Realtek is probably still overseas. Troy Bellamy, we'll give him a try. Let's see if who else comes up here. Christine Joanna Hart is on a totally different time zone. I won't bother her. Nemo, of course. We'll try George Knight as well. Let's make certain I don't forget that. He never shows up on these things. So let's see. We have to type his name in. And then we press that add button. Then we try who else. Of course, she doesn't show up either because she's new. She'll probably show up with a bit of what I would call patterning. Hit it often enough and then it begins to show up regularly, I hope. But okay, so it's got about 13 people that I'm attempting to contact right now. Brendan Zoget has joined us. And
Yes.
Greetings, young sir. And of course, you've met Aristides, and Aristides has met Brendan. Yes. So,
Hello.
yeah. And so, dear Brendan, oh my God. So you and I will talk privately, of course. But oh my God, it was just so busy the last few days. Today was, of course, the Axis Foundation Day, and he spent most of the day. I literally regret coming home, of course, and quote unquote, you'd never really.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but Deutschland über alle.
Yeah, thank you. Fuck, I would allow you to say that anytime. I don't think they can hit us for that. Yeah,
Right.
and
Well,
it's
they kicked out some guy in like a tennis match or something for yelling it.
Jesus Christ, did they really? That was probably because there was Germans who were in the tennis match, right?
Yeah, the guy was German, but he totally overreacted. He was like, "That's the most famous Hitler saying." Yeah. When it's like, I mean, it's totally innocuous, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is. People just don't understand. That's the name of the national anthem. That's the fucking national anthem.
Yeah. But apparently, it was the most Hitler thing he could have said, according to the tennis player.
Yeah, you know what's so offensive is that
he was just a crybaby.
Yeah. Of course. I mean. What's so offensive, of course, is that the Germans will play the music to their national anthem. They'll sing only certain parts of it. There's other lyrics that they do not sing aloud. It's disgusting. It's just so fucking stupid. And, it's all got to change. It just makes me sick. If you ever listen to the French national anthem, it's just the most bloodthirsty national anthem. It's all full of death and blood and shit. Yeah, and the
Not
American
even to mention ours.
Yeah, well, ours is just pure racist. We'll hunt down all the black slaves and laugh over their graves. Basically, those were some of the original lyrics that have just simply been toned down a bit over the years. But the essence of the lyrics is still there, and that's why.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's why many blacks refuse to stand and hold their hearts to that shit. All such being said, we might as well speak about this publicly because, like I said, if you enter those idiots' names, Salman Sheikh or Daniel Rowland, nobody's gonna find their channels.
That's why he had to send it to me because there's no way I would have found it.
But what do you think motivated him to suddenly, what was that shit about? And so
I have no idea. Like he was thinking about me when he was tripping on acid. He's like, I remember that guy, and then he just sent it. I don't know, because it was bizarre. It's a really old video, and he just sends it out of context. Like, this is something I recorded when I severed with Douglas a year ago. That's what he said, and it's like, I don't know what that has to do with me. It's gonna.
They keep thinking that they can convert you, and they keep.
Right.
Oh, he probably received some instructions to restart or keep trying, because they keep thinking that if they just hit somebody long enough and often enough, if they're not trying to kill you with occult spells, then they think that at some point you're broken enough where you'll just give in. I can't win. I'll join them. But
I mean, if they want me to complain about you, I mean, we can have an hour-long podcast about that. It would be higher quality than whatever they're producing. And at least it'll be true, because whatever they were saying was so boring. Like, I couldn't even listen to it. It's like chalkboard scratching. It was so bad. Like, the quality was so bad that within the first 5 minutes, I was just like, oh.
Thank you.
I even tried to listen to it just to see, but I wasn't even able to.
Oh my god!
And then the fact that you were getting attacked by, like, it's like a two-pronged attack, Pinoy style.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, both the people that attacked you within the last couple days are like happen to be Filipino. And that's kind of suspicious.
There we are.
Yeah.
I guess they're trying to prove how American they are or something. Like, we're loyal Americans, we Pinoy. Let's get that man. Somebody just entered something into the Skype text box. It's a link to a video or something. I have no idea what this is. It doesn't even indicate who entered it. Was this you, Aristides? Or?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I understand the tripartite pact link. What's the video?
The video is well, you guys were talking about, like, tennis guy, and they were all upset about that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The guy that said Deutschland über alle, and then like, the guy was like Pakistani or something. He didn't even know why the guy got mad. Like, you could tell he was all like, "What the fuck?"
No, but they get upset over the most innocuous things. It could be,
because they're in Germany, they can get into, like, put in jail for that kind of stuff. But he didn't have to make it a spectacle on the field, like.
Right. Well, if they're going to get upset, it should be about something serious. Like the video here is some Germans in Poland celebrating Oktoberfest by singing Nazi songs and making Hitler salutes. So there you go.
I mean, those are the Polish. I mean, that's fine.
At least they don't care,
Yeah. Well, the Polish people love to claim themselves the victims of German aggression. They are, of course, the people truly responsible for the Holocaust. Right. These are the people who put all the Jews into the camps, which were overwhelmingly in Poland. And
we're talking the ethnic Polish, because they're actually German people that ended up in Poland after World War I.
That's right.
And they've had to deal with so much bullshit, because they go to Poland and they're considered Nazi, and then they go back to Germany and they're considered Polish.
Yes.
So I know people like this, and they basically suffer their whole life because of that kind of craziness.
Thank you. And yet the Polish people are the most Judeophobic people on earth. That they speak about the evil of the Jews and the Jewish conspiracy, and you have to ask yourself why, since they killed them all. There's no Jews in Poland. I mean, there's statistically or demographically there might be one or two. I mean, basically,
how do they get those Polish names like Brzezinski and Berg and all this stuff?
Yeah,
How did that happen?
Yeah,
is it because they left Poland?
Something like
that. It's an actual question. I'm not like.
No, I get it. It's like it's one of those things. I don't even want to dedicate one cell of brain energy to even investigating. I couldn't care less. It was kind of like when I was talking to Brooke about when you go, there's no other than beneath my fucking home. Just so people know, and I'm being quite serious here. This is not a joke. It's not sarcasm. Other than beneath my home and the connected homes in this area of Russian Hill, connected by tunnels in the catacombs of the cemetery beneath us that was on Russian Hill, there is no cemetery in San Francisco other than the Presidio military base cemetery. So there's one guy who's the guy who established the first Unitarian church, and his crypt is like open for everyone to see. Poor son of a bitch. He's like, he's got this little mausoleum, this little tiny crypt that everybody drives by in nonstop traffic all day in this one area of San Francisco, and a bunch of teenagers once lifted the lid out so they could pull his skeleton out for Halloween and hang it like an ornament. Poor son of a bitch. And so aside from that poor fucker, and the body's beneath my house, the only other cemetery in San Francisco is the Presidio military base cemetery, which is completely full and no one will ever be buried there again, legally at least. And instead, everybody who dies in San Francisco generally goes to coma. It's where everybody in San Francisco, statistically has historically gone to die. So if you go to coma, and I look around at the cemeteries there, like I mentioned before, you go to the Jewish section of the cemeteries, and everybody's named Führer, Hitler, Adolf, Wolf, and they're not just German names. These are like cartoon German names. These are like names of Germans in cartoons and shit. And
something from like a fairy tale or something, like Hans and shit.
Yeah. And when I was talking to Brooke about it, I said that this was how they, when they reached middle class status, they wanted to Germanize and be as German as possible. And she said, well, obviously it worked because they all survived to move to the United States and die here. And I had never thought of that. And I said, yeah, there you go. So maybe that's the way why you got these, other ones with those Polish names. That makes sense? Same shit.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Same thing.
Yeah. They just will acculturate. It's like Columbus, fucker's real name was like fucking, Goldbrick or something. No.
Yeah. Which he was a Marrano anyways, he was Jewish. So.
Yeah, no, he was, definitely ethnically Jewish. His sponsors were painfully Jewish. And, so there you go. It's,
But there was something I wanted to bring up that I sent you before that whole
thing with Daniel Arola, having his acid trip, and what Daniel Arola was doing was, of course, is he takes that real bad shit. Our man Brendan will discuss this. There's no longer any real LSD out there. This, and what happens is he takes this chemical effluvia, this industrial solvent.
He's taking research chemicals to the dome.
Thank you. And he uses that as
and if Arola is listening right now, it's like, what was the problem just being like the martial arts correspondent and just minding your own shit? Like, it wasn't like, I don't see what the point was other than he's gone crazy on acid that he would like go with Salman Sheikh and all these people.
I gave the story behind that, and I'll give it again now. I'll happily do so. But like we were saying before I go there, he just takes this industrial solvent that he thinks is acid, and he uses that as his barbecue sauce. All he does is eat barbecue every day. 3 meals a day of fucking barbecue chicken.
And then runs into the forest on like 20 hits of M-bomb and NDMO, M2CB, and all these research chemicals.
Yeah, and he thinks he's enlightened and shit. Yeah, no, but what happened to him was basically his mistress, Susie, whatever her name was, she basically was this incredibly wealthy woman in Texas, and she basically met him while she was going to strip joints, and hired him as an escort at one point where he was stripping for her and all the other girls in her circle, and she decided, I'm going to take this puppy home. And as a deal, she said, she found out he was homeless, and that, he'd been homeless for 20 years while stripping his ass off. And he was describing it to me about, gotta shake my ass with my G-string on, and then they'd give me the money and it gets all gross between my butt cheeks, and they'd shove it right up my asshole. So you wouldn't want to touch the money when I'm pulling it out of my ass, so I'd use plastic gloves. And I was like thinking, dude, it's your own shit. I mean, I'm not a scatological person either, but it's just your own shit. I mean, gloves? Plastic gloves? Really? I mean, it's not like you use plastic gloves to wipe your ass, do you? But, anyhow, so he'd take all the dollars out. And one of these sessions, she said, I guess she figured him out, like, you got a home? No, ma'am. And so she basically adopted him. And so when she took him home, then the deal was that she owned him body and soul. So, I found this out when he basically said, Doug, I can't produce these videos anymore, because he used to produce all these videos like snippets of what I was saying, and then he couldn't produce them anymore. And he said that the program I used was free, and now that program's no longer available. And he says, the program that's out there, because we said, why don't you just find another fucking program? He says, well, they charge you like $2.70 or $1 60 cents or something for it. And I said, God damn, if you can't afford that, we'll fucking pay for it. How can you not have that money? I know your mistress sends you fucking shopping, and you're shopping all the time for her. Then you come home with all that fucking food. Well, how do you not have change? And then he explained it to me. You don't understand. She gives me money, and I have to give her all the change, and she cross-references it with the receipt. I'm not allowed to have any money of my own. And I said, really? Really? And so basically, his life was that she basically, if you ever remember, he had all those crystals he'd bill every night. Then in the morning, he'd take a picture of all these crystals. For those of you who don't know out there, he'd put all these stupid precious stones, semi-precious stones, like lapis lazuli and all these other expensive...
Like amethyst and...
Thank you. Tell him how expensive this shit is.
Yeah, amethyst and obsidians and
different
things.
And
like lepidolite. He has a huge collection there.
And he'd put them all together in the shapes of pussies and cocks and testicles. This is what this guy would do. Right, Brendan? I'm not shitting, right? You've seen these photographs, right?
He would put them in kind of like crystal grids. He would show me or something like that.
Yeah, but he often put them in the shape of cocks and balls and, cunts and shit. Here's a clit. Believe me, he did this all the time. And so this idiot, he'd do this throughout the night, and he'd take the photographs in the morning just as the sun was coming out. So basically what happened was she would use him as basically a ambulatory dildo. This walking dildo. And when she satisfied herself with him, she'd put him out for the night like a dog. And he'd be out in the backyard doing all this shit with the crystals till morning. And that's when he'd take these photographs of them and show them online. And then she'd send him shopping again and doing, fixing the barbecue and all that crap throughout the rest of the day. And so this is what this fucker's life was. And she wouldn't trust him with any money. And she wouldn't, if he even looked cross-eyed at another girl, she said she'd kick him out. I mean, this guy was owned by her body and fucking soul. And he was deathly afraid. So what happened was she began to die, which she was dying for a long time. And she was smoked like a chimney. She smoked like a furnace. Every time that I heard her in the background, she was dying. She was coughing like she had a whooping cough. I don't know if anyone's ever heard the old whooping cough.
Emphysema, basically.
Yeah, but she was ultimately heading towards the hole in the throat, where they cut the larynx open and you've got to have the circle that you smoke through. That's what she was heading towards. But what happened was she had a brain aneurysm, and then this fucker was describing it all to me, but he couldn't understand the medical politics behind it. I could. I saw what was happening. He said, yeah, she's got a brain aneurysm. And then, she was so rich. Get this shit. She was so wealthy that they had those, you ever see those, architecture porn where you're looking out someone's living room and the living room's all glass? All you see is glass. And then you look outside and you see the view or the scenery. That's the kind of home they had. It was just all glass view. And they could look out on the ocean because they were in Texas. And they could look out on the oil rigs that her family owned in the Gulf of Mexico. That's how wealthy they were. They could look out at oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico that her family owned. That's how wealthy they were. So when she had this aneurysm, and he says, yeah, she's so rich, her son became a doctor, her daughter became a nurse, but now she's got this brain aneurysm, and they don't specialize in that. So they found a doctor to operate on her. And then what happened was this guy who had done surgery on brain aneurysms all his life, the medical file gets thrown to him of, this woman. And the first thing he did was he turned in his resignation. He said, I resign immediately. And this was because she's so wealthy and she's so old and she's so sick that he knew her chances of her surviving the surgery were so slim that the family would sue his ass, and because they're medically connected, he would lose his license. So he decided to resign while he was ahead.
A career killer.
Yeah. So he just said, fuck it, and he just quit. He resigned. And, and so they, after that, he was saying, I don't know what's going to happen now. And then finally, because his son and daughter were involved in the medical industry, they found a young up-and-coming neurosurgeon who was willing to take that risk to make his career, and that's the guy who operated on her. And because she survived, that guy made his career, but it was like a one-time deal. She wasn't gonna survive again. So at that point, she was put on a timer, like an egg timer. And then what happened was she died. And then guess what? Then the family says, "Hey, you out of here, nigga." And he was like,
right.
But,
so this actually happened. I didn't remember this part very well.
Yeah. And he said, "I walk the dogs. I take care of her little dachshunds and shit." And just to show you these guys how oblivious he was to his environment, one time he was trying to look like the hotshot martial artist. He was waving his samurai sword, and he took this selfie of himself with the samurai sword. And underneath the samurai sword, this is why you always have to have a professional photographer, because photography is not just you people, it's your background. So he had at the basis of his samurai sword, the tip of his samurai sword, these two little dachshund chew toys and shit. And I said, "Oh man, you did a mean ass job slaughtering them chew toys, boy." And he was like, "Oh fuck you!" And that was probably one of the reasons he started to hate me and shit. And then
I could just imagine like the son and daughter like sitting in the kitchen looking through all that glass and then seeing this like Filipino guy just like flinging swords back then. They're just like, "We got to get rid of this guy."
Of course. Oh my fucking
they're like,
God.
"What?" They're like, "How quick can we get him out?" Like,
oh God, of course. They basically, all they had to do was report him to the police as a squatter, which is what they threatened to do to him. And he was like,
horrible.
He said, "Douglas, why don't you take me in?" And I said, "No, you start, same old shit. What about your son? What about the estates?" I said, "Dude, are you thin and smooth and, a beautiful young boy? No, you're fucking hideous. You can't be mistaken for a girl other than, some old babushka maybe who's been bent to the hole for the past 30 years. I mean, you look like..."
Or like that statue you sent me. That was like like an old Polynesian, like nature spirit.
Fuck no, that gives him too much of a sense of dignity. No, he's like a beached he's like a beached whale that's belly exploded and shit. That's what he's like. Yeah, he's like there you go. And they say, "Oh yeah, we found this whale cadaver and it's beached, and we found out it's got AIDS because it was reamed by a ferry." Haha, get it? Yeah, that's him. And so then that son of a bitch, when I said, "No, there's no room for you at the estates, dude," and he's like, "Security, I can provide." I said, "You can't provide security, dude. You're high all the fucking time, and you require." I said, "You aren't worth shit." And that's when he said.
Later, he's like 2 seconds behind any threat.
Yeah, thank you. And that's when he said.
2 seconds behind.
Yeah, he said, "After all I did for you." And I was like, "What the fuck did you ever do for me other than insult everybody on my Facebook page, you idiot?" Tell them, say trigger and, insult everybody.
Like recycled a bunch of memes that he made that were like not funny.
Yeah, they're not even funny. They're just racist shit. And it was always the same thing. Every time he got on, him and Salman Sheikh, "Where the white woman at?" And that's a big joke, because Salman Sheikh's gay as fuck and doesn't want anything to do with any woman. So.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. Is like in their intro to that video where I didn't even make it past that.
Yeah.
It was like there was like some creepy stuff going on between them. I forgot what it was by now, but.
Oh my God! If you ever have the stomach to review it without puking, let me know, just for the sake of morbid entertainment.
We should just do it live on air.
Oh God, yeah. So
it's like a reaction. We should do reaction vids all we will get more views.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, especially from them.
Like what people call it nowadays, like cringe. It was like cringe.
Thank you. Yeah. And then when I said, "Dude, you can't be security at the state," I said, "They got killer dogs that do better than you, motherfucker." And he was like, "I'll get you." He was like, "I'll get you, motherfucker." And I'm like, "Dude, all I'm telling you is the truth. You did this to yourself. You went fucking pig, bitch, prison, punk soft, eating barbecue 3 times a day, marinated in lysergic acid. and now you come to me asking me to pull your ass out of the fire you put yourself on.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he said, I'm going to Steve Outrim. And so that's what he did. He went to Steve Outrim, and
but then why is he calling or hitting me up a year later after the first attempt? The first attempt, I just didn't even. I don't think I even like looked at it. I didn't even bring it up because I didn't even look at it. But this time it was just out of the blue. I was like, what the fuck is this?
I'd say God knows. I mean, we can only speculate. I mean, these people, the one thing, probably like you said, it was a two-pronged attack between him and the Pinoy who came at my door, you know?
Yeah, it's almost like eerie how that, like, it was two Filipinos that tried to get one over on you in the same time frame. That's kind of suspicious.
I know, it's creepy as fuck, and worse yet, the other creepy guy, let me get his name out again, his invisible ink, it's like fucking, I swear to God, this shit like totally melted after he gave me the card and shit, and he was saying something about the ink. He said, oh, the ink is running on my pen, ink's running on my pen, and then I realized, fuck, it's invisible ink. I realized later, this Kaleo Naboha.
Also on a side note, no door-to-door salesman ever accepts cash, so that's a red flag just for future reference.
Thank you. It's like
it's too late now, but
yeah, I know. Like I said, thank you. It's just, it's all my own fault, but it's at the same time, it's, you know, it's just I'm not a competent adult in so many ways, but it's one of these things that, like I said, everything else was, you know, and he kept asking for the cards. I kept saying I'm not letting go of them. I did not physically let go. I would refuse to physically let go of my Medi-Cal card and my driver's license, which is, of course, I can't drive, so it's California ID. But he kept saying, oh, give me the card so I can, you know, scan. I kept saying, no, I'm not going to let go. So he had to like take a photograph front and back. But like I said, all that information, obviously he already had my social security.
Like it could have been that he worked for that company, and then because he deals with so many elderly people, that he's just used to scamming them for cash like that. Does that make sense? Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Like it was part of a real program, and he was trying, but he's just used to hustling because he's foreign. And so every like old person, not saying you're old, but I'm just saying every person he goes you might as well. Like, believe me, I was a creature of the 20th century. Anyone else on those programs would be over like 80. Yeah, it's true. No, it's true. So that's why he's used to just saying, oh, you know, like what about an extra $40? Like, you know, like he's just what is it, like you throw 100 stones and you'll hit something, or kind of idea? It's true, and he hit it with me. The Andrew Tate method. No, it's true, yeah. and just so people hit on 100 chicks and you get one, you know. No, it's true, it's absolutely true, and just to does that make sense? No, absolutely, but just to put this into some perspective for people, so I don't look like a total idiot, even though I already do, and deserve to. The point was that this fucker, he had no accent, so understand this. He was totally Americanized in terms of his acculturation. So was Daniel Arola, but unlike Daniel Arola, this individual was actually somewhat presentable. He presented himself quite well. He actually had a job. Yeah, it looked like he actually had a job, at least. And he also was wearing an earring on the right ear, signifying he was gay. Either he was signifying he was gay, or he's woefully unaware of what that means. I'm just going to leave the comment off right now about Filipino culture. But by the way, that is also stereotypical. The gay Filipino is also a stereotypical trope. You even saw that on... It's a trope. You even saw that on fucking Family Guy, you know, where Family Guy says, I'll just bend down and pick up these bags here to hand my luggage to this little Filipino boy, and then, what was that? Yeah. Exactly. And so, and I says, that's a Maori tattoo that you have. Half Hawaiian, half Filipino, hence the name, you know, Kahuna butt ass or something. Yeah, Kaleo Naboha. I mean, now you think about it, that's got to be a fake name, because how does something, you know, get together the Hawaiian and Filipino meme so well? Yeah, Kaleo. Right. I mean, does that have any meaning in Hawaiian? Kaleo Naboha. Anyhow, so no, probably not. It probably means something like a lot of these door-to-door people do like pseudonyms and stuff or whatever. Of course. Well, it's like the Pakistanis and out of Texas. what is it called? Like
a pseudonym. It's a non
like a stripper name.
Yeah,
like
yeah, it's stage name. It's like a stage name. Or or what we use in modeling. You remember everybody kept saying it's not Douglas Dietrich. It's these fucking names my son developed for what we call runway names for the photographic modeling.
Right.
It's like.
Eugene Fayard or something, and they're like we found the real account, and it's like, and then I went to the account and it's like hundreds of cosplay models like amalgamated into one account, and I'm like, what are they talking about? This isn't even one person.
This is the insanity of these people. And it's, and when he's talking about the names, a good example of that would of course be the fucking Pakistani criminals operating out of Texas when my Skype glitched. And the guy says his name is James Wilson, and it sounds like I'm talking to Osama bin Laden and shit. And I said, oh, great, Osama bin Laden took up a pseudonym, and he's still alive. Yeah, I feel so much better now. This is,
you should have paid me the $300.
Dude, I would happily do so. If I can get it back, I'll try and reclaim it now. I mean, we'll wait till after I pay rent.
Yeah.
As soon as I pay rent, I'm going to see if I reclaim it, because before I was just going to let it slide like it's my fault. But after this latest criminal assault, it's... So
I think you have up to 90 days to get it back, or whatever, from the bank. Like they can reverse the charge.
I'll see if I can do that. Yeah, and hopefully still within that 90-day period. Probably it feels like.
My question is, did it come straight from the PayPal, or was it PayPal through a different bank?
No, it was just
talk
PayPal.
about it.
It was just straight PayPal. Okay. Yeah, so I'd have to call
so
PayPal.
They have pay protection. PayPal has pay protection, so it would actually be easier with them. So we'll talk about it privately, though.
Okay. And I mean, I did it once before, maybe twice before, but like I said, the inconvenient aspect is sometimes they'll consider your account to be compromised and say, okay, we'll issue you a new card. So I'm trying to avoid that at least, but we'll see what happens. I think one time I avoided that. So yeah, we'll talk about it privately. But definitely what I'll be doing after tonight's transmission is definitely in the morning I'll be making a battery of phone calls. PayPal, the bank, a number of other places. There you go. It's definitely, it's just been outrageous.
Yeah, let me see. Okay, so the last time Daniel Roll and I talked, just to finish this last escapade, was January 2022.
Jesus Christ.
So it's been like a year and a half. So for someone to come up and say, and he just sends it and then says, recorded towards the end of last month, a little over a year after breaking away. Okay, so the video was recent, but it's been a little over a year since breaking away from DDD. So this video, so they're still making videos last month. I mean, this is ridiculous.
So this is his advertising. I guess they're advertising. It took him this long to remember he knew you.
Yeah. And it says part 1. Like, Jesus Christ, how many parts do you need? Like, okay, Douglas is evil. Okay, all right, part 1 done. Like, I could finish that in 10 minutes. Their whole thesis, like how many parts?
Don't forget the other part of the thesis. Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. This is like something.
They need to pick one. These people. That's what it was at first, right? It was like
when Jambo the Reese Monkey called Brooke Gibson and told her that just days ago.
Right. Yeah. Well, but they used that. Yeah. They tried that with me too. They said, "Oh, Douglas is a fake name." Remember that whole spiel?
Yeah. He's not.
So they said Douglas Dietrich's a fake name, but we used that name to look up the Freedom of Information request.
Yeah. Right.
So it's like, okay, you got to pick one. It's either a fake name or it's not.
And yet they'll tell everyone you got to use the Freedom of Information Act, and you'll find out, he was never in the military. But by the way, he's not.
And then they also said you were like Thai or something. You were like a double agent from Thailand or Philippines or something. and like it was just absurd. I mean, it was like really absurd. Like,
where does the Thailand or the Philippines? But that must explain why all these Filipinos are coming at me. But you know what brings it all together is don't forget Michael Aquino was actually a quarter Filipino. And his relative,
that's true. Yeah.
And his relative became the president of the Philippines. People can look that up. The President Aquino.
Yeah, that whole family is notorious. Like from the Philippines, I'm saying. Like.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That dude like ripped off the whole country and
ran away to Thailand. He ran away to Thailand with the gold. with the national treasury. And this is why they're probably saying that I'm so...
And that was the same, wasn't that there was another family that found the Japanese gold. Forgot that guy's name.
Oh, supposedly they found what you'd call like a stash or a hoard of Yamashita's hoard, which was all over Asia. Yamashita hoard, just so people know, is not just one place. It's like all over Asia. But supposedly the family that found a part of it was the Marcos family. You're talking about the Marcos.
Marcos.
Or rather, Marcos stole it from the guy who found it. That's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. And then he ran away. Basically.
Yeah, then he ran away. Yes.
And then they were trying to say, the funny part about it, they were saying, oh, it was his rationale was that it was a spoil of Japanese war and they stole it from the Philippines originally or some bullshit. You know, he made some rationale about it.
Right. Yeah, it's our Filipino money.
But in the fact it was Hirohito's money and like the Japanese had it from like the Edo period and shit. Anyways.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. But beyond that, okay, so here's what's going on. When Doug Millar and David Schroeder were going around, they were trying to pump to people that I was actually Michael Aquino's son, which a lot of people found believable just by our appearance. A lot of people thought I was his son when they first saw me with him at the Presidio. People would naturally assume that. And he never really denied it. And it was probably always a secret fantasy of his. So what these people are also trying to say is if they're saying that I'm a double agent from Thailand who's really from the Philippines, what they're saying is I'm related to the president who stole the Filipino National Treasury, President Aquino, ran away to Thailand, and that basically his... like related through him to Michael Aquino. What they're really trying to say is I'm Michael Aquino's illegitimate son and that I was born in the Philippines through his military escapades. Does that make sense?
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. It was implied. Something like that was implied, right?
Thank you.
But the irony about all that is like, if you were a double agent and all that happened, then why were you left with no money in freaking Russian Hill?
Whoa! According to them, I drive a Maserati. According to them,
I was gonna say at least James Bond has like a car, you know. Like
Well, according to them, I drive a Maserati and I live on some estate that I don't really live here. That I'm on some estate, right?
Yeah. Well, I've been by your house. It's there.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh God! So
like I think the sinkhole was close. I mean.
Yeah.
Can I just bring up one thing?
Sure, of course. Take your time. Yes, Nemo's joined us. Hello, Nemo. But bring it up, Brendan.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi. And by all means, Brendan, please continue.
The band. It was so since it's the Axis Foundation Day.
Yeah. Yes.
And the Axis, what they're referring to by the Axis is. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you now.
We're getting interfered with pretty hard.
We are.
So I said, since it's the Axis Foundation Day, I was trying to bring up these guys with you, the original, you know, and what they meant by the Axis was like the actual like cosmic axis, like the Axis Mundi. That's what they were trying to tap into, and that's why, you know, that things at Wewelsburg and all those different things are built on an axis, like the mosaic on the floor and stuff, if you saw the photos.
Yes.
You know, anyone who's listening. Yeah. So the whole point of the term axis was they're realigning to the divine axis, like the Yggdrasil, the divine tree. Yes. So that's what they meant by that term. It was nothing to do with whatever those Brits were, why they named it the axis.
Thank you.
But does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Profoundly appreciate it. And I think that's... go on.
Yeah, so what I brought up with you before, I was asking you, there were these, the beings that influenced NASDP that actually came from the East, and they were part of like Eastern, I don't want to call them cults, but Eastern groups, like secret societies.
Yeah.
Like the geostrategical theorist.
Yes.
Named Professor Karl Haushofer.
Yes.
Who taught Rudolf Hess. Yes. And he actually introduced Haushofer to the Wolf King, you know.
Yes.
So
that's right. Meaning Adolf Hitler. For those of you who don't know, Adolf means Wolf King. So go on. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just in a more sensitive area right now. I can't.
Oh, understood. Got it.
But yeah, so those people, and then also there was another being called Jorg Lanz von Liebenfels,
Yes.
He was an ex-Cistercian monk who published a magazine called Ostara.
Yes.
After being expelled from the monastery, he formed his own order,
Yes.
which he called the New Templars.
Yes.
And then Hitler and the other Nazis collected and read Ostara and thought of Lanz as their veritable guru,
Yes.
which is someone they look up to, in other words.
Yes.
So, do any of those have bearing to where, they brought in elements from the East, like the Vedic element and these kind of like Templarian kind of elements?
Absolutely.
Like, yeah.
Absolutely.
So that was my question before, but I couldn't remember these guys' names.
Oh.
So now I got their names.
Excellent, excellent. So, I mean, you've answered your own question, really. Your question is almost rhetorical. I mean, you always knew the
It
answer.
is,
Yeah. And but thank you for bringing that up, Brendan. The very fact that you share it, hopefully other people will research into this. And
well, the reason why I brought it up with you is because you mentioned once that I don't know who it was. Whether it was Hess or this guy Haushofer, but one of them they were fluent in, or maybe it was even Himmler, but they were fluent in Japanese and Chinese. One of these people.
Many more of these people were fluent in either Chinese or Japanese than people know, but definitely Haushofer. Haushofer was the
and
man
actually multiple. Oh yeah, exactly, Haushofer, right? Because he
his
was more
was, Go on.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
he was more like the Eastern kind of guy,
right?
Like the teacher, the professor type.
That's right. His wife was Japanese, and his son was half Japanese. His son was Eurasian, or rather Euro-Asian. Yeah, Euro-Asian.
So he perhaps came from a lineage similar to your mother. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yes.
Something like this.
Yes.
Like these people knew each other in a way.
Yes. Yes. All true. All true. And yeah, and Nemo has to restart his Skype, and then now he's rejoining us. So welcome back, Nemo. And yes, and so for people who don't know, Karl Haushofer, who formulated the concept of geopolitik in the modern sense, he was the individual who had gone to Japan and had very much was inspirational to the National Socialistisch, or the Nazis as Americans call them, about many issues. But all of that there was a long history before that. Adolf Hitler personally, as I said, was highly influenced by a book on Tokugawa religion written by an Australian that was translated into the German. And this gave him the idea of the samurai medievalist social model as one of the ideal models for fascism in the modern sense. And this is why his SS was imbued with the samurai sense of Bushido, as well as their ancient code of the Teutonic Knights. So,
which is where that Templar connection comes in with these guys, like the other guy, Lanz.
Yes, absolutely.
So they kind of like blended, like
it's called syncretism, syncretized in the religious
they did
sense.
like a syncretism of Bushido, which there's like a Buddhist sect that used it as well, but they basically blended all those together.
Not to mention,
and Vedic.
Yeah, and Vedic as well, yeah. Not to mention that Joseph Goebbels' wife, Magda Goebbels, was a Buddhist, a practicing Buddhist.
Okay, yeah, so that was who I was thinking of as well. Yeah,
yes, and she was the first lady of the Reich, because Adolf Hitler was not married until basically the Reich vacated the surface world. And so until that point, it was Magda Goebbels who functioned as the first lady of the Third Reich. And she was someone who, there was a lot of, shall we say, conflict that she had ongoing with her husband about different things, his womanizing and all the rest of that. At one point, she actually was running away with almost the entire family, trying to cross the border into what was then a foreign nation at that time, Switzerland or Austria. I'd have to look it up. I think it was Switzerland. And so Austria, people do remember, of course, Austria was united with Germany a little later after 1933 in what was called the Anschluss. So she was either trying to break into that, but I think it was Switzerland. Yes, thank you. And Brendan has far better pronunciations than myself, because I never heard anyone speak German. I can vaguely read some of the printed German, but honestly, the expert is Brendan with linguistics. When it came to the Magda Goebbels, it was one of the reasons why, when at the end of the Third Reich, when Joseph Goebbels, of course, replaced himself with basically a double. All of them had doubles that they had sequestered over the years. Not all of them voluntary doubles either. Some of them were from the camps. And in the case of Goebbels, he had replaced himself with a double for the bodies that were left at the bunker. But his wife killed herself and all of the children, and the reason that she could do this, people, how can a mother do this? It's because she had this very Buddhistic mindset that the life was very transitional, that this life was very transitional, and that they were going to reincarnate.
I mean, they knew about transmigration of souls. I mean, at that point, death isn't really a big deal. I mean,
thank you.
Especially in light of, like, consequences, like, you know. I'm not saying you should kill yourself, but I'm saying, like,
understood. Yeah.
Like, their karma was coming to fruition, and like it's either get tortured by the Americans and all those people, right, or just try again next time, you know.
That's right. No, seriously.
Like, I could sympathize with their position. I don't agree with it, but it's like that's
well, it's certainly agreeable when you're in that circumstance yourself and you have that kind
that's
of
what I mean.
Yeah. And so but you see, that's where Buddhism gives you that right. You have that right in Buddhism. You are the master of your soul. It's not a damnation ticket like the Christians have perverted.
Right. That's kind of the downside with the West, is people have this YOLO kind of. I mean, they've done it deliberately. Got rid of the fact of reincarnation and transmigration, because then people have this mentality: oh, I can do whatever I want. It's not a big deal. You know, you only live once. That whole slogan came out of it. Yeah. But in reality, it's like your soul's eternal. You don't really like, you can't just keep doing what you're doing and not have consequence. Like, so.
Thank you. And in the West,
they all knew that. These beings all knew that.
Thank you. And in the West, the church deprived the population of that freedom. They deprived the population of that freedom because at that point you're dependent on the church for your salvation. It's basically, oh fuck, if I kill myself, I'll be damned. And
exactly.
So you're just stuck.
And it's important to mention too that, like, the early Christianity actually had it in their scripture. Fact of reincarnation, like the Coptic peoples, the Gnostics, there were others, you know, other groups. It's even in Judaism. Reincarnations there too, in the older rabbinical schools and stuff. So it was just edited to serve this kind of modern situation, to make people feel, put them in these kind of desperate kind of states and not understand what evolution is, that you can evolve your state of being. You don't have to be stuck. So that's the good news about it. And reincarnation has actually been proved now by modern science, like real science, like real studies into, like, soul science. Absolutely. Like, reincarnation's a fact. Like,
definitely. And so people need to understand, as I've said before, the soul is a very complicated item,
spirit.
So to speak. Yes. And the spirit.
I would qualify that as saying spirit, because soul is like a huge thing. Like, soul is like being like the sun. Like, there's not many souls around in this kind of world.
I appreciate that.
Everyone has spirit. Yeah. Everyone has spirit.
Yeah. No, I definitely appreciate that. And there are those who, of course, they disambiguate spirit from soul, and they think about that on a case-by-case basis. But I understand what Brendan is saying, is that there are great spirits that are basically beyond, they've evolved beyond your average manifestation of that's corporealized in a body, and therefore they're souls. So he's disambiguated to this point where he says that a great spirit would be a soul in that sense. How he sees it, and I don't argue.
Well, it's in the word, like in the word, like soul is sun, right? Soul equals sun.
Yes.
So to have a soul, you have to be either equal or past the sun.
Interesting.
Which, there's not many beings like that right now.
And of course, what that means is,
I don't see any.
Yeah, and what that means is enlightened. That means truly enlightened.
Yes.
Okay, and so what Brendan is referring to is...
That's why the Greeks used the term psyche.
Yes.
That was what's inside of you.
Absolutely.
Or in Vedic, it's called Atma. Atma is a portion of the great whole called Paramatma. So you're like a small fractal of the whole powerhouse, like Godhead. Right?
Yes.
So everyone has Atma, but not everyone is Param Atma, the full thing. So,
Right.
There's
Right.
nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's your conduit to divine. It's not a big, like, people, especially the New Agers, they get offended, like, oh, but I'm like everything all at once, and I'm like this. But if you can't manifest it, it doesn't matter if you think that or if that's true or not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly most of them don't manifest it at all. I mean, so
That's the point.
yeah. So what Brendan is referring to is soul, as in the Greek sol, sol, the sun, the very word for the sun, and
Yes.
then that's the etymology for where we get soul. But there used to be a lot more enlightened souls or living suns than there are today.
Thank you.
Yes,
exactly.
we
That's
are.
the point. Yes.
Thank you. In this age, we are benighted. It is a dark age. It is truly a dark age.
Kali.
Kali.
Yeah. So I would like to clarify that as well. I found out I knew this, but it was more clear to me now. The term Kali, Kali,
Yes.
the dark goddess, which she's not evil or anything, just Kali, the god. Kali, not Kali. It, like, if you can hear my pronunciation, like two long vowels, Kali.
Okay.
That's the goddess. Then the age we're in is actually Kali, which is two short sounds. So it's a different concept entirely. Kali is when you're playing in this ancient Vedic game that they used to play with dice. It's like liar's dice, basically. So the term Kali actually comes from that game, and it means you were dealt a bad roll, a bad dice roll. So it's when they say Kali Yug, that means you're in the age of bad luck, bad fortune, bad odds. The odds are against you.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the age of the dark goddess, because ultimately all Shakti is good. Like, the goddess is actually benefic, even if it is a fierce version like Kali.
Yes.
Kali.
So
Kali is a force that is the dark force that tricks people, and is basically what we would call the modern, like, like Loki or something. It's like a force that trips you up in your everyday path, and now it's at its strongest. It's like at its apogee.
No, really. I mean, this is one reason that someone like me, go on.
That's why we're all in this mess. Kali's very strong right now, and like they're doing all that they can. Those beings that that are part of that force, like, they're doing all that they can to trick people, and everything's wrong. Everything is wrong, like that Lloyd Pye kind of vibe.
Right.
Where they turn the world into this fucking topsy-turvy shit where everything's wrong, and no matter which direction you go, you're lost and amazed. So that was all deliberate. And that's why the term Kali is used. It's not Kali, it's Kali. It means you got dealt a bad hand.
Thank you. No, it's perfect.
If you want to use poker terms, that's what it means. The age of bad fortune, yeah.
No, definitely. I mean, this is what, to personalize it, but that way make it more understandable to our various listeners. It's why someone as experienced as I am, with as much of a criminal background as I have, can still be ripped off, just basically victimized by a different kind of criminal. And understand that, first off, just on that note, while I'm thinking of it, bear in mind that both Daniel Arola, which I explained once before to Peter Moon, I don't know if Brendan Zogid ever heard me explain this, but there were several times that Daniel Arola had confided to myself and told me, oh, promise never to tell anyone, promise never to tell anyone. Of course, all that promise is out the window since he revealed himself proudly as the enemy and is bragging to even Brendan Zogid about it. Oh, this is where I severed with DDD. So any promises to him are rendered moot. He basically told me that he was related to the president of the Philippines, Aquino, who had run off with the national treasury. Pair that up with the Pinoy, the Filipino who rang my doorbell and basically, pulled what he did. And these are basically different relations or cultists of Michael Aquino from the Filipino side. That the relations of the Filipino president who ran off to Thailand, basically carrying out this Kuli Yuga mission of devastation. But this has nothing to do with Kali, the goddess who, as our man Brendan Zogid says, when you're speaking of the devouring mother, to hate her is like hating the acts of God, like hurricanes and earthquakes, or these various demarcators of basically culling humanity at various times in this divine sense that may seem cruel and may seem pointless, but in the end, God acts in mysterious ways. Is Kali is manifestation of that kind of godliness, and so
it's a necessary force as opposed to where trickery and deception and the Setian angle is not necessary at all in creation.
No, it's gratuitous. Like it's gratuitous evil. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and they did that deliberately, where they confused the word Kali because they knew most people who aren't into Sanskrit will never get the difference. It's so subtle.
They'll conflate the two. That anyone
they deliberately want people to hate Kali.
Thank you.
Because Kali is actually the liberator. She'll cut your head off, meaning she'll release you from the bonds of mortality and birth and death and stuff. Like and
basically you're suffering. Yes, go on. Sure.
Yeah, she'll end the suffering if you go in that direction properly and do all the things properly, you know. But then she also can cause problems if you're not going by divine will and multiversal law. So it's like, but they deliberately villainized Kali as a goddess just because they wanted to trick people. And so, but the real term just finally is now coming out. So
yes, thank you. So
that means the age of Kali is actually ending when all this stuff comes out. So
thank you.
That's the good news.
Yeah, that the Kali Yuga is closing in terms of its cycle of suffering. We have the chance now to ascend. Of course, it's always darkest before the dawn, which is why Filipinos show up at my door and rip me off.
That was all very strange. And I don't understand what Daniel thinks I'm going to do. I mean, it's like I can do a whole hour podcast why I'm against Douglas, like why don't they invite me ever? I'm obviously joking.
I understand that. It's like anybody can have complaints about myself. These people,
but it's well, I'm saying, what do they think I'm going to do? Like watch their thing and then start joining their side?
Well, it's like you said before. What do you get when you're on their side? What is on their side? Other than reading Richard K. Cole Jr. articles, what is there to their side? Other than, shit.
Well, you'll get some poetry,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, tell her about the poem. Brooke, tell them about the poem he wrote you.
Someone wrote you a poem.
I told Richard K. Cole Jr. I was not going to.
No, it's he knows that. Brendan knows that. No. What Brendan is asking was, did J-Mo write you the poem? No, it was Richard K. Cole Jr. wrote her this stupid poem.
That's.
J-Mo thinks I'm more narcissistic than Douglas.
Yeah.
He decided that.
Oh man.
Yeah, by the end of our conversations, that I was being a bitch, my normal self, and he couldn't handle it.
Because he kept telling her how, I'm seeking love. I'm seeking love, and telling her how you can share with us what he was saying. What was
I don't know. He would just say something about how he wants the world to end because people are bad, and I'd be like, okay. I was just boring, and then I would do a one-word reply, and then he'd be like, well, you don't understand. This is because of pain and blah 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 of him, and I went. Same old shit, different day, dude. I mean, I just kept saying, there was nothing original there. And it kept going from I hate, or this is why I hate, this is why all people should die, to, well, but I have an excuse to hate. And I mean, it was just,
Are you talking about Jambo now?
Yeah, Jambo. Yeah. She's talking about Jambo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's totally sheltered. He has no reason to hate humanity.
Thank you.
He was putting a lot of effort into what he was saying, and I think the reason he thought I was so narcissistic is I just would read it, to be honest, after a YouTube video, and then just reply with a one-word answer, whatever, lame, stupid. It just kept going like that, and then finally he's like, "You're worse than Douglas. You're more narcissistic."
Right. What was his rationalization of when you brought up that you saw your initials and stuff on his
he
rings?
told me that he never did that. That was not. whatever
So
I saw.
well, that
had
was.
nothing
I
to
mean,
do
that
with
means
me.
the entities were doing it for him. So I mean, that's not nothing you can do about that.
I don't know.
Because
What I
like
do know
know when
is
you're
I'm
channeling,
sure
if you're channeling something, you don't know exactly what it is. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, but my well, I don't know.
How about
He
the
would
more
know
sensible?
anyway.
How about the more sensible thing is that he's lying. He did what he did. He's just lying because there's no one else who would do it.
Yeah.
I think that's probably more. But either way, like even if he did, I honestly didn't care. I mean, that wasn't what I was pushing when I spoke with him that time. I was like, why do you hate Douglas so bad? And again, then why do you hate the world? I really was trying to find some good in him, and because I try to think everyone has it. But he just would go back to such dark shit that I just finally, got sick of talking about it and got off, the phone with him. But then when he was messaging, like the next night to me, like, I enjoy talking to you, but then going, the same shit, it's like.
Yeah. It's
worse.
like the only time I've ever dealt with stuff like that is like and I know I'm not making a diagnosis, but usually it's like schizophrenic type level where they are stuck on this kind of thought pattern, not defending him.
It's he's like in a loop, like a merry-go-round.
Yeah, exactly. They get stuck in that kind of craziness. Yeah.
Well, his
bipolar or something.
Yeah, his entire trip can be summarized as basically, I want everybody dead, and he wants to express this in gory detail, and he wants to shock you. And basically what he did when Crystal River appeared, who's this young lady who basically does a lot of psychic readings, and this is how she makes her living, and she does this telephonically in Texas. And
she's a water healer and stuff.
Thank you. And when she came on the show, and she had insisted I not leave her alone with him, but I thought, look, she's a big girl, and ultimately I have to go to the bathroom at some point. So I said, look, you can handle this. Look, just be with him for a little while. I never thought it was going to go that bad. Whatever he said is on record. I never reviewed it, but whatever he said just was so offensive to her and I know what he said in principle because she repeated it, is basically he said that I want everybody on earth to die so I can be alone on earth and become God. But he said it in such a way and with so she thought she never came back on again. She just basically never came back on again. But this is how wretched this individual is. But then that's his one half of the loop. Then the other half is he wants everyone to know, but I really love everybody. Or rather, not that I love anybody, but rather that everybody should love me because I'm a creature in pain. And really, I want you to see that because I'm this vulnerable creature in pain, that really this is why you need to love me, and that everything I'm saying that revolts you and shocks you, you've got to love me in spite of all that because I'm in pain. But there's no pain in this man's life. His entire life, he's grown up sheltered, living in his mother's basement. He's never worked a day in his life, and his parents have supported him since the day he was born. He's never suffered any racism because he doesn't look black at all, and most everybody who sees him mistakes him for just basically some light-skinned Caribbean or at the most. So it's not like he has had any racism, but he tries to use
he must be on some kind of what is it, like disability? Because,
he is on disability. He gets a crazy check. So. What Derek Talley called a crazy check, which is very ironic because Derek Talley himself was on military disability while getting paid.
Everyone wants that shit. Yeah.
Yes. This is what
even the people here in the school district, they'll like break a vertebrae just to get on the shit.
Oh fuck yeah!
So I don't have to work again. It's like that's horrible.
Yeah, it's just how people are. I mean, probably the worst instant karma, or very close to instant karma, that I saw was the case of this one engineer I knew who was in Ohio. What was his name? I can't remember, but Richard McGuire, his aunt literally threw herself under a bus. It was a bus driver was backing up a school bus, and she said, here's my chance. She threw herself under it and made certain she stuck both her legs underneath the tire, and then he rolled over her, and then of course she screamed. That couldn't be helped. And then he came out, oh my god, and then she won millions of dollars. And then what she did was she bought this entire several-story home in Florida so she could live there plus rent out sections of it to make instant income constantly. And she married the man of her dreams, a musician. Remember what Daniel Arola always said? Yeah, a musician. They'll all go for the musicians. Yeah. And that's why he played his killer ukulele. That just, oh yeah, like that was going to get him laid. I mean, of all the instruments women go for, the ukulele's not one of them.
That's not it, man.
No, thank you. Thank you. I mean, you may as well be playing the one-string meat guitar. It looks like you're masturbating when you play that shit anyway. Right. And it comes out like sounding like...
The only time that ever applies is a guitar, electric guitar. Any other one is just like...
Thank you. But then after...
Maybe Spanish guitar if someone's more into that kind of flamenco vibe. Some chicks into that, but
there you go. But nothing that small otherwise. Yeah. In her case, then she marries this musician, and then after all that, then the musician got full-blown Alzheimer's, and a hurricane came and blew the structure away.
Oh yeah. If you do anything like that, I mean, it's coming back to you. There's no.
Yeah. Oh.
You don't just get away with like if you don't do the Saturn discipline, you're not getting away with all that stuff. I mean.
Thank you. It's just, there has to be like, you have to earn it.
I love how you say that though, and you think he has any idea when he's like going with this like Saturn stuff. he didn't even know what Saturn was when I met him. I'm fairly certain he doesn't know very much now. Though.
Wait, by the way,
what is the Saturn discipline?
Yeah. Just so everybody knows, Brooke is referring to myself, not Brendan. She's talking about how I'm just.
Yes, of course. Yes. Thought that was obvious. Sorry.
You just gotta call the names out, honey, so that people understand.
Well, I was saying because you will say stuff like, even when he's talking about Kali, the goddess Kali, the Kali yoga, and you're just going like, yeah, like all that shit, and I'm like, oh my god, he fucking like doesn't he really know about Kali? And he's gonna just agree that he thinks that the names were purposely done that way. Anyway, and now you're gonna say, yeah, Saturn. And tell me about Saturn then, since you understood.
By the way, while Brendan is articulating that, before I refresh myself, I'm gonna go refresh myself just a little bit here. Did you, since Nemo didn't have a chance to or say anything before he came on, was there something you wanted to bring up to me before I refresh myself for a few minutes, Nemo, or I can just do that and you can?
No, it's all fine.
Okay, great. I do want all of you to love each other, be kind to each other in the few minutes that I'm gone. Though of course, I fully expect during the time that I'm gone, when I come back, probably the world would have collapsed, sinkholes would have opened, and God knows, it has a tendency to work out like that. But Brooke, you have my full permission. You can start in whenever you feel like it on what happened to me.
I wasn't starting in on them. I was saying.
Oh, no! You can start in on what happened to me. You can start in on what happened to me while I'm gone.
Oh, you mean your sexually transmitted disease?
Well, that's new.
Yes. Yeah. And I'll do my best to put that into I'll do my best at damage control and putting that into context. I'm sure whatever way Brooke presents it, it's gonna sound awful.
I'm just gonna present it exactly like I'm actually not gonna say shit till you come back, and then you tell me what. If there's one thing I said that was wrong, and then how horrible it is anyway, just not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not like he was. I can't even.
Well, we'll get into it when I get back then. But of course, you might want to thank some of. Let our man explain Saturn, but then get around to thanking some of these wonderful people for your care package. Wonderful people out there. There's wonderful people out there. She got a care package, and she loves whoever sent it. Yeah. So I'll go mute.
You're welcome, bro.
Yeah. Actually, do you need to thank you for the I may need to thank you for the wormwood thing that you told me to get, because I did get that.
Yeah.
So
Good.
I think it's been helping, but it's honestly making me worse. I think right now at first, like my skin's been itching, but then I read that that's like normal. When you're going through it in the beginning. So, because I almost stopped it because I'm like, I feel like this is getting worse, and it said that would be a sign, like getting worse before it gets better. And so, so I'm excited. So thank you for that thought. At least
just keep going. I mean, it'll get fine. Yeah, you'll be back to normal health in like a month or something. if you keep doing it.
I bought 2 of the bottles while I was there, so luckily, yeah. Well, I mean, they're small. They're small little whatever.
Yeah, vial.
Yeah, so I bought 2.
It's strong stuff though, so I mean, you can like.
Oh, it's fucking strong, man! You put that shit under your tongue, you better have something to drink right after.
Yeah.
Like a sip of some water or something, because it's.
Yeah, but it cleanses the liver and cleanses. It's good for digestion, and it's especially good for any kind of so-called viral issues.
Yeah, I was reading that it's good for so many things, so I'm excited about it. So thank you for that. And then I just feel blessed for you caring to tell me that, but then I feel really blessed because there's been someone that sent me something that just a care package, and it just made me feel really blessed today too. So thank you to the person that's listening that did that, because it was very, I don't know, just surprising and meaningful that they would do that and take the time to. So, and they did it in such a nice, caring little package too, which I wish it was a little cute thing. So anyway, thank you to whoever's listening that did that. And, Nemo's on here. Let's see. Thank you for, nothing. Like Nemo, no one, nothing. Anyone else on here?
You're welcome.
Just kidding, Nemo. I have to give you a hard time. And anyone else on here, I love you all. I love you all. So go ahead and go back to talk. I don't want to take over. So go back to your talking.
Whatever you did, you're definitely like a whole different person. It's like, you're actually nice. That's crazy.
I know. Yeah.
So,
I'm feeling better. So I'm very thankful to, like I said, what I just said.
Yeah. No, that's good news. That's really
I do want to ask you about the Kali Yuga, since you were talking about it, So I've been under the understanding that while there's been different debates on how long Kali Yuga lasts, that we're in for a lot longer time of that cycle. So where did you get those numbers?
I said it was a long time. No, I said it was basically the time they give. That's like 4,32,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be 432,000 years. The time that they give for the length of Kali Yuga.
Right.
That's actually the math they did was completely wrong, because they used Dvitya years, which are divine years from a different plane. So they multiplied 12,000 by 360, which no one ever said. So the whole cycle, the Yuga cycle, is actually 12,000 years. It says in Srimad Bhagavatam. So you divide, it's 24,000 years. So basically each cycle is like 24,000 years total. Divide that by 4, or if you divide that by 4, it's approximately like 4,000 years, or 3,000 years each. Wait, like 20. 4, 6. So it's roughly each precession of a sign within that. So there's many things. There's the signs
you have like this
that we go through, like the age of Aquarius and all those. Like the precession is inside of that.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's also a Yuga precession, which is like a general time scale on top of that. So the Yuga precession.
The Yugas are the big precessions, and that's where I had.
Yeah.
And I knew there.
But
it's
not in the 400,000 years time frame. It's closer to like 12,000 years.
Well, that's what it's like. And I went back to look up again when you were talking about it. This is while you and Douglas were talking. Because it says, for this reason the Vedas give 2 different measurements for the duration of Kali Yuga in years of the Devas, which is
Dvitya. That's the Dvitya years. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is 360 human years.
That's why they multiplied it. It says Kali Yuga lasts 1,200 years, and on Earth it lasts 432,000 years.
See, they made a mistake there. They multiplied 1,200 by. Let's see. They multiplied 12,000 by 360, which gives you 4 million. So 4 crore 320,000 years, and then they divided that. They did some shenanigans with it, basically. But it's actually, what was the number you gave? You said 4,000? Or no, 1,200. So it'd be 1,200 times.
Years. on Earth.
So
yeah, I mean,
1,200 times four portions, 4 quarters, that's 4,800 years. So each yuga lasts about 5,000 years, roughly. Or
yeah,
if you double that, if you want to really be generous, you could multiply it by 2. That's 9,600 years, that sounds more accurate. So, but the numbers are there in Srimad Bhagavatam. It uses 12,000. It multiplies it by something. It's nowhere near 4,320,000.
Yeah, it's just so
whoever
confusing.
Whoever did that calculation is obviously on the team of Kali, because why else would they do that? It's like your God gets 4 million years, or the being
right,
that
it
runs
seems like
Kali.
that it would be the opposite way, where it says like
Yeah.
they're like, oh, it's 4 million years on Earth and only 100 years in heaven or whatever, is basically the way they're doing this math.
They switched it.
It's kind of backwards.
They switched it. Yeah.
But
and plus the yugas don't affect heaven. That's why they did like a sleight of hand. The heaven is always heaven, and like, and the lower planes are always the lower planes, but Earth is the one that is subject to these things. So they did like a sleight of hand. They multiplied like the Deva's years time, and they brought it into Earth years, when actually a Deva year is 360 years here. So there was no need. Like, when do you ever use another plane's time scale on this plane? Like, you don't do that. Like,
yeah, because other planes.
Like when you're in Saudi Arabia, I'm not using Saudi Arabia time here in California. Like, no one's doing that. So why would you do that with the yugas?
What I don't understand though is how I guess the math, because where it says this, it says experts conclude that Kali Yuga consists of 1,000 years with a can't say that word correct. Samdaya of 100 years and a Sanheims. Fuck, I cannot speak Vedic.
Ascending and a descending time. Yeah.
Of 100 years. So, but then obviously
that's more accurate then. I mean, like, if anything.
But that's where it doesn't make sense, because it says VP 1.32. That's, I guess, where they're pulling this out of. But it says we are currently. But the next paragraph says we are currently in the midst of Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga began approximately 12,000 years ago in 3102 BCE at the end of the Dwarpa, and then it's talking about how many.
So that is more
years.
more accurate. Yeah, that's more accurate.
So
solar
they said
years
a
is
solar
Earth
year.
That's Earth years. That's here because the sun goes through the cycle one.
Yeah, and so they're still showing a time unit of 0.864 million years for Kali Yuga. So that's what I mean. Like, there's so many different.
All of India basically uses those huge numbers. I mean, those are all wrong. None of the scriptures. If you go to anything written by Ved-Vyas, which is the Vedic, like if you go into the Gita, Bhagavad Gita, or if you go into Srimad Bhagavatam or any of the Puranas, like no one's using 4 lakh, or 4 crore. Like these are huge numbers. No one's using that. Like,
yeah,
that
that's
was all
what
added later.
They're saying that it would still
later.
last another 400. We would have 427,000 years left.
Yeah, well, I mean, and in a real sense, like, can this last for another, like, even 100 years?
Point. Like,
the way things are going, I mean, like, just if you use practical thinking, like,
no, so
it won't even last another 50 years the way things are going. How is it going to last 400,000? I mean, that's crazy.
Because in Kali Yuga, it gets worse and worse and worse. So, I mean, exactly. I don't think it's going to get much worse. Bottom, like, another 427,000 years of nothing getting
better.
There's
no way. I mean, there's no way. I mean, there's really no, like, that's, so it's even nonsense on just logic, just basic logic. Like, can something like this last another 400,000 years? Like, the answer is no.
Yeah,
like,
because
as it is now, everything's on life support. Everything's barely running. They have to introduce AI and a bunch of, like, gene therapy to even keep humanity going, or how they want it. And it's like, I mean, like, none of that can last more than
that's where I don't
years.
get the people that believe that from the Krishna, that they believe that, because if you believe as Kali Yuga states, right, things don't ever get better under Kali Yuga. They get worse and worse and worse. And so you're saying,
especially because it's the descending part of the Yuga. Yeah, it's like
and you got 427,000 years
Yeah, so you see how laughable it is. It's a laughable joke. I mean, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
Yeah,
You see,
I'm
so
just
you
glad
could
that
see
you
it.
could explain it better, because it would. I would just finally look at it and be so like lost with these yugas.
Well, that's the point. They want people to feel like, oh, nothing can be done. It's another 400,000 years. Yeah, like we just gotta, scam people for money and just live how we can live. Like that's why all these people have this mentality.
Yes, I remember when
especially the Indians, like the Hindus and stuff that believe this, like they all have that mentality. Oh, it's just, we have 400,000 years to get out of this. So like, I'm going to do whatever I want to do now. And like, it takes away any kind of responsibility or anything like that.
But, and again, like I said, when I first learned about the yugas and didn't learn much about them, because once I read that, I just was like, this is just stupid bullshit. Like, I believe a lot of the things that I've learned out of Vedic, but when I was reading about that and I read that it was like 1,000,000 years in this one and I was like,
well, that's not real Vedic. That's like stuff that was introduced with like the Hare Krishnas and whoever introduced it. It's like prevalent all over now in India.
Okay.
Whoever introduced it, like it's now that's the accepted number, but nowhere in Vedic does it say that number.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, actually. Don't you think though it's kind of like the way they use that power is kind of the way Christianity has gone, in that a lot of Christianity, meaning like, taking Christ out of it, as far as Christ said, the kingdom of heaven lies within you, whereas so many Christians, at least I know around here, that believe it's just like waiting on Jesus to come back, right? So they're like, we don't want things to get worse.
It's the same trip, yeah.
They really want things to get worse because there's like, it's just the devil.
Yes,
going to see it all get worse. But when, Jesus will be back soon. Which,
and the rapture and all that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the certain number of people that are going to be raptured up, and is like, it's just another thing to say, well, there's no really point in trying to save us too much, because
it's the same YOLO mentality, like, oh, nothing I can do, or I only have this one life, I can't evolve, like they want people in that kind of zone.
Yeah, exactly.
Just continue on this train of thought.
I pray for people, but that's all I'm going to do.
So I will return shortly.
I'm sorry, what?
I have to go for a bit, but I will return shortly.
Oh, okay. I may not be here, but
just continue on this train of thought.
Okay. Well, I don't know who wants to talk to me about it, because what do you guys want to talk about?
I don't have much knowledge in that topic.
All right. Well, I'll talk about anything. Y'all can talk. Y'all can talk about anything, and
I don't really know as much about that either, so we'll probably have to talk about something else.
Talk about American college football. Maybe we'll talk about that.
No. With that Wormwood plan, how much do you have to consume regularly on a daily basis?
It's just like a dropper full, and it says to do 3 a day. That's what I've been doing. Like 3, just a dropper full in my mouth 3 times a day.
What do you try to do with it?
So it's good for bacterial. It's good for bacterial. What do you call it? Viral. But the main thing that what we were discussing last time that what's his name, and Brendan and I talked privately, was like a lot of my symptoms had to do with, or gastro, and then mainly, but then when it was asking me other things when he's reading this, and it said that you most likely have parasite. And it ended up making sense because I've been tested for parasites, but my doctor even said, there's so many parasites and it can be so hard to find them. He said we could test, but it's be very hard. And so then when I started learning about parasites, what most people have parasites. Most people do have them. And what I have been telling Brendan on the phone before we went into the parasite thing, and then it ended up making sense, is that I knew that when I got COVID, that COVID affects your A1 and your A2 receptors, your ACE1, your ACE2 receptors, and a few others, obviously. But those are 2 of the main ones that we know it affects. And it, you have those throughout your body, but it would usually, a lot of times, you have a lot in your lungs, and that's why we were having issues with lungs with COVID. But then I got it in my stomach, which is where it attached. And so, knew it was my stomach, then got over COVID. My stomach slowly went back to normal after a couple of weeks of just being nothing but nauseous. And, but then a few months later, I start slowly developing these stomach issues. And looking back now, there were some other small issues that went with it, but just feeling worse and worse and not being able to hold down nutrients, like the only thing that like I can keep weight on, it's not like it's because the only thing I realized was sugar. And so now going back and looking at that, it turns out that just like Brendan said, what probably happened was just like most people have some parasites in them, but once those ACE receptors were affected, it allowed a complete overgrowth of those parasites to then take over. And they slowly take over. What they do is they just attach into the linings of your body, depending on, I guess there's all different kinds, and there's kinds you don't know about, but they attach to the lining. And it can be viral too, because when you think about it, viruses and parasites aren't really too different. But they attach into the linings of different walls of your stomach, your intestines. Then they'll go to the liver, and really just kind of feed that way. And so we're not talking about like big parasitic worms like the tapeworms or something, something like that. That's not obviously what I would have, or I would have known that. You're talking about small parasitic things that are living inside your body, but once they start to take over, or viral, I guess you could say as well. Like I said, viral and parasitic do not have too much difference in them, really, the way they work. So it's about then trying to kill those and get them out of your body. And see, what they live on is sugar. So that's why that was the one thing. Like I could sugar all day, but at the same, that's what they feed on, and everything else. My body just won't process it. Like, might as well just spit it right back out of my mouth. The way my body has been doing it, and it's just been getting worse and worse. So hopefully that this will help do that. And I've since learning that about it and learning about, you have to cut the sugar out, and you also have to, there's other things you can do. I mean, there's a few other things you can take and try, but that's really where I'm at with it. But what it does is, I remember I started I would itch. I remember after I got in COVID, and then right before I started getting sick around that time, I remember like my skin was really itchy, and I was like, is it dry? I mean, like for like 2 months, like I would wake up and my legs were itching, and so that's can be a sign of it.
Is that because it's getting the bad shit out of your system? Started to remove it?
Purging, perhaps. By the way, I want to thank you, Nemo, for the $10. God bless you. Thank you so much. Go on, honey.
No problem.
Yes.
So I think that is it now. I think I don't know why it was doing it back then, because then it stopped. This was back when I first started getting sick. So I don't know if the itching was a sign of my body reacting, I think originally to maybe the toxins in my body that they were starting to put out, until my body got used to that and quit itching. But now it's so weird, because now as I've started taking this, I mean, my body is itching all over. And so they said that is one way the body, is really taking out your toxins through the skin, obviously the largest organ in our body. So your skin's having a reaction to the toxins as they die. So I guess it's a good sign.
All of this sounds like it's kind of, by the way, our dear Brendan Zogit must be at work. You're still at work, right, Brendan?
I just left.
Oh, okay. That explains the noises. You're going to your car and you're getting it started or something, right?
That was actually some cashews. I'm sorry about that.
Oh!
I love Brendan's. I love that sense of humor. He was just like, sorry about that. That was just epic.
Yeah. So
because he said it like I could care less, dude. Just like you.
Yeah. So like Brooke, this all sounds like it's heavily influenced by Ian West theory. Parasites. I mean, come on now. Really? I mean, is this what it's coming down to?
I think that.
No, this is legit. They've proven that there is more parasites than pretty much everyone, over 90% of the population is infected with parasites.
Holy shit!
And it doesn't matter if you eat meat or not. There are pathogens.
There's a lot of ways they can get into your body.
Yeah, whether it's water or like if you swim in public, what is it? Like ponds or something, like lakes, rivers.
Yeah.
Many ways.
Still water.
And there's even like amoebas that are just like free in the air and stuff. And so
holy shit, is that true? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's true.
Even just touching it from a dirty doorknob one time, like you could have just randomly touched a dirty doorknob. But
God.
What they do is they become symbiotic with like different yeasts as well. Like yeast is also a fungi. So there's like good microbes, which are typically bacteria, like acidophilus and lactobacillus, that are symbiotic with the human organism. Then there are other ones like yeast and mold and fungi that live off your system. But because your immune system can clean them up, they're undetectable and they don't affect your health. But if they get the one up, say you get sick, like your immunity goes down, or say they're spraying, and this is where you're saying like the Ian West kind of whatever, like conspiracy zone, but there are things that they're doing that are increasing the chances of the molds taking over.
Right.
And nothing to do with the V, but more to do with like the environmental, like the toxins. And like, for example, using bleach, like they say use bleach, right, to kill mildew, but bleach actually, all it does is it bleaches the black color from the spores, but it actually feeds the byproduct of the breakdown of the bleach actually feeds the mold and the organism that creates it.
Ooh.
So, yeah. So it's like...
And that must be... That's funny you just said that, because that guy I had at my house that was, helping me work, cleaning out. It was cleaning the outside of the house. And I said, here, why don't you use bleach on this? He's like, if I got mold, I'm not using bleach. He's like, I will use white vinegar.
White vinegar.
He was saying white vinegar.
Good man.
Interesting.
Because the vinegar will dissolve the walls of the cell, whereas the bleach will just feed it.
Vinegar is the enemy of yeast.
Yeah. Well, there you go with that. Well, now I know what to dip my dick in.
Well, now we know where you need to dip. First of all, let's get deeper into this. You just you didn't believe in all these amoebas and parasites, but maybe you should. And since you want to tell them about the yeast on your dick?
Yes.
Well, most people think about like the parasites being like worms, like those crazy tapeworms and stuff. I mean, those are only if you're eating like undercooked meat, wild game,
right?
Like ringworm you get from like really gnarly outdoor kind of scenarios where you're like crawling in mud. So those are the ones that people think of. But there are like those what are they called? Other parasites like liver flukes and shit that like are really undetectable, and they actually, the eggs get in your system if you have like pets or animals that go outside. The liver flukes get into your system, and then they nest inside your liver, and you never know that they're there until you do a parasite cleanse. And people that have done hardcore parasite cleanse with like black walnut and wormwood and clove oil, they'll pass the stool, and then they'll see the liver flukes, like these little slug things come out. So not to get too graphic, but that's all real. Like this is all confirmed like now.
I've been reading about it. It's like it's a lot. I mean, there's, like he said, the majority of the population has some type of parasite, and it's usually not like he said, the big tapeworms or something like that. It seems it's liver flukes are big.
The irony about it is the tapeworms are actually symbiotic enough to like not do you as much harm. Because
I'd rather have a tapeworm because I think you would just eat some of your food. I wouldn't get me all of it.
Actually, like on a microscopic level, they look gross, but they actually, what they do is they match your body's pH, and they try and create homeostasis because they don't want the host to die. But whereas like these other things, like the molds and these things, they will start toxifying, creating mycotoxins. So like fungal toxins.
I think they pronounce it mycotoxins, or is it mycotoxins? But go on.
Those things. Mycotoxin. So those kind of things are way more dangerous than just a casual. No, not that I want a parasite, but then just like a casual parasite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody wants one, but like we said, probably from reading this, most people have them to some degree. But I think it's like you said, if the small, like, I don't know, like liver flukes, that was one I read about. That I hope to God, but I don't know. I mean,
don't look up a photo of those unless you really have a strong stomach.
Oh my
I will not.
God.
But I would think they wouldn't be all in my intestinal walls, but who knows? It says that a lot of them, not just liver flukes, I think there were some others that will
There's many.
embed in there, and then they can affect your liver as well. But my liver tests have much been normal, so I don't know. I just think that I did read about the black walnut. I was going to add that to it, and I was reading about pumpkin
seed,
pumpkin
yes.
and papaya seeds.
And papaya seeds, yes. Both of those I plan on buying tomorrow.
Yeah, those are in diatomaceous earth as well. Those are all good for like the tapeworm type ones, the ones that can get like the eggs will come through your intestines, but
I looked at my poop for like 8 months now. Like there's not.
Well,
I have yet to see anything.
I'm gonna go into a bit of a conspiracy zone right now, but I'm gonna do it. It's like there's also a factor that some of these there's like these oh man, how do I put it?
Well,
there's
by the way,
biological.
while you go into
go
depth
ahead.
in that, I'll be back in just a few moments. All this talk has made me feel just so itchy psychosomatically. Let me go wash up a bit. I'll just be right back.
Just bathe in vinegar.
Yes, I'll do that.
Just go put your penis in some white vinegar.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that. While you. Oh my God.
Don't forget to dilute it. But...
Yes, thank you, or else I'll be
this
screaming.
is why women have been using the douche with diluted vinegar to prevent yeast infections.
There we
So
are.
that's real. That's real. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. By the way, Acid Kick 96 says, "What's the liquid?" And our man Nemo just put something in there that might be the liquid. He's referencing, a supplement. So
It's a black walnut wormwood complex liquid extract.
Yeah.
In a dropper bottle. So I might try some of that.
That's the anti-parasite combo. There's also just wormwood in general.
Yeah, I had to find because when Brendan was first telling me about it, we just talked more about the wormwood and the strength of it. So it took me. There was a few places locally that I could get that combination, and I may go back and get that, or just I think maybe just doing them separate either way. But I think the combination is definitely out there. I just had to look harder to find just wormwood, but luckily was able to find it. Either way.
Yeah, the black walnut's good for like intestinal stuff as well.
What about eating certain raw chilies and such?
Chilies is more circulatory system.
So
like
it doesn't kill parasites, chilies?
No, the parasites are like immune to it.
Okay.
So it's kind of like how like the only reason why chilies affect us is because we have receptors. The capsaicin can affect our nerve receptors. And all it does is deter certain insects. But for example, birds and stuff are totally immune to capsaicin, so they can eat like a Scotch bonnet or like a habanero, like no problem. Like they wouldn't even flinch because they don't have the receptors for it. So
well, I know that it doesn't kill anything like that I have because I lived and still, even though I'm not supposed to, because the way my stomach's been so sick, so they were like, don't eat spicy food. But I mean, everything besides, I'm not going to bite into one of those Carolina hottest pepper on earth.
Scorpions and reapers and shit.
Yeah, I'm not doing the Carolina Reaper, but I even like cooking with a small habanero. I love raw jalapenos. I could just eat those all day. I mean, not all day, but I love biting into those. And so obviously it didn't help me at all because, and not to mention every hot sauce on earth that I drowned my food in for a while.
So if you have a lot of pizza, like you should maybe not do too much, like too much fire element. You know what I was talking about before?
Oh yeah, because all the fire I have, you mean in my chart?
Yeah, like your chart's very fire, so it's like you don't want to add more fire because fire regulates digestion. So like when you add too much fire, that's what's creating not just for you, but anyone in general. If you have too much pitta, then you'll have like faster flow and like it won't be as. You won't assimilate as much stuff like your
Well,
body
I
won't absorb
wonder.
anything.
So I've always had a bad before I ever got. I think that's why. So I think the reason that makes sense because to me, the reason that COVID, when I got it, you know,
Air quotes.
it attached to my stomach, but my stomach's always been my weaker point. But maybe it's because my entire life I was eating so much fire. Maybe that wasn't helping the situation.
I mean, no, actually, it would help if it was a conventional bug, quote unquote.
No, I mean beforehand. Like maybe my stomach was already weaker, and that is why then COVID was able to then attach to it. I don't think that the peppers caused it to attach, but it could be.
In fact, the peppers would help deter that. So
yeah,
like when COVID was at its gnarly point, like 2020, 21, I bought a box of what they called quote unquote assorted extra hot peppers, and they were like, it was like the scorpion, the buchalokia, the reaper, you know, and I still have some dried ones. I was eating those in every meal, and I haven't been negatively affected by COVID. I was also doing all kinds of adjunct stuff, but especially the spicy food, like during the whole COVID period, nothing affected me in that way. You know? Yeah. So.
And it's funny though that you said that because to be honest, like ate spicy food my whole life, but right before it had been even ate to a year before COVID. Well, I had drank a good portion before COVID, and then had quit that. But then I was living on Starbucks, like again, like sugar lattes.
Oh yeah,
and
they're all GMO as hell.
Yeah, so I wasn't like I thought. Oh well, I'm not drinking, and you know that's a good thing. I can live on Starbucks, and I was working a lot of hours, so. What I'm saying is I didn't have many peppers in my system. Or maybe that would have been the one time in my life I should have had them in there.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Who knows? But good to know. So anyway, hopefully the wormwood and
Pitta, if you have a high Pitta, which is fire water, in Ayurveda, it's a mixed dosha. If you have lots of Pitta, it's best to eat like earthy stuff. So like, you know, like root vegetables, you know, more rice. Rice is more kapha, and it'll calm your stomach, easier to digest. Or like, you know, basmati rice, like really high quality, nutrition filled rice, or something that's more like a really good, humanely grown milk, like cow's milk, or even coconut milk, like really good coconut butter or coconut.
I was gonna ask you about coconut milk. What you thought about that?
Yeah, really good. Like you have to find some like non-additive coconut milk cream, like coconut cream, and then you can add it to your coffee, or even have like little sips of it, or make coconut yogurt. Like, so that stuff will benefit someone with tons of Pitta. Like if you have lots of Pitta, like from what you told me, I don't know, I never looked at your chart, but and just your general demeanor, like you need like to calm the Pitta. So
need a little more earth in it. Potatoes.
Because balance, the goal is balance. Potatoes. Yeah. The goal is balance. Like you don't want to be too far in any of those zones. So like for me, I have lots of kapha. So like if I were to eat just like nothing but rice and milk, and like I'd gain weight, I'd like literally gain weight overnight. Like when I went to Hawaii the first time, like two years ago or whatever, I was there eating like every fruit I could see, plus shaved ice, plus whatever, you know, cheese, whatever I wanted, basically. And I literally, in a 10-day trip, I gained like 30 pounds. So someone that's more kapha, like, yeah, you can't just, but then there's other people like you with Pitta and stuff, like you could probably eat rice all day and never gain, you know, maybe like gain some water weight, but you wouldn't like blow up like I did, where it was like literally I was gaining fat, which is like, normally it takes a while to build up even. But
one thing I have noticed is that when I eat a lot, because there wasn't, I don't eat meat, but like when I would eat a lot of cheese, or even when I was doing the Starbucks, like that had because I would do the full milk, and that it was white. The sugar in it was the white chocolate, so it's like really high fat.
Yeah, see, the sugar is detrimental.
So the sugar itself was detrimental to my body, but if you looked at the amount of calories I was ingesting, it's fat, and I
was
should
probably
have
off the
gained
charts.
weight.
Yeah,
And I was,
yeah.
What did you say?
It's off the charts, like one of those venti.
Yeah, oh, it's
Frappo
unbelievable.
things. It's like,
I was doing 6 a day, venti white mochas.
yeah.
I would bring home 2 for dinner, and I would get 2 for dinner, and then usually have 1 in the morning, 1 mid-morning, maybe 5, but it was a lot,
5
So,
in one day.
yeah, I told you I did 1 in the morning. I had to have 1 first thing in the morning. Usually I would have at least 1 go run by
You're
at
an
lunch.
expensive date. Holy shit.
I was, my ex made fun of me of how much money. I mean, Starbucks knew me. I mean, like at one point when I didn't go
You're
for
like
2
one of those
weeks.
Black Star members where you get like free ones. Is it?
Oh, yeah. But I mean, I didn't show up one time for 2 weeks to the regular one. And I went so much, like 5 times a day. I mean, they knew my daughter would drive 30. They'd be like, where's your mom? Whatever. They thought I had died. They said we were checking the newspaper. Like, we did not know what had happened. Like, and I mean, the girl came running out to the drive-thru and hugged me. She was like, "Oh my God, you're alive!"
Right. Yeah. No, it makes sense.
But yeah, but my point is, it was not healthy or smart to live that way. But I did. I don't know how I didn't gain weight during that time. But I was going to ask you cheeses. Like, can I eat cheese then? Like, if it's
cheese gets more dicey. I mean, cheese is more dicey. It's like, first of all, like how it was made, what's added to it, what is the condition of the cow, what is the condition of the hormones in it,
right?
What is the condition of, like, for example, I'll only eat cheese where I know the producer. Well, I know where the cow is and like how it looks, and like I could see the cow, and then there's like the building or the ranch is there and the cow is there and they make the cheese on the premises. Like, that's the only time I'll like deliberately buy cheese and eat it.
Because don't a lot of them have that retin in them as well, don't they?
It's mostly rennet. Rennet is like totally from like sheep intestines and stuff. So like
that's
like
were we back to talking about haggis? Our friend George Knight's favorite dish?
No, cheese. Just cheese in general.
Okay.
Haggis is absolutely insane. I mean, but it's like the cheese is debatable, and then like there's also more natural cheeses like fresh cheese, like queso fresco, or like
fresh
a paneer.
Fresh mozzarella. That's what I.
Yeah. Well, mozzarella is buffalo. Real mozzarella is buffalo milk. So that's a different enzymatic profile.
By the way, I'm happy to report our numbers are holding. It's amazing. I mean, to hear people talk about their intestines and parasites, I guess people just can't, get enough. Please continue.
Right. It's like a train wreck. You can't look away.
I guess there's enough people with the same issues out there that they're actually finding the answers, finally, to their suffering. But go on. Yes, by all means.
It's really good news. And the other cheese that's beneficial is like a goat feta, or a sheep
I
feta.
cannot do a goat feta. Okay, I thought I liked feta when I was. This has been several years now, and I ordered a Greek salad, and I'd have feta on it, and that was good. And then one time I had a Greek salad, and I thought I took it back and told them this cheese is old, it is rotten. There's something wrong with this feta cheese. And then I learned that there's goat milk feta. And I'd apparently always eaten regular.
There's sheep in.
Or sheep, whatever. Yeah.
If it's real feta, it's made from either sheep or goat or a blend. It's never cow's milk.
I mean, feta is always supposed to come from a non-cow sheep, right? I mean, that's how I understood it.
It's like a real Greek or Bosnian. I mean, what is it called?
Well, any Mediterranean. Use the term Mediterranean.
Any Mediterranean country, yes. Like Bulgaria. Bulgaria has a good one.
And just so people know, I'm lactose intolerant theoretically because I'm Asian, and most Asians and West Africans are lactose intolerant. I find that these days I can tolerate lactose quite well, but such being said, there was a long period of my life I could not. And that was when feta was actually an option, because most people who cannot tolerate lactose, it usually comes from the cows, and usually they're cool with sheep's or goat's milk, as they call it, etc.
Goat's milk's more neutral for people with lactose intolerant.
Thank you. Just
then maybe I'm assuming then what I have had before was always the sheep's milk, maybe, and the goat's. One of them is very pungently strong.
Goat.
Yeah.
Goat.
Okay. Goat, probably, and it didn't disagree.
Goat's really gnarly tasting to most people.
Right. I get what you're saying. If you want to hear a stupid pizza horror story, when I was with Lorien and Fenton.
We really don't want to hear it. Why don't you keep talking?
You're expecting the dead babies sprinkling the pizza, right? This is the pizza with the dead babies. Yes. By the way, I don't know. Yeah. Go on. I'm sorry, Brendan. What was that?
No, I said that was what I was thinking is going to turn into that.
Yeah. I mean, it may as well.
She's going to compare it to be like, oh, this mozzarella tastes like black feet.
Yeah, right.
Something.
Oh, so you heard me. You heard me when I related that. Wait, what did you think when I related that story? What did you think?
It's absolutely stomach churning and disgusting.
Thank you.
But
yeah, it's just.
And then someone that looks like her, like I told you what I thought about it. It looks like it's like Big Mom from One Piece. if you look up Big Mom from One Piece, just like a couple clips, that's what I was imagining. Is like this monster, this fucking evil villainess that's like eats everything. She even ate her own parents. Like she just eats shit just to eat it because it's like that's what's wrong with her, you know.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's.
If you watch One Piece, you would know.
Is this the woman that did the orgasm while the guy was dying and like in pain?
Yes.
Please, let's not go.
Same woman.
Through this.
Same woman.
I'm just saying that's an evil person. Like, or I don't know. That story just.
And what happened, Brooke? What happened, Brooke, was that Pete Moonrock. He basically was saying. What was it Pete was talking about that brought it up with me? That brought that out of me. He was relating something that made me, remember that. I can't remember what it was he brought
something
up.
To do with Max Spears and the Templar sword or something.
Something like that. No, it was the woman. Remember, it was the older woman who was bitching about saying Douglas Dietrich really laid a giant turd by talking about it being Jap prisoners of war. I know they were aliens because I ascended to the Crystal City and stared eye to eye with the dragon.
Yeah, those people.
Yeah, and I know the aliens are real because, like you said, somebody strapped her down, pumped her full of what? What was it you said?
DMT.
Shit. Yeah,
like they gave her a DMT push of like 300 milligrams of DMT. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah. Yeah, and so she said, that's where it's at. That's why I know that there were aliens at Roswell. I mean, can't go wrong with logic like that. Can't go anywhere with logic like that.
Yeah.
But this older woman, she's about in her 80s. And for a great part of her life, she was working basically as Lorien Ann Fenton.
Was she on the air, this lady? On the air?
She may as well have been. But, Pete the Moon Man was reading this entire essay written by her. And I had met this woman.
It was some comment by this lady.
Yeah, it was basically...
Pete knew her.
Yeah. It's not a comment. It was an essay. And it was like, I had met her a few times. And she remembered me distinctively because I had kissed her hand, which I had done to a lot of women. So that really stuck with her.
Yeah, you've definitely got parasites.
And you were fighting with Lorien.
That was it.
Attacking you.
That was it, because she was relating to Peter. The last time I saw Douglas Dietrich was when Lorien Ann Fenton and him were in this humongous fight. And they were like, tearing up the lobby of the hotel and shit. And
throwing chairs.
Yeah. And she says, that was the last time I saw him. And that was basically, but then she was talking about, why she felt I was.
She's basically a MUFON
cultist.
Mind control victim.
Thank you.
If we want to be nice.
Yeah. Thank you. And so this lady, who I personally had nothing against till then, she basically was bringing up all this shit, and I told Peter the context of that fight, and I said what had happened was that Doug Millar and David Scherter, who, by the way, Brooke, just so you know, for all listeners who don't know these names, Doug Millar was this dirty old man who lived with this poor young guy whose name I swear I wish I remember, and I do not, and God knows I may never be able to find it again, but he used to work at Revolution Radio. He actually got his show slot through Lorien Ann Fenton, and this poor bastard had a tumor, And he was just this nice big white guy, and I felt so bad for him, and I feel bad for being mean to him while he was alive, and I'm certain he's dead by now, because the tumor was slowly taking his life, and it was in his brain, and it was, I don't know whether it was even operable, but the impression I got was that it was not, or that whatever operation they did wasn't going to help. So he, like, one time brought sandwiches, and I was, like, really, like, giving him the stare down because he didn't bring what I had asked. And, I tried to take into account, of course, some issues, but I never really appreciated the enormity of what he was going through until later. And by that time, it was probably too late. There are other people who have conditions like that I don't feel sorry for. One of them was this poor bastard who had this fatal heart problem that Lori and Ann Fenton insisted that I get in his car instead of someone else's for a ride, quote unquote, home. And the fucker just took me on highway after highway, totally lost, saying, I don't give a shit because I'm dying. And, by the end of that ride, after cycling around San Francisco several times, I was more than ready to help him along the way as speedily as possible. And I pretty much said to him when I got out of the car, I don't give a shit either that you're dying now. And I hope it comes to you as soon as possible, you son of a bitch. But basically, he taught me something I had never known before, a lesson I didn't need, which was like when I said, why don't you get a heart transplant? And he's like, after that, you only live basically maybe half a year, 9 months anyway. I had no idea a heart transplant was that transitional. I thought it was
They're
like...
not. There are people that have heart transplants that live years and years and years. So
okay,
I don't know.
I didn't know that. I didn't. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But this guy was convinced otherwise, and was trying to convince me otherwise, which was why he was not. Whatever the case. But anyhow, he was one of Lori and Ann Fenton's cultists, and the point was that with David Schroeder and Doug Millar. Doug Millar had lived with this poor young man that was dying, and this poor young man finally kicked him out and told me all that guy wants to do is spend all his life looking at a steaming pile of shit writhing in maggots and bottle flies, because this guy, all he talked about nonstop was child pedophilia, molestation, claiming he was...
God, you're just talk about grossing people out. First of all, the way you described it, and then I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, did he marry Lori and Fenton? And then they're like, no, it's child porn.
Yeah, which of course these people all claim they're campaigning against. And then he basically kicked the guy out finally. But one thing he said about Doug Millar, which explained a lot, he said every few months he goes to Las Vegas for a month and then comes back later, and he can't remember anything about what happened in Vegas. And at first he thought...
in his defense, isn't that how you're supposed to do Vegas?
Yeah, understood. Like, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But in case anybody didn't know, Vegas is also infamous for... This is where Howard Hughes had all kinds of government... For those of you who don't know, if you ever take a look at federal-owned land in Vegas,
this is
Nevada.
why you never finish a story, because you just started.
But it's an important context. It's an important context. For those of you who look at federal-owned land in Nevada, it's all federal-owned. It's like the only private areas are Vegas and a few other areas. They're so small on the map you won't even see them. If you just take a look at the federal-owned land,
Reno and Sparks.
Yeah, and everything else is federal land. And people go to Vegas, it's like Howard Hughes set it up so that the government had all these mind control fucking facilities there. That's how Howard Hughes would have sex with all these girls, because they'd undergo all this mind control shit, and then they wouldn't mind the fact that he would save and drink his own urine and never bathe and all that shit. He had them undergo this process where they thought he was a normal guy. This is what everybody in the psychiatric field, like Michael Aquino, knew in depth about Howard Hughes. And Howard Hughes helped to fund a lot of this. So Doug Millar was almost certainly going to these places to get programmed. Brooke turned off the mute. I guess that's probably because she's vomiting now. But at any rate...
Same with that other creature.
Yeah. And so Brooke, you still there, honey? I mean, I wouldn't want you to miss the details of any of this. It might add to the ambience later. I hold her responsible for my STD. I'll let her know what. She'll probably come on back.
You're what?
Yes, I hope. We'll get back to that. Nemo says, she says, that looks good. What does that mean? What is she talking about? She enters that into text. What the fuck? I suspect she's a little altered tonight, but then people probably suspect that about me.
I'm not altered. First of all, we're going over to text because Nemo, I think it was Nemo, but I must have hit the wrong textbook because he was saying, I may try this, talking about one of the medicines that we, like the wormwood and black walnut stuff.
Don't forget I told you about the Absorbine Junior too.
What?
The Absorbine Plus Junior.
That's a good wormwood product. Yeah, I looked at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you about that. Or do you remember that?
You telling me about it?
Yeah, I told you about the Absorbine Plus Junior. Wow.
Absorbine C plus Junior?
Absorbine Plus Junior. Yeah, it's a topical analgesic I use. Right. It's liquid. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like something out of
Yes, you did tell me that was after Brendan and I talked, and when I told you, I told you what Brendan was saying. Yeah,
that's right. After I found out you and Brendan had phone sex for hours, and you were like left all exhausted and shit. And like I told everybody just now, I blame you for my STD. I'll tell everybody.
Yeah, let's go into that now, bitch. You want to talk about a story? Why don't you tell me how you?
Anyhow, soon enough. Yeah. So basically, what happened with Doug Millar was
I'm going by mute because this is boring.
You're a bitch. You know, everything Jabbo the Reese Monkey said about you is true. Oh, by the way, before you do, honey.
Jabbo and I had to, you know what? What's funny is sometimes he was pretty interesting because at least he could go on and on until I realized it was just complete circular. Just like you. Yeah. It like you're just circular. It's like, we're going to bring out 50 different names and your history and how you
by
know
the way,
this
let me go
person
and share screen. Let me go and share screen here.
Child porn.
So I'm sharing screen, honey. Can you see this? Like cursor moving around your face? Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay.
I see it. Just to keep me on here. I mean, because I plan to, like, I don't know.
Here, yeah, here we are. Let's show you this. You are a moderator, so you might have an option to do something about this. Okay, so here we are. I want you to see two things.
Are you gonna say somebody said some shit about me? And
so here we are. This guy says, "This fucking thing got me through work, and I thank you." And you're a part of that, honey. Just want you to take credit there. Then this young lady says, "It's a shame, Douglas. You seem to have no control over your own channel when it comes to a certain somebody. Shame for the other nice guests you have on." With a sad face. Now you're a moderator. You have the power to maybe. Do you want to like?
I just love jealous. Like, I love it. It just first of all shows that women still are jealous. Like, I get the fact that I can annoy everyone on here, right? But 99% of the time, somebody makes a comment rude to you about me, unless it's people that I literally deserve, at the moment should have, if I've been out of line with them. But to these people, it's always women, right? It's like, yes. Oh my God. And they're never also like, also Ian West was horrible, or also Joe Ty, or also, or it's always, I can't believe, I mean, bro, that.
Yeah, because when it's guys, it's like they hear a woman that's like yelling, and then we just like tune out or something. I don't think most dudes don't even register it. They just wait for Douglas to start talking about World War II again. So.
Yeah, they're like, or they really like the fact that I'm yelling at Douglas, and they're like, yell at him more, please. He needs to be screamed at. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just kidding. But I think women, for some reason, I don't know.
So it is the last episode before tonight's. So as a moderator, let me know if you can, you're welcome to delete it if you wish. The only reason that I might delete it myself is because she's implying that I've lost control over my channel, which is an attempt to basically assault my ego to convince me to do something about you. That is what is subversive here.
Well, she's too stupid to not know you well enough to know that you wouldn't appreciate that offends you, because that's saying you can't do it.
That's
like,
right.
No, bitch. If is this the way you think this is gonna go? I'm gonna be like, oh my God, thank you for pointing that out. Also, what's your phone number? What's your phone number? I'd like to have you on. You seem so interesting. That's what she was hoping for there.
Yes. And by the way, the reason that I'm allowing this is because this lady did this publicly. So she did say this openly and publicly, so it can be responded to openly and publicly. And I do want people to understand that I do take mild offense at the fact that she's trying to assault my ego in order to get the result that Brooke has just articulated. That's essentially what it is. So in that sense, it's not the way to phrase that. That's not the way that it should have been phrased. If it were to be phrased at all, because Brooke does make a good point. I've had real assholes on this program, like Ian West and Joe Ty, and people aren't writing about that. What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ! Is that your dog?
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks it's a good time to play with the other dog that is sound asleep. He's just biting. He's trying to wake the dog up.
Okay.
Like, how is Brooke bad compared to, like, these other creatures that have been on, like JMO?
Yeah, like Jambo the Reese
complaints
monkey.
about JMO.
Thank you.
You should have heard him, though. Some of the nights you left him alone, it was like really bad. I was like, ooh, man.
No, I know. I believe me. I can imagine. I mean, you know what made JMO so sick again was it always came back to, but I love kids. But you might have heard him a few times say shit like that, like, but I love
probably
kids.
I just started clicking off because it was too cringy. It was like, ooh.
No, it's awful. It's just beyond description. But but back to the cringe elements of that woman and the argument that she had witnessed. Basically, what had happened was that when Doug Millar, who I've already articulated what his trip was. And then David Schroeder was the young man who wrote a book called The Rabbit Hole, which I do invite anyone to read if they wish. But The Rabbit Hole by Doug Schroeder is basically like sadistic homoerotica, or basically gay sado porn is what a lot of people take it as, because the guy's describing being abused by Michael Aquino repeatedly. So I think the gay guy who read it, Mr. fucking, I trademarked my name, Brian William Hall, who described it to me, said basically he was getting off on it and said, he just, handed me the book, and when I skimmed through it, I swear to God, every other word, you're just skimming page after page, flipping pages, and it's like bloody spike dildo, anus, penetration. It's just like, and so when the guy said, I'll loan it to you when I'm finished if you want, I said, fuck no, by the time you're done with it, all the pages are going to be stuck together with your ejaculate. And, but at any rate, that's kind of like David Schroeder's life until Douglas Dietrich showed up, and then he claimed
our numbers still holding? I feel like our numbers probably have gone down in the last, 10 minutes.
Oh my God, honey, you're just...
I mean, you think this is bad, you should have heard the Revolution Radio days. It was like... It was brutal.
The amount of detail you have grown into and words you have used all together in 10 minutes.
That was mild. That was like...
Oh yeah, honey. Yeah, that's at any rate. So he was all jealous when I came into Aquino's life, and then Aquino wasn't paying attention to him anymore, and then he hated me. So Doug Millar and David Schroeder were going around saying I was Aquino's son, that I was actually his son, which apparently is an odd-running theme with these people. And it was at that time that they started approaching Lori and Ann Fenton about eating babies and saying, yeah, Douglas Dietrich's eating babies. That's when she came back and lambasted him, saying Douglas Dietrich hasn't dropped his cock and balls enough to eat babies. And she normalized the whole baby eating thing and talked about all the babies she had eaten, while they just listened to her with this just enamored, enwrapped, in a thrall to this, while she described in depth about the difference between the babies and said, black babies is the best because they got the meat, whereas Asian babies are just like fried shrimp. They're crispy, but they're all skinny, and it's just like gnawing on bone, and the white babies are all fatty. And, their fat all runs, so that can burn you with its grease and shit, burns the tongue like pizza burn and shit. She went into this detail, and they were all like, wow.
I have in the text box, I put Big Mom's photo.
Yeah, there you are. There you go.
As like a good background.
Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin. There we are.
Yeah, if you open the link, you'll see the whole spiel.
That's her. That's Lori and Ann Fenton. Yeah, the woman whose sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton, was responsible for the Aurora, Colorado massacre, man. She was the psychologist who... why do I never remember the fucker's name? Aurora... Colorado theater murderer, theater killer, and fuck yeah, her sister was the psychiatrist for James Egan Holmes, who was not in the military. Her sister was an Air Force psychiatrist who had this guy on that fucking roofie shit. What was that, dopamine, or what was that stuff called again? You know, help me out here, guys.
What are you talking about?
Adrenochrome? No. That's the stuff that fucking Lorian's into. Her sister was giving this guy that scopolamine, James Holmes. So it's like a roofie.
Oh, I see.
So he couldn't remember even killing all the people he killed. He didn't remember doing it. And she came out later and bragged she was his psychiatrist and shit. And so there you go with that. But what I'm pointing out with our man Nemo says anyone who brags about eating babies should be put in a gas chamber. I'm not going to argue with that. But at any rate, so believe
that's
it or
the point. She's just cringe.
Thank you. But the real fight was when those guys started talking to her about this, and that's when she took advantage of it, because I guess she felt that somehow I would be shamed or embarrassed into surrendering it. She started demanding the Vox Arca. And when she started demanding the Vox Arca that I handed over, and that her and Doug Millar and David Schroeder, would otherwise all handle me otherwise, that these guys were going to be turned loose on me. And first off, I was offended that she felt I would find these guys physically threatening. Secondly, not that David Schroeder isn't big, mind you, but he's just like a big baby. And Doug Millar is just a skinny old man. The worst would be Lorian herself, because, she would bulldozer you by rolling over you, and it'd be like a steamroller effect. It's like probably why, she kills people is by rolling over in her sleep and shit. But so at any rate, there you have that. That's when the big argument started, and that's what that woman was witness to. So, that being put aside, we can return to the original topic of conversation, which I interrupted between Brooke and Brendan and Nemo and Aristides. Of course,
it's almost offensive to the character of Big Mom.
It is. Thank you.
At least she had some backstory. These people are just disgusting.
Thank you. I mean, and by the way, Brooke, that's the side that I keep asking you to join. Or Brendan, for instance, where they can. Yeah, this is the side they want you to join, so you can.
Yeah, it's like that thing that they sent with him and whatever. What did I call them? I said Daniel Areola and Salmon Shrek, like these kind of people. Like, so those two, it's like, what do they? I don't understand what they think I'm gonna do. Like, I don't know. Like.
Well, they understand that I have respect for you. Therefore, if you turn on me, then they'll say, see, that you will be a big plus to them. That's what they felt about Brooke as well. That, they just feel that if they can get these people who were vocal and respected on Doug's program, that, well, at least Brendan was respected.
Because obviously no one's going to believe, like, what's that dude that Salman Sheikh brought on? That crypt keeper looking dude that was hanging out in the...
His name was Douglas something. Douglas something. Yeah. Or something.
The dude that was hanging out at the kids' playground with Salman.
Yeah, the guy who was hanging out at the kids' playground with Salman. He showed himself
like
only...
the crypt keeper from Goosebumps. Like...
Yeah. He showed himself only after you pointed out that he didn't show himself. And then when he showed himself, you said he should have stayed hidden.
Yeah, it was bad. It was like...
Oh my God!
Like,
no, literally,
he looks like a character from one of those. What's that
Tales
guy
from the Crypt and shit.
Tales from the Crypt, and then even worse, like what was that one? It was like that goofy guy, Jules Verne. It was like one of those kind of characters.
Well, I'm trying to think of the other guy. What the fuck was it? There was some stupid looking guy who had like fucking like they all look kind of alike, old men with long hair, except it's all, how the like Peter Moon's got the hair that just grows only around the band, around between his ears and the back of his head. I forget what they call it.
Horseshoe.
Horseshoe. There's a guy who had the horseshoe, but the hair's all long. So when they show the bald old man with the horseshoe, except the hair's all long, and who's this one old guy? They called him Baron Dank or something. There was some old guy that was like a character for like narrating horror stories or something. That's what this Doug guy looked like. He was sleeping on a park bench wherever our man Salman Sheikh was passing out his taster spoons to the kids for the bucket of ice cream he bought every day. And then he brought him in to testify against me, quote unquote. And that guy saying, I know Doug Dietrich and he's a bad guy or something. What was it the guy even said?
It was just total nonsense. It was like they were saying the same trip that everyone says, oh, he wasn't in the military, he won't, and then they were accusing you of not coming on air, and then or showing your face or something, when it's like they're just projecting.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my God. So there we go.
And it's like what's really offensive is how Salman Sheikh claims to be whatever he is, Sufi.
A Sufi. Sufi.
And then I kept bringing up Rumi, really deep Rumi stuff, and he didn't even know what I was talking about.
Crickets. All you heard was crickets.
Yeah, crickets. Crickets. Just total crickets. Man. Whatever, I didn't expect much, but after that I was kind of all right, dude.
Yeah, he exposed himself. I mean, with the whole Sufi/Mason bullshit, it's like we said, that's I'm a satanic Christian, it's
nonsense. So
yeah, thank you. Brooke, you still there, honey? We can I hope her dog's okay, or she's busy. Basically, that was actually Brooke making those sounds. She's actually a lycanthrope, and she turns into a werewolf. And
if I could turn into anything during that conversation, I would have.
Our numbers are going up, honey. Our numbers are up, baby. Yeah.
That would explain the friction between you two, because vampires and werewolves are natural enemies.
Actually, that's all a myth. It's actually all a myth.
All right.
Yeah.
It's just from what people think.
Yeah, from what people think. They want action in films. Yeah, they want action in films. I mean, we serve different ecological niches, but But like I said, one of my dear friends, my neighbor.
I was about to mention that.
My 3D graphics modeler is actually a lycanthrope. And I brought that up in the past, actually.
Did you tell him about the wolfsbane?
Actually, go into that. Tell us, Brendan, a little bit about that, because Brooke could probably use some.
Oh, the wolfsbane? I mean, I'd have to get my notes on wolfsbane.
Sure,
that's a whole talk.
It's a whole different topic. But so, Brooke, honey, I guess you have my permission now. Our numbers are up probably because Nemo gave the parasite solution, the solution to one's parasites, and so everybody's coming in to check that out now, because there's probably a lot more people with them than we ever thought. Probably they're thinking about ways to get rid of their kids or something. But in your case, dear Brooke, you're welcome to cut loose.
Apparently, they can just give their kids Dorian Finn and she'll eat them.
That was the other thing. So I was at a pizza parlor.
Go back into that story. It's just so gross.
So I was at a pizza parlor with Lori and Ann Fenton, and it was I couldn't believe this is what was so gross. There was white pizza, and I fell for it. I went for
white
it.
Sauce.
What is that shit? What did you say it was, tartar sauce or something?
I said white sauce pizza.
It's just white pizza, white sauce, usually a garlic.
It's some
sauce.
kind of
She thought it meant something else or something.
Ranch. No, it was ranch and
ranch.
No, I fell for it. I ordered it and I got deathly sick because it was probably rancid. But she ate the same thing and got deathly sick because we were eating the same pizza. And exactly like you said, she ordered it because she thought it was reminds me of the white baby sauce and shit. And then what happened was we went back to the pizza parlor. She drove us back the next day. I didn't have a choice because I'm riding in her car. And she asked for her money back. And then they said, oh, how about we give you free pizzas instead? And she managed to get free pizzas out of the deal. That was so fucking sleazy. But other than that, she was using their bathroom. And they had no, lock on their bathroom. It was so bizarre in that pizza place. This is how sleazy the place was. They had no lock on their...
Where was this at?
It's someplace in San Francisco, out in the boondocks. She was crapping in the bathroom, and some poor son of a bitch opened the door, and you would have thought he had opened the door to the gates of hell. Yeah, all I saw was the light shining on his face, his eyes going wide, and just this "Ah!" He literally screamed, "Ah!" And I was like, "Wow, dude!" And he slammed the door. He was running out. It was uncanny. I don't know what he saw or what she was.
He was traumatized.
Yeah, he was traumatized. But then this nurse who had a crush on me, this nursing student, and she was like telling me she had never met or knew about Lori and Ann Fenton other than the fact that Lori and Ann Fenton, because at that time I was just getting used to fucking computers, and my email went through Lori and Ann Fenton, and she says, because she found out that Lori and Ann Fenton was reading my email, and she assumed that this was a significant other, and I'm explaining to her, honey, this person is not only over, 1,000 pounds, she's got extreme, the rosacea and all that, epidermis where the skin flakes off. What do they call that? The eczema. And I said, she's got this eczema, and I said, the reason I know about, she said, how do you know about that if you're not intimate with her? And I said, because after that guy ran out screaming, I had to go to the bathroom, and she had just left, and basically she had left all of this flaked skin on the toilet seat.
We don't need this kind of thing.
Yes, I guess we don't need that. Yes. So, yes, there we are. Okay, that being said, now, Brooke, we return to you. I mean,
I have to take a brief break,
okay.
So I will return shortly.
Okay.
If I return at all.
Well, do return, because Brooke's going to start going into the horror story of what happened to me, and you don't want to miss that, do you?
I'll be back soon. Right.
We love you, Brendan. Okay, take care of yourself. Now,
did you forget to clean out your flashlight before using it again, dog?
No, I took the time to do that, and well, hopefully Brooke comes back on to fill the airspace. As a matter of fact, I know exactly what to do at this point. I will bring on someone to help us, and let's do this now and see if he responds. And this is someone who, of course, is somewhat reluctant because of course, the company we keep. But
George Knight.
Yes, that's correct. And
I hope Vic comes on eventually.
Oh, yes, Victoria, Lauren Hobbs, lovely young lady. Hope she understands. I didn't respond to her last message until just now.
That's fine. You don't got to say it out loud.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, I was concerned. She sent me a photograph where she looked rather pensive. So I was asking about that, but she seems to be doing okay. Yes. And at any rate, she's, hopefully will join us. This is actually the first night in a few nights that she hasn't joined into the chat room. Let me check the chat room, as a matter of fact, and we'll see if... so there's our El Nemo put in parasite killing remedies, and we are appreciative of that. And Aristides, if you would come on for a few moments, if you're still there. Let's see if he can join us.
You there?
Well, George didn't come on, that's for sure. And he did contact me earlier. He is rather leery simply because of, doesn't want to be sidelined. I don't blame him. Of course, I told him that compared to Michelle Carmela-Saldana, Brooke Gibson is like an equal time advocate.
Just tell him she's on her best behavior, so he's fine to come on.
Yeah. Hopefully he understands that. He gets that if he's listening. As for Aristides, checking in with you, sir. If he doesn't respond and Brooke's not talking, do us a favor, Nemo.
Yeah. Do you need a break?
Oh, well, kind
I mean,
of.
why would I talk when
Because
you're
there's a
saying
question.
that George doesn't come on? George doesn't come on because of me, because I don't have to come back. I thought George and I were good, so I didn't know that I had upset him again.
It's not that. I think he's afraid of being sidelined. I told him that compared to Michelle Carmela-Saldana, you're actually like an equal time advocate. I guess he'll come on when he's ready, I guess. It's one of those things I wouldn't overdwell on. I did make myself a sandwich while I was dipping my wick in diluted vinegar.
What do you have on your sandwich?
These are two, I guess, what do they call this? It's these, it's like Canadian bacon, except it's from America. Thick, and it's not particularly processed. I forget what they call it. I do want to get some of this down into myself just for some. Along that, I put the wasabi on it because wasabi is nothing more than horseradish. For those of you who don't know, wasabi is a very real plant, but it's like very, very rare. You almost, if you're getting wasabi anywhere other than if it's being shred right in front of you, it's not wasabi, it's horseradish. So, anyway,
right.
so it's
I just thought it was a spice. I didn't know it was an actual plant.
Oh, it's an actual plant. It's very expensive and it expires like immediately. So
the Japanese use it a lot, don't they, with their sushi?
Yes, but even they use the supplement, the replacement. They use the, what do they call that again when something's in place of another? They use the horseradish as a replacement for it.
Okay.
And
that's not. They do not. I'm telling you, the only one time I had wasabi.
Yeah.
I love horseradish. I can eat horseradish by like spoonfuls of it, like with the actual horseradish. I mean, I love it so much. And it's special. That's what will open you up. I went to a Japanese restaurant. And it was one of those real ones because you had to sit on the floor. It's not open anymore because it was so expensive. And the guy that took me on that stupid date that brought me a fur jacket and whatever, the first joke didn't.
Holy shit!
And a diamond bracelet and all that.
Oh my god! Why didn't you marry the son of a bitch?
Oh my god! Horrible. He's horrible because he.
By the way, George Knight has joined us. Just so you know.
Yes,
hello, George.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
How are you doing? Hello, Douglas. Thank you. Hello, Brooke.
Yes, we're so glad to have you. And so, Brooke, go on. So here's this wealthy guy, and you don't take advantage of him? Oh, come on. You were telling Steve Outrim. You were telling Steve Outrim on air, dude. Call me up, and I'll turn against Douglas Dietrich for $1 million, $500,000. You were telling him. Come on.
First of all, this guy. This was when I was like, let's see, I guess I was 19, and I had been dating Tracy Eakes, the one that died in the motorcycle wreck. Or did not die in the motorcycle wreck, was in the motorcycle wreck that I told you about. Regardless, he's passed away now. But he wasn't passed away then. He hadn't even been in the wreck. But we had broken up. And this guy was his arch nemesis and hated Tracy. And he was trying to get me to go out with him because he hated Tracy. So I finally agreed one time. I was like, fine, I'll go on the date with you because it was coming up. It was Valentine's Day. And so I agreed to go on one date with fucker. I didn't like him. I thought he was like he just was a show out. He tried to showboat money because his parents owned a few stores. And so, but that's when I really knew I didn't like him because he shows up at my fucking house. And then I didn't even let him show up at my house. I made him meet me at the Burger King because I didn't want him to come to my fucking house. And he gets out of his brand new Camaro that he thinks is so cool and says, I need to get you something out of the trunk. And then he puts this white fur jacket on me, which, by the way, I didn't like fur ever in my life. Even when I eat meat, I didn't like fur. So I was like, okay, but I'm going to be nice and not say anything. Then we drive to this fancy fucking restaurant. You had to sit on the ground. And like literally on the ground, your feet went under it.
No, this is a real, genuine Japanese restaurant. I bet they served real wasabi. Go on.
Oh, they did. And the food, and this was back in what, 99 or 96, whenever the fuck it was.
Holy
The food.
Shit, I would have sucked this guy's cock. Jesus Christ.
No, here's what was so bad. Here's what was so bad about it. He fucking this was bad for him too because he paid it was like $200 a fucking plate or $100 or something a plate, right? I mean, for the whole meal. So it was like I think it was like when he checked out, and that was back then.
By the way, you like that? And they wonder why the restaurant is closed. Over $100 a fucking plate.
Because they do all this it was like it took an hour and a half to get the food out because they kept just bringing out these little tiny fucking plates, and I don't fucking like any of it. It all looked gross to me. It wasn't like
I would have been in heaven myself, but I know you dislike this stuff. But go on.
No, not my type of food. I would never. But I didn't even know what wasabi was. I saw that one little thing, and I was like, finally something I can fucking eat, guacamole. And I took the entire. I was like, that's the smallest bite of guacamole I've ever seen. But I'm gonna fucking eat it. And I picked that shit up with a fork and put it all in my mouth.
And ran out of the restaurant screaming.
I composed myself because they sat you at these tables that were long, and you're sitting on the floor with other people, and they're looking at me, and I didn't scream, but I was downing drinks faster than they could get them to me. Because there's really nothing you can do except kind of work through that, I think. Oh my God. But Yeah. I mean, then, but here's the thing. We leave that meal, and I can't remember if it was before we pulled up or after. He's like, "Oh, I want to give you something, a gift." And he gives me a jewelry box, the diamond tennis bracelet in it, and puts it on me. I was like, okay, you did not have to do that for sure. I don't know what I said. I was 19. But what was funny is when we left that restaurant, he paid for that meal. I was like, I am starving. And he said, I am too, because he didn't like the shit either. So we both left and we went to the Burger King.
Spent over $100 each, and they come out hungry.
We went to Burger King and got burgers and fries right after.
This is the stuff of high comedy. This is the stuff of comedy. By the way, the other thing on the Nemo on my sandwich is mustard. That's whole granular mustard, always the real thing, of course, aside from the wasabi.
All right.
Yeah, so that and the pork shoulders, so to speak. So Brooke, that was incredible. And but how did you, before George Knight introduces himself?
Oh, and then the very end. So the very end of the day, I decided we decided to go to the Burger King because I really he was not that great a company either, but I wouldn't go to the Burger King where my car was. So that's where we go eat the burgers. And then I'm like, well, I guess it's time for me to go home. And I'm trying to get out of his car because we ate him in his car. And he's like leaning over to kiss me. And I'm like, fuck, I guess like I might as well like give him a kiss after all this, right? He had these big lips. And that's fine. I've kissed guys with big lips before. He just didn't know how to not wet my entire face or use whatever fat tongue he had when he tried to stick it in there. I was just I've had two really bad kisses in my life. One was the complete opposite, but they, again, just like you just want to get away. Like, how can you kiss? How has anyone ever kissed you? Like, I don't know. But my face was soaking wet. Like, no, I think my nose was wet. My chin was wet. It was just supposed to be, a quick French kiss. But yeah, I was soaking wet. And I don't know what so yeah, I never called him back. I took that, I took that fucking fur coat and I ended up burying it in the backyard.
Did you really?
Yep. Me and my mom, we buried it. I kept it. I don't know how long I kept the tennis bracelet. I mean, I kept it. I don't know where. I have no idea at this point where it is. It wasn't like it was some $10,000 tennis bracelet. It's probably like $200 back then or whatever. But yeah, I buried it. I did bury it. It was a white fur
because
coat.
you just felt it was immoral. You felt fur was immoral.
Yeah,
so
I
you
felt
didn't
like
want to sell it.
I'm against fur, and I was not going to sell it when I'm against it. That's not something I would buy or want to make money on. And so that that he didn't know anything about me. He was just trying to take me out because he thought I was hot, and because I had dated. He knew that Tracy still liked me, and he hated Tracy. I think that was all. And
the individual Tracy, he was still alive.
Yeah, this was when Tracy and I had just broken up. For a few months.
Was before the accident.
Because we were broken up during the accident. He and I had finally just kind of become friends. Like, we were good friends and we could hang out. And we went to the lake house that night before his accident. But I had decided he had too much other stuff going on. I mean, he had a ex-girlfriend that was pregnant. Right. And I just didn't want anything to do with it. I still loved him in that way of just like we could hang out and be cool. Right.
So before we
that's it. I don't want to take any more time so that George can talk.
No. It's not like that alone. I mean, obviously we do want equal time.
No,
for
I'm
everyone.
Just being careful since I was just warned about it. So.
But I am so curious about when you were talking to Brendan, the dilaudid thing, is that something that it's conceivable? Like I said, I guess, we can talk about that more later in the future. I was just curious about that because I know when your friend was in that horrible accident and you were kind of like pumping the opiate for him or whatever, the morphine for him. I was just thinking that, anyhow, I guess I'll go into that later.
Well, I think that, from what Brendan said, he's 100% sure when we talked about it more that it was dilaudid, and he went into more detail on, of course, what he had gone through. And because that was more recent, I think.
It might
I don't
be possible.
even know if dilaudid was available.
Right.
When Tracy had that wreck, it was in, I guess, 98, 90. Yeah, because it would have been like 1998. Right. So I don't know I don't know when dilaudid came out.
Well, yeah, there's several factors going on there. I know that, like you said, obviously what happened to him was profound. It was so extreme. Like you said, they had put him in the back of the hospital where people are pretty much like touch and go to the point where that's almost like a death sentence in and of itself. And when he did pull through, they just had him on the morphine. And but with I was thinking with our case with Brendan, it could be maybe they felt that maybe they were afraid that they would be accused of some kind of malpractice. And because they might have been afraid of that, they might have gone the extra mile and given him a lot of leeway with kind of buttering him up, kind of bribing him with the drug. Does that make some sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could very well be why they did it. I have no idea. I mean, he also said it was a shitty hospital.
Right.
Or not the greatest hospital.
So it might not have been, up to professional standards. They might have done some really sketchy things. That might have been one of them.
Yeah, so, I just think that it says Dilaudid is used to treat moderate to severe pain symptoms because people are asking about it being versus morphine. I just know they used to put morphine in the pumps continually, but now if they do that now, I don't know with Dilaudid.
Right. I doubt they do anything like that now. No, in his case, it was like that transitional period before they really started shutting down on painkillers. They won't even give them now to people who are dying. Whatever.
I got him for that stupid guy out there and.
Oh yeah, that's different though.
Remember?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
he had the nerve to complain.
Yeah, that's
you got me Dilaudid.
Yeah, he should have been. He should have been on his knees praying to you as a goddess of cornucopia. Yeah, he's bitching about how Luffy, that stupid son of a bitch.
So no one else to have call. He has first of all, his doctor call me in South Carolina to give me his surgery stuff. So when I tell his surgeon. Yeah, well, and I do it in a way where it doesn't seem like he's not. Like, I'm like, I would take the strongest thing possible. Like, I would want Dilaudid, but he will not want anything that strong. That wasn't true. He hadn't told me he didn't want anything strong. He was like, I hope they give me a lot of good medicine because I'm going to be hurting.
Yeah,
and he, because he did have a major surgery.
Yeah, and then he gets what he wants.
The doctor, therefore, then was like, I'm going to give him Dilaudid because this woman has sold me.
Do you know somebody just muted my microphone? And it wasn't me. Somebody muted my microphone, and it wasn't me. It just saw.
Anyway, so that point is, I got him Dilaudid, and then he calls, and it's like, that is way too strong. It makes me too loopy. Why did you get them to give me that? And I'm like, give it to me, bitch. Smell it to me.
Yeah, that's
I'm not knowing it. I could get arrested. I'm like, whatever.
God, that's when he said, "Come up here, and I'll give you one at a time."
Yeah. Look at me one, and I was like. I would not come visit you I said, here's what I'll do. Remember I told you? I said, I will come
basically,
to your house.
Yeah, just home invade him and raid him.
I said, I'll just come take them. And he goes, you don't even know where they are. And before I could even get it out, in your medicine, he went, they are in my medicine cabinet. And I was like, yeah, because you're stupid. Like, it's not like you're hiding anything. He's like, well, I'll go buy one of those safes. And then you won't be able to get to them. And then I was like, yeah, if you'll buy one of those safes off Amazon, that I could literally pick up and carry out the door with me. And he's like, yeah, that is exactly what he would buy. It's not like he's going to buy a gun case.
Yeah. So, honey.
Anyway, my point is, I don't know why we went into the Dilaudid story. That was on you and not my fault, guys.
Understood. So, George, welcome aboard and tell us what's going on with you. And do want you to catch us up on anything you wish. We obviously we can go into a number of issues that we weren't able to cover lately. And but tell us how you're doing, health-wise and everything else.
Yeah. Very well, thank you, Douglas. And I'm feeling quite hungry, actually, listening to Granary Mustard and...
Yes. You wouldn't be hungry if you heard all the shit we were talking about before. I mean, they went everywhere from parasites to everything else, but, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the parasites were the least of the grossest things we talked about tonight. And the majority of all of them came out of your mouth.
And there's more yet to come, perhaps, George. In case you didn't know, I've been to the hospital.
and everything all right, Douglas?
Yeah,
is everything all right? You're right.
Yes, I'm all right. I basically
He's not all right. He's not all right. I can assure you. But let's not upstage.
George, no, George. This is where you and I can team up, bro. This is where we're proven right. You know, I blame my contracting what I did on Brooke Gibson, because what had happened was the escort my son hired had just come back from a previous contract where the man demanded that she shave completely. And so basically she was, I hope you don't mind. And then I thought of Brooke, and Brooke was saying, oh, it's not necessary you have that hair down there, even though George and I have insisted it does prevent yeast infections. Really does, because it helps.
Okay, that's first of all completely untrue, because all the sickness I have had, I have never been diagnosed with a yeast infection. And there's one time in my entire 25 years of life, right? That's how old I am, 25, right? But regardless, my entire life, I have ever even thought maybe I might have had one, and I don't think I did. But I went ahead and went to the Walmart and bought the little stuff you can buy in case you do use for 3 days. I mean, I've never had a yeast infection, probably at all, and I never had to go to the doctor for one, and I haven't had any hair because that doesn't feel good on me, so I don't see you're wrong on that. I mean, two men telling me that it prevents yeast infections is not believable to me when I actually have a pussy that doesn't have yeast infections, has never had yeast infections, and don't have hair.
So then, of course, I went ahead and lo and behold, then what happened was the last episode.
Maybe it's the fact that you were fucking an escort, and I asked you, did you at least wear a rubber? And you were like, no.
No, I never do. I never do.
That's my point. So maybe it's the fact that she's fucking people all the time, and she's probably getting yeast infections all the fucking time, and you have just been lucky to not happen had one yet. Or perhaps you have had one, you just don't know it.
Yeah, at any rate, this time what happened was the last episode I was on with Pete the Moon Man, and I was didn't bring it up on air, but I said, oh God, I'm really starting to itch. And then, then by the time that the episode was over, I went to the bathroom and I said, oh my God, it's all inflamed. I said, oh my God, and I'm breaking out. And then I called Brooke. Yeah, big mistake.
Of all time, like, why not call George? Like, I got to get that call.
Then Brooke says, you've got herpes. She says, yeah, herpes.
Yeah, once you fucking told me you fucking went up and you go up in this fucking hookers, which apparently you do all the time. Like, when you say escort, you're going in fucking hookers, fucking bear. First of all, like, I don't know how you don't have AIDS right now or every other disease in the world. But when you talked about it's itchy and there's some bumps on it, I'm like, you got fucking herpes, and and that just made sense to me. And then he tells me he doesn't know. He did not know. And he went to the doctor.
Yeah, so I went to the doctor. Now, of course, I have to say this about Kaiser. I just call and I get to see a doctor immediately. So I saw they had a female lined up for me, of course. And so I went to the female doctor. And
that poor fucking woman.
So we peel back my foreskin. She says, this is a yeast infection. And I said, can I still...
Yes, he asked her, he goes, well, so she's telling him, like, how long it'll be to heal that. And she also, by the way, didn't tell him he had herpes too, because herpes takes a few weeks to show up. So he probably does have herpes. Because if she's given a yeast infection out that fast on your penis, unless you just have a really gross penis you don't wash, then I'm fairly certain you got a lot more than that.
I made it to the age of 56 without this manifesting. Yeah. I think I wash pretty effectively.
Well, we did tell you may have an influx of parasites, because remember how yeast is supposed to stay in check and balance. But if you have, maybe you've contracted some parasites yourself there, buddy, and yours are out of balance. But regardless, didn't matter. He's in pain, and the doctor's telling him trying to be nice and not telling him you probably need an AIDS test too. She's just telling him it'll take like what, a week or two. Put this medication.
She said 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
It was 4 weeks
of antifungal application to just make certain this is all dead. And
that's how bad it looks, okay?
I know, she's just being thorough. She's just being thorough, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But
and let me tell you how thorough he was. She's thinking she's talking to an actual legitimate adult. I mean, but I guess she realized you were a man, definitely at this point, because your only question to her was, well, can I still jack off?
I was a doctor. I used the term masturbate. Masturbate.
Yeah, you tell me how you said it to her. Like,
she did. She was shocked at the question, so I explained. Well, as painful as it was, I still was masturbating because I need that stress relief. Yeah, so she recommended.
You still cross. Yeah, I would have asked, could you copulate?
Yeah, I'm concerned about that too. That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, there you go. But I blame Brooke for my being stuck with this because she's the one who said, "Go for it without the hair." She said, "Yeah."
Yeah, that's true. If everybody on here thinks your biggest problem right there with what sex you have with what you're doing is that you fucked her because she had no hair and you don't use condoms and you fuck these prostitutes. I
managed this far, just as you've managed this far without getting herpes. I managed this far without getting herpes. There's something different about
prostitutes, bitch.
But look, my nanoplasma and my vaporoid genetics have obviously prevented something from happening so far. Obviously, the nanites are incapable of dealing with something that's non-viral, like yeast, because it's a fungus.
I do believe that there are certain things that certain people are not, like I've never had strep throat. There are certain things, like certain viruses, like I think certain people...
before the nano transfusion, I had strep throat like every year of my life, and each time it almost killed me. It was horrible, because I was in such a filthy environment, the Tenderloin. After the nanoplasma transfusion, it never happened again. Bizarre, right? But goes to show there were major changes physiologically. And I think that probably, along with the vaporoid genetics, after all, I can digest blood without getting infected or getting sick. So that's probably why I've never gotten herpes and probably never will. This is why the herpes thing really isn't a concern.
But that's probably the same thing with me, right? Because therefore, I just never needed nanoplasma because my blood was so good to begin with. Because I've never had strep throat.
It's because you're some kind of a monster, honey. I don't know what kind you are, but something inhuman, something horrific.
Well, it keeps me from getting herpes and strep throat.
That's right. I mean, it explains so much. And so
at least I don't have to go. I also on the weekends, either have to go find some prostitutes at my while I'm sucking boys' blood that have to be younger than 14.
Honey, you put everything in such a negative light. You make it all sound so bad.
So make it sound good. How do you say it then? How would you say you do your weekend?
Well, this was George Knight. Help me out here, buddy. This is Axis Foundation Day, or at least it was.
No, I don't need George helping with that. George, you just tell me.
Yeah, so I was teaching the Blood Boys about history, about how the Rome, Berlin, Tokyo axis was today. Earlier today, I was telling the Blood Boys. I teach them about history last. I give them a sense of greater conceptualization of their world than your average human being could ever hope for. I give them beyond any professional grade history education. Nemo, help me out here, my main man. Tell us about that, right?
Sorry, I was eating. What were you saying?
Jesus fucking Christ. Haggis, dude. He's eating haggis, too. Yeah.
That's okay. That's what the Blood Boys say when he asks, did you hear anything I said? They go, I'm sorry, we were They don't listen to shit you're saying
Yeah, they
either.
were eating too. Yeah, each other. All right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome aboard, George. As
thank
always, things are just going my way nonstop. So, blessed be George. Tell us about what's going on in life, how things are, what historical insights you might have on this Axis Foundation Day. And
Oh yes, no, absolutely, Douglas. I was going to say it's like when you get lectured or educated by Douglas, it's like a university course. It's like going through several semesters, and then at the end you get a degree at the end of it. Yeah, so
that's right.
It's
Yeah,
certainly.
well, when did somebody educate Douglas on how not to get a yeast infection or how to use a condom or how not to fuck prostitutes?
We're all human. We all learn day by day.
Yeah, honey.
Yeah.
We don't know everything.
This was the first time in forever I've ever had sex with anyone who didn't have pubic hair. See, I blame it all on that, and I blame it on you, Brooke, for convincing me that it was okay.
I don't give a shit. You blame it on whatever you can blame it on the fact that that's also why you wanted to fuck this 17-year-old McDonald's girl that you molested. I mean, it's your decisions, your life. It's not, not my monkeys, not my circus.
And then she vapes. Then you hear the big sucking sound, like a vacuum
You're gonna
cleaner.
be so proud of me. Oh my god, guys! But I'll tell you later. You're gonna be very proud of me.
If you fuck a hooker with no pubes, you can only be assured you're not going to get crabs. That's it. You'll still get yeast infections.
There you go.
Yeah, that's my point. If she has a yeast infection, you're gonna get it. But that hair being there does not cause her not to get a yeast infection. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but unless she's got hair growing inside of her vagina, that it's not changing the outside of it.
It changes the biome. It produces a biome. It really does.
No,
really does.
biome is that means you're fucking somebody who has dirty pubic hair. Then if they have a biome.
No, honey. There's good biologicals, and it's kind of like a gravel in an aquarium. The reason the gravel is there is so that you can develop good biologicals that your fish need for their slime coat. And so the parallel you don't want to carry too far with the lady's vagina, but there's parallels nevertheless.
I mean, find me the scientific proof on that, because I've never had a fucking yeast infection. I've had hair. I've fucked several girls that haven't had hair, and I'm sure maybe they at some point did have a yeast infection, but they didn't ever have one with me, and they didn't give me one.
Yeah.
So
there's some things we've spoken of privately that we're not going to discuss publicly, but Brooke and I know better. And she was the one who seduced me into doing what I did. And I hold her responsible because I'm on SSDI, and therefore I'm not responsible for my actions.
Yes.
The state is.
Yes. Mentally fucking disabled for sure.
So then we have that.
And you should hold me responsible, as we did discuss. Oh yeah, I totally knew you were going to get a prostitute that weekend, and I totally knew you were going to.
You did know all this.
I did not know that. I know you go to the estates. You didn't go, hey, I'm going to go get a prostitute. I'm going to fuck her bareback.
That's what I do.
Huh?
That's
Was she
what I
hot?
do.
Was she hot at least?
As soon as you use condoms, it's your fucking prostitutes. I'm sorry. I know that probably sounds really old school.
Nemo, that's a ridiculous question. These are ladies who cost like $1,000 or more for an appointment. These are escorts.
Well, I didn't know they were luxury hookers. I thought they were just regular straight hookers.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because luxury hookers can't get.
Oh, Jesus. Nemo, really? I mean, good God, you don't even know me then. Oh my God! I mean, Jesus.
No, because you say you live in San Francisco. Unless, I don't know, is the state in San Francisco or somewhere else?
Dude, the states
There
are all
is no estate.
They're all over California.
$25 hookers to his apartment.
Yeah, that must be it. Yeah, that's that. Thank you.
That would make more sense as how you got the infection, I guess, too.
Let's. Real Tech Geek says he's back home. Yes, but anyhow.
Good, you can call him. I'm gonna get off. We can let you and George talk.
You're getting off, all right, honey. I love you, Brooke.
I love you. Have a good night.
Yes, and with that, welcome aboard, George. So she's gone, and you hear this big release of breath from George. Oh my God. All right. And believe me, George, for right now, for the moment, the stage is yours. I'm going to finish this sandwich and chew. I don't want people to hear me chewing. So by all means, tell us a bit about what's on. This is Axis Foundation Day, 83rd anniversary, commemorative date of the foundation of the Rome, Tokyo, Berlin Axis. So tell us what that brings to mind and take us from there.
Oh, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, actually, very quite convenient actually to basically articulate what conversation I had a couple of days ago with one of my colleagues actually, because he told me he watched the Oppenheimer movie.
Oh, did he really? Oh shit! And what was his runaway impression? What was his runaway impression with that?
Oh,
I can't wait! I can't fucking wait!
When he told me this, I was like, I'm gonna.
First off, you were disappointed. First off, you expressed disappointment, right? I mean, that's a bit unfair, but, go on, yeah.
No, thank you. I'm not trying to be facetious. And I wasn't to him. I was very respectful. And, and I just said to him, well, I'm going to sit you down. And I'm going to tell you about World War II, actually. And I'll discuss because he said he's really into physics. So that's what...
Did he really?
Yes, that's what attracted him to the movie, to go watch it. He goes, if you have like a scientific... appreciation and you're into physics, you're a enthusiast, and he goes, that's the reason why he watched the movie. And he was questioning whether or not I was not an enthusiast, but I said no, I'm more into the historical context of World War II, and I will go into that. I will give you I will sit down with you and I'll go into some perspectives of World War II which you can verify. And so we did manage to get that opportunity to sit down and speak about the Oppenheimer movie, and I mentioned to him about Robert Oppenheimer being the man who was in charge, or because General Leslie Groves was known as the godfather of the Manhattan Project. Robert Oppenheimer was the man overseeing the whole project itself. And I asked him about what was your perceptions on the movie, and he said about, well, it was, they actually believed that once they detonated that atomic ordnance at the test site Trinity test range, at the test site, he goes, they actually concluded that the world was going to be destroyed. And I said, that's exactly it. That is exactly what they believed.
Thank you.
And I said that was the reason for that statement by Oppenheimer, which is very notorious, everyone has either referenced it or cited it, where he says that I am death, I am the bringer of death.
I am death, the destroyer of worlds. Yes.
Of worlds, yes. Thank you, Douglas. And
in the plural, mind you. In the plural, mind you.
In the plural. So he was singular. Yeah, absolutely. It was all. Yeah, he thought he was the man that was going to destroy the earth. And I brought into, and then I went into, oh my god, a good hour, and brought, because I've only got a short amount of time with you, Douglas, I'm afraid, but I can't go over everything that I elaborated with him. But I brought up with the atomic bomb, the ordnance that was detonated on Courland on October 12, 1944. I mentioned that the Axis, the uranium Axis little boy bomb was a different atomic ordnance compared to the American plutonium bomb, known as the Fat Man bomb. And I said that you will see in that movie, because I asked him about what was represented in that movie, and he just said, well, you don't see the atomic ordnance being detonated over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but what you see is the test site range where they detonate it at the test site Holy Trinity. And I mentioned that the reason why they called it test site Trinity was an insult to the divine creator of the earth, because they actually believed that they were going to destroy it with the reactions of the atoms infinitely reacting to one another, that it was going to somehow implode the earth itself, or from the detonation of that plutonium bomb. And so that was the reason behind it. And I emphasized that they were getting to the point of the war where they lost Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and Churchill was getting voted out of office. So I said at that point in time, the Allies knew that they were on a losing streak, so to speak, because you had the vice president, the former vice president, William Haggard Wallace being kicked out of office because he was going to collectivize on American agriculture on Roosevelt's death, because he was dying. And so they replaced him with Truman, which only met with Roosevelt twice for photo ops. He never actually, and he went off on that condition of unconditional surrender. So I did explain all of this in a bit more detail than what I'm elaborating now. And I mentioned about the Japanese bombs in Konan Complex in Korea. And I said, if you notice about Korea, it's obviously it's a peninsula, but it's divided north and south between what we call the demilitarized zone, the DMZ zone. And he actually jumped in and said to me that, well, he was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my God. Oh my God! A man accused of rape by his own female employees, no less. Go on.
Yes, thank you. And he actually stated, he paraphrased what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying, but he was talking about what you can see from the surface of the moon. So from the lunar surface, what you can see from space. And he mentioned about the Great Wall of China. He mentioned about the Great Barrier Reef. And he also mentioned about the Korean demilitarized zone. And I said to him, but he didn't tell you it was man-made. Obviously, he won't even know that information, or he wouldn't state that.
Right.
But I said to him that the largest industrial output outside of Japan itself, because Japan comprises of 7,100 islands. I said, if you comprise the entire landmass, it equates to larger than United Germany today, or even Great Britain, or even the United Kingdom. I said the landmass, and I said it actually stretched down to the equator. If you superimpose the map if you superimpose the Earth in a two-dimensional plane, it actually stretches further than the United States. And I said this was the landmass in World War II, and I said they occupied Korea. That belonged to Japan, but the largest industrial output was in Korea itself. Across that demilitarized zone, you have the Konan complex, or Konan facility, where they were manufacturing these World War II era atomic ordinances. And I said what they dammed was 3 rivers, the Yalu, the Shofin, and the Sulfin. I believe that's the correct terminology, or the correct pronunciation of those damned rivers. And they were able to create
the Yellow and the Chosen, and the third one I forget. But you've got it down pretty much. Yes, go on.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so I said you could actually look up these rivers. And I said the actual, for the Manhattan Project's version of that was the Hanford Dam, which was taken out for 72 hours by a Fugo bomb, by a non-continental unguided bomb by the Japanese. I didn't go into that, but that is, that was the equivalent. It was the Hanford Dam that would produce the hydroelectrical magnetic power supply in the Manhattan Project. I said, but in the Japanese version was outside of Japan itself, it was in Korea. But I said, you will see that the demilitarized zone crosses right across that peninsula, and nobody will tell you how it's created. No conventional historical textbook will tell you the creation or how it was formed. And I said about the Soviet advancement going down to Korea, they were going to invade Japan from Korea itself because it's so close. And I mentioned what you've always articulated, Douglas, with the beer bottle. You throw a beer bottle into the ocean, it'll wind up on the Japanese beach, and vice versa. So if you're on a Japanese beach, it will wind up on a Korean shoreline. And I said that it was so close that you can actually build a bridge to connect these two land masses together. But I said because of politics, it never substantiated. It was never they never.
But by the way, just so people understand this, one of the big advocates for building that bridge more recently was Reverend Moon of the Reverend Moon Church, or what's really called the First Universal Church, or something like that. It's for people, I don't want to overdwell on this with George here because of his limited time, but just so George knows, and he can look more up on this on his own, the recent Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was assassinated by a man who has since gained the public sympathy in Japan because he assassinated Shinzo because of
Unification Church.
Thank you, the Unification Church. Thank you, because it turned out Abe Shinzo was basically in hock or taking a lot of money from the Unification Church, from Moon's church. Right. So this made him actually a national security threat to Japan because he was creating a dependence on America because the Korean church is very connected with America's CIA. So that's why this man took him out. And now the Japanese people feel a lot of sympathy for the assassin. So that's an important point to be made. But yeah, by all means. So go on. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And actually, you just reminded me, there is actually a docuseries on Netflix regarding the I think it's the Church of Sun Yat Moon. And
yes,
we had George Walker Bush Senior, the father of George, and Jedward Bush, Actually, he was known as a Mooney, and
Yes.
this is actually, they've done a docu-series on this on Netflix, so people can look up.
Oh my God, about time. Thank you.
Yes, and including, because they mentioned several cults, and they were talking about the Mason family, and also there's another one on, excuse me, it will come to me in a moment. It's the Japanese, the
Om Shinrikyo. Om Shinrikyo.
The non-Shinrikyo cult. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, under Shoho Asahara. Yes.
And Shoko Asahara was, yes, exactly. There's a docu-series on that, Douglas, so people can actually look that up. To go back to what I was
saying about this individual who must have been wide-eyed over most of what you were bringing up. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then yes, and it certainly did woke him up to when I started to speak about we are still legally in a state of war, and the reason, I went into several aspects, several factors such as daylight saving time and excise war tax is still present on our phone bills. All these wartime emergency statutes that's still in effect to this day, and including the reason why we can't declare a legal state of war. And I said we're still legally in a state of war, which is the reason why we've never been able to declare a war since World War II. So the alliances, and I did go into the United Nations aspect. I did go into, it was created, 3 weeks or 3 days after Pearl Harbor as an organization of war. I mentioned Taiwan because Taiwan, the National Republic of China, was one of the original 5 founding member states of the United Nations as per organization of war. According to Article 42, it exists today as an organization of war that can conduct peacekeeping operations overseas using force, using military forces, land, sea, and air, by land, sea, and air.
Right,
so
and of course, is effectively
on the 100 islands.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Effectively. Yeah. Thank you. You were bringing up Taiwan. Go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you. And I mentioned that just before I went into the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Yeah. And I brought up Taiwan.
So I was this is important, and I was talking to Brooke Gibson about this, and here's important points to be made with Brooke Gibson and her response to me. Basically, when I told Brooke Gibson, she said, "Oh, I have this real issue with what is referred to as..."
Oh, Brooke's right here. She came back as soon as she heard George get so excited she left. So I've been quiet, and I've let him talk.
Yeah, so you can tell me if I'm relating this. You can tell me if I'm relating this correctly. So she told me that, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, why is it called that? And I said, because the saying was the Third Reich shall last 1,000 years based on that of the Holy Roman Empire and experience with the First Reich, which did last 1,000 years. Of course, we had some discussion there, but I don't need to go over 1,000. Right. I don't need to go too deep into that. I can later because that's also historically important. But when it came to the Unterland, she agreed with me. She said, okay, there's no argument that there's more water under the surface of the earth than there is on the surface of the earth that we see. There's more water in the ground underneath the surface of the earth than there is on the surface that we see on our globe. She understands that, and she understood that this water is corrosive and that it erodes massive caverns in the rock. She understands that these caverns then also have condensation through the moisture that leads to rain and therefore an ecosystem. So she understands that all of the elements are there for life. And she even understands past migrations into Unterland by other cultures.
Right, and let's just be careful when you're saying understand. I want to just be to clarify that this wasn't something that you were just explaining to me and I was like, oh, I understand. Right. I mean, these were topics that I was saying, no, I understand that. I know that. I believe that well before you on many of these subjects.
Right.
So I just want to clarify that it wasn't like it makes me sound like, again, like I'm just sitting here and you're just educating me on me. Oh, and I want you to educate me. And that's why I asked you the question about the 1,000-year Reich.
No, this was definitely a go-between. This was definitely an exchange. And basically what we were doing was a check. So in other words, everything I was bringing up was what she said. She understands that, accepts that, grasps that. And by the way, just so you both know, or so everybody listening knows, the process of cultures that migrate into Unterland is called dissension. So those cultures that engage in this en masse migration into Unterland, this is called a dissension. There have been prior dissensions to the Third Reich. So when I said, then what's the issue with the concept of Adolf Hitler and elements of the Third Reich relocating into Unterland? At that point, our conversation went elsewhere. But I think this is what I would grasp, and what I believe she has the biggest issue with is how they became so technologically advanced compared to the surface world as to become a breakaway civilization. I think that's where things snap for her. But everything to that point is where she gets it. So this is something that, yes, for the sake of her ego, she needs to clarify that it wasn't where I was simply lecturing her and she was being enlightened. No, this was all on the basis of her own research, but that alone should emphasize to everyone listening that you too can verify all this for yourself, as Brooke insists she herself has done, at least up to that point where we have the breakaway civilization.
Up to that point where, because you're saying what she doesn't get, she got everything up until that she gets it. My point is she doesn't get this. So yes, all what you said before, I believe all of that. Obviously, anyone can verify that, and the caverns and any. But when you go into the Third Reich being so technologically advanced to have a breakaway civilization, and they're there now, I just don't know that I think that there's been enough evidence or proof that they are that technologically advanced and under Unterland now, and we're just waiting for them to come out, after their, which you said it didn't have to be 1,000 years, whatever. We did go into the history of how that started. That term, or why that term applies. Right. Yes. But none of that I question, but I do. It's not that what you're saying is she doesn't get it. And what I'm saying is I don't see it. And it's not like I can't, and you could call it don't get it. I don't, it's just like, I don't believe if somebody tells me that there's a fucking ghost outside and I don't see the fucking ghost, I'm going to be like, you're crazy. There's no fucking ghost out there. Just like if I told my neighbor a kid came in my window, I'm pretty sure they're going to tell me I'm crazy, right? So people go with what they either experience or what they have been proven. And I have yet to see the proof that lies there that is truly... Do I believe there's things going on under Antarctica? Well, you do understand that when I explained what I did and everything that I just explained, you're essentially verifying and vetting in terms of we're all on the same page now. This is where this is what you take issue with, so to speak. But also understand that when it comes to, I just lost it. Take over, George, for a few minutes and kind of like, I guess this is what I want to emphasize is that, understand, we're not here to try and convert you or convince you on the basis of some kind of religious zeal. It's rather that it's what's obvious to us is simply based on the fact that we've been exposing ourselves to a lot more of the evidence a lot longer than you have. So you've seen evidence, honey. You just don't realize it was evidence in context. You don't realize it was evidence because it hasn't been contextualized to you as such. You contextualize it. You've given a lot of as you love to say, contextualization. But like you said, you do tune out a lot too. So a lot of times when we start in on the subject, you do check out. You got to admit that. Well, I mean, I check out because it ends up going into like, if I ask for a simple answer, and even the simple answer, like, okay, give me the 3 main reasons. By the way, just so everybody knows, Brendan Zoget is mixing millet right now or something, just so, so if anybody's wondering. Eating cashews. Spring water, but yeah. Anyway, I just mean that there's never like, and I understand that not everything's short to explain, but your story's gone quite long.
You're saying that there's no way for you to fathom that they're higher technology because you can't see it, which is understandable. No. I can. That's what I'm. No, that's different. Now, so Brendan, that's very different. Then what are you saying? I fathom it. Yes. The fathom is to say, can I fathom? I can fathom a lot of things. No. You're not. You're taking that thing the wrong way. The word fathom is not what that means. Fathom means, is it possible? Do I believe that that's a possibility? That's what fathom means. Can I believe that is a possibility? Yes. What you're asking. What's your point? The thing which she's saying is that she personally
has not seen what she perceives to be evidence. And so but that's okay, honey. This is why George Nye is writing the book that he's writing.
Yes.
Yeah, and so the evidence will be. Yeah.
Just wait till you find out about Patalok then. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. But by the way, honey, don't forget, you've got a copy of my book. And my book already has some evidence when you reach the right chapter. You have to start reading it first, of course. You might try cracking the book sometime that you have. And I'll at least give you a beginning. And then George...
there is a short... this made me laugh out loud. You didn't catch it. When Peterman was talking tonight. Yeah. And he says it, and he didn't realize what he said, but I want to just... That clip is perfect. Because he goes, so I have these books. Yeah. And only one of them has a good paragraph in it. Now, he was referring to someone else's books. But what he said is, I have these books, and only one of them has a good paragraph in it. I think that is the perfect advertisement for Peter's books right there.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I'm just kidding. Peter has to die. But it was just funny the way he said that. I thought it was...
Look, I want people to understand that... I personally do not relate to the Romanian Transylvanian franchise thing very much. It's one of these things that's just too extra dimensional, too new age, and his books on Montauk originally are not exactly my field either, because we're basically talking about originally Preston Nichols and the other stuff. I think it's one of these things that certainly bleeds into everything I was dealing with, but at the same time is its own world. Peter and I, at least in this kind of work that we're doing now, his audience is obviously not used to it. And so one of the things that Peter has been doing has been trying to make people see the connection between all of this for his listeners in several of our past episodes where he was talking about the Dietrich Art in particular. Oh shit, George left. Thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. Good night, everyone. Oh, we love you, George. Oh my God. Sorry to see you go right now, but do jump back on later if you can.
Well, my night is done. I have accomplished what I can.
Well, he's 8 hours ahead, so he's working. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's 8 hours ahead. He does have to jump in. Like he said, he had a limited amount of time. I'm glad he was able to get out what he did. But the point was made. He's writing a book on the subject. I can send you some of what I sent him. I don't believe I've sent it to you before. Maybe I did. But it should give you some hint as to something.
You've sent me several things, but I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't read them. Yeah, I do read them.
No, I actually do read your stuff. I gave you notes on one of them before, so shut up. I do read it. It's easier to read it than listen to you say it.
It's
I'm just kidding. You have a wonderful voice, but
I don't take offense. I don't take offense. It's
and I wasn't being mean to George. Wasn't really. That's why I was quiet the entire time he talked. I just didn't appreciate.
Thank you. Which I know for you is an accomplishment. Yes, yeah. Believe me. Let me take a look at what's his address again. Oh, there we are, George. Let me look this up. Okay, there we go. So let's see in the sent box what I sent him. And let me see. I know I sent you
actually
these other
9
things.
times out of 10 when George has been on, I've either been quiet with George unless I was asking him questions.
I want him to remember that. I do want him to remember that. You do. How would I say it? You just have a way of intimidating some people. I mean, take a look. It's like what you said about Amy. The woman who writes what she did in the comments. It's like. By the way, do you want me to delete that? I mean, I
don't. That's up to you. I could care less.
Because like I said, the reason if I do get around to deleting it, I don't consider it something I immediately have to. But if I do get around to deleting it, it's because, like I said, she's implying I've lost control over the show, which in and of itself is an insult. But she's saying that insult as a stratagem, basically to convince me to get rid of you, which in a sense makes it more, it's manipulative. So I might delete it just for that. Let's see now. Where are we now in terms of so what I had sent him in the past? But by all means, Brendan, now that you're back with us, so I don't know if you heard what we were talking about while you were gone, so to speak, because you might have heard it on the speaker, so to speak, like Pete does oftentimes. But basically, we were talking about my disease.
No, I missed all that. Thank the gods. I don't need a recap of that.
But, that's what's funny. Like, I think.
No need to be repetitive on my account, Douglas.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
normally, when I get loud, I feel like anyway, when George is on, if something comes up, like it'll be you and I start saying something or going back and forth. It was never like I was interrupting him, like he can't talk, you'll get on a different subject or then you're going with me. So I'm not saying I haven't ever, but I don't remember just completely being like, oh, George is talking, let me interrupt George, and then not let him talk all night. So, but I mean, if he feels that way, I apologize.
That's
what?
What?
That's so cute. Wait, Brandon, what?
When I purposely interrupted George and just to not let him talk, I don't recall doing that.
It's.
I think he'll survive. He said what he had to say. And I don't think he said it. He didn't say anything. It's not like he was upset or something.
He was. First of all, as I was told before he came on.
Actually, it is true. He was kind of leery about coming on because like we gotta admit, our lady Brooke is pretty overwhelming, and so I guess he was afraid he'd be sidelined.
Well, let me tell him that now that if you're on the Skype call, you can knock her off. All you gotta do is click on her thing, and you can mute her too if you have to.
Yeah, and I could mute him, but I don't. So it's fine. Whatever. I don't have to come back on.
Well, you do, honey. Don't be like that. Oh, come on now. It's one of these things where obviously, if I didn't want you here, then you wouldn't be here. Okay, I do have that much control over my program. It's like so. Let me make certain that I've got
He was just rude when I left, Brendan. That's why I came back. I assume you heard what he said. Like he was also just, oh, thank God she's gone. And I had not even.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that, but he did breathe. He did breathe a sigh of relief. He did breathe a big sigh of relief, pretty audibly.
He said, "Thank goodness."
I mean, it's tough. It's tough when you're like on a train of thought and then you like interject like 5 times.
You know what? This is a point to be made. Basically, Brooke, this is a good thing. When we had Victoria Lauren Hobbs on, and I think she's fine. I think she's copacetic and everything with you and I and everything. I don't know why she didn't show up tonight, but that's we'll hope for the best. And who knows? She might even be angry or resentful that I didn't answer something she said to me right away or something. Well, but she's got to understand that when I check out, I check out, and my cell phone goes into a PO box, so I can't even access it till I'm back. But when it comes to the thing that I was thinking of, when, say for instance, when you and I were talking privately. And basically, Brooke was bringing up something about this poor bastard who was burned at the stake, who's named exactly like the cold pizza DiGiorno or something, DiGiorno.
Bruno, DiGiorno, Bruno.
Yeah, the pizza man. Yeah, the pizza man. The pizza tastes so good because it's burned just like him. Yeah, anyhow, she was bringing this guy up, and then she's reading what he was burned for, because I said, what did they burn him at the stake for? She's bringing up his, sins of heresy, so to speak, against the church. Then she starts reading this one word, I said transubstantiation. And she became convinced, of course, that I was reading it. I had looked this up and was sourcing the same thing she was. I said, no, that's not the case. I mean, you got to remember, of course, both my fathers, my biological father Adolf Hitler and the legal father who raised me, were both Roman Catholic. I know something about the church. So
I didn't argue that, but all I did was laugh. I was like, "Are you reading what I'm reading?"
She actually thought it was. Yeah, but I don't.
And
I
then
don't blame
as soon as you said you weren't, I agree. I said fine.
Oh, right. No. Yeah, that's cool. But what I mean to say is that then we got to talking about the subject. We talked about transubstantiation for a while, but these things are sometimes opportunities to educate. Say for instance, if we're doing this publicly. But this is the big challenge. The big challenge is this. Say, for instance, when I brought up transubstantiation, then she asked me, do you believe that? And so, we'll go into that publicly perhaps another time. There's no point in my answering that publicly right now. But for those of you who don't know, transubstantiation is the concept that the bread and the wine are the body and blood of Jesus, and that mystically this conversion happens at essentially the molecular level through consecration, so that when you eat a holy wafer, you are effectively eating the body of Christ. Or drinking the holy wine, you're effectively drinking the blood of Christ. This is the faith of the Catholic Church. But such being said, so for people who don't know what that word means. But when it comes to the subject of her asking me if I believed it, this was something like what she was saying to Victoria Lauren Hobbs when Victoria Lauren Hobbs was sharing her faith. And there was some point she had brought up about a religious concept that Brooke then challenged her on. So I think the point to be made, Brooke, is that sometimes if you want to create a contrapuntal or a counter perspective to what someone is expressing, sometimes you just have to wait until they pretty much go through the whole routine of expressing what it is that they believe in. Sometimes you have to just wait till they go through the whole thing. And then you would take that as a whole. And what you'd have to do at that point is kind of take notes. This is what the average person would have to do, is just take notes of points to bring up. And then you would say, well, as a whole, I would challenge that concept, and these are the points that I would challenge in that way. Rather than, the point is, what you do is you challenge point by point as people are expressing it. And then that way, a person really doesn't come to ever reach their end point. And then you'll say, in my case at least, you'll say, see, you go on all these tangents. But it's a bit unfair because you do take me on those tangents oftentimes, right? Right, honey? Right?
I mean, I don't know. Are you done with your point? Because I would not want to go.
Yeah.
So I would just say that I believe there are times where, yes, I can ask a question and take you off onto a different tangent. And
I like the way you put that. You like that, Brendan? The way she says, yeah, there's times I can ask you a question. Right. Ask me a question. She out and out attacks.
I'm not saying I've never out and out attacked either, but I think it's not fair to say every time I out and out attack. I think that sometimes, again, as we've discussed, and I've tried to make my voice where it doesn't sound as attackful, but sometimes it comes off
just as a hint,
more than I want it to argumentatively.
Understood. Just as a hint, understand that you know what they say? It's not what you say, it's how you say it. So, like, for instance, when Victoria Lauren Hobbs, much more so than I, you're talking about an actual believer. So in her case, she believes in what she's saying, whereas I approach these things far more intellectually and am therefore far more detached about a lot of these things. So when she says something and then you challenge her by saying, do you really believe that? Then that sounds.
Remember what she.
I don't remember either. I honestly don't remember. But when you ask somebody a question like, do you really believe that? He comes across as this. It does come across as an attack. So you gotta phrase it differently, or say it in a much more gentler tone. But again, in cases like that, you just gotta wait until they're finished. Honestly, there's no graceful way to insert yourself in that case. You just make a note of it, and then bring it point up later. But other than that, I mean, questions like that are necessary. They help to educate people, right? I mean, so it's not that. Yeah, I'm discouraging the questioning or even the challenge at all. It's just, just a little different approach. It's just a little different approach. It doesn't need to be so immediate. It doesn't need to be so, like, right then and there. Because oftentimes you'll ask the moment it hits you, like, bam. And you got to learn to withhold a little bit on that. But
I mean, I'll do my best. I mean, I have, as Brendan knows, maybe as I eat more
millets,
and things like that,
starchy stuff,
to keep myself
stuff to
more
slow me
grounded.
down, like into
I mean,
well, there's other factors involved that we won't bring up.
Yeah, you miss me holding her responsible for my STD. Yeah, it's not really an STD. It's just but I guess it is. So there we have that. Yes. And then thank God they warned me to dilute the vinegar before I dip my wick in it. Otherwise, I'd really be screaming.
I just wish you had called Brendan. I don't understand why, you're like, I was the one person you were like, I've got this growth in my penis. Let me call the one girl on the show and tell her about it. Like,
why would he call me?
I don't know, but why did he have to call me?
Why would you? I mean, because you seem more
Because you're a
sensible.
guy and you have a penis, and maybe he would be like, "Have you ever had this on your penis before?"
No normal guy would ever do that. They would let that shit fall off before they tell another dude about that.
Really? Because Douglas just told it on air and asked a female doctor.
Yeah, well, he's different.
Yeah, I'm different. I am different.
All he cared about is, well, can I ejaculate? Can I masturbate for the next 4 weeks at least? I know it's painful and horribly painful for me to do it, but I still am going to need to. No, that was his big question.
I did ask the doctor that. Yes. Yeah. Can I still masturbate?
To the female doctor.
Yes, of course she had displayed the shock, and and I explained just so she wouldn't think I was like trying to be gross with her. I said, yeah, I did it when I was first coming up with this stuff, or first started masturbating, but you got to release that stress, and so then she said,
I'm sure she laughed. I'm sure she
no, she said, I really wouldn't advise it. I mean, you don't want to cause friction that might irritate it further, and I said I can't make any promises, doctor.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you ask her if you could still fuck the prostitute?
Okay, that's I didn't bother with that because
I'm sorry, was that too fiery for you?
Yeah.
Well, I think nowadays, I mean, more stuff's coming out about like, semen retention will increase that thing. Your chakra and stuff. So I mean, I don't think it's a big deal.
Well, I agree with you, but he has no idea about that.
What should I title this thing that I'm sending her? Oh, I know. Here's what I do. Oh, ow. Okay, here we are. So right now
they do say you shouldn't masturbate, and if you're going to, you definitely shouldn't do it. On the moon, on your moon during your moon time.
You mean
it's about raising your
Peter Moon or astrological moon? What do you mean?
I mean, I know it'll be hard for you.
Your lunar return, you shouldn't do it on your lunar return. Oh, yeah. Your lunar sign return.
Oh, shit. Well, when is that for me?
Your moon is, you have a Capricorn moon, so...
A couple days ago.
Yeah, so
No, he's not Cap, it's Sag.
His moon, well, you're looking at in Vedic, he might be Sag. I was looking at his tropical as Cap.
Yeah, but no one uses. I mean, tropical's not even valid either.
Okay, well, I think
I don't even consider it. I don't even consider it as even worthy of that thing. I mean, it has its points. There are points that are valid, but I don't use it. Let me just put it that way.
I understand there's points valid on both of them, but if you were to actually look at my moon in, like, one reason I believe it has to do with where you were born, and there's different reasons to use tropical. If you look at my moon sign, which we both agree is Aries, if not, you're going with a Pisces moon, and I don't really seem to chill like a Pisces, like, I don't think. Also would change. I mean, there's just a few things in that. When I look at the charts on different people, and I will compare Vedic and compare it. Sometimes I can see some things in the Vedic that will be correct on somebody, maybe. But I've seen a lot of tropical that was completely correct, whereas Vedic just didn't make sense for the person at all. So I guess that would just, and I agree to disagree on that, because I think that Vedic has definitely its principles. It's been around longer, and I understand the way they do the time with the years that they do. So I agree with both, and they both have their places. I just don't think that to throw away tropical, I wouldn't agree with you on that one.
Okay.
Or what? Throw away Western astrology. But I mean, anyway, that's just something I guess probably only you and I care about on this call anyway. So.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it's fascinating in its own right. I'm certain many people appreciate it.
I mean, sidereal is just that makes more sense. I mean, sidereal is just that's like how the stars are there. Like, you look outside and you see, like, that's where the planet is. Like, that's where the sun is when you look at it.
The way sidereal, I mean, the main difference is the way that they're numbering because so much of it stayed the same as their days are numbered.
You look outside and what you see, like Jupiter, right now I'm looking, I can see Jupiter. Like whatever graha is there I'm looking at is like, that's where it's at in the ecliptic. Like tropical, it's like 23 degrees difference, but when you look outside and you look at the sun or you look at the moon, it's like that's where it's at. Like it's not theoretically based. Tropical is theoretically based on the seasons. So 21st March is spring, you know. So that's where it starts and that's how it works. So it only is really valid in the northern hemisphere anyways, like if you really want to. But I mean, I'm not here to bash like the Western. It's just, for me, it makes more practical sense to like, okay, if Saturn is there in Aquarius, then I'm looking at it. Like when I go outside, that's what I'm looking at. That's where it's at. That's why I use it. Sidereal. That's how it is.
I guess I'm gonna have to go back and look at that a little further because that's not the exact interpretations that. I mean, I know that they are calculated by where they align, but
yeah.
I don't know. I
Sidereal
mean, I guess
means star-based. Sidereal means star-based. It's based on where you're looking at from Earth to the star. Tropical is a projection from the ecliptic based on the seasons onto the Earth.
Yeah, it's
That's
more
why
fixed,
it's different.
is what you mean.
No. It's the way it's projected onto the ecliptic.
Okay, yeah, so it's based on the fixed zodiac signs. It's fixed. That's what I mean.
Sidereal is fixed. Yeah. Oh. Sidereal is the fixed.
No, Western astrology uses the fixed zodiac.
Oh yeah, the fixed points, the four cardinal points. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and by the way, I want people to know numbers are holding. We got a lot of upvotes, 40 already, and that's rare for during the show. And so we can look forward to this being a successful episode already. And I want Brooke to know that our man Brendan, he was like Amelia Willard, really cute girl, lives in red California, meaning the extreme political right-wing California out there in the boondocks. And she has her own little, zodiacal show that people can watch. I, would gladly promote her if I could remember her channel other than Amelia. The Curious Girl. So at any rate, she was on this show a few times. Doesn't come on much because she's so involved with these card readings, as she calls it, tossing fresh cardboard and doing the zodiacal stuff. And our man Brendan said, hey, she's a cute chick, she's into Douglas Dietrich, we got, we can talk to each other, got common ground. And she like thoroughly freaked him out with, she's so intense into the zodiacal, like she was going into like Brendan Zoget said, how would you describe it? She's basically, it's like she was raised in a zodiac cult.
Oh, yeah. No, I was saying that it was like...
She was going like into obtuse shit. Yeah.
It was like textbook, that thing.
Yeah.
Astrology, like talking about like trines and yods and like pulling out the protractors and shit.
Yeah. Like, yeah. It was like, so
like it's like PhD level stuff as far as astrology. It's like
and that's when he was saying, God, this chick's so much into this shit, it's not natural. He said it was like like she had been raised in like a cult.
Yeah.
Like this. Yeah.
Like you had to have been trained in that kind of situation.
Yeah. So
or just have an obsession. Yeah.
Right. So
I was being facetious, but yeah, it was like she had that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
But like she was raised by a bunch of witches, like a witch's
coven
out in the
definitely
forest or something.
Yeah. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. Say that again. It's so true. It's so true. By the way, you got it.
She was raised in like a witch's coven out in the forest of like these new age hippies or something.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah. It's basically that's kind of like her backstory, and so yeah, she's definitely. Hope to have her on again, but but such being what it is. Okay then. I don't mind. Wait, so that was interesting. Was that somebody's phone going off somewhere? Or is that sound like a tune on somebody's cell phone?
Not mine.
No, that's Brendan. What is that? There's some music in your background there.
It's In the Light, 432 Hertz by Led Zeppelin.
Oh, that's cute.
Played off of a tube amp through Alnico 1970s speakers.
Yeah. Brooke. Maybe you could tell him about the kind of herbs you received. Maybe Brendan has some suggestions for using the care package.
No, I don't think so. But no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And were you able to thank, the person who might have sent them?
I just sent a thank you to. I mean, I said it out loud to whoever sent them. Yes.
Okay. Good. There we are. Yes. And okay. So that being said, hey, is Nemo still there?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. And just checking in on you. Since so aside from that, so I just sent you 2 emails, honey. Maybe you could open them, take a look at that. That'll provide you a little bit of evidence. One is the notes to the main topic, but you don't need to read it. You can read it later at your leisure. But I think that'll provide you some evidence as to some stuff going on. And Mark H has joined us. So Mark, our dear man, tell us a little bit about everything going on with yourself lately. Catch us up on your world.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone going?
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, much the better for your being here, of course. Both Brendan and Brooke seem to have kind of they went through this period and then they, I don't know, I guess they kind of deflated, like they were suddenly self-conscious about going technical or something. So.
I mean, everything's well.
Okay, good.
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, I actually, the last show, I think, I don't know if I think Brooke might have been discussing also about different types of herbs and things like that. Brendan, I was going to ask you, are you familiar with scopolamine at all?
Scopolamine. You mean scopolamine? Scopolamine. You mean?
Didn't y'all bring that up on the show earlier?
I brought it up earlier when it came. Yeah. That's what Lorraine Ann Fenton's sister, the Air Force doctoress, Lynn Fenton, was pumping that guy full of, who, Egan, who killed everybody at the Aurora, Colorado theater that he massacred, and he couldn't remember doing it because he was all loaded up on scopolamine that she had prescribed him. And of course, like I said, the kicker is he's not in the military. She's an Air Force doctor, and yet she's treating him. And which goes to show that this is mind control program if ever there was one. So yes, back to Brendan with that. Tell us about how you use scopolamine to roofie your latest date. That's basically what Mark is asking.
You're telling me? I wouldn't do that. But
I understand.
Scopolamine is like it's something. It's first of all, it's derived from a plant.
Is it really? Okay.
An alkaloid.
We're in your territory. Go into it.
It's also known as hyoscine or devil's breath. Naturally or synthetically produced tropane alkaloid. Yeah. It's used as a medication to treat motion sickness and post-operative nausea and vomiting. Sometimes used before surgery to decrease saliva. But in its higher doses, it's basically a potent amnesiac substance and can rid a user of their memory. So it's basically like a roofie, just as you're saying.
Holy shit.
It's also known as the mind control drug, quote unquote.
Holy
the most dangerous in the world, quote unquote.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So I remember
it is
he's going on. Let him go on, Mark.
Yeah, please.
The devil's breath is derived from the flower of the borrachero shrub, common in South American country of Colombia. These seeds are, when extracted and powdered in a chemical process, contain a chemical similar to scopolamine called burundanga, and borrachero has been used for hundreds of years by South American natives in spiritual rituals. It will lead to hallucinations, frightening images, a lack of free will. Amnesia can occur, leaving the victim powerless to recall events or identify perpetrators.
Jesus Christ!
According to a 1995 Wall Street Journal article, about half of all emergency room admissions in Bogota, Colombia, were from burundanga poisoning.
Jesus, what are they all doing? Date raping each other down there?
Wait, here's the kicker. Scopolamine is also present in Jimson weed, aka Datura stratmonium.
The zombie plant.
Found most commonly in the continental U.S. Yes, the zombie plant, exactly.
Oh my!
So it's in other words, it's a black magical substance. Temporary zombification, quote unquote. Drunken binge. The drug produces docility, lack of free will, memory loss, unpleasant and powerful hallucinations, unconsciousness lasting up to 24 hours, and high doses, death. The effects are so strong that scopolamine has at times been used by governments as a quote-unquote truth serum during interrogations. Also known as hyoscine, it has a bad reputation in South America, where there are horror tales of people allegedly inhaling this powdery substance or taking it without their knowledge when mixed in a drink, waking up days later in unfamiliar places, dazed and confused without any knowledge of how they got there. This drug is a potent amnesiacal substance and can rid the user of their memory. And then it goes on to explain how people have gotten attacked and, makes you vulnerable to many things, negative things. So.
This is really frightening. This is like...
So, in other words, it's a black magical herb or substance or it's a magical, I don't know how to put it, like a voodoo type substance that was taken by the pharmakia and is used negatively. Yeah.
Right.
Well, Douglas, now you know how certain people you've mentioned before to me, like you thought they magically would not remember certain things places they had gone, and for days at a time.
Yeah.
Now you know how.
There we are. Thank you, honey. And
that's why they tell you, like in other countries, like especially South America, whatever, like Thailand, like if you're unfamiliar with a place, like never let anyone come near you or touch you. Like if you're in a bar, like, because they can just like put that powder on you or whatever.
In other words, just epidermally, you're talking about like fentanyl, where epidermally you can die from just touching enough fentanyl if you're if you're in. And so what you're saying is epidermally this
or
can
kind
absorb.
Of the way they were describing it just now was like. It's like a powder they can just like blow on your face and you just inhale a little bit of it and it like fucks you up.
Oh, well, not even that. Even
like this.
You would probably inhale it reflexively, like our man Ian West with his straw, or you can just have your eyes open and it would absorb through your eyes if your eyeballs are open.
Like this.
Yeah, it would go in through your tear ducts and straight to your brain. I mean, just somebody blowing that in your face, it would that way would absorb enough where you'd probably be extraordinarily compromised.
But also put in a drink, put in various things. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, at that time, there's no hope. You'd be down under. Yes, you'd. You wouldn't even be able to stagger away. This is truly frightening.
Yeah. So here's where it says, in addition, common modus operandi for criminals is to use attractive young women who slip the powder into a drink to lure wealthy foreign men.
I mean, I was just thinking, why don't I have this drug? Because I could just go break into houses right now.
Because it's like, I mean, it's dangerous. Like, you can't just give it out. Because some of the scariest reports indicates criminals will blow scopolamine powder into a victim's face, rendering them weak or unconscious.
Jesus.
So it's like, like that.
Well, this is like ninja trick stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's like ninja stuff.
Yeah.
But what if you went to the Mercedes dealership and you blew just enough to get?
Thinking of her Lebanese stalker already. Oh, she picked on this poor son of a bitch. Here's that poor Lebanese stalker, and he's minding his own business, not stalking poor Brooke anymore. But then Brooke calls him up, "Hey, motherfucker," and he's like, "What? What?" And she's like, "Where's your parents?" He's like, "Oh, I gotta check on him. Probably now he's afraid Brooke killed him and shit. And then she says, "Oh, man, what a mama's boy. What a papa's boy. Yeah, oh, my God." Oh, yeah, I weep for this man.
Right.
He was scared by the end of that conversation. I said, "Give me the apartment number, man. Give me the apartment number." And then he said, "Why do you want it? Why do you want it?" He said, Hold on. They're calling me. My parents are calling me. My dad's calling me." And then he comes right back. And he says, okay. He says, why did you want to, what do you want? And I said, why is your dad calling you? You said you were on your way to work. And he said, yeah. I said, how long have you been gone? He said, 15 minutes. I said, why was he calling? Well, they just like to check in if they haven't heard from me in 15 or 20 minutes. Because it takes 15 minutes for him to get to work. And I said, you're 30 years old and your parents check in on you if they haven't heard from you in 30 minutes? So maybe that's a problem, dude.
Oh my God.
That's why he's a crazy stalker.
Yes, we have three gentlemen here now who, she didn't deny what I said. She didn't say, "Oh, that crazy Douglas." She goes in to describe how she terrorizes this individual, lambasts.
You wonder why you're single and stalking people like me. Like you can't even stand up to your own parents. Like he goes, what am I supposed to do? I'm like, don't answer the phone. I was like, you're an adult. I said, why don't you go the whole night without answering the phone? I said, and then when you come home and you say, hey, they're like, where were you? Say, I'm fine. I'm alive. I was okay. Is there a problem? Can we have some boundaries here?
This is why Brooke Gibson does not have access to scopolamine. This makes sense now, people. This is why it's a controlled substance. Yes. It's like. By the way, I mean,
you can throw that into just a bank person's face, but just enough for them to forget, and then just be like, "Now remember, you're going to transfer $1 million to my." Like. They wouldn't remember doing it. By the time you got out of there, you get your money. But whatever to my account in the wherever the rich people send it. We're not Bahamas. What is it?
Whatever the offshore account is. By the way, honey, you probably missed
Cayman Islands.
Yeah, Cayman Islands. That's a good one. That's another one. Honey, you probably missed the opening hours of this program, but I just like you told them don't answer the phone. I, of course, have learned the hard way not to answer the goddamn door. I don't know if you heard what happened to me, but basically I was victimized. The first 3 hours I go into it in fucking detail, and it's just horrible.
I heard a comment about your door, but not answering. But I didn't know what it was referencing.
I'll tell you later. Personally, it's just another horror story. It's basically like I was attacked in tandem by two Filipinos, both of whom are almost certainly related to Michael Aquino. Certainly, Daniel Arola is. He said so himself. The other guy shows up at my door, and I just fell for it. I mean. In retrospect, I can't believe how insanely stupid I was. But at the time, I was literally sleeping. Yeah, as I told you, I was going to sleep throughout the day. I woke up because I told V that I expected, a package. She told me I was going to get packaged, so it was on my mind. Oh, this must be the package, which is basically she was sending me some Chlorofresh. So, here, I can share screen with you at her sympathies regarding this. I don't know if everybody can see the cursor moving, but here we go. Let's open up.
Your penis?
Yeah, very funny, cute. No, I love the way V says it, just so full of warmth, and yeah. Sorry you did something dumb. Call and say cancellation. Well, that's a bit redundant, but I get your point. Call them and say you were asleep or something when you signed it and sleepwalk. Maybe we can have all delivered somewhere else like Beaver's house or the salon, where you will have to talk to them about it. You will never have to sign for any Amazon packages or deliveries. You should not answer the door. Ever. Amazon does not expect you to answer the door. Yes, I said yes, my dame. Yes, there you go. Yeah, you could almost love her. Yeah. So
you don't ever answer the door. When I sent you an Amazon package, you didn't answer the door, and then you chased them down the street and tried to beat them up.
Yes, I swear to God, all this shit is like conspiracy shit. It's gotta be. Even Peter Moon said that at the last incident. He said, God, that had to be federal, some kind of government deep state shit.
This Filipino guy was an Amazon package person?
No, it was crazy. Basically what happened was, honey?
Heard it.
What
you
was
can
it?
tell me. If everyone else has heard it, you can just tell me later. I don't want you to have to repeat it.
Well, Brendan didn't hear it, and Mark Hage probably doesn't.
I heard it.
You did? What happened then? What do you know?
You're talking about the encounter you had with the guy at the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that whole thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He sounds like he's lying down. Like he's talking while lying down. I have this image of him talking, he's underneath the ceiling fan. He's about to have the Apocalypse Now flashback.
Well, he did already eat his dinner and his walnuts, so he's probably pretty full and content now.
I also took my nightly herbs.
Oh, cool.
Tons of wormwood and different things.
Yeah, some scopolamine.
No, but I do own Datura seeds, but I don't use them like that.
By the way, Mark, what were you going to ask him when he was going into the scopolamine trip? And I said, let him go on. What were you going to ask him?
I was just going to say, I think a small amount, I think scopolamine is in very small traces in Dramamine, I believe. Motion sickness.
He did say that in the beginning, remember? He said he didn't say Dramamine, but he said it was for motion
They use it for that, yeah, they use it for that.
Correct,
so if I go get tons of Dramamine and powder it up.
No, that's not. No.
Y'all didn't hear that. I didn't say that out loud.
But they also,
it's like an analog. It's not going to be the full effect, obviously, because that couldn't be an over the counter. There's no way.
Thank you.
They use it in surgery for people that need it.
That's right.
The full thing.
And just so people know, what I was prescribed for my penile yeast infection was basically something called Good Sense, and it's some kind of basically an antifungal that's for athlete's foot, which means I could also use Lamisil, which is also for athlete's foot. It's just anything that treats athlete's foot. So that'll be cool for this in case I run out of the 2 tubes that I have before 4 weeks. Just thinking aloud, I thought I'd share that with everyone. What I'm rubbing on my penis head. I take it you missed.
No comment.
Scopolamine, yeah.
Crickets.
No comment.
Can you open the door and throw the crickets in there? That's what we hear.
Mark, I don't know if you heard how all this came to pass, what I'm referring to. Did you hear the beginning of the show and what happened to me?
Yeah, I did. I just didn't know how you I assume you said you got from one of your escorts?
It's all Brooke's fault. She told me it's okay without the hair.
Well,
I don't
swear,
have hair.
You know what? I hope your dick falls off if you say that one more fucking time. I hope your dick falls off either way.
Don't say it, Douglas.
Okay, I won't say it. Oh my god. Yes, well, that's right.
I did want to add a couple things about the scopolamine. I know they use it, because obviously I'm kind of a movie buff. They use it in a lot of different movies referring to mind control. 2 movies in particular. One is one from the late 80s, early 90s called Serpent in the Rainbow with, what's his name there? Bill Pullman is one of the famous actors. And he's in Haiti, I think, and they actually use the powdered form, and they blow it on him, and he turns into sort of like a it's like that zombie sort of, it's a zombie type material. And then the other movie was Manchurian Candidate with Denzel Washington. When they're programming him, they use that type of drug as well, and then they start doing the satanic ritual abuse and things like that. But I also know that some people take scopolamine. They take it intentionally because they feel like it sort of focuses their mind, and they don't have to worry about it. They do it intentionally so they don't have to worry about what they did. Have you heard about that at all, Douglas, or anyone else?
I think Douglas should hand that out to everybody that's ever going to be on the show so that we don't have to remember it when we're off. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Go ahead, Douglas.
I think we got crickets again.
Did Douglas get kicked off? He usually wouldn't be.
Actually, I was laughing hard. I'm so sorry. I was on mute. So you couldn't hear me choking on my sandwich. So, yes, it's a fine idea, honey. I think that we'll count on Brendan to be our source. He should be the man who will be able to get it for us, or at least some kind of the straight herb.
What are you getting?
He's already used it, as you can see.
Right? He's already forgotten where he is. That's what he's already.
I'm not supplying any of that devil's. It's literally called devil's weed or some shit.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
when our man Mark was bringing up that I understand that in some cases people apply this to themselves intentionally so they won't remember what they've done. And when he asked me about that, Brooke said we should pass that out to everyone on this program so they can't incriminate themselves.
I mean, no. Some people like the effects of Datura, but I mean, in that kind of dose, I mean, you're gonna get like horrifying visions and.
Yeah, like we don't get horrified. That's what
like we don't get that here already, yeah.
But it's like people, I don't know if you've never encountered that kind of thing. It's like imagine living a whole day of like horrible occurrences and it's all in your mind and you wake up from that. You know, like it's really crazy.
You've never done the drug. You're going off what you've read.
Well, he's done some pretty similar shit.
I've dealt with some things.
Yeah, we're talking about, man, in case you didn't know it, Brendan at one point in his life did the Jambo Reese monkey trip, and he was doing the cough syrup. And this was back when he was lying stomach flat on a skateboard and rolling down San Francisco hills between 18-wheeler trucks, underneath their carriages and whatnot, just as a thrill. All that gravel just spilling up into his face while he's grinning like an idiot.
Some of us can handle our drugs because I've also done that cough syrup shit. And I told, as you call him, Jambo, whatever, I told him I had tried that. And I told him I tried it, and I was in the backyard, and I remember laying up, and it was beautiful, and the sky was great, and it was like, ooh, everything's great.
Yeah, that's and like a threshold dose. I mean, that's like...
No, but then tell us what happened. Then?
Well, no, this wouldn't sound like a nightmare to anybody else. It was just the worst day of my, like it's not going to sound like the worst day, but I came in and
too many of those to choose one as the apex. But
well, no, I came in and had taken some more and was feeling good, and the reason I even tried it and taken it was this is back when back in. We'll see. My son was like 4. It was like 2006 or 7, and it was when I was still on pain pills, being prescribed Lortabs from the doctor, and I had run out of the Lortabs. So I had looked online, and somebody said to try that cough medicine when you were having because I was coming off the Lortabs, and so I did. But what I'm saying is I came in and took more, and then I went to sleep. The thing is, I just went to sleep, man. I was out. But I was so out that it was only like 11 a.m. and I was supposed to pick my son and daughter up from school at 3:30. And the school had called my phone sitting next to me like so many times. And I never woke up. I didn't wake up until my husband walks in the room with both my kids looking at me, just passed out on the couch like a heroin addict, I'm assuming, because they're like, and then Jamie's like, they had to call me at work.
DXM is a synthetic morphine, by the way.
And I just was like, what? And I mean, I started crying. Like, I was crying out of guilt because I was looking at my children and especially my son, who was so much younger, and just like, he could not understand why, like, the school, he was at a private school at the time, and he couldn't get a hold of me. Mommy, where were you? And then just embarrassed because Jamie's just standing there. Larry, look at you. We just passed out. Is that what you were doing? And I was like, fuck.
Jamie is her ex-husband, just so people don't confuse that with Jambo, the Reese monkey.
No. Yeah. So, I mean, that I never felt more guilty about anything in my life to this day. It's still just a moment. So I would never touch that stuff again. Just because that was just a horrible experience as a mother, to know that I was so out of it that I couldn't even pick my kids up. And it wasn't like I fell asleep 30 minutes before I was supposed to. I mean, I had a phone sitting there and I couldn't hear it hours in.
Yeah, that's
to not hear the calling.
This is the zombie, what do they call it in the Haitian Creole dialect? It would be cucumber zombie, or the zombie cucumber, would be the datura, I believe. But this is something similar to that. Yeah. And by the way, Mark left. What the fuck? First we had Nemo. Oh, there he is. Thank God. So, Mark, what happened to you? What was you left and came back? What happened?
I was trying to take a screenshot of something, Douglas, and I just disconnected. My
Oh,
apologies.
okay. Yeah.
He was taking his cough medicine.
Taking my full slap of me here.
This is how I make it through the Dietrich show. Nemo said, "I'm gonna head off. I'm getting tired." Yeah, basically, of course, he found some of the scopolamine himself, and
isn't it daytime over there? That's very odd.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, Nemo Albano does not live by any normal. If you think my schedule is off, where I'm like 2 days up, 2 days out, Nemo's like, sleep 18 hours, stay up 18 hours, it's like just kind of like amorphous to him. He really doesn't know the difference between day and night because he's never outside, except once in a while he'll go shopping. But other than that, he hates so much what he sees outside. I mean, give him credit. He's not like Jambo the Reese Monkey, who used to dope up. And by the way, Brendan Zoget didn't even begin to describe it. When I was like talking about how he used to wear a scuba suit to go outside, and Brendan saying, "Oh, he wore a full painter's like mask, and that's got to cut off the oxygen." Dude, you don't even remember. I've got photographs. I found them the other day in my file, just happening to look for other things. I don't want to go back and look for them again, but it's almost worth it so that I can show everybody.
Why would he do that? Why would he put a mask on?
During the days of COVID, he...
Oh, you're talking about this was during COVID. Okay, I thought you were
Yeah, but he used that as an excuse to go out like a Power Ranger.
Thank you.
Because he felt like, I don't know, some kind of complex.
Yes, just to understand this, the COVID was simply itself nothing but a rationalization for his literally. If you took a look at these photographs, you would not believe it. First off, you couldn't recognize it as a human being. You'd say, "What the fuck is that?" Because it looks like he's wearing literally a fishbowl over which
something out of Star Trek.
Over which there's a veil. It looks like he's wearing a fishbowl over which there's a veil over the fishbowl, and then he's like all like rubberized, so he's like going out like.
And then he's got a painter's respirator below that.
Yeah. So
was he doing this to make fun of the mask thing, or was it because he actually?
No, he was serious. He told us that he walked like 10 city blocks per day doing that.
Yeah. By the way, it was often much more than that. You're talking about a person who in New York City they have very long city blocks. And you're talking about a man who was literally walking mile after mile because he's so numbed out on the cough syrup, he felt like he was floating. His feet are so numb, he doesn't feel literally the ultimate shattering of his heel bone from slamming it against the pavement. By the way, I'm not exaggerating here. This is what this fucker
No,
was
it's
doing.
true.
Yeah, he's actually wound up hospitalized where he was like literally slamming on the pavement so hard, taking these big leaps and bounds.
Yeah, the DXM has like plateaus. It's like once you're on like 4th plateau, like you dissociate from the body pretty much.
Yeah.
So you can be doing like skateboarding, but you can't feel your body. Like you just feel like below your neck, like you can't feel anything.
Yeah, and by the way, Brandon's speaking from experience. Believe me, he's speaking from experience. So.
Yeah, that's scary. Yeah, I would not want that.
Yeah, and so this got to the point where, Jambo the Reese Monkey is like literally bouncing up and down. People would freak out, and this was like what he got high off of. This was part of his high. He's tripping and grooving off freaking people out because they see this guy coming down what looks like a scuba wetsuit, full gear, and he's hopping along in leaps and bounds, like several feet off the floor, because he feels like he's flying. He's all numb. He's not feeling the shattering of his heel bone against the pavement every time he's landing. And, he's just doing this for mile after mile at this, like, antelope gallop. And, of course, people think they're seeing an alien, that people are freaking out, running away. And that's part of his feeling of power. That's how he empowered himself. And then he'd do that and then finally run all the way and find his way home or wind up in the emergency room. So, which is where he often wound up. And this is where he would often be calling my show from the emergency room. Brendan, I'm not exaggerating, right? This is actually
no, it's true.
Yeah. And so you're talking about somebody who, what happened this time, James?
You asked him, you asked him once, like, where have you been? And he was like, I just got out of the hospital, like literally 30 seconds ago. His parents dropped him off at home or something.
Yeah. It's literally, another time he like punched a lamppost in his rage at the world and broke his hand, like no shit, it's just constant, just chronic. And then in the background, people can perceive this as funny or not. I had to deal with this, and everybody thinks I'm cruel when I severed with the son of a bitch, but they're not the ones producing the show. And in the background on Facebook, getting all these messages, help me, Douglas! I'm melting! Help! My nagging and shit, just like, and then he would collapse, and like, this is what George Knight pointed out. This is what George Knight would witness all the time, because George Knight had seen this as a bartender with all the Red Bull freaks. He said all the Red Bull freaks would, they'd be up for days, then they'd collapse, and then they'd suddenly wake up, and that's exactly what Jameson was doing essentially each episode, is that he'd crash in the middle of the show, so I'm producing the show by myself, and then he'd wake up towards the end of the show, and you'd hear him, right, emerging from, this is...
There were times when it was, like that.
Yeah. And then it's like... and then, guys would jump back on the call. He'd not be aware that they'd be on, and he'd be raving, about his usual. This is how I finally had to sever with him, because Peter Moon said, it's him or me. At any rate, so, got rid of Jameson, and then I'm the one who pays for that. Then Daniel Rollo says, I will join him too, and shit, because, his mistress dies, and, he says, I'm going to Steve Outrim, and I said, you're gonna have to suck his, distended colon, and, he said, I will, because I have done it before with this stupid, stripping. For those of you who don't know, Daniel Rollo was stripping and performing bisexually. This is something that, he always tried to hide publicly. I don't know why. I guess because he's trying to maintain some macho veneer. But, when you're in that point when you're homeless and doped and, addicted to various drugs, you're doing it with both sexes. You don't fucking care. I mean, I'm sorry, Brendan, you remember some of the times he alluded to that? Or, it's, getting...
Yeah, he made all kinds of, like, innuendos and stuff. And then he would always have, like, and I'm not sticking up for Steven Seagal, but he would always use Steven Seagal as this kind of, like, patsy.
Thank you.
Something.
Like, at least I'm not Steven Seagal bullshit. Go on, yeah.
Yeah, but it was like a projection, like,
Thank
somehow.
You. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Like a Freudian projection where, like, that was his, internalizing of that. And that's why he always hated Seagal, like.
Yeah, because it's just him. It's more successful. It's more successful because at least Steven Seagal's still putting out shit. But go on. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yes. It's like his dream was to be like Steven Seagal, but he never made it.
Thank you.
I never heard him mention like Jean-Claude Van Damme or any of these people.
No.
It was always Steven Seagal like centered.
Yes, always. Just again and again. It's true. Sometimes he'd bring up obligatorily Bruce Lee, of course, obligatorily. Right. It's just because without that, it's like you just aren't martial arts without alluding to Bruce. But it always came down to Steven Seagal, and especially the shit story about then he was being choked and then he shit his pants.
Right. It's the same trip. Yeah, it was like the same stories. That's how you know like they do too much acid, and it's like the same stories every time. Like that's like a real symptom.
Yes, thank you. We're having too much fun with this. Brooke and Mark both went.
I mean, he opened the fucking door. I didn't even want to talk to him. And then he emails me or sends me on Skype out of nowhere. It's like, dude, come on.
Thank you. And yeah, just imagine if you turned over to their side, like, I'm on your side now. And what happens at that point? You go on a Salman Sheikh video, right? You appear on there.
Yeah,
like...
that's what I was thinking. I was like, what do they want me to do?
Mark's rejoined us. He went off mute. Brooke's on mute, doing God knows what. At this point, probably rubbing
it's
herself.
Like what their intro that I listened to, that 5 minutes I listened to. Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead. There's a
no, wait, Mark. Before you do, yeah, Brendan, go into the opening 5 minutes.
Oh, the intro that I listened to, they were like, they sounded like two jaded lovers or something. They were like, yeah, like they literally said something like that, like when me and Daniel hooked up, they were literally using terms like this. When we finally hooked up and we were doing, when I released everything on this, they called you like a fraudster. Douglas is a fraudster. And, like they had, like, it was like you were a scam artist or something. I'm like thinking to myself, like, what are you even scamming? I mean, you're not making any money.
Yeah,
you're not even selling courses. At least you can do what everyone else is. And I can teach you how to be a vamp, like selling courses. Yeah. But like, I don't understand how did they expose you being a scammer? Like, I don't get it.
Oh, what did they say? They said, like you said, they made me sound like basically a badass. They said I was going around in my Maserati, seducing women, getting all their money.
Yeah, and swooping their money. And then they were implying that you did it to Salman Sheikh too. Right. Like, that's what Salman was saying. Like, he was like, oh, I exposed him in multiple podcasts, like, thoroughly. I thoroughly exposed him. And I'm just like, ooh, that's crazy. Yeah. So that's just ridiculous.
Oh my god! But anyhow, it is fucking funny, and the fact that I've done this to all these women, and then Salman somehow slips in there somehow, like I pick him up too in this kind of like, I swing both ways, and it has to be with him, like him, really,
exactly, right.
The guy who does dick ups in the public park, an infinity of pull ups, using as what was it George Knight said, basically momentum, and. Anyhow, Mark. No, I'm sorry. Mark went back on mute. Go ahead, Mark, please. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, trust me, it's not important at all. It was just, it was something you mentioned. When you mentioned somebody that had an extended colon, I thought you were talking about the other guy, Richard.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was him because you said you had somebody that was, the stalker or whatever that basically he was out to fuck you for the longest time, and then obviously you refused and he like took it personally. I thought that was him that had the extended colon.
Oh, okay. So by the way, just so you know, and Brooke, I don't know what's happened to her. She's on mute right now. Hopefully she's okay. What happened was...
he's not the only one. You're not the only one that got him confused, Mark. But at least I knew the extended colon guy was Rich. I just got the names wrong and answered the wrong call.
Right. And she actually confronted Richard K. Cole Jr. about this. And when she did so about, basically, well, didn't you want Douglas to fuck you in that public bathroom? And that's when she knows, like she said, your average guy would respond like, what fuck you talk about, bitch? But no, Richard K. Cole Jr. said, oh, that was me. Like he knew about it, but didn't deny it, but just said, oh, that wasn't me. But you're right on both counts, but here's the disambiguation. The individual with the distended colon that literally stuck out with what looked like, because he pulled down his pants. Basically, this is what happened, was that Stephen Outram said, come in with me to my office. So when I went in with him to the public restroom, which he then, basically, at that point I realized he must have posted guards outside because nobody was coming in. And it's not like this was necessarily a highly trafficked area, but it was, you would expect somebody might randomly come in, and nobody did, all the while that this guy feels confident enough to turn around and pull his pants down and said, I'll give you $1 million, but I want you to suck my distended colon like it's a cock. And so he had a distended colon because he's extraordinarily overweight. He's at least, I would guess, around 400 pounds. Certainly at the time that he offered me this opportunity, as he called it. And this had been arranged by Lori and Ann Fenton as this meeting. And so when she said, oh, this will be an opportunity for you, of course, then that's when it came down to this kind of offer to compromise myself. And it's not like I looked at this morally, and it's not like I looked at this. It's just that I told him, because I'd been faced with this kind of opportunity, quote unquote, before, except not nearly as revolting or repulsive, when I was flown down to Hollywood and literally met with the man who was working with Beverly Hills 90210, who could have gotten me a role in there. Like I said, I always refused to name the man because he was always very kind to me. I don't want to compromise his name, but basically he was a gay guy, and he obviously did this casting couch work where, if you went through the process of fucking him, you basically your career was certainly assured for at least a good start. And when it came to Stephen Outram, he was basically saying what he did, and I said, look, I don't take any offense at this, but I just can't do it. Not because of you or anything, is what I told him. Of course, it was, I simply could not do it. And I just, I let him know that, I just can't do it. I don't take it personally and everything. But then, he said he would destroy me. And
pretty too late at that point, right?
Yeah,
because he showed you,
Yeah, but apparently he was fully expecting me to basically just either do it there or and this is why I said he must have posted guards outside the door for him to be confident that this act could be performed. And when I reflect back on it, he probably had it arranged so there were cameras in there. And probably what was going to happen was he was going to accuse me of male rape, and then charge me with assault. I did notice when we both exited the restroom, there were cops outside, but they were just kind of hanging around, like lackadaisically, like they just happened to be there, you know what I mean? But you know what I mean? They didn't belong there. It was just like they suddenly showed up for no reason. We're just kind of hanging out in an area. We're probably waiting for him to shout or something, or probably even literally press a button in his, on some like beeper that he had in his pants pocket or something, which would indicate that they storm in or something like that. Probably if I got violent with him or something, if he had done something to truly offend me, like start to fart or shit in my face, which is like, he probably would have done that had I proceeded to try and service him the way that he had offered. And so I'm certain that this was all intended, and that's what would have been done. And if there were cameras in there, they could have destroyed the footage if it was something that would compromise him. But other than that, they could have spliced it, or they could have, just made it look like it was some kind of assault. Because easily lawyers could say that if a man turns around, pulls his pants down in a public restroom, that's fully expected. You're not expected to bend down and start servicing him, but that's what you did, and that's on you. You see what I'm saying? Anything could be said to warp the perspective of any jury. But obviously I didn't feel that what I was doing was safe in any way. I'm not even talking about STDs, just talking about the whole situation was awful. Obviously just not right in terms of, forget the morality of it, you get what I'm saying. But when it comes to the other individual, the story behind Richard K. Cole Jr. is different from that of Stephen Outram, in the sense that Stephen Outram doing what he did, I had vaguely known of him before through Michael Aquino, known his history, and known that he was involved with the Temple of Set, and that he had sold short based on information given to him by Michael Aquino, insider trading information, because Michael Aquino worked with the Department of Defense, and Stephen Outram was a defense contractor. And then Stephen Outram suddenly one day sold Sausage Software, one of the original software companies, one of the first defense contractors in software, and he sold it just all of a sudden one day for $77 million, and then was never heard of in the software or high technology business ever again. No one has ever heard of Stephen Outram. No average person has ever heard of this individual. You hear of other individuals in the industry, but never him. So he has no claim to fame, but the only thing he did in life to succeed was he sold short, based on insider trading information from Michael Aquino, which everybody in the Presidio military base said, even though it's something that nobody has any real evidence for. It's just basically obvious, and this is what everybody said. So when it came to the individual known as Richard K. Cole Jr., who also went by that other name, Stuart Allison, and I have an email from him from his stripper name, Sally Song Soo at Linux, So he was going by the name Sally Song Soo, a perversely Asian name, as a male stripper. And he basically, as I said, he had been in the Marine Corps for a very short period of time. He demanded payment for a sex change from the Marine Corps. They said they didn't offer that. He then became very sullen, threatened suicide, and they finally discharged him, put him on a psychological discharge in which he gets paid the rest of his life, full benefits the rest of his life, and all he does all day is stalk Douglas Dietrich. It wasn't that way until comparatively recently. It feels like 10 years by now, but until comparatively recently, he was out of the loop. But in between that period of time and basically my, suddenly being a primary stalking target of this individual, he was producing porno films for the Marine Corps. So probably the deal that was made of this, I can guarantee you, was that they offered him an out. Okay, we'll let you out of the Marine Corps early and you'll get benefits the rest of your life, but you've got to basically help us with this porno ring. And so when it comes to people who don't get it, the Marine Corps it's like every one of the branches of service has a certain underworld economy that they dominate. And the U.S. Army, being the oldest branch of service and with a large influence, dominated a lot of drug smuggling. And when it came to the Marine Corps, they were stuck with this kind of homosexual porn. And so they basically began to dominate in that area with Marine Corps porn. And people love this shit. The gays eat it up. That's their fetish, is Marine Corps porn. And so he was part of this Marine Corps pornography in which they use their Marine Corps tattoos, their Marine Corps uniforms, and they essentially fuck young kids. And this is done in San Diego, where they bring the kids right from over the border, promising them citizenship if they'll fuck these Marines. Indeed, the kids come right over the border any given time of the day anyway, so they just pick them up and then exploit them. And so he was producing this kind of porn at the Marine Corps recruit depot and Camp Pendleton, where this production was all underway big time. And so when he was doing that at the time, I was in boot camp and I was threatened with death. And it was basically one of these things that for people who find that unbelievable, oh my God, that's just outrageous, Douglas, how can you make claims like that? Ultimately, Marine Corps drill instructors were brought to justice for this kind of treatment, where they actually killed their recruits. And they were getting away with murder for years. And when it got to the point where they had these Muslim recruits, then it got so blatant, so gormless, they weren't even covering up any of the evidence. They wound up where the Marine Corps had to finally confront this this problem and actually, bring some quote unquote justice to the situation. But it was too late for all too many people. At the time that I was in the Marine Corps in boot camp, I was threatened with being thrown into these very large dryers that they use for entire squadrons. And when it came to, this is what they did to those Muslim recruits, and they wound up killing them, of course, ultimately burning them alive. So I was threatened with that kind of death. And the only way I escaped it was I promised to follow an illegal order. So when they ask you to do something that is like kill your officer, kill your commanding officer, something like that, that's called an illegal order. Even if the person in charge of you gives you that order and they're of higher rank, ultimately, theoretically, you can say, I'm not going to follow that order. And but in reality, you're stuck in situations where you often have to. You don't have a choice. So I made a promise to make a porno film with the man they directed me to have sex with, and that was this Richard K. Cole Jr. And so they got him on a phone with me, and I spoke to him, and that was my only encounter with him, was vocally. I know his voice. It's very high and squeaky and feminine, and at the same time, you might remember Daniel Arola said, he sounds exactly like the Marine Corps who claims he fought on Mars, the Marine Corps veteran who claims he fought on Mars, who has the same initials, Randy Allen Kramer, RK, Richard K. Cole, RC, and they change it to Richard K. Cole. And, it's like these child molesters. They all use the same 3 first names, and they switch them around. So he uses Richard K. Cole Jr., and then at the same time, later on, he'll say he's Randy Allen Kramer, RAC. And the biggest person who said this repeatedly on record, was Daniel Rolla, who would know. And, of course, because they were always in contact. And then, so I promised him I'd rendezvous with him to make that porno flick. And he was so orgasmic. He was so excited and elated and effusing. Oh, I can't wait to meet you, Douglas. I've seen photos of you. I love the way you look. I love you. And then Desert Storm happened. And rather, Desert Shield went into effect. And then that was the precursor to Desert Storm. By the time all that nightmare happened, I was dishonorably discharged by the end of the primary phase of operations with Operation Desert Storm. And the first thing I did was I went back to San Diego to report the entire male stripper and pornography ring that he was a part of to get it shut down. And when I did that, of course, it destroyed his career. And he never forgave me for it. And, of course, swore he would destroy me, just like Stephen Outram did. Yet I never heard from him again until years later when Stephen Outram began stalking me. And that was at that time that Richard K. Cole contacted him. This is visible on Stephen Outram's colon column, as it's called, where he, at his burners.me website, where he's attacking me relentlessly. He basically is contacted quite obviously by Richard K. Cole, RKC, /Junior, and is told that he's about myself, and they both say they're agreeing to take me down. And so all of this is actually on public record, and it's right there on the Burning Man column, unless they decide they're going to censor it all to hide the evidence, at which point people would have to find it just by using the Wayback Machine. But the person running the Marine Corps gay porno ring was Bobby Ceballos. Surname spelled Ceballos, and he was this quote-unquote home repair fix-it man who was basically the leader of this gay Marine porno production ring. And you had 5,000 active duty personnel at Camp Pendleton that were involved in what was then a mail-order video operation. This was back in 1985. Remember, by the time I took it down was the 1990s. We're talking around late 91, early 92. Now, you're talking about that time, Bobby Ceballos was re-paroled at around that time. So it was around 1993 by the time that all the wives I got together, these Marine Corps wives, who were always wondering why their husbands never fuck them. I pointed out, well, they're all working for Luciano Ceballos, alias Robert Vaquez, or Bobby Vaquez. So when they all got together and then the police investigated on behalf of these Marine Corps wives, by that time he had been re-paroled by 1991 because he had been arrested for basically forging U.S. Treasury checks. He had been sentenced to 3 years of federal prison, and he had and another 3 years had been added to the sentence for jumping bail. He had initially been paroled in 1988, but he was ordered to serve 12 more months. So he got re-paroled in 1991, and the whole business just started all over again. So by the time we took him down, it was 1993. So it was around 92 I started gathering the wives, and by 93 he was taken down. And that's when, at that point, basically Richard K. Cole Jr.'s life ended. So you're talking about somebody who was really looking forward to having sex with me on camera, producing a pornographic film, never got that opportunity, felt personally slighted, and then very much has dedicated himself, along with Stephen Outram, to destroying me. And George Knight took screenshots, which I also have now, given to me by George Knight, of Richard K. Cole Jr. personally bragging about receiving his orders directly from Michael Aquino. This was when Michael Aquino was still alive. So these are all undeniably cultists. We know that on behalf of Stephen Outram because he actually was having direct social intercourse on social media, YouTube, where he left personal intercourse of himself with personal photographs of his face, along with Michael Aquino, which were both conferring with each other on YouTube in thread of their videos and mine. So they all knew each other and were publicly in interacting with each other to the point where it could be screenshot, and that includes on their own websites and on public videos. So screenshots prove that they all know each other and were well aware of each other. Stephen Outram, Michael Aquino, and Richard K. Cole Jr. So we're talking about the same cult of the Kings of Edom. Hopefully that puts that all in some perspective so you know which one is which.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Doug, I just want to interject. Fantastic, and thank you for saying all this. What do you think that Michael Aquino and Stephen Outram would talk about? Like, I understand they would be in the same cult and things like that, but I believe he does programming, right? So I'm just kind of curious what they would be in contact with, or how would he be in the Temple of Set, or?
I've mentioned her name before, and unfortunately, because now that my Facebook timeline has been locked, I would have to look back at some old notes or just go back to those episodes where I brought her name up. But there was this young lady in Australia who, as Nemo could know more about this, Nemo himself is on public assistance in Australia, meaning he's basically on their form of a kind of welfare program. This lady was too, but she was on, she basically, it was, I call her a young lady, and she's probably at this point maybe in her 40s, but she was quite a hot number in her day. She had an artist boyfriend. And like I said, I gave her full name in past episodes. I probably have it written down somewhere, have to look for it, but definitely, I never thought about saving it because she was on my Facebook timeline, but now that's locked. But definitely she's named in other episodes. So the reason that's important is, it's on record. But this young lady, she was in Australia where Stephen Outram moved. He was originally born in New Zealand. And she had a boyfriend who was an artist and then turned into a starving artist. He was desperate, and he basically sold her to Stephen Outram. So when one of the things that her boyfriend related to her without telling her that he had quote-unquote sold her to Stephen Outram, one of the things he related to her was that, Stephen Outram, he might be a sponsor. He might become a sponsor of mine as an artist. What they call patronage of the arts. And he might be a patron, a potential patron. And so when he was explaining this to her, he brought up things that Stephen Outram had done to him. He said, we were going past a store that was selling tchotchkes, little like souvenirs for the tourists, because Australia is a primary tourist destination. And, it was just little like stupid like kangaroos and shit in the window, tchotchkes a tourist would buy. And he said, Stephen Outram said to me, I want you to steal that. He said, it's only $20. Surely you can afford that. He says, I don't want to buy it. I want you to steal that. If you steal that for me, I'll give you $200 to help you through these hard times. And then he really considered it because he was so desperate. In the end, he instead opted to sell her. He didn't tell her that. But he said, I didn't go for it in the end. But she was asking me, why would he do that to my boyfriend? I said, you don't understand. See, if Stephen Outram does that and your boyfriend goes for it, the chances of his getting caught, because he's not a professional thief, the chances of his getting caught are extraordinarily high. It's in a window display, and Stephen Outram instructed him he only wanted the one in the window display, where it would be impossible for him not to get caught. So the point is that if he gets caught, then he gets arrested. He's going to have that on his record. His life will be compromised, and Stephen Outram will bail him out and then have him further compromised. And then he then goes in a cycle and a spiral of dependence on Stephen Outram further and further, because Stephen Outram will be the only one to hire him as more people realize he has a criminal record and less people are willing to hire him. He's already a starving artist. He's going to become homeless unless he becomes more dependent on Stephen Outram. This is training from Michael Aquino. So Michael Aquino has trained as a fellow cultist Stephen Outram on how to compromise people, how to make them dependent on you. And anyhow, so what this man did was he ultimately said to this girl, let me take you to meet my patron. And then she was introduced to Stephen Outram. And one of the things that Stephen Outram did was he basically drove them to a car dealership to impress her. And he was going to abandon the boyfriend while taking off with her in the new car that he bought. And so I guess he had never done this before. Stephen Outram impressed her by buying a very expensive sports car. We're talking about something that might have been at the level of a Lamborghini or a Ferrari. Probably, I think it was a Ferrari, now that I think about it. And when she said, the problem is, and this is understandable, these low-slung cars are made for sports drivers. They're really made for people in shape. And so this guy weighs, like I said, I met him personally. This guy weighs at least 450 pounds. So you're talking about when he purchases this car to impress this girl, he couldn't physically get in the car. Now, he must have been out of his fucking mind to show you this is what happens with wealth, severe alcohol abuse, that he didn't think this over. He realized only at that moment when he tried to fit in the car, he couldn't fit in the car. And that's when he basically had to call her boyfriend over, who he was going to abandon at the dealership because there's only 2 seats in the car. He was going to ride off with her. He said, here's the keys, take this car to my home and leave her there. And you find another way to get home. You buy a cab, or, call a cab, I'll pay for it, whatever. But you leave her there at my home along with the car. And so her boyfriend had to drive her home in the new car to his home. He winds up somehow in another way, probably a cab, getting to his home. And then she sees what his home is like. And his home was, as she described it, extraordinarily spacious, all kinds of rooms and all kinds of hallways. And the most outstanding feature that stuck with her was nonstop, unbroken screens, visual display screens, all the way along each of the hallways so that he wouldn't have to stop playing his video game. Now, I've never thought about this because I'm not a gamer, but I remember encountering this problem, quote unquote, when I called that idiot Abdul Karim Haq one time, who was the black guy who changed his name from Abdul Karim Haq to Abu, because Abdul means slave, but in the proud sense as in slave to Allah. And he changed it from that because he said, I'm giving up on Allah because I was cruising the internet and they say Muhammad was a child molester. I mean, that's like me saying, oh, I was Christian until I cruised the internet, and then I ran across something that said Christ was a child molester, so I'm giving up on Christianity because of what some asshole says on the internet. This is how crazy this fucker was, and he had spent all his life as a Muslim to the point where he had been bashing his head against the floor 3 times a day towards Mecca for so long in his life he had an impression dent in his fucking forehead. So then, I guess he banged his head too many times, and then on the internet saw something that made him rationalize, I don't have to bang my head anymore, and then gave up on his religion. But anyhow, so this Abdul Karim Haq guy, one time I called him up, and he said, I gotta keep playing the game. I said, why can't you stop the fucking game? Because we're supposed to be doing some business. And he said, I can't stop the game because if I stop, you go back to the beginning. And you can't start from, it's not like you can pause it or get back to where you were with like a bookmark. The game doesn't have that capacity. So, and this was a modern game. We're talking recently. It was something like what do they call that? Force? What do they call that? The one, I can't remember. Prime Force or something? Prime Mover? I can't remember now. Galactic something. It was a galactic level game where they're like fairly recent, comparatively speaking, and they didn't even have that option. And so, in order to contend with that problem, basically, Stephen Outram had set up nonstop screens so that whenever he had to go to the bathroom to take a shit or a piss, he wouldn't have to stop the video game. That way he could walk down the hallway continually playing the game on connected screens so that he would never have to stop the game, and therefore could play the game to its end without, stopping to consider, like bowel movements and shit. And that way he could raid the fridge and all this stuff without having to park everything around him like gamers do. I don't think like this because, it's like being out. That's on the level of like alcoholism. If you're planning ahead like that, your life is at this point slave circuited to the neural feedback mechanism you've got going.
I was going to say it's right there with gambling as well. That's all I think about is somebody sitting on the john, doing sports book on their phone, and then going back right out to the floor, and then literally pissing themselves while they're doing it.
Oh my God! It's just it's
scary.
Yeah, and
triggering that serotonin.
Thank you. And he's and with Doofus, with Stephen Alram, he was also an alcoholic, so he was always reeking of alcohol. And so he had that along with the gaming. But you're talking about a man who I guess was $77 million. He could run it to an extent, but how long can that last? He also had a divorce from a girl, but she sued him, and apparently he won the lawsuit, so he didn't have to give her anything. Because this was a girlfriend who was with him for at least 3 to 4 years, maybe 5, and she said he destroyed her life. And she said that he never bathed. He never took the time to bathe because he felt he didn't need to, because he was rich, quote unquote. And she said he stank to high heaven, and he was just miserable. And so, she tried to sue him, but it didn't work. At any rate, so there you go with that. Brooke's writing. Brooke, just come on and talk. So the point was, when this girl was sold to him, she wound up, she says, since you've told me all these stories privately, I'm going to go. George can come back tonight. Good night. Okay, honey, we're done with it for now. Jesus Christ. I mean, come back on. Jesus. You went mute, honey. God. This is like what Mark was asking about was like what would Michael Aquino and this guy be talking about? Basically, how to enslave people like this. Anyhow, so what happened?
No, I was just saying, I'm just gonna go because I've heard these, and I don't want you to not tell them because people are asking. It's just these are details that I have heard all this.
Okay.
And I just realized I can just go lay down or do something else.
Okay. So go to sleep.
And then George can come back and feel very comfortable. So.
Oh my God. I love you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love you. Y'all have a great night.
Okay. Have a great night, honey. All right.
Yeah, bro.
Mm-hmm. Good night, guys.
Yeah. And, all right. Adore you. And, so in terms of,
oh, thank God.
You're such an asshole. Fuck you. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm just joking. I actually have to go to sleep as well. So
Understood.
Good night, everyone.
Love you too, Brendan. Okay. Good night. And our man Aristides dropped off. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, Doug. I was gonna say I might have to dip out myself. I hate to leave you there.
Understood. No worries. I'll go into monologue. In terms of the point of this, in terms of some other things that went on, when she tried to escape him, he wound up basically. She was convinced, stalking him. Very strange things happened in her life. Like they have this kind of like candid camera in Australia, where they're allowed to pull these pranks. And sometimes they can be over the top. And she was in a bank at one point, and then it was subject to what was like a robbery that completely terrorized her. And then it was all supposed to be part of a candid camera trip. And then when she got outside the bank, she noticed that out there among all the camera crew and everything was Stephen Outram. So it was like he had arranged to terrorize her with this kind of candid camera joke using Australian television. It was several things like that happened to her to the point where she was institutionalized. And therefore, by the time that she was able to advocate for herself and get herself out of the insane asylum, out of the institution, she was put on welfare that essentially, gave her a substantial amount of money every month, but she spends most of it, unfortunately, on cigarettes. And cigarettes in Australia cost much more than they do in the United States. And here in the United States, they're already outrageous, something close to $20 a pack. in Australia, there's something like $40 a pack. And so she spends all her money on cigarettes. It's just a tragedy. And he had a big part in making that tragedy. So it's like these people, like Michael Aquino and him, it's like they connive to destroy lives. And that's what they would talk about. I think probably the worst damage he did was driving a young girl to suicide who used to work with the Australian fashion industry. And just along with several other people tormenting her by calling her, and she was like teenagers, what you'd call a tween. They would torment her and say she was a slut and everything, to the point where they made her feel so self-conscious she killed herself. So this is the kind of what they do, what they talk about, what they get off on, destroying people's lives. Now, you notice that these people, whether it's Stephen Outram because of his enormous wealth, Richard K. Cole Jr. because he's being paid off the taxpayer's dime, welfare benefits. The one thing none of these people do is work. And same with Jamson Rees. Of course, you're confronted with someone like Nemo Albano. At least he's doing something which, helping me out is benign by comparison. But these other people are all geared towards very destructive behavior patterns where they're not contributing to society. They're intent on just, destroying myself, basically. And it must be because they see myself as having some potential to help the overall situation constructively, and they want to prevent that. That's really the only conclusion that can be drawn. Otherwise, their investment of time and energy just doesn't make any sense. So anyhow, but Mark, any other thoughts you have before you take off? And, take your time, just take off now. But, when just let everybody know whatever thoughts come to your mind about anything, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate you going through that. That makes a lot of sense of connections and explains a lot. I just had one last one. I don't know why I remember you talking about this person, but I had a question last time. Who's was it Anne Christian Fontaine to you?
Oh, right. You brought her up in the chat, and I didn't mean to ignore that. What's she saying? Is she saying something? What brought her up?
No, not at all. It's just sometimes names kind of like stick out to me for whatever reason, and I don't remember why, and sometimes it bothers me if I don't remember why.
Oh, yeah, sure. So, Anne Christine Fontaine, she was this lovely young lady, and she just is kind of naive and just kind of...
Did she go over to the other side? Is she over to the cult?
Not that I know of, but her problem, if you will, would be that she wants to be on both sides. She wants to straddle the fence. And she, in other words... the problem is that she doesn't want to alienate people that she feel might be my enemy, and that's what Selena Khan was trying to do. And there's only one place. Now, Anne Christine Fontaine is, like, in all fairness, as far as I know, she hasn't been in contact with any of these people like Daniel Arola or Jameson Rees or any of these people who are openly attacking me. She's just simply was someone who he was friends with this guy named Rocco Fowler, I think his name was. Rocco Fowler, poor son of a bitch. And he was on my show a couple of times, and he was simply a very disturbed individual who I, was not surprised would ultimately start attacking myself, but he wasn't doing it in the sense that these other people do. He was just attacking me because he attacked everyone. He was just, universally violent emotionally towards people. And as a matter of fact, Rocco Fowler was like attacking Penny Bradley, and she was the one who took it as if he were a serious threat. I mean, Rocco Fowler waving guns and saying, I want to kill everybody, to me was just like, the guy's upset, he's releasing aggression, and I don't find him threatening at all. But Penny Bradley was like, this man must be destroyed. This man, which alone kind of made her suspect, even then, because why would you fucking care? It's like, but in the case of, and she became a girlfriend to this guy, and everybody warned her, including myself. And then, of course, the inevitable happened, and he, turned against her. And then, Then she just became like a Facebook friend of mine, but said she was still talking to him and some other people she felt disliked me. Maybe a few of them were, I can't remember who they were, but I never viewed her as anyone who's just, other than this kind of peripheral figure who was just trying to get by. So that's her story, but definitely if you have any updates on her, that's fine. I think some things that also come to my mind now that you brought her up was Daniel Arola. If for those of you who don't know, he was stripping. Do you know who one of his strip partners was in terms of the male acts, male on male acts, man on man acts? In other words, where they're doing mono on mono sexually and basically fucking each other on stage. It was a Filipino guy named Cesar Sayoc. Does that ring a bell with you?
No.
Cesar Sayoc was the man who sent the pipe bombs to Hillary Clinton and a bunch of... Yeah! Oh. He was fucking Daniel Arola on stage. They had stage sex together regularly when they were when Daniel Arola was active. So that shows you the level at which we're operating here. Cesar Sayoc, I guess, and he was Cesar Sayoc thought of himself as a white man. He would say, because people would point out, how come you hate colored people so much and you're a white supremacist when you're a Filipino? And he'd say, I'm white. He kept insisting he was white. And this was on the level of Michael Aquino, who would completely deny his 1/4 Filipino bloodline. And, or 1/8 Filipino bloodline. It was 1/4 or 1/8, but either way, Michael Aquino violently would try to suppress it and hide other people from knowing about it. So this guy, again, going back to Daniel Arola's own affirmation to myself that he was distantly related to Aquino through the president of the Philippines, who was a relation of his, and that was President Aquino of the Philippines, who then took all the money from the national treasury and ran away to Thailand. And there's this obsession with all of these stalkers claiming that I'm really some double agent from the Philippines who is operating out of Thailand. They keep saying Douglas Dietrich is really operating out of Thailand, and he's this Filipino agent.
They also used to say that you weren't you, Douglas. That you were like a clone of you, or you were like a double of you, or something like that as well.
So they went that far as to use the clone thing. To say I was a clone.
It was something like that where, I mean, this was like, we're talking like, 10 or something years ago. There was a video or something. They're like, oh, that's not the real Douglas Dietrich.
Oh, that's right. Well, that in those days, at that point you're talking about, that was probably Michael Hemmingson, because Michael Hemmingson and some other guys were just saying that, and they were just pulling this like their own personal psyop. They were just like basically like trying to like say that because they thought it would be funny to see how many people they could fool, how many people could buy into it. You get what I'm saying with Michael Hemmingson and shit. That was the crazy part, was that that was when James Arthur Yanchik went into that shit, and he was like saying that oh yeah, I read this or something. He said, oh, it seems so unbelievable. It's just crazy. It was like he would pick and choose like what he wanted to pay attention to. He said, oh yeah, this article was unbelievable, and yet they said something about myself that he was seriously trying to follow up on that was patently absurd. It wasn't the cloning, it was something else, but it was just, this is how stupid James Arthur Yanchik was. It was like the time that when I it was somewhere where I made the joke that I forgot what it was. I said something about Max Spears being dead, like because Max Spears at that time that I met him looked like he was gonna die any minute.
Yeah.
And I made the joke about being dead, and James Arthur Yanchik ran with it and just went off screaming, Max Spears is dead. And it was like, of course, this like caused everyone to run to Lori Ann Fenton for the update, because she was the last guy he was with that anybody knew. And so it was just crazy. It's just, people are so fucking stupid. But there you go with that. And it's just, but like you said, you see these people gambling, you see these people addicted, and you probably see people who are also double addicted, gambling as well as alcoholics, just like, Stephen Outrim is both a gamer who's obviously pathological as well as an alcoholic. And it's like these people, they just can't stop. They're just, I never understood it myself. I mean, like, I can't imagine somebody being that, compulsory, that compulsive in some kind of need for gratification that they can know that they lose all control of their lives is beyond me.
I'm just stunned at the amount of the enormous amount of expendable income that people have.
Thank you. Where does all this come from?
I see. I mean, clearly, some of them, obviously, it's definitely there's some cleaning of money. So obviously, at some point, which I'm sure it's known it's going, but that's a lot of it. Which I get. There's a lot of organized stuff that people are probably trying to clean. But aside from that, Douglas, it's like so much more of just all these people. Like, where the fuck are they getting this money? Like, what did they do? Who are they killing to get this kind of income? Because we're talking every day, the same people bitching and moaning and just dropping some serious coin, dropping just like the complete degeneration of them as well. Like you mentioned, it's astounding to see somebody just completely degenerate on a daily basis. It's just amazing how they're even still here. But they're backing, the financial backing of what they have. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It's something like I've never seen before in my life.
Thank you. So how long do you think you can last?
I'm right there, man. It's just like, I've always worked since I was a kid. Luckily I've extremely appreciated my, my family for instilling that at a very young age and being responsible. And so I'm never really worried about what I'm going to do. I'll find something that works. But yeah, it's just a matter of time. I think it's just the atmosphere. It's just, eventually it'll get to you. And I'm like I said, I'm not too worried about it. But I'm still even very blessed to have a job, just from hearing so many different horror stories from everybody else.
No, so it's incredible. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the world out there is so fucking.
It's bad.
Yeah, it's incredible just how bad it is.
And just like looking, for people, the job market, I know at least in our area in Massachusetts, it's so competitive because at this point, really it's anybody they can choose between anybody now. So it's really the employer's market, not the employees. And, it's really hard. You can have a really impressive resume and experience, but you're going head to head. It's cutthroat right now. So I feel bad for people that don't have the drive and just give up right away, because there's no way if you just give up, you're not gonna see anything. You're gonna get beat down. You're gonna get completely hopeless, and then if you want it, you have to get up and try again. You have to. So that's really what it is. Otherwise, you're not gonna make it past. You're not gonna make it past that threshold.
It's definitely. I mean, it's inspiring that you've made it this far. And what about just trying to meet girls? I mean, certainly at work. I mean, I guess that's not the ideal place to meet them, but some would think it would be. Some would think.
No, it's tough. It's like looking at beautiful women in behind a glass wall. And it's I really would. It's probably a really horrible decision, and I really stay away from it just because it's not a good mix. In my experience. It's been great. Obviously, I see some women there that are just absolute goddesses, and they'll flirt and everything like that. But it's just in my interpretation, trying to mix, especially that environment. You got to really, really be careful.
Yeah.
So I try to I honestly, when it comes to that, I try to separate as much as I can.
Yeah. And so obviously you're cautious. Was there anything else to that story of that guy who wound up getting roofied himself, essentially? What about that?
I guess he chalked it up to him, learning his lesson. But that's exactly what had happened. And I guess he thought I told him that I had mentioned him on the show, and he thought it pretty amusing. Maybe he'll smarten up a little bit is what I'm hoping out of it. So, but no, nothing really as far as what we talked about earlier. Nothing further he disclosed to me from what he mentioned happened. But you know, I don't know, man. He's a great kid. He's just going through a tough time. You know, with his he's really tough time with his going through with his wife or ex-wife or whatever the hell they are. I don't know what the hell they are at this point.
Yeah. Wow. And that's got to be hard. And at least you've never gone through something like that, like a divorce or child settlement or some shit.
You know, honestly, I've been exposed to this, Douglas, as a very young child. Yeah. I've been exposed to such, all these types of relationships. And I think that's that combined with probably some other things too was really, really scared me for this long. You know? Really scared me. Just that I've never experienced so many nightmare situations, and him being another, story of that, just what a deterrent to prevent anybody from wanting to get married or anything like that. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. It's at the same time, I realize the need for me to just hook up with some young lady where I can have adult supervision. I mean, with what happened to me just recently, like I said, that Filipino guy coming to my door and just, doing what was done to where I fucked myself over like that. Jesus Christ.
No, absolutely. I mean, that would be a huge asset, and to be able to have that. I mean, they just, besides, so many different things. I mean, women are just so intuitive, and they provide such great insights and different perspectives on things if you allow that to happen, So having one around that's that's like that is, that's fantastic. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. And well, at any rate, Mark, as always, we're blessed by your presence. I'll try my best to get started on some kind of monologue, or at least in the direction thereof. I definitely want people to understand, of course, that obviously with what I've been through lately, I'm not quite sure that I'm up to a monologue per se. It's one of those things where I'll do my best. If I start talking to myself, all I can say is that we'll see how far I can go. As for yourself, any suggestions as the direction in which to take? I already have some ideas to start off with, of course, but in terms of what direction to go in, that you might think of, any questions that I can, answer, for instance, while you listen as you fall asleep.
No, I think I like the fact that you get your ideas, and from your intuition, from things kind of pop in your head. So I think going into something that you already have in mind, Douglas, even deeper, like you do with other subjects, would probably be a great idea. So I think if the things that you have in mind currently, if you would just expand more on those, kind of go into those in a more philosophical way, would be great.
Yes. Yeah. Well, certainly our dear Brooke was saying, yeah, I heard these stories before. God knows I might even go through a few stories that people have heard before already. But that's a risk we all take. I certainly have gone in a lot of directions that people have, heard before. But like our man Mark says, it's some things, it doesn't matter if you cover them once or twice. They definitely still need to be covered, and maybe sometimes even twice over. But like I said, so I'll probably start with a little bit about Oppenheimer and what that brings to my mind. But what about yourself? Anything come to mind aside from what we were speaking of with, say, for instance, Oppenheimer? Anything else that comes to your mind?
For Oppenheimer, I mean, I know everyone's going crazy about the Oppenheimer and the Barbie, and I think they're calling it Barbieheimer or whatever. Barbenheimer. I know. I've kind of distanced myself from that movie, but I know you did want to. I think you did speak a little bit about it, and I think you wanted to kind of dissect it a little more. And I think it would be good to kind of see, well, for you to maybe, if you could possibly explain the reason why Oppenheimer is portrayed the way he is in this movie. I mean, Hollywood has spent so much money with all these top actors to portray Oppenheimer in this way. I'm just kind of curious to see, really how you feel about, from what we know, what you know about everything that happened, how it kind of goes together.
Well, thank you. I mean, you have a lot of faith in me. It's one of those things where sometimes there's plenty of these people who I simply don't even have an interest in. Obviously, when it comes to people like Oppenheimer, they're obviously important to a degree. But certainly what a lot of people don't understand is some people, their importance is, in a sense, overrated as well. And you do have to keep in mind, of course, that one of the things I've done in life is I've done my best to try and present the critical omissions that deprive people of, say, for instance, the real story. And so I'll try and give what little background I know. I don't think overall that Oppenheimer is really that fucking, shall I say, interesting myself. I think they took basically an individual who was essentially, obviously pathological, obviously somebody who, and for those who don't understand why I would say such a thing, basically I would say that, obviously this man had no real sense of conscience and was trying to portray it as if he had one. Years after the fact, all these men were doing this, that where they suddenly portrayed themselves as having, if I only had known what would happen, I would have done things differently. And it's all such bullshit. The Einstein was doing that shit. And so, I'll try and, not necessarily harp on this individual as someone who's, just evil because I don't like what the atomic bombs did. I do want people to understand, obviously, people complain, quite rightly, about how come these films aren't showing the results of the bombs. Like, why aren't they showing the victims of the bombs? And as was mentioned, the bombs aren't even shown going off in Japan. They're only, all they show is the test in the United States. So really, this is kind of like their way of absolving the American public who's viewing it of any sense of collective guilt. Of course, the question should be asked. I mean, it's a legitimate question. Should Americans feel guilt about the atomic bomb? And you know what? I'll go on to maybe answering that, because I really don't think it's necessarily an important question to myself. But, what's your own intuitive, before you take off into the gentle night, what's your own intuitive feeling about that? Say, for instance, there was one individual who was confronting the question that was written about should the Americans apologize for the droppings of the atomic bombs, and this one historian was saying, no, they should not, and he gave the reasons why, per his logic. I mean, all of this, have you, it's not something that I expect you to answer definitively. You're not responsible for the answer, but I mean, what comes to you intuitively with any of this, like some of your feelings about this, or, that just kind of come up?
It's really hard because, justification for massive amounts of for loss of life is, it obviously clearly it's a touchy subject, and if it's something where if we were justified in doing so, if we truly believe that to be the case, I don't know, but from what I've heard, from what I've read, it really doesn't seem like it was. And, apology would be, the least thing I think that someone could do for something like that. It's a tragedy for any kind of loss of life of that nature and that magnitude. My intuition, really kind of just, at that point, it kind of just turns off because, for me, I tend to worship life of all magnitudes. So it's really hard for me to hear about justification for mass killings. So it's tough.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I mean, I want you to know I personally appreciate that. Of course, I do, and I know that you're basically a sympathetic and humane individual. And at the same time, I do want you to know that personally, something like that is it's one of these things that I want people to understand. I think it's one of those things that it's one of the least important aspects of the subject when it comes to the nuclear weapons, because at that point, people are basically dealing with a sense of conscience that is appreciated. And if the Americans had that at that point in history, maybe the war would never have started in the first place. Unfortunately, we're dealing with such an incredibly different war, set. It's a mindset, incredibly different mindset at that point in history, that it's like at that point you truly are trying to convey an alien mindset. You know what? When I was talking to Brooke the other night, I was trying to explain to her about this one young lady named Pan. And let me see, Pan murdered parents. Let's look that up. And, anytime you want to drop off, just let me know and say goodnight to the audience. But I do want people to know one of the hard things I was trying to explain to her about this young lady who murdered her parents. And she just didn't get it. And maybe she began to get it. And what she said was obviously logical from what she understood. But Jennifer Pan, Jennifer Pan was Canadian. And by the way, the Ontario court has just ordered a new murder trial for Jennifer Pan. I do not know what provoked this. I hope it goes in her favor, to tell you the truth. And I have, I think this young lady is truly, in my opinion, sympathetic. But then again, I'll explain why. But Jennifer Pan was this young Asian girl who basically, her parents ordered her to excel academically, and she just wasn't that kind of girl. She just couldn't get into her studies. And she really loved instead like skating and physical gymnastics. And instead of catering to her strengths, her parents wanted her to be something she was not. And the people would say, well, that's an extreme reaction, that she wound up basically arranging for their murder. Her father ultimately survived, which I'm actually sorry about personally. But it's not that I'm advocating that anyone should do what she did, but I could understand exactly why she did what she did. And when I was trying to explain that to Brooke, she says, how could you? This is a monster. I mean, how could someone be so cold as to try and arrange for the murder of their parents who had given them everything? And she thought of her as just like this spoiled brat. And I'm trying to explain to her, you just don't understand. It's not like this is, it's not like you...
Huh? Right, it's a lot of pressure, especially in different cultures. I grew up in, as I mentioned before, I grew up with a lot of, Jewish people, and in that culture is, they're very, very, very hard on their children, and the expectations. I remember just even in middle school, all the expectations of their kids were far, far beyond what it would be for a normal middle schooler, and the guilt, the hardcore guilt that would be put on these children at that such a young age to do certain things, whether it be play piano and play it perfect, or get completely straight A's. And we're talking completely straight A's, nothing wrong. These kids would even, they would even cheat with each other. I remember, because everyone would try to they would try to help each other out. So they would learn the stuff, and then they would disseminate it with the crew. So none of them would be out of the loop, so to speak. So definitely, I could totally see how a child can be completely just pressured into this type of behavior, and basically put into a corner where there's no way out. They feel like there's no way out. So
thank you. No, that's so important, and I appreciate your sharing that. Yet, comparatively speaking, the Jewish people emote to hell and back. So there's a lot of emotion. Even though there's pressure, there's still emotion. And the difference is that when it comes to the Asian culture, like I was telling her, I'm not saying this to dehumanize the Asians, and I apologize to people for chewing. I'm trying to finish this sandwich before I go into monologue. And because I run this show, I can do that. Even though it's horrible, don't ever do that. Do as I say, not as I do. But one of the things I do want to point out when it comes to the Asian culture, I was explaining to Brooke, of course, that, say, for instance, when already what I've said about Cantonese-speaking people and how they would often insult their children just as a kind of superstition to prevent the gods or the ghosts or the demons from thinking their children important, they would kind of psychologically abuse them by saying the child is just... give them nicknames like shithead or dopey or something that would make it so that they would be ignored by higher powers or lower powers, infernal powers and the like. And it gets worse after that, just basically like my gang brother Beaver waking up with, his dad wasn't a strong man, not in the sense of an intimidating man, he was a skinny little runt. But just because of their culture, his dad's kicking him out of bed every morning, and even as his son is growing physically bigger than he is, kicking him out of bed every morning, get up, you lazy bum, to make him work at the store for free, and like Beaver said to his own cousins when he was confronting them later in life, and he's saying, what are you guys doing after school? Oh, we're working for dad, their dad. And he says, what are you getting paid? He's not paying us anything. He said, that ain't work, that's slavery. That's what it is. And that's what he was subjected to growing up, was just working in his dad's store. And all of this led him to, he didn't like his father because there was nothing there to really like. It's, again, not that his father's abusive in the sense of beating him. It's just, there's no love there.
Yeah, there's no compassion or emotional love to it. Yeah.
Thank you. And then, so imagine that with this young girl, the equivalent of that, where they're just saying, study. And this is what they told her: you study, or you get those grades, or we're kicking you out of the house. So at that point, you've crossed a line yourself as a parent, where you're presenting an ultimatum where this child is now confronted with, okay, I'm going to be homeless. What do I have to lose? So at that point, I feel that Jennifer Pan was driven to, okay, her and her boyfriend get together and decide they're going to kill the parents and get the insurance money because that looks like a better deal. I could understand that at that point. And so when Brooke is thinking of her as a spoiled brat who's so pathologically spoiled, she's basically... She doesn't get it that this child has never been spoiled. This person, she may have been grown up without ever being hungry, but this person has never felt an ounce of love. This person has never been given compassion. This person and so responds in kind with a compassionless, loveless response. So,
and you know what, Douglas, that, just the lack of that compassion, the lack of everything you just mentioned, combined with intensive feelings of resentment and hatred. Hatred is one of the most underestimated emotions in human emotions. When people just don't realize that, it's and that could be poison it can burn everyone around, usually the person that hates, but it's extremely, underestimated emotion, and the people that are being hated on usually don't know it.
Thank you. This is part of the problem, is how oblivious many abusive people are. They have no idea why anybody hates them. That is, again, it's kind of like, on a very personal level, people just, it's kind of like, how do I say it, when, in the film, what was it, Street Fighter, in the film Street Fighter, which is actually a far better film than people give it credit for. Everybody dumps on it, but with Jean-Claude Van Damme, and to my eternal shame and disgrace, I forget who played... who?
I said Julia Child. I meant, what's his name?
Raul Julia. Raul Julia, yes. He played M. Bison, the villain. And he says that to the Chinese reporter who's supposed to play Chun-Li, but of course, these are not like the normal Street Fighter characters. You have to get those out of your head and kind of accept these on their own. When he tells her, yes, for you, this was the most important day in your life, when she references that he killed her family, he says, for me, it was Tuesday. This is like an extreme example of what your average abusive person who's say, for instance, a casual rapist. That may sound crazy, what I've just said, but there are people out there who are casually raping people all the time. And there's people out there that are casually abusing people in different ways. And they have no idea why people hate them. They honestly just take what they want at other people's expense, and they really have no concept that to the person they've abused, their entire life has been changed, altered, psychologically scarred, and that this person their entire life begins to focus on you. The insanity of my gang stalkers, on the other hand, if you were to ask any of them or confront them about what did Douglas Dietrich do to you, they won't say anything. See, like, Richard K. Cole Jr. is never going to say, he was supposed to have sex with me. You know, Stephen Alrim's not going to say, he refused to suck my colon. You know, these people can't say why.
Well, you know, unfortunately, it's what people. It doesn't really take much for people that have psychotic tendencies. I mean, you could say something. You could say a couple words wrong to somebody that's psychotic, Douglas, and then you become their new target. From what I've experienced, you know, like, or if you say something in a crowd of people in front of them, if you embarrass somebody a certain way, or if they take their perception, they take it the wrong way. There's some severely fucked up people out there, and unfortunately, you have some that are stalking, some of the most that are stalking you.
So how do you prevent that at work? There must have been times when you were concerned that this could happen to you.
Well, this is what I've come up with, and I've only been on this earth not too long, and I'm very lucky I haven't had too many crazy things. But from my understanding, anywhere you go in any job, there's always going to be psychopaths. Usually there's like, you know, one or two of them. And the thing about the one or two psychopaths is that they spread. So, because they're usually either bullies or they know how to manipulate people or things like that. So they'll know how to spread, and they'll spread their poison with everyone else, and it sort of becomes like their thing. It's just really, for me, I just let people burn themselves out, and that usually always works. Always works. I don't know what it is. It's not like I don't have like the gift like George Knight. He's got a pretty powerful gift, but it's more or less that, like, it's like a mirroring technique. It's you know, if someone just wants to really push so much, if they want to put that much effort into it, well, let's see how much effort goes right back to you in that same way. Kind of like an Aikido, like a martial art type thing, just using people's energy against themselves. Because I think, Douglas, you really, just like in anything in life too, it's like, you know, what is anyone really running away for? It kind of brings back to that movie Jacob's Ladder. You know?
Yes.
You know, what is anybody really running away from and things like that? All these things are here really, really, I think, to just teach us things. And I know it's shitty because who the hell wants to experience these things? But it's going to happen anywhere we go, anywhere. There's always going to be people like that that just need to drain, that need to manipulate, that are obsessed. They're obsessed with control. They just can't let people be, you know. There's always going to be a small percentage of them. But that's what I think we need to really just remind ourselves, Doug, is that there's just a very small percentage of those people, you know. And it's unfortunate they have to, you know, spread their poison to everyone else. But
and the fact that the majority of them seem, as you said, to gravitate towards myself. Yeah.
Exactly. But then, you know, then we got to also question ourselves, you know, why are we and I'm not saying, you know, blame the victim, but like, why are we manifesting? Why are we in this environment where this is happening? And like I said, don't blame anyone. It's not a blame game, but it's always good to question things too, you know?
Of course. And just so people understand, in my case, when I ask that question, it really comes down to the fact that at this point, it is because I am who I am. As you know, when Brooke confronted Richard K. Cole Jr., for instance, she said, you know, Douglas Dietrich isn't important, and he had nothing to say to that to her, except, you know, going on with the Douglas Dietrich must be destroyed trip. And when she asked him why, how is he even important? and he doesn't respond, that's because he basically, if he did respond, it just goes back to, well, he's the son of Adolf Hitler. So it comes down to that. And it's because of I am who I am that all this energy is being expended, and it really is why they've gone so far as to just everywhere, whether it's Facebook or so many other places, just eliminate my ability to speak at all. So what I'll do with that is, obviously, Mark, you're welcome to hang on as long as you wish. Just check out whenever you wish. If you want to do so now, certainly just go straight into monologue, but I'll go into monologue while you're here, and you're welcome to just check out whenever you wish, just kind of drop off. We don't have that much time left in terms of the show, probably around 3 hours, a little over 3 hours, I'd say. So let me see, we've been on with live stream, I'd say about close to, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. I'd say we've got about 3 hours left, so I'll do my best. Our numbers are good. I mean, I don't mean anything. I'm just surprised. I'm always surprised. This is actually pretty high for this hour. Most of the time, we're at half this number or something like that. So I do want people to understand I'll do my best to earn my pay. Obviously, I need help to make rent. I think I calculated it where I have enough rent. We can't bank on that. I'm not the best calculator in the world, and obviously I've been undergoing a lot of stress. So just to make certain I do make rent, it doesn't help to have a little extra so I can cover that 3 days in between the time I pay rent and the time that my check deposits. So, anybody who can help, obviously, just, it's right up there on screen. Go through paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich, or simply Douglas Dietrich, either way. That's pretty much it. You can do that as well by going on DouglasDietrich.com, and as Peter Moon always says, the yellow button in the upper right hand corner, as well as just entering online what's up there. But I do want people to know we'll start off with Oppenheimer, and several things come to mind with Oppenheimer. If we would start at a personal level, or this kind of sort of sophisticated level, by that I mean kind of philosophical level. By the way, before I do that, do me a favor and say good day to all our audience so that you can drop off freely without guilt whenever you drop off.
I'm going to say that now, Douglas, and everyone, please support Douglas Dietrich. He's a fantastic guy. Aside from giving great information, everybody, please go and donate to him. You won't be disappointed. Thanks, Douglas, for having me on again, and it's always a pleasure. Appreciate that.
Yes, and always appreciate you. We love you dearly, and you take care. Sleep well. You've earned the rest, and you have a great day. Okay?
You too, sir. God bless. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. So that's our man, Mark H. The moment he hangs up, I'm going to need all of you to confirm that you can still hear me. I'm sure you'll be able to. Probably the sound will actually improve. It usually improves when we get off the Skype call, believe it or not. So just let me know that you can hear me. If anybody can say in the chat, we can hear you, Douglas. And then, of course, that helps, and it's something that I do need to see so that I feel, shall we say, heartened enough or secure enough to go on. Otherwise, I'll truly will be concerned. And by the way, we were talking about Napoleon earlier. I should have brought up with our man Peter Moon that, of course, everyone's favorite psychotic, the man who played the Joker, is going to play Napoleon Bonaparte. I forget his name now. The actor who played the Joker, Joaquin Phoenix. How could I forget that? Yes, I mean, why they would choose someone who doesn't look at all like the historical Napoleon Bonaparte, other than that he's tall, as the historical Napoleon was, as I was bringing up to people, saying that he was actually much taller than all these assholes say he was, because they were all propagandizing against him. At least Joaquin Phoenix has got the height down, but goddamn nothing else. So it's it is what it is. I mean, history is no longer history. It is fantasy. Just depending on what kind of fantasy you're looking for. Okay. And so let me take a look at the chat, see if anybody's responding as to whether they hear me. Okay, our man Mark H says still good sounding. Veronica Barrera says sounds great. My love to Veronica Barrera. And buenas noches a todos, Senora Barrera. I want you to know how much I miss seeing you on Facebook. And of course, I hope you know by now that my Facebook account is locked. All right, then. So that being established, the fact that everyone can hear me, check in a few more incoming messages. And aside from that, I'll go into what comes to my mind concerning Oppenheimer. One of the first questions that would come to my own mind would be why can't the public visit Robert Oppenheimer's grave? Robert Oppenheimer fled to the Virgin Islands, and you're talking about a son of a bitch who was so fucking wealthy that there's a beach named after him, Oppenheimer Beach. So you see, 10 years after the Trinity test took place, Robert Oppenheimer made the decision to hide away from the rest of the world. In 1955, he moved to the Virgin Islands with his wife, his daughter, and his son. That family lived on a 2-acre plot on Hawks Nest Bay, St. John, a virtually uninhabited part of the archipelago that doesn't even appear on most maps. There were probably a multitude of reasons as to why Oppenheimer decided to remove himself from society. One was his deep involvement with United States military secrets, causing the government to keep him under constant surveillance. Moving to St. John's kept the FBI off his back, where he could sail his little yachting boats and write poetry to his heart's content without being under their watch. You know, what disturbs me, of course, is why it bothers him that somebody's watching him. I have people watching me all my fucking life, and I could do whatever I like without that bothering me. With Americans, that somehow destroys their fun. It's like with me, I have no secrets because my gang stalkers just dox them to hell and back anyway. Whatever I've got, the gang stalkers would expose, since I'm all in the open, so there's nothing for them to expose. Then my gang stalkers just make up lies. And then, of course, all the while claim I'm the liar. But Oppenheimer, his response is to hide. He can't live under a microscope slab. I live under a magnifying glass. All that light going through that magnifying glass it's laser focused on myself, but I don't burn. With Oppenheimer, he would burst into flames. So Oppenheimer lived on this intentionally unmapped or demapped island, taken off the maps by the filthy rich. Lived there with his family until 1967. The year, probably months after I was born into this world, delivered between my mother's loins to lay my eyes upon a veil of tears. And this beach on that island has been named for him ever since. Oppenheimer Beach. Now, he opted for cremation, not a burial. So the reason no one can visit Robert Oppenheimer's grave is because he doesn't have one. He was a man of what we are told was complicated beliefs. What they really mean to say was that he was an Adamite cultist who worshipped the anti-gods. One thing the theoretical physicist claimed he could not find faith in was the existence of the immortal soul. Just like his atomic bomb, he believed death was the utter and complete end of life, which he felt he would bring about to the entire world. But then he felt he would have ascended unto godhood had he succeeded. He felt that because he failed in bringing about the end of the world, he would never ascend to godhood, and therefore, having failed the anti-gods of entropy, he was damned to nihilism, well, to the nullity, and therefore his nihilism ordained that, well, his death was final. His death was annihilation. As such, when Oppenheimer died from throat cancer on February 18th of 1967, just months after I was born on October 20th of 1966, he chose to be cremated. So while you technically cannot visit any grave, you can travel to the Virgin Islands and head to Oppenheimer Beach, where his wife scattered his ashes into the ocean at his favorite spot, Carvel Rock. There you'll find a lasting memorial to Robert Oppenheimer. Now, karmically, because of his profound evil, which wasn't so much the bomb itself as his dedication of his life to the anti-gods of Edom, death would continue to plague his family not long after Robert Oppenheimer's death. 5 years after his ashes were scattered, his daughter went through the same ceremony following the death of her mother and Oppenheimer's wife. Just 5 years after that, Catherine Oppenheimer took her own life. So, I want you to understand the horror of her life as well. Having a father who was an Adamite cultist, worshipping the anti-gods, would drive any young girl to suicide. This is something that most people, I don't think, even know was a factor to be considered. It gives you a critical omission into the life of Oppenheimer that, of course, is never shown in the film. How do I express some other things that come to my mind? I want you to know that the critical omission from the Oppenheimer film is, of course, that Oppenheimer wanted the world to end. That Oppenheimer was determined to be the man who ended the world, to become death itself, the destroyer of worlds in the plural. But why the plurality? That would be a rational question. That was because he was seeking the destruction of the 9 worlds. The 9 worlds that are rooted a la Yggdrasil, as our dear Brendan Zogit pronounces the actual Nordic name for the Tree of Life. He was hoping to dimensionally impact the entire Tree of Life to not just set the world on fire, but set, well, all the worlds impacted by planet Earth. So, how else do I express this? What else does it bring to mind? So many things that I'm trying to recall, remember, if I can. The daughter of Oppenheimer, for instance. She was a translator, like my mother. Toni Oppenheimer. T-O-N-I. That was how her first name was spelled. An American translator. She lived from 1944 to 1977, killing herself before I even turned 11 years of age. And she was one of the many children born at Los Alamos, on site. When Oppenheimer became the director of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, the family moved with him to New Jersey, and she was 3 years old at the time. And in terms of her relationship with her parents, well, she had a complicated relationship with her parents, to say the least. I think it was a Mr. Robert Stronsky, who was a friend of the Oppenheimer family during their time at Princeton. He was quite blunt about the unusual circumstances faced by the Oppenheimer children. He went on record to say, to be a child of Robert and Kitty Oppenheimer is to have one of the greatest handicaps in the world. By this, he was alluding to their cultic worship of the anti-gods, their dedication to entropy and the ultimate destruction of the universe, their desire to bring about an end to all life on Earth. In particular, it was difficult for Toni to maintain a healthy relationship with her mother. After serving as the family's sturdy voice of reason for much of her childhood, she began to feel immense pressure. After years of dutifully obeying her mother, picking up cigarettes and drinks for her around the house, Toni began to rebel as a teenager. Sis Frank, who lived near the family's cottage on St. John, that little abandoned island, demapped by professional cartographers for bribe money. She recalled that, in her words, Toni and her mother were at each other's throats all the time. But she also had a complicated relationship with her father. Though he was propagandized to have recovered from the stressful environment at Los Alamos to become a very loving father, there's a lot of mixed accounts of his ability to actually communicate with either of his children. While some family friends thought that Oppenheimer never paid enough attention to his daughter, others mistook their relationship as very loving. What is known is that she was expected by him to replace the mother as the functional lover. And when he died, it deeply unseated her mental health, because effectively she lost the man who was practically her husband. This was the horror of the Oppenheimer family. Robert Oppenheimer died of cancer, as I said, in 1967. Soon after that, in 1969, Toni Oppenheimer was denied a position as a translator for the United Nations because the FBI refused to grant her a security clearance. That process dredged up many of the communist charges that had been leveled at her father 15 years before. So Tony found herself unable to completely recover from the two events. Soon after losing out on the United Nations position, and after 2 unsuccessful marriages where the husbands couldn't tolerate the fact that she kept calling out her father's name during sex, well, Tony permanently relocated to St. John. She became a recluse in her family's old cottage, with few friends on that remote island. She committed suicide in January of 1977, a month after her 32nd birthday, in which she offered up her soul to the anti-gods at last, as she knew her father and mother would have willed it. What a sad, pathetic, tragic life. Unfucking believable. I'm disgusted that I recall any of the story at all. Even detached history makes me want to forget everything and drink and drugs. Not just personal experiences, but historical ones can hit me with their own degree of impact. I don't think that many people out there understand how that can even happen, but it comes from having too deep an understanding about history to look away. When I try and return back to, shall we say, the subject at hand, what else comes to my mind? Well, that modest Oppenheimer bungalow has remained within their family after Oppenheimer's death. You know, prior to her passing, Catherine Oppenheimer penned a note that left the property, quote-unquote, to the people of St. John. A communist ideal. The people. To an elite population that bribed cartographers to take their island off the fucking map. The elite pretending to be populists. A pathology of wealthy communism. While the original home no longer exists, having fallen victim to a hurricane, dedicated to the anti-gods by Tony herself when she killed herself in a final offer to Edom. And the anti-gods came to make their claim via an agent of chaos, an agent of nature, the hurricane. The Virgin Islands government operates and maintains a community center nearby to this day. So, you can go there to commune with the misery, the tragedy, in an area of what in some ways constitutes a scene of unsurpassed beauty. Meditating on the metaphysical mushroom clouds that manifest in the wake of the man who would have been, if he had had his calculations right, the destroyer of worlds. When it comes to some of these aspects that we've learned through cinema, Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer has at least 2 key scenes where the film deviates completely from reality. We're all accustomed to hearing the historians protest that biopics, biographic pictures, in the cinematic sense, mangle the truth. We're used to hearing screenwriters such as Aaron Sorkin and Peter Morgan respond that it is legitimate to scramble chronology and invent composite characters and fabricate incidents in order to tell a deeper truth, quote unquote. I haven't heard too many people stir controversy about the authenticity of Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer because it's essentially a propaganda film of such impact they're afraid to speak up. Most historians, other than Douglas Dietrich, the renegade military historian, the Department of Defense research librarian who's seen everything you were never meant to see, will insist that, oh well, how would they put it? They would say that the writer-director Christopher Nolan has chosen the historian's responsibility over the dramatist's liberty. It's testament to the inherent drama of Oppenheimer's life and of the Manhattan Project's 3-year effort to design and build an atomic bomb that the vast majority of the film's most memorable scenes and lines are taken fairly straight from Kai Bird and Martin J. Sherwin's book titled American Prometheus and subtitled The Triumph and Tragedy of J. Robert Oppenheimer, or from other contemporary sources. But I can tell you what they won't. There's at least a few fabrications, including 12 pivotal scenes that elaborate on the same truth. The scientists who built the bomb knew for a fact, by their calculations, that it would bring about the end of the world. The first of those scenes comes on the eve of the Trinity test, the detonation of the world's first atomic bomb after Enrico Fermi, played by Danny DeFerrari, takes bets on whether the blast will destroy the world. Lieutenant General Leslie Groves, portrayed by Matt Damon, he asks Oppenheimer, played by Cillian Murphy, what Fermi meant, leading to a conversation about apocalyptic possibilities and the impossibility of absolute certainty in theoretical science. In reality, as head of the Manhattan Project, General Leslie Groves was well aware of the so-called theory that inspired Fermi's dark joke. Back in July of 1942, Edward Teller, who is portrayed in the film by Benny Safdie, had raised the probability that the bomb would generate temperatures sufficiently intense to set off a thermonuclear chain reaction in the atmosphere, igniting atoms of nitrogen, hydrogen, both, and ergo encircle the globe in a sea of fire. His words. When Oppenheimer informed Arthur Compton, who worked on chain reactions at the Metallurgical Laboratory in Chicago, Compton was willing to halt the entire project unless the doomsday scenario could be ruled out. He recalled, circa 1959, better to accept the slavery of the Nazis than to run a chance of drawing the final curtain on mankind. When he made the incident public for the first time, the Americans had no way of knowing that in Großdeutschland, Greater Germany, where Werner Heisenberg ran the Nazi bomb program, my biological sire, my father Adolf Hitler, was also concerned that his physicists might, quote-unquote, My father's words, set the globe on fire. So, understand that when the bomb went off, nobody knew. That blast of white, silent light lasted for so long before the boom that the Italian physicist Emilio Segre confessed to concluding that the explosion must set fire to the atmosphere and thus finish the Earth. Now, Nolan uses this potent red herring to represent the almost supernatural dread inspired by the bomb. Picks it up again in another scene, which gives the movie its chilling finale. A lakeside conversation between Oppenheimer and Albert Einstein, portrayed by Tom Conti in Princeton, circa 1946, where the trois scientists suggest that the bomb really did threaten the end of the world. Just, quote-unquote, not a trinity. So, understand how they shift, phase the entire concept off the shoulders of these criminals onto a metaphysical platform where they're just saying, well, man might bring an end to himself, as opposed to criminal men among men that would have brought an end to us all, but failed. Failed to a point where they considered their lives a failure in service of the anti-gods, and retreated in disgrace, as if they had failed in the very objective of their lives, which they had. The awareness of this is captured in his most famous quotation. The physicist blurted out the lines that he thought would be the last words ever uttered on earth. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. This carries that deeper truth. Oppenheimer knew only in failure that bright white moment his work had radically changed the world. When he was striving that day to end it. If you cannot grasp the importance of what I'm saying, then you are in deep denial from which there be no recovery. No amount of facts will ever help you. Everything that I've exposed over the years needs to be taken into account. Read my book, The Roswell Deception, and you'll have all the context you'll ever need. Spread the word. Share the work. Tell others to subscribe, and they too might be awakened. Thanks to the international box office success of Oppenheimer, the use and morality of nuclear weapons have become popular discussion yet again. All of this is something that I've addressed before in terms of the use of these weapons, the abuse of history when it comes to describing the motivation behind using them. We spoke, of course, about the morality with our dear friend Mark H. And, of course, I'll do my best to try and, how do I say, contextualize this furthermore. As always, I have to try and reach deep into my brain to get into the zone and figure out how to present this in such a way that I feel I'm doing the subject justice, and yet still explain what happened historically, so that Americans can finally understand how important it is that they wake everyone they know up to the truths that I reveal. Now let me take a deep breath and see if I can enter that zone. I'm definitely a person that has always, of course, been one to, well, recite the words of other people who can express history even better than I, if they were there at the moment, and live the life, the experience, that enabled them to relate something of profundity. Certainly when I think back on E.L. Doctorow, he said, "The bomb first was our weapon, then it became our diplomacy. Next it became our economy. Now it's become our culture. We've become the people of the bomb." E.L. Doctorow is one of the most important men to express these sentiments because, of course, he's someone who's expressing the truth of what Americans have become. Not the North Koreans, who people would mistake as the kind of cultic culture that would worship the bomb as the alpha and the omega. No, it's the Americans who represent that anti-culture. Edgar Lawrence Doctorow, the American novelist, really best known for his works of historical fiction. 12 novels, if I remember. 3 volumes of short fiction, maybe a stage drama. If I remember correctly, some award-winning novels like Ragtime, Billy Bathgate, and The March. This was an individual who could express better than any conventional historian the horrid reality of what Americans had become. So when I think of everything that I've expressed before about, well, Hiroshima, and everything that represents in our psyche, years later, after the fact, I'm trying to remember exactly the communications of the various Americans that were involved when it came to the decisions made about the bomb. And hell, let me put it this way. I think of the Americans who died at Hiroshima. Well, these were Japanese of American citizenship. And they're never given their credit as the reason for why the bomb was dropped. People don't understand how or why the bomb was dropped at Hiroshima. And if they say that, oh God, Americans died at Hiroshima, they'll think of, who's that idiot from Marvel Comics? The one with the retractable claws. The most Japanophobic character that Marvel has managed to invent amongst all of its disgusting characters is Wolverine. A character with a completely false history of the atomic bomb as one of the Americans who survived. There were 12 American soldiers killed by the atomic bomb. They're actually commemorated in a cenotaph in Hiroshima. The character known as Wolverine is supposed to be the 13th American who survived. But understand that thousands of Japanese were in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, and the United States government still will not recognize them. Among the nearly 500,000 atomic bomb victims and survivors were thousands of Japanese American citizens of the United States. There can never be any conclusive number indicating just how many Japanese Americans were affected by the atomic bombings that existed till essentially today. Although an estimated 11,000 people born in Hawaii, an American territory at the time, not a state, or the United States itself, were in Hiroshima alone, more pre-war Japanese immigrants came from Hiroshima than from any other prefecture on the Japanese home islands. Nagasaki also sent a high number of immigrants to these United States. It was a common practice for these Issei immigrants to send their U.S. citizen children to Japan to visit relatives and receive a Japanese education. And many Japanese Americans, Nikkei Amerikajin, were stranded in Japan when war broke out in 1941. Consequently, thousands of Nisei and Kibe children of Japanese immigrants were in their parents' hometowns of Hiroshima and Nagasaki during these attacks and became the war fatalities of their own birth country. Approximately 3,000 Japanese American survivors of the atomic bombings returned to these United States after the war. They were soon followed by Japanese citizens who migrated as war brides or simply as immigrants seeking better opportunities than post-war Japan could immediately offer. Now, despite sharing a common identity as Hibakusha, which transliterates, literally means bomb-impacted people, these United States survivors had vastly different experiences. They basically, well, as American Hibakusha began to resettle in these United States and attempt to rebuild their lives, one thing that remained universal was a lack of medical care and any community support. Unlike in the Empire of Japan, where the government provided medical treatment and monetary support for Hibakusha throughout the 1950s and 1960s, survivors in these United States were not recognized by either government. Most had left Japan earlier, when Hibakusha were still highly stigmatized and denied any government assistance. With no resources available to them, they had little motivation to come forward as atomic bomb survivors living in the country that dropped the bomb upon them. There is at least one book I know of titled Surviving the Bomb in America, subtitled Silent Memories and the Rise of Cross-National Identity, describing the fact that the hibakusha, or at least their ability to speak out, or rather the American public's willingness or unwillingness to listen, was further strained by Cold War narratives that framed the United States as a benevolent champion of democracy, taking a newly docile but still suspect Japan under its wing. The Kibe survivor, Izumi Hirano, was quoted as saying, "Many Americans believed that the war begun by Japan with Pearl Harbor ended appropriately with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Survivors were not victims who deserved sympathy, but those who shared in Japan's deserved punishment. They're thinking about American soldiers. Save the life for the soldier." The message to American hibakusha was that they should consider themselves lucky to be in the United States at all, and to keep quiet and not make waves if they wish to remain so. Well, even with these barriers, American hibakusha began to come together and break their silence in the 1970s. I personally remember them organizing small gatherings in Los Angeles and San Francisco, eventually forming the CABS, the CABS, the Committee of Atomic Bomb Survivors in the United States of America, now known as the American Society of Hiroshima and Nagasaki A-Bomb Survivors, circa 1971. Their first major campaign, launched in 1974, called on the California state legislature to pass a bill that would create medical programs for all United States residents suffering from radiation. A similar proposal in 1978 brought their demands to Congress, with a federal bill calling on the government to fund survivors' medical treatment. Now, I could go on a bit longer, but I think my point is made. Today, there are there's fewer than 1,000 known American hibakusha, forgive me, the mispronunciation as I slur my words there. They receive medical care and some compensation from the Japanese government. And these are United States citizens. You see, the United States still offers no recognition or support. These survivors, despite their limited gains, their advocacy and courage in coming forward deserves to be honored as a pivotal piece of American history, a reminder that the lasting consequences of Hiroshima and Nagasaki are an undeniable part of that history, but you don't hear of them. You hear of Oppenheimer, the Edomite, and you wonder why I feel so unconsolably depressed at being stranded in a land of you American savages. Why I hold you in such contempt. Why I have no sympathy in turn for your sufferings as a collective anti-culture. Now, there's some other things I should have brought up. If Mark H is still listening, I should have brought up while he was here. The gang stalkers attacking me started in my father's time. In this sense, it's one thing they're attacking me because I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. Ask yourself, why attack my legal father, the three-war veteran, George Joseph Henry Dietrich? Why would Richard K. Cole Jr., Stephen Outram, the cult of the kings of Edom, attack George Dietrich, an American sailor, a veteran of 3 wars who saw combat Richard K. Cole would never see, because of his own sexual issues? They attack him because my father began being gang-stalked as soon as he came home to the United States with a half-Japanese and half-Chinese wife. He was considered a gook fucker, a traitor to the white race by American servicemen whose own cult of satanic supremacy gave them the rationale to attack George Dietrich as a race traitor, downbreeding with an Asian Pacific Islander. My father was thus gang-stalked by the precursors to Richard K. Cole Jr. throughout his life. I never dreamed that the same affiliates who had gang-stalked my late and sainted father would come back to gang-stalk myself simply because I'm his legal son. Criminals and cowards like the Bukkake Beret, the so-called Master Sergeant of the U.S. Army Green Berets, John Victor Lillier, who wound up being exposed by myself and the Federale Gary States as double-dipping, collecting both military pension and disability illegally. A liar about his military service. A fraud. A coward and a fraud who never saw a day of combat, but was given all the benefits due a combat veteran simply because he was a satanic cultist of the Temple of Set, serving under Colonel Michael Aquino throughout the Vietnam War. This is the quality of the men who stalked my legal father and continue to stalk myself. This is your enemy as well as mine. My enemy is your enemy. Never let yourself forget it. These are the cultists who are the ilk of Oppenheimer. An Oppenheimer made into a hero by an anti-culture. The same culture that tries to feed upon you the propaganda that nuclear weapons have somehow been justified by rendering war impossible, all the while they're waging war all over the fucking world. It's unbelievable the rationale that people have for continuing the madness. All this portrayed in a film that shows none of the victims of the work of Oppenheimer. This is the kind of insanity that Americans suffer from, to the point where they think that Oppenheimer is some kind of hero. A biopic telling them exclusively through the titular scientist's viewpoint Straying too far away from that would only betray the nature of the story, as Christopher Nolan would never intend to tell it. You know, the criticisms lodged at Greta Gerwig's Barbie are baseless. But those who take issue with Christopher Nolan's film have firm ground to stand on. By erasing the specific victims of the bombings, especially fellow Americans who just happen to be ethnically Japanese, the Oppenheimer film repeats a sanitized treatment of the bomb that enables a lighthearted attitude and renders the power of the film's message as essentially less potent than that of Barbie's social message. Hence the Frankensteinian stitching of the two films into the title Barbenheimer. You're better off watching Barbie for serious social issues than Oppenheimer. Now you've got the Negro, or should I say house nigger, Neil deGrasse Tyson, arguing that creating the bomb was not evil. Well, the Americans didn't create it, the Axis did. The Americans creating their plutonium version thereof was evil in the sense that they never intended it as a weapon of war, but as an instrument for the end of the world. Meanwhile, you've got the traitor to the United States, Oliver Stone, claiming he turned the movie down, as if he ever would have been approached. All of this, especially from Neil deGrasse Tyson, creating the bomb was not evil, says a black astronomer, a pop astronomer at that. Well, perhaps I should tell that house nigger Tyson, the man who they named the fried chicken after, no doubt. Or maybe that's where he took his name from. Let me share some of the dark history of blacks Oppenheimer didn't show. You see, as the son of Adolf Hitler, I know where an essential ingredient for the atomic bombs was mined, even if everyone else ignores it. From the Belgian Congo, in the heart of Central Africa, came a plea from one Simon Mbadi, the leader of a Christian pagan religious sect. Führer, come rescue us! Mbadi had come into conflict with the Belgian colonial administrators and sent a letter to Adolf Hitler asking him to come and rescue him and his people from the Belgian oppressors. No official response could ever be forthcoming. It would be too diplomatically damning. The European world would have turned against my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, at that time, had he openly helped the blacks of Africa. But what I can tell you is that Adolf Hitler did everything he could in 1939. We're talking about the period of January through September, before the invasion of Poland, when this plea came out of Africa. And Adolf Hitler responded by sending as many black Germans as he could as spies. This is why I was sharing with Troy Bellamy the reality of black Nazis. the uranium that powered the nuclear bomb, the plutonium bomb, built by the Americans and tested at Trinity Site in the film Oppenheimer. The film's director, Christopher Nolan, has a recurring scene meant to symbolize the inching along of the scientist's efforts, in which Oppenheimer fills an empty glass bowl with marbles. First, one at a time, then in handfuls. Those marbles represent the amount of uranium that has been successfully mined and refined to power that nuclear reaction. They will tell you that it was the outcome of World War II, but no, it was the future of humanity, which they believed hinged on who could create that monster first. The Axis had already created the uranium bomb with a limited nuclear reaction. The Allies wanted unlimited reaction that would destroy the world. The closer we get to the bomb's completion in the film, the more marbles go into that bowl. But there's no mention in the film of where 2/3 of that uranium came from. A mine 24 stories deep, now in Congo's Katanga, a mineral-rich area in the southeast that may someday be an independent nation. And as those marbles steadily filled that bowl on screen, I kept seeing what was missing. Black miners hauling earth and stone to sort piles of radioactive ore with their bare hands. Their bare black hands as their flesh melted off their bones. You see, the man who wrote Adolf Hitler, asking for his help, was born at Mission Engie, a tiny Belgian missionary outpost. The Belgians taught the Congolese to worship God. The Belgians addressed Congolese adults with the informal French tu, not the formal vous. Like, parlez-vous français? Do you speak French? No, tu. Like, in the Deep South, a southerner calling a black man boy. The Belgians said eating with your hands, as Congolese did at home, was uncivilized. The Congolese were backward and ancillary to modern life. That's what they were taught in school. The Congolese, however, were the essential ingredient, the sine qua non of arguably the most consequential creation in modern history, the Axis bomb, and then the American bomb in turn, the source of both atomic bombs, those built by the Germans, those built by the Americans. In 1885, when King Leopold II of Belgium first claimed ownership of that massive stretch of land sitting on the world's deepest river, smack in the center of Black Africa, he called it Congo Free State. Of course, life for the 20 million inhabitants meant surviving violence and a terror state run by that mad king. Throughout that territory, which was converted into a series of cotton and rubber plantations, the king's soldiers amputated the forearms of Congolese people who failed to meet their harvesting quotas. King Leopold's families, his policies, drove countless families to extermination because they drove the pestilence, the plagues, the twin horsemen of the apocalypse of famine and disease. Ultimately, millions of blacks were exterminated, but they don't count to the goddamn Jews, who think of them as unworthy of claiming any Holocaust. The Jews who want a monopoly on Holocaust will tell you the blacks don't count. Theirs wasn't a Holocaust. And King Leopold of Belgium was a righteous dude. Yes, these are the Jews who run your media that produced Oppenheimer, and specifically requested that the blacks of the Belgian Congo be as left out of that film as the Japanese at the other end of the bomb who had United States citizenship. The reason the Americans dropped the bomb on Hiroshima was the fact that the overwhelming majority of Japanese living there were United States citizens, spoke perfect English, were able to translate all intercepted American communications, and were therefore a grave military threat. Therefore, they constituted the first target of the captured German atomic bomb the Americans dropped. But at the other end, where did the Germans get that uranium to build that bomb the Americans dropped? From the blacks who gave it to them voluntarily, in the hopes that Hitler's war would defeat the colonial empires of the West. Hitler did his best and ultimately destroyed Western colonialism. And the colonial empires were forced to retreat and ultimately, finally, at least legally, leave blacks of Africa free. Unfortunately, the precursor to that happy event, my biological father Adolf Hitler's greatest victory in many respects, traces back to 1908 when the Belgian government stretched the territory from the King, Congo Free State, into snatching it completely as territorial aggrandizement under colonial status, wherein it became the Belgian Congo. At that point, the historianess Susan Williams, the authoress of the book titled Spies in the Congo, the private sector, she describes, replaced the king as the extractor of the Congo's natural resources. But the violence remained. What's more, while the Belgian officials let Christian missionaries begin formally educating kids, they were worried that literate Congolese would overturn the colony. So it was that Simon Mpade, the leader who sent the official plea to Adolf Hitler for liberation, expressed how schooling went beyond, well, schooling beyond the 5th grade was illegal for Congolese kids. There was an exception. The colony's exceptions were education for those blacks who would become priests. An opportunity no other blacks could have. So as those marbles steadily filled that bowl on screen, and I kept seeing what was missing, those black miners hauling earth and stone to sort piles of radioactive ore by their bare hands while the flesh melted off their very bones. That colonial system built workers, enslaved people, not scholars. An American officer who traveled to the Belgian Congo described a scene he saw on his first day. A Congolese man in ragged shorts knelt on the ground. A Belgian officer towering over him with a chicote, a leather whip tipped with metal ends. The whip it whistled, and every lash, to quote the American officer, was followed by a scream of agony. The black skin from neck to waist was a mass of blood with ribs shining through. This, the American reported, was punishment for stealing a pack of cigarettes from a Belgian. The American was told, "Welcome to the Congo," and invited to whip the black man till he died. The largest company in the Belgian Congo was the mining company Union Minière du Haut-Katanga. The colonial government had granted it the rights to an area spanning nearly 8,000 square miles, over half the size of Belgium itself. One of the mines there, ̶hǐnko-lobwe, was rich with uranium. In fact, it was filled with uranium that the Congolese had already excavated and placed above ground. Initially, uranium was just a waste byproduct of digging for more valuable radium, which Nobel Prize winner Marie Curie had helped discover could treat cancer. In 1938, using uranium, the physicist Lise Meitner and Otto Frisch worked out the calculations that defined nuclear fission. If enough nuclei were split, or so those scientists finally realized, massive amounts of energy could be emitted. Uranium was now coveted. In 1939, just before the start of World War II in Europe, Albert Einstein wrote a letter to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt with a muted warning. Einstein's letter read, "The element uranium may be turned into a new and important source of energy in the immediate future. It is conceivable that extremely powerful bombs of this type may thus be constructed." Einstein's letter mentioned 4 known uranium sources. The United States, which, in his words, has only very pure or very poor ores of uranium in moderate quantities. Has only very poor ores of uranium in moderate quantities. Then Canada and the former Czechoslovakia, where, in his words, there is some good ore, and Congo, in his words, the most important source of uranium. Of course, these people were entirely ignorant of Korea, where so much uranium was to supply the Japanese with an effectively limitless amount of bombs. One of the factors leading to Japanese victory in World War II, hidden, of course, from all of you in the West, propagandized as you are to the gills, with your fantasies of victory either side of the Atlantic. According to Jean Belle, kind of like Belle, B-E-L-E, Jean Bellier, a Congolese nuclear physicist at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. According to he, 100 kilograms of Congolese uranium ore could yield about a single kilogram of refined uranium. The same amount of ore from other locations would yield only 2 or 3 grams of the refined uranium necessary for such a weapon. Again, 100 kilograms of Congolese uranium ore could yield about 1 kilogram of refined uranium. The same amount of ore from other locations known to the West, which was completely ignorant of Japan's Korean source, would yield only 2 or 3 grams of the refined uranium necessary for such a weapon. The mining company typically built fenced-in compounds that resembled prison camps for the workers and their families. Entire families were imprisoned therein. That way the families could be held hostage to force the workers to work for free. Well, initially the company gave each family about 43 square feet, the size of a small garage, and weekly food rations. They were paid in food, you see. At work, miners sorted uranium with their bare hands upon the ore. One person described a piece of ̶hǐnko-lobwe uranium as a block as big as a pig. It was, in his own word, black and gold and looked as if it were covered with a green scum or moss. He called them flamboyant stones. Again, people sorting this uranium ore while their flesh melted off their hands until their fingers were bone. The director of Union Minière du Haut-Katanga was Edgar Sengier, a pale Belgian man with a sharply cut mustache. Having seen Germany invade Belgium in World War I, Sengier was unsure about what Hitler's invasion of Poland in September of 1939 foretold. Would Belgium, or even the African colonies, be next? So in October, he fled Belgium for New York City and transferred the mining company's business operations there. However, before he set up shop, a British chemist and Nobel Prize-winning scientist, Frédéric Joliot-Curie, son-in-law of Marie Curie herself, tipped off Sengier that the uranium in Congo would become essential in the war. The next fall, Sengier ordered that it be shipped to New York City. So Congolese workers carried and loaded that ore. It was sent by train to Port Franqueuil, now Iyebo, and then by boat down the Kasai and Congo rivers to the capital, Leopoldsville, now Kinshasa. At the port of Matadi, the uranium began its trek across the Atlantic Ocean past German U-boats to a warehouse on Staten Island, home of the Edomite Jambo the Reese Monkey, or Jameson Reese, who grew up a privileged, high yellow octoroon, now attacking Douglas Dietrich as a house nigger to the Edomites. Sengier stored more than 2.6 million pounds of ore in the United States. About 6.6 million pounds remained in Shinkolobwe. In May of 1940, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, invaded France and Belgium. The Belgian government fled to London, and the Third Reich installed a pro-Nazi government in Belgium. The Governor-General of the Belgian Congo, however, declared that the colony would support the Allies. He drafted troops, offered up black slave labor, the Congolese slaves, and created production quotas in which they had to die to even meet to supply the Allies with necessary war materials on the backs of the lives of slave fatalities never counted as fatalities in your Second World War statistics. Because, after all, to the Jews who publish the books or make the films, they're nothing but niggers anyway. And so, during the war, enslaved Congolese returned to the very forests where their parents and grandparents had had their hands amputated, ordered to cull rubber yet again, this time for hundreds of thousands of military tires. As the war ramped up, Congolese slave miners also dug for minerals like copper in around-the-clock shifts until they died. Again. By the millions. Millions of blacks dying for you, the Allies. But Oppenheimer mentions none of this. Your uranium ore comes from heaven. From the God of the Jews, according to Oppenheimer. To serve you. Because you're the privileged goy, fighting on behalf of freeing all God's chosen from my father Hitler's death camps. What fools ye be. What suckers for shit. You make me sick. I can never state that enough. My being here relating the true history of humanity to all of you on this cursed continent of North America, the darkest continent of them all, far darker than Africa could ever be. Benighted in ignorance. In that man Sengier's mining towns, as elsewhere, the Congolese were unable to move freely without permits, certainly never allowed to vote. Workers had to be home by 9 p.m., lest they suffer the harsh consequence of being skinned alive. Pay was non-existent. But by 1941, though natives were excluded from unions, black workers at several of Sengier's mines began organizing for wages, better labor conditions. By wages, I mean something to be paid to them aside from fucking food. December 7th of 1941. December 8th in Asia. Pearl Harbor Day on either side of the international date line was not only a pivotal day in the course of the war, but also in the lives of the Congolese mine workers. That day, Sengier's black employees organized a massive mining strike across Katanga. In Elizabethville, 1,000 workers refused to start their shifts. Soon, freshly off-duty miners joined them and assembled in front of management's offices demanding pay. They won an agreement that they could come bargain the next day. The next morning, the mine workers showed up to the local soccer stadium to negotiate with Sengier's company and the colonial governor of Katanga. According to conflicting reports, between 800 and 2,000 strikers attended. The company offered a verbal agreement to actually establish wages, aside from food. One historian describes it as the first open expression of open protest in the social history of the Congo. But when a Congolese worker named Leonard Mboyi demanded written confirmation of the wage raise, the colonial governor insisted the crowd go home. Mboyi said, "I refuse. You must give us some proof that the company has agreed to give us salaries." The governor, Amour Malron, whose very first name meant love, said, "I have already demanded that you go to the office to check." He then pulled a gun from his pocket and shot Mboyi point blank. Soldiers opened fire from all directions. The mine workers poured out of the stadium. Roughly 70 people died. At least 100 were critically injured, as seriously enough to be crippled the rest of their lives and no longer capable of work. The next morning, a company loudspeaker summoned everyone back to work. About a year after Pearl Harbor, while these blacks continued to slave for nothing but food, President Roosevelt assigned General Leslie Groves to head the Manhattan Project. On his first day, in September 11th of 1942, just a year after he had taken a golden shovel, slammed it into the ground, drove it into the earth to overturn a sod of soil with his toe. On September 11th of 1941, months before Pearl Harbor, General Leslie Groves, then saying America's going to start the biggest war the world had ever seen and needed the biggest office building in the world to manage that war. Yes, 1 year later to the very day, Groves and his deputy, Colonel Kenneth Nichols, talked about how to procure the necessary uranium for their massive project of global annihilation. Because, yes, they thought one bomb could end it all. Nichols told Groves about Sangier and his uranium. The next morning, Nichols met Sangier in his New York office, and by the end of the meeting, they struck a deal on a yellow legal pad. Nichols declaring, "I want to start hauling the uranium away tomorrow." Less than a month later, General Leslie Groves hired his fellow Edomite cultist, the anti-God worshipper of his own ilk, J. Robert Oppenheimer. And Oppenheimer was instructed to build the bomb. Over the next couple of years, the Congo became a hotbed for American spies. Under the covers of consulate officer, Texaco employee, a buyer of silks here, and a live gorilla collector there, all there to secure the flow of uranium from the black Germans, the Deutsche Negroes, the Schwarzen Nazis, or black Nazis, who were stealing it for Hitler in the name of ultimately liberating Africa from their slave masters. General Groves insisted that the U.S. gain complete control of ̶hǐnkōlōbwe and recommended to President Roosevelt that the mine be reopened. The United States Army Corps of Engineers was sent to the Congo to start up mining operations anew. The mine's location was scrubbed from maps, as Oppenheimer's own island would later be, within the Virgin Archipelago. Spies were told to eliminate the word uranium from their conversations. Rather, advisors at it use words like diamonds. The company's miners also began mining for other war-necessary materials, or minerals, rather, toiling in sweat by day and with immense furnaces by night, swarmed by the sound of trains or planes from America itself. By then, thanks to the mining strike, workers were finally given a salary. Still, some men were forcibly required to mine. From 1938 to 1944, fatal accidents at the company's plants at least doubled. To avoid rubber quotas, people fled the rural areas for cities like Elizabethville, whose black African population swelled from 26,000 in 1940 to 65,000 by 1945. The United States government was chronically worried about the Nazi spies. One American spy was tasked with figuring out if Nazis were smuggling ̶hǐnkōlōbwe uranium. Among Sanju's many shipments of ore, one was intercepted and sunk by the Nazis. When they arrived in these United States, the so-called flamboyant stones were refined in places like Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and then shipped to Oppenheimer himself in Los Alamos, New Mexico. It took nearly 3 years for Oppenheimer and his team to develop the bombs. Now, by the time the Third Reich had evacuated the surface world in May of 1945, when the Americans propagandized to their public that, the Germans were never close to completing a nuclear bomb, the war in the Pacific still raged. Ultimately, in August of 1945, the United States dropped 12 bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The first being an Axis bomb. A German standardized piece of ordnance meant to fit within the fuselage of a medium bomber. That bomb was filled with Congolese uranium. Extracted, sorted, gifted to the Germans via their black espionage supply line. Their Congolese connection to Berlin. All of that given to the Germans in the hopes that they would liberate Africa through General Erwin Rommel and his Africa Corps. The ultimate intent of Erwin Rommel was to liberate the blacks of Africa. The blacks in turn had given the Germans the uranium by which they built their standardized little boy atomic ordnance, their shells, as they called them, atomic shells, one of which was gifted to the Americans when Charles Augustus Lindbergh, a Congressional Medal of Honor winner, a veteran of World War I, was taken out of the Pacific theater of war from combat with the Japanese by Harry Truman himself, sent to Germany as a man who had received the highest honor a civilian could receive from the Third Reich, to talk the Germans into gifting the Americans their nuclear ordnance. He brought home the little boy bomb that the Americans then dropped on Hiroshima, a bomb they never built. That bomb was filled with Congolese uranium. Jean Bielier, the Congolese nuclear physicist, has gone on record to note that radioactive isotopes are still in the ground near ̶hǐnko-Lobwei today. He said radioactive solids enter the water, the crops, the trees, the soil, the animals, and they get to the humans. We don't know the extent of that radiation. We do know that in Oak Ridge there is increased cancer mortality. And near St. Louis, Missouri, where remains of the Congolese ore were dumped, contamination poses risks to workers for the next 1,000 years. Now, after the screening of Oppenheimer, on my behalf, without mentioning myself, of course, my son approached Christopher Nolan, who was personally at the screening, in the lobby, acting like a fanboy. My son was able to ask him about the marbles. You see, my son got one of the special tickets so he could be seated next to Nolan and kind of get to know the crowd around him, at least before the film started. The screening allowed plenty of time for pre-cinematic conversation, and thereafter, commingling in the lobby. When my son asked him, Christopher Nolan, about the marbles, why he chose them, what creative issue they solved, he acquiesced with a courtly nod. I needed a way to demonstrate how long it would have taken to refine all that ore. Then he added, the number of marbles was actually mathematically accurate to represent the amount that they needed. My son related this to myself, and I relate it to you now. And I tell you, my listeners, of course, without Congo, obtaining all that ore would have been impossible. In a race to build the bomb, both sides wanted the Congolese ore. The ̶hǐnko-Lobwei mine was, according to Colonel Nichols, a freak occurrence in nature. Nothing like it has ever again been found. And that, of course, means that without Congo's black slave laborers terrorize, and chicoted into submission, digging essential war minerals 24 hours a day until they dropped from physical exhaustion. The outcome of arguably the most consequential project in human history would have been very different. None of this to be acknowledged by a Jewish-dominated Hollywood, because that would take the monopoly of Holocaust away from God's chosen people. My, oh my, what a sick, sad world we live in. By the way, I'm quoting Major General K.D. Nichols of the United States Army, retired at the time he wrote the book The Road to Trinity. That's the title of the book, in which I'm reading from. Major General K.D. Nichols. He said, our best source, the ̶hinkle-Lobwe mine, represented a freak occurrence in nature. It contained a tremendously rich load of uranium pitchblende. Nothing like it has ever again been found. The ore already in the United States contained 65% U3O8, while the pitchblende above ground in the Congo amounted to 1,000 tons of 65% ore, and the waste piles of ore contained 12,000 tons of 20% U3O8. To illustrate the uniqueness of Saint-Jérôme's stockpile, after the war, the MED and the AEC, the latter being the Atomic Energy Commission, considered ore containing 0.3% as a good find. Without Saint-Jérôme's foresight in stockpiling ore in the United States and above ground in Africa, we simply would not have had the amounts of uranium needed to justify building the large separation plants and the plutonium reactors. There. Incredible. Okay. Let me try and catch my breath again so I can go further with the madness, the insanity, the sheer racial pathology of a Jewish-dominated media trying to make the sufferings of others erased from history. A cultural genocide to hide the genocide of anyone else other than that of the Jewish people. In 1946, Saint-Jérôme, the Belgian slave driver, this Euro-slaver became the first non-American to receive the President's Medal for Merit. In their words, for the performance of an exceptionally meritorious or courageous act that sealed the Allies' victory, at least propagandistically. In a photograph from the ceremony, you might see something else. A man with something to hide. Intelligence during the war revealed that Saint-Jérôme's company also sold at least 1.5 million pounds of Congolese uranium to the Nazis. In 1948, regardless, a radioactive mineral was named in Saint-Jérôme's honor, Saint-Jérôme. At the same time, the Congolese, whose resistance was led by Simon Mpati, the man who begged for Adolf Hitler to liberate Black Africa, who in turn dispatched Erwin Rommel and the Africa Corps, set about tearing down the colonial systems meant to eclipse their power, inspired by Adolf Hitler, the man who inspired them to fight. They finally won their independence in 1960. but you only know that the Congolese people matter to history now. Now, we have 1.5 hours remaining. Our numbers standing strong. I would hope they would do so. With all that I have shared, spread the word. Let it be known there's only one man, the son of Adolf Hitler, who brings to you the story of the blacks of Africa, denied to you by the Jews of Oppenheimer. Understand that your world is not what they tell you, but it is what I have to teach you. 1.5 hours left. What should I speak of next? Recalling that much has left me exhausted. Some inspiration would be appreciated. Certainly, our numbers, the amount of likes, all of that is appreciated naturally. Those who supported myself financially, again, no thanks could do you justice. Let me, of course, credit those people. Well, I credited them earlier in this program tonight, this transmission. I'll credit them again. Soon enough. Tomorrow, by that I mean, of course, Sunday, I'll say their names again. I'll say them and I'll repeat them. The 2 latest contributors deserve all the credit they can get. But I'd like more. I'll need more. So let me turn towards PayPal once again. Credit those who were so kind to me thus far. We'll credit them again, or should I? Right now, I'm thinking that if I log into the PayPal to remember their names, it's just going to confuse the entire issue. I'd best wait until Sunday to credit them again. Know this much, you're never going to be forgotten. I'll take your 2 names with the latest $100 contributions each and etch them on my heart if I have to. If I don't repeat your name again tonight, know that it's there at the beginning of tonight's transmission, and it will be there forever in my heart. I'll be transferring that money to the bank soon enough. T-Tank Barry says, I'll stop by for a drop. God bless you, brother. God bless you, T-Tank Barry. Again, a man to my wounding, a man to my heart. You're all the best this world has to offer, who support myself. And we've got a lot farther yet to go. There's a civil war that's coming, and at that point there may be an opportunity for myself and secular power in America, which would of course provide power in the world. Then we could strive together to finally make the world a better place. I may be incompetent as an adult in the personal sense. In the geopolitical sense, I have no doubt that my wisdom towers above the rest of you who are fooled into worshipping the likes of Oppenheimer and Leslie Groves. Okay, alright, let me try and breathe. Get my head out of my ass. Come up with something else to talk about. Though, as I've said, any inspiration from any of you out there as to what should be discussed will happily bring me to a direction in which I can try and take it from there. Let me try and get my head out of my ass, see what we can do to think of something else to speak of, perhaps in terms of current events, perhaps in terms of, well, the world around us. In fact, checking into the world around us, I can tell you we had reports earlier of those maneuvers on behalf of the Communist Chinese. Taiwan is bracing for CHICOM, or Chinese Communist cyber attacks. You've got Xi Jinping's purge of top officials making, well, China look completely unstable. And we've got the winter predictions coming in for El Nino that it's looked like it's going to be a rough winter. China's boycott has backfired in Geneva. A humiliation for the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists. Maybe I should go into some detail about that. Fuck. Medvedev, the second only to Vladimir Putin, says we are ready for war against NATO. We finally have a Putin ally questioning Russia's red line threats. Why humiliate ourselves? Indeed. But what comes to mind? We've got that NATO country, Slovakia, created by my biological sire Adolf Hitler, absorbed by the Czechs, now free again, yet prepared to march into slavery once again, with a pro-Putin leader threatening to take power over the Slovaks. A pro-Russian puppet in a NATO country. Now, I have been speaking pretty harshly about the Jews. I've used a kind of generic reference that I discourage other people from using, simply because we are talking about a very disparate, meaning a culture in which there are many internal differences. A generalization is almost absurd, yet inescapable. There was a Yom Kippur sermon. Remember, I've said before I got a medical education the wrong way by being a care provider, an advocate for my late and sainted parents. I got a theological education the wrong way, as I would say, by liaison, under duress in effect, with Michael Aquino. We've seen his cultists attack me ever since as a traitor to the cause of chaos. So it was with this theological, medical bent, one of the reasons why I notice developments in the medical industrial complex, so too I notice theological developments in the spirits or spirituality of the world. T-Tank Barry says support and defend Douglas Duane Dietrich. God bless him. My heart to him and all who support myself. Blessings be upon him and all his loved ones and all the loved ones of all of you who have given unto myself. And anatomically correct heart to him, as opposed to the metaphorical heart I give to the ladies. And so I recently ran across a Yom Kippur sermon warning American Jews of Israel's growing messianic rule. Over the past year, many American rabbis have described Israel's government as extremist and warned American Jews that it has the potential to undermine Israel's democratic norms. But few have called out this government as pointedly as Rabbi Sharon Brous, B-R-O-U-S, who, in a barn burner Yom Kippur sermon on Monday, opening this work week, as dated the 25th of this month, accused Israel's new right-wing government of harboring a messianic agenda that aims to turn the country into a totalitarian theocracy, like Iran's mulacracy, indeed modeled upon the Ayatollahs. One of the United States' most influential Jewish clergy, Bruce, B-R-O-U-S, is a co-founder of ICAR. I think the acronym's all Hebraic. There's no point in relating to you what it stands for. Simply a non-denominational Jewish congregation in Los Angeles is the best way to relate it to you. Launched in 2004, that has grown to about 1,200 families. Those who attended ICAR's Yom Kippur service, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, applaud it frequently during her remarks, which she titled, "This is the Moral Earthquake." She's a lady, you see, a female rabbi, unrecognized, of course, in Israel, simply by dint of her gender. Fucking patriarchy. Bruce also spracketh about Israel's politics in terms of a metastatic tumor, saying at one point, and here I quote a she, "This government's radical legislative agenda has landed the body on the examination table, and it would be a travesty to diagnose a life-threatening spinal tumor as indigestion." Jeremy Barnett, a member of ICAR, when referring to the ram's horn blown by Jews during high holiday services, said, "This was the shofar blast that needed to be heard." Now, Jeremy Barnett himself, who sits on the board of an Israeli nonprofit that serves at-risk youth, he watched online and called it powerful and inspired, saying it was delivered in a clear and loud and trembling way. I have to agree, having reviewed it on video myself. Until recently, American rabbis have rarely criticized Israel, mostly because any critique is bound to offend members who view the country reverently. Many American Jews see Israel as core to their spiritual identity and pray for Israel's security at every Shabbat service. They visit frequently and fund various causes in the country through charitable donations. These commitments have begun to finally waver since late December, when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu assembled a governing coalition that was anchored, by ultra-nationalist parties. Its first bid was to take greater control of the judiciary, passing a law in July that limits the Israeli Supreme Court's ability to overturn decisions made by the government. Thousands of Israelis have flooded the streets in weekly protests, exhorting crowds against the government and what they see as a grave challenge to Israel's democracy. Of the occupation, well, by this, I mean Palestine, of course. You see, Bruce herself identified the source of the tumor growing in Israel's government as the 56-year occupation of Palestinian lands, which many of the government's ministers believe were promised to Israel by God. So of that occupation, Bruce said, "Many of us have spent years trying not to look, in part because Jews feared any criticism of Israel would fuel rising Judeophobia, what they would call anti-Semitism. But she told her congregation, Jews can be victimizers as well as victims." Now, that is an admission that can never be overstated. The fact she dared to state it makes her a heroine. She urged congregants. Well, Bruce urged her congregants not to disengage from Israel, but to divert their funding away from the institutions propping up the occupation and its dream of a greater Israel. Eretz Israel. Instead, they should invest in institutions and non-profit organizations that are working to build its democracy and civil society. She's quoted as saying, "The fact is, there can be no democracy with occupation. Other rabbis spraketh in far more guarded terms on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, if we transliterate. Rabbi Stuart Weinblatt of the congregation B'nai Tzedek in Potomac, the Potomac on the Maryland, rejected calls for American Jews to lobby the United States government to intervene in the internal debate going on in Israel. In his sermon saying, "I have faith in Israel, its people, and its ability to solve tough problems," meaning, I don't have the balls to address this shit. They circumcised my dick and they clipped my testicles too. Well, he didn't say that, but he may as well have. Now, again, when one of my blood boys called Bruges, it was earlier today, really, before I came back to host tonight's transmission. She said she spent many sleepless nights worrying about her sermon, but ultimately felt passionately that American Jews need to be actively involved in the battle for Israel's soul. She said she saw at least 12 people walking out as she delivered that sermon, but she also said she was encouraged by the spontaneous applause, which she typically discourages. In fact, what she said was, "I felt that I had to really be very explicit about what I see as the illness at the heart of the rupture that we're seeing on the streets of Israel right now, not to shame and blame, but to try to move us toward a more responsible engagement as an American Jewish community." There you have it. Okay. Again, trying to gather myself here. We were speaking of Poland earlier. Maybe you saw the shock headline. Poland no longer supplying weapons to Ukraine amid grain row, and wondered how such close allies had experienced such a significant wartime falling out. We see earlier today, yesterday by now, Poland's Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki announced that the country had stopped weapon shipments to Ukraine, presumably in response to criticism from Ukraine's President Zelensky over Poland's refusal to buy Ukrainian grain diverted by war. But the shocked international response to Morawiecki's message forced Poland's government to quickly backtrack to clarify its position. So here's the political context. Poland will continue to supply Ukraine with weapons, as it has already promised to deliver at least those weapons. Poland's stock of excess weapons is currently close to depletion, leaving its government with little more to offer, at least for the moment. Poland is and will remain the path through which arms shipments from other countries reach Ukraine. One more point to remember. Poland will hold parliamentary elections on October 15th. Prime Minister Morawiecki is well aware the far-right Confederation Party can pull votes from his center-right party by criticizing the cost of continuing support for Ukraine. By appearing to punish Poland's eastern neighbor, Morawiecki can try to protect his vote share. Bottom line is, just don't be fooled. Poland remains Ukraine's staunch ally against motherless Russia. But the other war, the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, which I myself have been trying to articulate on behalf of my son, that, on the other hand, I've explained enough for now, with my episodes preceding tonight's. As for everything going on in the world, well, we all know the world's repeating the same dangerous mistakes as in the 1930s. Now, of course, I was talking about the formation of the Axis in 1940. But what led to that formation wasn't just the politics of our world. It's the economics. Political leaders' first response to any economic weakness is to reach for the protectionist playbook. You know, according to data published this week, world trade volumes in July fell at their fastest rate since the early days of the pandemic, down 3.2% on the same month the year before. This follows a similar decline in June. This is more likely to have been caused by a slowing global economy than anything more sinister, but lurking in the background is a phenomenon of rather more lasting concern. A growing outbreak of protectionism, hiding behind the catch-all justifications of increased geopolitical insecurity, the green energy transition, and following the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, the now almost universal pursuit among nations of greater economic resilience. I hesitate to draw any parallel with the 1930s, because in almost every regard, today's world is very different from the one that ruled back then. Nor is the groundswell of protectionism towards actual autarky anywhere near as extreme, so far at least. But no one should be in any doubt about what happens when this sort of response to economic weakness is allowed to gain the upper hand. The 1930s act as a terrible reminder. Even when it results in a deficit, all trade is good, helping countries to specialize in the things they are best at, while allowing poorly performing industries that other countries do better to fall by the wayside. A good way of illustrating the point is to think back to a pre-industrial, pre-trade era when households were widely obliged to make their own provision for large swaths of their daily needs. Today, the world of work is, by contrast, highly specialized. We perform tasks which in themselves account for only a tiny fraction of what we need to live, and in many cases, don't consume at all ourselves. Instead, we use our earnings to buy goods and services from other specialized workers, creating a virtuous circle of efficiency gain. The same law of so-called comparative advantage applies to international trade, at least in theory. Yet fewer and fewer political leaders are prepared to stand up and defend this abiding truth in any meaningful way. Instead, the first response to any economic weakness is to reach for the protectionist playbook. The tit-for-tat trade barriers of the interwar years actually began well before the infamous Smoot-Hawley Act of 1930, which raised already high American tariffs on imported goods by a further 20% on average. But it is these trois names that will forever be synonymous with the outbreak of mutually destructive protectionism that subsequently ensued. Whether Smoot-Hawley caused the Great Depression or was simply symptomatic thereof remains hotly disputed. But whatever the answer, it certainly made a bad situation very much worse. When it came to our own 21st century version of the banking crises of those years, world leaders rushed to recommit to the virtues of free trade. G20 leaders meeting in London in the summer of 2009 pledged in their concluding communique to do, their words, whatever is necessary to promote global trade and investment and reject protectionism. They further committed to refraining from any new barriers to trade, to reversing any that had already been imposed, and to abide by the rules and judgments of the WTO, the World Trade Organization. It scarcely needs saying that no sooner had they returned home that they set about doing the very reverse. This reached its natural conclusion in the Trump tariffs of 2018, mainly aimed at the Communist Chinese Empire, but also ensnaring some supposed Western allies. America, once more, embraced the idea that protectionism, far from being an economic curse, could be made to support both jobs and growth. The Biden administration has been even worse. Virtually all the Trump-era tariffs remain in place. Some high-end technology exports to Red China have been banned altogether, and massive subsidies have been applied in an attempt to galvanize a made-in-America manufacturing renaissance based around net zero goals. Despite its po-faced pursuit of so-called strategic autonomy, which theoretically requires the European Union to steer a middle course between the superpower rivalry of these United States and Communist China, Brussels, the erstwhile capital of the continent of Europe, has been swift to follow suit. State aid rules have been thrown to the wind in an enormous program of subsidies for green energy industries and infrastructure. And just recently, Ursula von der Leyen, Presidentress of the European Commission, has announced an investigation of subsidies for CHICOM, Chinese Communist electric vehicles, implying higher tariffs yet to come. Many in the United States Department of Commerce, which already imposes a 27.5% tariff on CHICOM, Chinese Communist car imports, against the European Union's 10%, say, "What took you so long?" All this takes place against a backdrop of economic stagnation, acute concern over undue economic reliance on potentially hostile powers, and the growing challenges of climate change. Europe only has itself to blame for today's predicament. The same applies to the United Kingdom. To set demanding net zero targets, in particular the ban on the internal combustion engine from 2035 onwards, without first putting in place the industrial policies needed to meet them, was madness. The upshot is a massive industrial opportunity for the Communist Chinese, which has been investing heavily in EVs, electric vehicles, for a long time now, and already controls around 3/4 of the global battery cell production. It also has an iron grip on the raw materials needed to produce them. Already, its EVs are making big inroads into the European market, threatening what has historically been one of the continent's own key industries. The protectionist response is therefore entirely unsurprising. By luck rather than design, Great Britain is less exposed to this self-imposed process of product obsolescence than any of the other major European economies, having run down its mass production auto industry decades agone, and therefore has less to lose and more to gain from the cheap and no doubt subsidized consumer prices that Red China has to offer. Even so, the protectionist instinct runs deep. Downing Street is coughing up £500 million to keep a bastardized version of the Port Talbot Steelworks open, justified on the basis that for strategic reasons alone, the Anglos need some remaining steel capacity. Even I would say why. Steel is massively oversupplied globally, and there be multiple different producers internationally from which to choose. Free trade is not just a time-honored route to economic prosperity, but because both sides have so much to lose, is also a potent guarantee of peace between nations. Of course, free trade also needs to be fair trade, or it becomes a source of friction. As the CHICOM, Chinese Communist Economy, collapses in upon itself, expect it to start exporting its deflation by dumping its excess production on the rest of the world, adding to the current trade tensions and further bolstering calls for more protectionist measures. As I say, I oftentimes actually don't like historical parallels, but isn't this pretty much what happened in the 1930s? That's a rhetorical question, of course. God almighty. Oh, notice her. TM. Oh, hey, honey. So glad you're in the chat, darling. Always so inspired to see you. Okay, there. Little sparkly heart and some kissy lips, and we're on our way. We got about an hour left by now. And I've been through the ringer, holding numbers steady. Incredible at that. And as well, again, to explain to people who are still questioning me about the photographic image embedded in thumbnail of live stream, as I've said before, for those of you who don't already know, the night of the broken circle, when Aquino's coven summoned Malluk-Daosh, the peacock angel, who subsequently possessed myself among everybody else that night, but remained within myself more than anyone. That night my hair turned pure white. White as the virgin-driven snow. Yes, my surrogate son dyes his hair in simpatico to be in sympathy with me. The dye making his hair more of a silver. He can't get it to the point of baseline white because, well, there's no chemical in the world that can match that. Lifting him in the photograph here in California under the ashes of our wildfires, which have rendered the air quality so poor it's recommended no one leave their homes. Yes, that's the story behind tonight's photograph, embedded in thumbnail of livestream. Ah, notice her responds. God bless you, young girl. Oh yes, give her the kitty eyes with the hearts. She does like her felines. All her furry friends, really. And with that, of course, what more should we talk about within this remaining hour? Hey, I know. Fuck, what am I doing here? let's see if we can, well, let's see if we can bring this young lady on. How about I try and call her again? Matter of fact, let me ask, may I bring you on bandwidth? For those of you who are being patient with me, I do thank you all so much. This is, of course, something that anyone who listens to Douglas Dietrich has to have a degree of patience unmatched by the common American. Most Americans. She said I texted you. Oh, did you really? Look, I'd have to have my phone on for that. Let me see if I have my phone on. Hell, let me take a look. You might have noticed, of course, I was hosting transmission, so I missed quite a bit. Let me see what's going on here. I'll try not to read. Oh, here we are. Oh, that's delightful. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my God. That's adorable. Oh my God. Well, she's up now. Can't the moment. Gotta get ready for work. Okay, understood, darling. And so let me give her, oh yes, give her some kind of response to that. Here we are, I guess. Is this the response I'm looking for? Oh, well, I guess this will do. Okay. There we are. Understood, honey. And I think that's a sign that means kind of a positive thing there. And, oh, here's an article. While I was looking up Noticer's text here on my cell phone, an article pops up. Playing with dolls could help a child's social development. Well, no fucking shit. This is why we've been building dolls since man was in the fucking caves, right? I mean, that's what it's all about. Yes, we're tactile creatures. You know, we like to grab things with our hands. Dolls help you do that. It's not coming out right. Anything Douglas Dietrich says in regards to something involving dolls or something like that usually doesn't come out right. Somehow it sounds obscene. Okay. So in terms of this article, let me look it up. Here we are. Dolls and social development. Yes, we all need as much social development as we get. We ought to have adults start playing with this shit. Then again, of course, this is what Barbie was, the movie was bringing to our attention, is that this is what makes people, makes their minds adapt and grow, all very important. Yeah. Okay. So, that being said, there's this wonderful doctor who's studying this, and she seems to be having too much fun with all of this. I mean, that's a great job to have. Other than that, of course, I couldn't tolerate it because, I'm sorry, kids are just, it's like, God, they're hard to take. I mean, also, I'm just so traumatized by what I had witnessed at the Presidio that it's hard for me to think about children without falling into some post-traumatic memories. Okay, notice it says, bless you, Douglas. Bless you in turn, honey. All right, let me give her the prayer hands on that one and see if somebody's willing to join me up here on stage so I can kind of take a break from where I've been. Let's take a look at our call here. Oh, yeah, the call fucking died when Mark H. hung up. And because we didn't have any of the other gentlemen join me, let me see if anyone else is out there. Like PM and let me write him and say, inform myself. Let me know if you happen to wake up. Let me know if you happen to arise. Arise, and I will call you. I will call. Okay, there we go. At least send that to him. Other than that, of course, we have Amy Como. Oh yeah. Let's see. She says she's active, and Let's see if we got this something here that might respond. Of course, she glitches. And such being said, Jesus, that ring is horrible. I can't talk while it's ringing because there's almost no point. I guess she just leaves her Skype on all night. Why it comes out as active. So what little time we have left, less than an hour. I'm just kind of marking time, trying to stay awake until I begin a series of phone calls. Of course, what I could do is actually kind of, end stream, go to sleep early, and then wake up to make that battery of calls that I need to make, and that might be a good way of handling it too. Let me think aloud here, take a look at my calendar. Holy shit, my rent is due on, well, not till the 1st, so that'd be Sunday. Fuck, it's the same shit. Rent is due Saturday, effectively, because I can't go to no bank on Sunday. I think I got enough. See if I can get into my fucking account here. Last time I couldn't even get into it. So that'll give me some hint as to whether or not, I'll try and add what I got together. See how much I might need from my listeners. Okay, let's see if I can get into my JP Morgan Chase login. We're here to help you, it says. We've selected offers just for you. Okay, well, alright. Sign in with my password. Just get me into the goddamn account. Same shit as last time. Get verified. Yeah, just no. Press the next button. How would you like to receive your one-time code? This is such bullshit. It's like, tell us where we should send your code. This is such fucking bullshit. Call us. It doesn't even have my goddamn number. That's not even my number. Look at this bullshit. Whose number is this? Oh my fucking god. This is like something I really have to talk to them about. See? This is the bullshit I gotta deal with. So let's just assume I don't have money for rent. So, funding people, aside from those who have already funded myself, whatever help you can provide. Everybody except for lovely Victoria out there, not you. Everybody else out there, holding my hand out for that leg up so I can make the rent. Yes, always appreciate it. Okay, so that being said, I don't understand how my numbers are holding at all. They're going down a bit now because I obviously spent myself over the past several hours, and I think I did a good enough job to really call it a day. And of course, day was highlighted by the visit by young Victoria. Nemo was missing you, by the way. He was saying, gee, I wish she was here. Aside from that, is there any current events that come to others' minds? Oh, hey, somebody's responding to me in here. Are they? Got no answer here. Guess that was people giving me a shout out in terms of the Skype responding, but no real response. It's like an automatic response from Skype. I'm sure this ongoing thinking aloud process is not helping anybody. It's not endearing me to anybody. So, okay, we've got a United States government shutdown potentially barreling down upon us. It's obviously we've had a furious and messy Republican debate with no clear winner. It's of course just a Trump was missing in action, yet he's the guy who still gets all the loyalty. even though there's no more Trump cards. It's honestly, it's you know, then I've had this weird shit from Digital Soul. What the fuck is that? And this is, of course, having to do, I suspect, with everything going on with my affordable connectivity program and all that's happened thus far. I'm going to follow up on all of this, and we'll see where this goes from here. Okay. And I'm just so disappointed in myself. Of course, I've got to, like V said, I learned never to answer the door. Just can't be considered a competent adult in that regard anymore. And it was always a dangerous thing for me to do anyway, answer the goddamn door. Let's see now. Wow, vitamin D is the anti-aging supplement of choice. Whew, for scientists and longevity investors. Damn. Yeah, years back, vitamin D was touted by Kaiser, my own hospital complex, as a miraculous supplement. Then vitamin D fell in stature. Studies seemed less propitious. Doctors were canceling prescriptions. Well, vitamin D has come back strong. So let me see. They've got calcium for osteoporosis. D is about 400 IU per dose. That's not my prescription, by the way. I don't have osteoporosis. I'm actually reading a communique from my Veterans Administration friend, the old bureaucrat who retired at this point, what must be 20, 30 years ago. There we are. He's saying medical science swings the pendulum. These are not flip-flops in a pejorative way. He says it's moving ever onward and upward in one of those Hegelian thesis, antithesis, synthesis, spiral motions. He's politicized his fucking prescription. Incredible. So vitamin D apparently helps the body absorb calcium. And aging makes this process harder. So got to keep supplementing. And there we have that. Okay. So I suddenly noticed that, which I find, fortuitous. And aside from that, Meals on Wheels is inviting me to be a hunger hero. Okay, so they provide me with filler food when I don't have blood. And aside from that, okay, lost even more people by now. Of course, when I'm rambling on like this, who can blame them? Those of you who are still here, you're masochists. So, what I think I'm going to do is basically see if I can find something to rally myself with for the last 45 minutes, last 40 minutes or so. Or I'm simply going to end stream just a little bit early tonight. And we had a great run. And I think we got all the points across that we could during that time. And aside from that, I love everyone who supports me, and we'll be back on Sunday. Wish me luck with dealing with all that's happened, and keep me in your thoughts and prayers that I succeed in getting Comcast back and then kicking out this True Connectivity, which I thought was some kind of complimentary program, because this Filipino criminal, he gave me his ethnicity, and I'm not projecting on him here. Kaleo Naboha, basically, gave all this invisible ink, fading on me even as he handed it to me. It was never intended to be legible. So this son of a bitch basically stole $40 from me, so I will call the San Francisco Police Department about that. all of this, what I can do is wait till business hours. You might think that you could call police 24 hours a day. No, you can't. None of this stuff. Any of these services, they're all working hours. So I'll have to wait till working hours anyway. I might as well end stream early, catch a few hours sleep, then get up and call all these people and take care of it during business hours. So why don't I do that? And in the interim, join us on Sunday, and we'll start all over again. We had a great night, great numbers, great upvotes. Continue to hit those upvotes, and we'll continue delivering like we did all night tonight, and we'll do again on Sunday. And be back here at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Sunday, as dated the 1st of October, by which time I would have paid my rent. With your help. I need your help. So, paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich or Douglas Dietrich. Either one. You can also go to douglasdietrich.com. Little yellow button at the upper right hand corner, not the one in the center that Edomite cunt Lena Crane / Lena Shea set up as a decoy button. Alright, just like they have a decoy button or a decoy strap on a threat level 3 holster for the San Francisco Police Department, or any police department as a matter of fact, they have a decoy button on my website set up by that cunt. Oh, God. What a life I've led. And how many times can I be suckered again and again by various criminals? Yeah, as a criminal myself, I try not to hold it against them for all too long now, but I really got to start fighting back. Honestly, I can't keep giving these people a pass just for crimes I've committed myself, accepting it as some kind of karma. I've really got to start standing up for myself. There's kind of an incredible irony in everything I'm just saying right now. Yeah, all that being said, numbers going back up now. Why? Need your help. Make certain to contribute. Let's see if anyone's done that before I take off for the night. And my thanks for all who have, of course, been supporting myself. Going back to my inbox here and seeing if anything new has come in. And, we take it from there. All right. Join us on Sunday. We're ending a little early tonight. And we'll be back. We take it to almost the bottom of the hour tonight, a few minutes beforehand. And we've done enough thus far. And nobody's really joining me to kind of carry me through the remainder of this closing hour. So we're going to close it early. And, of course, be back on the 1st of October. My natal menses, my birth month. And, of course, October is, as far as I'm concerned, well, it should be my favorite month of the year. Historically, it's been horrible, the most stressful. In fact, all those holiday months always were. I never really liked those winter months. With, of course, the death of my parents, things should be a lot easier. Let's hope that's the case this year. You can make it so with your financial support. Need to raise funds for rent. Make certain that you contribute at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. It's right there on screen. The same screen in which you see myself holding my son up in the midst of all the ash befalling upon us from California's wildfires, making it look like we're in the middle of winter. And, I guess it's kind of a nuclear winter. And air quality, we're supposed to be wearing masks outdoors. We're really not supposed to be outdoors at all. Air quality fucking sucks. Okay, anybody out there want to come on stage with myself and hold us till the top of the hour? If not, Well, speak up now or forever hold your peace, because if not, I'll close down shop till Sunday. Let's do another check through anyone else who might be a potential target, or should I say candidate for this. Honestly, almost willing to bring on anyone at this point. Oh, Sammy Romero, I forgot to call him earlier tonight. He keeps not showing up on my fucking list, and I keep forgetting to put him on. Think about him as being so busy. Oh, well, such is life. Okay, that's my hint to take off for the day. Everybody have a blessed day. Noticer says I didn't see anywhere to join the call on Skype. Oh, well, I have to call you. I would have to call you. She says she started the call. Oh my God. Well, there you go. Let's try this. Join call. Cool. Right? No, that calls everybody else. Oh, no, don't want to do that. Okay, that's calling everybody we didn't want to call. Hopefully I didn't wake anybody up. Let's try this. There we are. Okay, active now. There we are. Let's see if she answers. I thought you had to go to work. Honey, are you... Yeah, I hear you. Darling? That's delightful.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, hold on. iPhone?
Yeah.
Does that work? I don't know what's going on.
You can hear me, right? Can you hear me?
It's not very loud.
Oh, okay. Well, I hear you. You're okay. I mean, I thought you were
Okay, there you are.
Yeah. I thought you were getting ready for work. How's everything?
Well, I need to be getting ready for work, but I just wanted to jump on and say hi. Sorry I missed last night.
Oh, no worries, honey. You're adorable. Honestly, your coming on is just so invigorating, and it excites us all. I mean, Nemo was missing you. Everyone always misses you, of course. You have this nice, bubbly personality. I don't know if you saw what that lady left a comment under our video before tonight's saying, how Brooke Gibson makes it, so hard on all the nice guests. Referring to yourself, of course. Yeah, and so you're considered one of our nice guests there, honey. And
oh yes,
yeah,
I'm as nice as they come. It's probably a downfall, but oh well.
Well, yes, many of us are too nice for our own good. By the way, you're well protected. You have many of these incredible pieces of jewelry. We won't go into any detail publicly. That hat, that's an incredible hat. Where did you get that? In the photograph that I'm looking at in. Here in the Skype text box above the contact for Brooke Gibson, you're wearing this hat that's a fur hat.
Yes.
So how long?
I like those. I like those style of hats. They make me feel as a Russian.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
They certainly have a mystique. Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun. But it's getting cold now in Pennsylvania, so I'm excited to be able to break out the sweaters and hats and whatnot. So.
Yes. And I'm sure you look great in them. How? So, what kind of sweaters do you prefer? Cashmere or
just whatever is laying around this cabin. I stay in a friend's ski cabin, and so there's ski gear and winter gear for probably 50 to 100 people here. So, yeah, I kind of just borrow what's around, or go thrift shopping or something like this. But I just wanted to jump on and say I'm so sorry that I missed it, but hopefully I can come on next time. I have been a little busy recently, so.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's beautiful, and it's a perfect close to today's program. Now, so right now it's bordering on 9:30 a.m. where you're at, yes?
It's 8:30 actually.
8:30.
Yes.
Okay. So, so you have to be to work at 9? Like you.
I open my shop at 10. But I usually head out the door a little bit early because I will hit a couple places and run errands on the way. So, because I live up on the mountain.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. So just stay safe and be well. Thank you so much for joining us. It's the perfect goodbye. Do me a favor and say good morning to everyone out there and tell them to begin their day with a good start, a good attitude.
Good morning. God bless. I hope angels protect everyone and God protects everyone. And just remember to be grateful today for everything we have. I read something recently that was beautiful. It said, if you had only today what you were grateful for yesterday, how much would you have? And I really like that. So keep that in mind, people. Blessings, family. Blessings, Truth family. And hopefully I'll see you all again soon.
Yes, and if you are able to see us on Sunday, I'd like to know a bit about your Bible studies last night, how they went.
Absolutely. It's been refreshing.
Excellent. Okay, then. Love you dearly. You have a blessed day, and we'll end the call and the show for now. Okay?
You as well. Blessings
Thank you.
all.
Yes, thanks. Bye for now. We'll speak later. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, that was Victoria Lauren Hobbs, an angel among us. And let's give her a nice little... And she loves death metal rock too. I mean, how can you lose? It's okay. All right. We'll end on that positive note. Let's end stream for now. Everybody join us on Sunday, the 1st of October. Of course, anyone who wants to help, the PayPal address is right up there on screen. Take advantage of it and help me make it through so that I can be there for you when the 1st of next month hits us all. All right. Bye for now. We're ending stream. Or at least I tried. Okay. Triple redundancy process here. There we are.